I am Xiao Xingyu, and ever since I awakened the Eye of the Demon God, my life has felt like it's been on fast forward. Not only did I lead Azure Dragon Academy to victory in the Supernova Tournament, but I also defended Huangyan City with my very life. Additionally, I successfully passed the cross-level assessment, becoming a Four-Star Beastmaster, and earned the recognition of the Sea Spirit Clan's sacred artifact. On the surface, I've contracted with the Hell Netherwolf, Holy Light Angel Beast, Electric Ear Rabbit, Sky Soul Vine, and Thunder Jade Qilin. I am a freshman at Azure Dragon Academy, a specially appointed Beastmaster pharmacist for the Skyward Guild, and a Black Executor for the Royal Academy of Sciences. Moreover, I am also a key protege of the Empress of the Dragon Kingdom and a member of the Dragon Kingdom's secret organization, the Empire Soul. In the shadows, I've also contracted with the nine-tailed dragon Fox and Medusa, operating under the guise of a black-robed figure. To secure the final spot in the Four Nations Martial Arts Tournament, I entered the internal selection competition at Azure Dragon Academy, only to be framed. Now, everyone believes that I killed the second-year senior, Yunyu, on the spot during the selection. As a result, I was brought to the Empress Shangguan Land's Night Orchid Palace by the Vice Minister of the Royal Investigations Office. At this moment, Yunjin, the chief steward of the Royal Gardens, is kneeling before the Empress, pleading for my execution to avenge his deceased son, Yunyu. Shangguan Lan massaged her temples in frustration, feeling helpless. She couldn't simply execute Yunjin on the spot. Send word to bring Xiao Xingyu over, she commanded. A moment later, I walked into the Night Orchid Palace. At this moment, I wasn't wearing the uniform of Azure Dragon Academy but instead the prisoner's garb from the Royal Investigations Office dungeon. Xiao Xingyu. Shangguan Qian silently clenched her fists, feeling powerless over her friend's predicament. The man beside me was Di Jiangchen, the Vice Minister of the Royal Investigations Office. Shangguan Lan lifted her gaze and locked eyes with me as I stood in the center of the hall. Dressed in dirty, tattered prison clothes, with disheveled hair and an unkempt appearance, I looked indeed in a sorry state, yet there was an added air of unruly charm. Do you know how much I want to kill you right now? Upon seeing me, Yunjin's emotions became even more agitated. He leaped up, rushing to stand before me, pointing at the black and white portrait he held with fervent intensity.
Tell me, why did you kill my son?
I remained calm and composed. Manager Yun, I did not kill him. There were only you and Mai Wei on the stage at that time, and you say you didn't kill him? How dare you lie before Her Majesty the Empress? One of the hardest things in the world is proving one's innocence. So, I chose to remain silent, bowing my head, as I began to contemplate how to break this stalemate. Meanwhile, several other prominent figures were on their way here. This night at the Night Orchid Palace was destined to see a storm of blood and turmoil, though without any actual bloodshed. Yunjin, consumed by anger, had lost all reason. If looks could kill, he would have devoured me whole, leaving not even bones behind. Manager Yun, the dead cannot be brought back. Please accept my condolences. Anyone in the world can say that to me, but you have no right to say it. Yunjin channeled his spiritual power, ready to summon his contracted beast in the next moment. As the chief steward of the Royal Gardens, Yunjin had reached the rank of 7-star, and he was at the peak of that level. Di Jiangchen quickly stepped forward, positioning himself between Yunjin and me. Manager Yun, please calm down. There is currently no evidence to prove that Xiao Xingyu caused Yunyu's death. Please be patient, Manager Yun. We at the Royal Investigations Office will expedite the investigation and provide you with an explanation as soon as possible. Di Jiangchen wasn't covering for me, he was merely stating the truth. At the time of the incident, Yunyu and I were indeed the only ones on the stage. By all logical reasoning, I am undoubtedly the prime suspect in Yunyu's death. However, no matter how strong the suspicion, it remains just that, a suspicion. During the final round of my duel with Yunyu, my Hell Netherwolf did not use any attack-based combat techniques. As such, while it's difficult for me to prove my innocence, there is also no evidence to confirm that I killed Yunyu. Well, Royal Investigations Office, I know you handle cases with utmost rigor.
So tell me, what do you plan to do next?
Yunjin demanded, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Di Jiangchen frowned slightly. According to our procedures, the only way to have a chance of finding the real culprit is through an autopsy. An autopsy? Di Jiangchen, do you even hear the nonsense you're spouting? Yunjin was so agitated that he nearly passed out from rage. Shangguan Lan did not rebuke Yunjin for his outburst in the Night Orchid Palace. She was willing to allow this grieving father the space to vent his emotions. I remained solemn. A death by body explosion, this is the brilliance of the mastermind behind this. And now that Yunyu's body has been completely destroyed, the Royal Investigations Office cannot perform an autopsy. The accusation of being the murderer is stuck on me and cannot be removed.
Oh, what a clever move by the Xie family. I will make sure they pay for this.
A deep-seated desire for revenge flickered in my eyes but quickly extinguished as I regained my composure. The priority now was to resolve the immediate situation. I suddenly spoke up, "Your Majesty, my sister is still at home waiting for me, worried sick. I wish to return home as soon as possible."
You can't let him go, absolutely not. He's the murderer, you can't let him go.
Yunjin roared like a maddened bull, out of control.
Shongwan lan luoket et dayangchen.
Di Jiangchen understood her unspoken command and responded truthfully, according to the Royal Investigations Office's regulations, in 3 minutes, if no evidence is found that directly links Xiao Xingyu to Yunyu's death, he must be released.
Shangguanlan nodded, then turned her gaze back to Yunjin.
A manager Yun, I understand your grief over losing your son, but there are procedures to follow in all things.
Yunjin heavily kowed out to Shangguanlan.
If your Majesty intends to release Xiao Xingyu, then I will die right here in front of you.
At that moment, Xie Zhong walked into the Night Orchid Palace. A strategist Xie, what brings you here?
Uninvited, the strategist Xie Zhong. As he passed by me, Xie Zhong's lips curled into a sinister smile, one that only I could detect. Your Majesty, the incident of Yunyu's death by body explosion at Azure Dragon Academy has already caused a nationwide uproar, and the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom are closely watching this matter. If we don't promptly give the people a proper explanation and allow rumors to spread unchecked, it will ultimately damage the prestige of the Dragon Kingdom's royal authority. Moreover, there are already rumors online that you're deliberately protecting Xiao Xingyu, which is tarnishing your reputation, Your Majesty. Shangguanlan saw through Xie Zhong's intentions but was unable to expose him directly.
A strategist Xie, what do you propose?
Xie Zhong, with a knife hidden behind his smile, was ready to deliver the final blow to me. I believe the best way to quickly resolve this issue is to address the root of the problem. And Xiao Xingyu is the root of the problem. Tonight, a public execution of Xiao Xingyu, repaying a life for a life. Only then can the chaos caused by this incident be quelled, the Yun family appeased, and all the unfavorable rumors about you, Your Majesty, be dispelled. Yunjin looked at Xie Zhong with a gaze full of gratitude. Lord Xie, you are indeed a man of reason. Thank you for speaking on behalf of our Yun family, for speaking up for my son, Yunyu. Xie Zhong, ever the actor, helped Yunjin to his feet. Manager Yun, there's no need for thanks. My son, Xie Weian, was like a brother to your son, Yunyu. This is simply my duty. I couldn't help but sneer inwardly, thinking to myself, Xie Zhong, it seems you're determined to see me dead today, aren't you? Yunjin and Xie Zhong continued to exert pressure together. Your Majesty, please order the immediate execution of Xiao Xingyu. At this critical moment, footsteps echoed from outside the hall. Who dares to threaten my son-in-law? Step forward, and I swear I'll make you regret it. A one-armed man burst into the Night Orchid Palace, his dark skin a testament to years of exposure to the sun and wind at sea. Admiral Murongjin had arrived. Yunjin's face turned ashen. General Murongyu. Yunjin, Xiao Xingyu didn't kill your son. If you want revenge, find the real murderer, but don't touch my son-in-law. If you so much as lay a finger on him, my fleet of 3,000 warships will make sure you pay dearly. Murongjin made his stance clear, he was here to protect me at all costs. Among all those present in the Night Orchid Palace, Shangguanqian's expression was the most complex. Murongjin called Xiao Xingyu his son-in-law. Does that mean the girl Xiao Xingyu likes is Xiner? Xiner is indeed very beautiful. Xiao Xingyu has good taste. Gaim. I'm just his friend. Shangguanqian's sense of loss was as desolate as autumn leaves falling. The Dragon Kingdom's princess and the daughter of the Navy Admiral had naturally known each other since childhood. As the situation reached a stalemate, more footsteps were heard outside the hall. Ahead of the Royal Academy, Meng Zhongguang, at your service, Your Majesty. I, in my capacity as the head of the Royal Academy, guarantee that Xiao Xingyu is not the murderer. Xie Zhong retorted with a sarcastic tone, Gold Meng, have you lost your mind? Are you so determined to shield the Royal Academy's Black Executor that you're willing to throw away your dignity and honor? Meng Zhongguang, rarely angered, snapped back, Xie Zhong, you old scoundrel, how dare you speak to me like that? I am your elder. Upft, senile old fool. Xiao dismissed Meng Zhongguang with disdain. Just then, a tall and imposing man entered the Night Orchid Palace. Dressed in a sharp suit, with strikingly handsome features and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, the man had a beast fur coat draped over his shoulders. As Xiao, since I left the Royal Academy, does the Academy no longer have any voice in the Night Orchid Palace? Lin Beixian? What are you doing here? The man in the suit was none other than Lin Beixian, the head of Xuanji Technology and one of the 4 guardians of the Dragon Kingdom, King Zero. This man commanded a massive army of mechanical beasts. And you, King Zero, shouldn't you be guarding the Winter Dragon Vein on Zero Snow Mountain? What are you meddling in this affair for? The Royal Academy is where I began my career. Now that the Academy's Black Executor is being unjustly accused, it is only right that I, as an elder, stand up for him. Lin Beixian, the former Black Executor of the Royal Academy. Xiao was rendered speechless. He dared not oppose Lin Beixian as he feared Xuanji Technology and its formidable mechanical beast army. At this moment, the Night Orchid Palace was filled with powerful figures, and it seemed as though a massive storm was brewing. One wave after another. A white-haired elder, holding a fishing rod in his left hand and a specially made fish basket stained with magma in his right, strode into the Night Orchid Palace. Xiao was nearly struck dumb with shock. This man was none other than another of the 4 guardians, the Flame King, Yijinan, who was responsible for guarding the Summer Dragon Vein at Yinsol Mountain. He was also the most senior 9-star powerhouse in the Dragon Kingdom. Shangguan Lan smiled slightly and asked, Flame King, what brings you here? A little Lan, I watched you grow up, so I won't beat around the bush. I'm here to protect Xiao Xingyu. Yijinan, head of the Yi family and grandfather to Yi Shuangning and Yi Shimeng. Yijinan, the most senior Beastmaster in the Dragon Kingdom, without equal. All the other Beastmasters of his generation had long perished in battle. In his time, Yijinan had fought alongside comrades and dear friends, all of whom had fallen, leaving him alone in this world. To most people, Shangguan Lan, as the Empress, was the supreme ruler of the Dragon Kingdom and no one dared to show her disrespect. But to Yijinan, Shangguan Lan was just a little kid, one whom he had watched grow up from a child in open-crotch pants. A little Lan was a term only Yijinan dared to use. Shangguan Lan responded with a calm smile. A General Murong wants to protect Xiao Xingyu because Murong Xinxin and Xiao Xingyu are in a relationship and he sees Xiao Xingyu as his son-in-law. A King Zero, Lin Beixian, wants to protect Xiao Xingyu because of his status as a Black Executor of the Royal Academy. I can understand that. But why, Flame King Yijinan, do you want to stand up for Xiao Xingyu? Not only was Shangguan Lan puzzled, but everyone present also found it incomprehensible. In their eyes, I had nothing to do with the Yi family and had never even met Yijinan. Yet Yijinan had personally intervened, rushing all the way from Yinsol Mountain in the southern border of the Dragon Kingdom to protect me. This kid cured my granddaughter's fear of magical beasts, making him a benefactor of the Yi family. Just for that alone, I cannot let anything happen to him under my watch. That was Yijinan's reason for helping me. Yijinan had dedicated his life to defending the Dragon Kingdom. One by one, his close friends, family, and loved ones had all left him. Now, the only ties Yijinan had left in this world were his granddaughters, Yi Shuangning and Yi Shimeng. To put it simply, this old man was a doting grandfather. As long as his granddaughters asked for something, he would go to any lengths to fulfill their wishes. Yi Shimeng had only one request, that nothing bad should happen to me. Yijinan had promised Yi Shimeng over the phone that he would bring me back to her, safe and sound. In the Night Orchid Palace, the hall was filled with nothing but influential figures. Lin Beixian, Yijinan, and Murong Jin, 2 kings and a grand admiral, had all come to support me. Di Jiangchen glanced at his watch and spoke up, Your Majesty, time is up. According to the regulations of the Royal Investigations Office, since no direct evidence has been found to prove Xiao Xingyu's guilt, we must release him. With that, Yijinan grabbed my wrist, ready to take me away. A little Lan, it's late, so I won't bother you any longer. I'm taking Xiao Xingyu with me. Next time, find some time to have a drink with this old man. Shangguan Lan nodded obediently. All right, Uncle Yi, take care. Yunjin blocked the hall's entrance, refusing to let us pass. A step aside, Yun family boy. Given Yijinan's seniority, Yunjin was nothing more than a child in his eyes. Old Yi, Xiao Xingyu killed my son. I cannot allow this. Yunjin insisted. I replied calmly, Gold Master Yi, I didn't kill anyone. Did you hear that? My benefactor said he didn't kill anyone, Yijinan echoed.
And even if he did kill someone, so what? Do you think the Yun family dares to touch someone I'm protecting? Yi Zhinan suddenly erupted in anger, unleashing a terrifying wave of spiritual power that swept through the hall. His aura was overwhelming, revealing that his strength far surpassed that of a 9-star Beastmaster. He was only a step away from becoming a 10-star Beastmaster. Yunjin's face turned pale and his legs trembled. Move aside. Yi Zhinan roared, and with that, he forcibly took me away. Yunjin collapsed to the ground, his face drained of color, his eyes devoid of life, like a dead pool of water. Xiaozhong quickly turned to Shangguanlan. Your Majesty, this case hasn't been fully investigated. We can't just release Xiao Xingyu so easily. Murongjin stepped forward, placing his hand on Xiaozhong's left shoulder. If you keep pushing, I'll lead my naval fleet to pay your Xia family's waterfront garden a visit. Lin Beixian stepped forward, placing his hand on Xiaozhong's right shoulder. Xuanji technology has always adhered to a policy of non-aggression unless provoked. If you continue to make an issue out of this, I'll have no choice but to turn your Xia Manor's backyard into a training ground for my mechanical beast army. You too? Xiaozhong had always hated being threatened, but against these two he was powerless. Because these two men held military power in their hands. Murongjin and Lin Beixian might have used different words, but their message was the same. Xiaozhong, you'd better watch yourself and not invite trouble. In the Dragon Kingdom, when two kings and a Grand Admiral simultaneously step forward to protect someone, that person is untouchable. The news that I had left the Night Orchid Palace unharmed spread across the country overnight. Did you hear? Xiao Xingyu was released without charges. This guy's connections are rock solid. He got out of the Royal Investigations Office's dungeon overnight, and they say he didn't even have a scratch on him. I heard something even crazier. Last night at the Night Orchid Palace, Admiral Murongjin, King Zero Lin Beixian, and Flame King Yi Zhinan all came forward to protect Xiao Xingyu. 2 kings and a Grand Admiral? With that kind of backing, not only could Xiao Xingyu get away with killing Yunyu, but he could kill 100 Yunyus and still be fine. The world is getting worse by the day. Is there no law left? People like Xiao Xingyu are the parasites of the Dragon Kingdom. Public opinion quickly reached Xiaozhong's ears. Xiao Xingyu, your death is imminent. Everything was going according to Xiaozhong's plan. The more powerful figures that stood up to protect me, the closer I was to death. However, Xiaozhong underestimated me. His schemes and plots had long been seen through by me. While Xiaozhong exhausted himself devising countless plans to deal with me, I only needed one, turning his plot against him. The next morning, the phone rang. I glanced at the caller ID, and a gleam returned to my eyes. The information you provided was crucial. We'll move in tonight as planned. Xiao Xingyu, you've entered the fray, taking all the risks upon your shoulders. Be extra careful. Yunjin's rage after losing his son is beyond anything you can imagine. This was the leader of the Empire Soul Organization expressing concern for me. Rest assured, sir. I know what I'm doing. No matter how thorough a plan is, it can't account for every variable. I knew I was taking the greatest risk, but this was my mission, my duty as a member of Empire Soul. After all, Yunyu's death involved not just the Xie family but also that sinister organization lurking in the shadows. As I stood at the entrance of the school building, I encountered my mentor, Chen Qinian. The passing students cast disdainful and scornful glances at me, muttering under their breaths with vile words. The current public opinion is against you. Don't let it get to you. Focus on preparing for the martial arts tournament, that's what really matters. By the way, the dean is looking for you. You should head to his office. Understood. Just as I was about to turn and leave, an impulse struck me, and I looked back to ask, Director Chen, do you think I'm the one who killed Yunyu? Of course not. But at that time, only Yunyu and I were on the stage. If I were an outsider, I would suspect me too. Chen Qinian shook his head with a smile. Xiao Xingyu, I know your character well. The truth is never just what you see because the eyes can deceive, but this won't. He pointed to his left chest where the heart is. Thank you, Director Chen. I turned and walked away, a smile on my face. For those who believe in you, there's no need to explain. For those who don't, there's no point in explaining. This is the principle by which I live. Moments later, I arrived at the dean's office. Xiao Xingyu, with your reputation in tatters, how can you still be smiling? My sister always said that a boy who can smile won't have bad luck. Su Ruyan's eyes curved into crescents, and her fiery red lips curled into a smile. What about a woman who can smile like me? Without thinking, I replied, a woman who smiles won't have trouble getting pregnant. A cough cough cough. Su Ruyan spat out the tequila she had just sipped all over the place. I quickly stepped forward with concern. Dean, are you experiencing morning sickness? Morning sickness, my foot. I haven't even been married yet, I'm still single. Dean, I was just joking to lighten the mood. What did you want to talk to me about? Su Ruyan lit a slim cigarette, took a deep drag, and then spoke seriously. This afternoon, I'm giving you half a day off to attend the pre-tournament training. The pre-tournament training is the preparation before the martial arts tournament begins. Every year, after the slots are confirmed, the 3 selected contestants must gather for collective training. The slots are now set: me from Azure Dragon Academy, Luo Wanqing from White Tiger Academy, and Xia Weian from Vermilion Bird Academy. The training location is Shenong Mountain. A time 3 p.m. If you need anything, let me know in advance, whether it's evolution materials or beast nutrition fluids, I'll make sure you're provided with them. I took the training invitation from Su Ruyan's hand. Thank you, Dean. Since when did you become so polite, you rascal? I'm not talking about this, I'm talking about you standing up for me yesterday. Anyway, thanks. I didn't ask Su Ruyan why she went out of her way to protect me, because if she wanted to explain, she would have. If she didn't, no amount of asking would get an answer. Just based on a man's intuition, my sixth sense was clear. I was certain Su Ruyan was one of us. Su Ruyan stood by the window, watching as my figure disappeared through the gates of Azure Dragon Academy. This kid, it seems he's noticed my special attention to him. Oh, what a pity. I'm not your mother. If your father had chosen me back then, you would be my son, wouldn't that be wonderful? Su Ruyan, over 30 years old, had never experienced love or marriage, but she did have a heart-wrenching story. She lit another cigarette, holding it between her fingers, her expression distant. Before she could even take a puff, the wind snatched half of it away, and her thoughts drifted, still lost in long-buried memories. A time really flies. Asifeng, your son has grown up. At Shenong Mountain. I changed into my training uniform and headed to the center of the camp. In the next moment, I was besieged by an angry mob. A Xiao Xingyu, you bastard! An eye for an eye, a life for a life. A Yunyu died at your hands, and you still have the nerve to participate in the pre-tournament training for the martial arts tournament? Shameless! If it weren't for the people backing you, a scum like you should be rotting in hell. Abba! The agitated mountain folk hurled rotten eggs and decaying vegetable leaves at me, cursing in crude dialects. Just then, a graceful woman appeared by my side. She opened an umbrella, shielding me from the filth being thrown by the crowd. I glanced sideways and saw that the woman beside me had delicate features and a gentle demeanor, like the daughter of a martial arts master from a wuxia novel, elegant and virtuous. Thank you. Xiao Xingyu, they're throwing rotten eggs at you, and you don't even think to dodge? When you were changing backstage, I saw you had an umbrella. You? My father wasn't wrong, you're sharper than anyone, as clever as a monkey. Damn, so Luo Tianan talks about me like that behind my back? The woman beside me was none other than Luo Wanqing, the daughter of Luo Tianan, the director of the mining bureau. When I met Luo Tianan before, he was eager to promote his daughter, trying to set us up as a couple. But my heart belonged to Murong Xinshin, so any potential romance between Luo Wanqing and me never blossomed. Now Luo Wanqing and I are purely friends. Even when my reputation hit rock bottom, Luo Wanqing chose to stand by my side, though this was actually under her father's orders. Luo Tianan was a man who knew how to read the situation. Even though I was in trouble, he believed that I would eventually overcome it. Xiao Xingyu is destined to be the most trusted right-hand man by Empress Shangguan Lan in the future of the Dragon Kingdom. Wanqing, don't judge Xiao Xingyu by this temporary setback. Don't let it make you doubt his entire worth. During the pre-tournament training for the martial arts tournament, you must maintain your friendship with Xiao Xingyu and stand by his side. This is the resolve of our Luo family. We are placing our future with Xiao Xingyu. These words were directly from Luo Tianan. Luo Wanqing may not have many strengths, but listening to her father, it was definitely one of them. At this moment, the angry crowd continued to hurl objects at me in a fit of rage. When the umbrella could no longer hold, Luo Wanqing decisively activated her spiritual power and summoned her beast. A blue tiger with wings soared up from the ground.
This was Luo Wanqing's most commonly used beast, the blue-winged gale tiger. Fully evolved, 3rd tier, with a bloodline quality of legendary, it possessed the SS rank beast ability Explosive Gale. Under Luo Wanqing's control, the blue-winged gale tiger let out a soul-shaking roar and fiercely flapped its wings. A barrier of hurricane force winds formed instantly. It was like an indestructible wall, keeping the filth the crowd threw at us at bay. I glanced at Luo Wanqing. I knew that this wasn't just her personal stance, it was the stance of the entire Luo family. The Luo family was standing with me through thick and thin. King. When you go back, tell your father that as long as Xiao Xingyu has a bowl of rice, the Luo family will have a spoonful of soup. Luo Wanqing nodded, though she couldn't help but grumble inwardly. I suddenly feel like I'm just a messenger, relaying words between my father and Xiao Xingyu.
Wait. Something's not right. Xiao Xingyu, what did you just call me?
I replied calmly, Wanqing, what's the matter?
At the very least, I'm your senior.
How rude can you be?
Call me Senior Luo.
Luo Wanqing placed her hands on her hips, clearly annoyed. Aside from being the daughter of the mining bureau director, Luo Wanqing was also a second-year student at White Tiger Academy. Technically, she was my senior. All right, Senior Luo, is that better?
That's more like it.
Suddenly, I remembered something and pulled out my phone. As Senior Luo, I have a friend who's been admiring you for a long time. He wants to add you as a friend.
Who?
Murong Yangshua, have you heard of him? General Murong's son?
I've never met him, but I've heard of him.
They say he's a bit of a playboy, likes to toy with women's feelings. After some coaxing and convincing, Luo Wanqing finally agreed to exchange contact information with Murong Yangshua.
Xiao Xingyu, I'm only adding him because of you.
At Murong General's mansion. Murong Yangshua heard his phone buzz, and when he saw the notification, his face lit up with joy.
My goddess agreed to add me. Xiao Xingyu, I love you to death, my brother for life.
Too bad I only have one sister.
If I had 100, I'd marry all of them off to you.
Murong Xinchin was in the back garden, watering the flowers, when she heard Murong Yangshua's pig-like scream. Muttering to herself, she said, brother's mad cow disease is getting worse. He needs treatment. And wanting 100 sisters? Ridiculous. A single thought could determine life or death, gods or demons, such was the nature of General Murong's son, Murong Yangshua. 5 minutes before the training was set to begin, the last participant, Xiao, finally arrived at a leisurely pace. With his arrival, all 3 members of the Dragon Kingdom's team were present, and the training session was about to commence. The instructor in charge of the training was a highly respected 7-star Beastmaster, wearing reading glasses and leaning on a cane. Wang Xiangui, the Dragon Kingdom's most senior martial arts tournament training expert. As the name implies, he was a specialist dedicated to preparing participants for the martial arts tournament. Wang Xiangui, with his hunched back and frail voice, began, now that all 3 participants are here, I will announce the rules of the training. Teacher Wang, hold on a moment. Xiao stepped forward. Wang Xiangui adjusted his reading glasses.
Xiao, do you have something to say?
Facing the crowd, Xiao transformed into a paragon of righteousness. I, Xiao, greatly value this opportunity for pre-tournament training.
But what I value most is the word conscience.
Xiao's tone was passionate, and he glared at me with intense anger. How can Xiao Xingyu, this cruel murderer of a fellow student, be allowed to join the training camp? I know that Xiao Xingyu has strong backing, and I'm just a small figure who can't shake him. But I, Xiao, am also a man of integrity. I absolutely refuse to train alongside a murderer. I choose to withdraw from this training. Xiao took off his training uniform and threw it on the ground, turning away with a flourish. After making his dramatic exit, Xiao stood at the edge of the camp, secretly observing my reaction. Xiao Xingyu, savor the taste of your disgrace before you die. When you step into Shenong Mountain and the gates close behind you, Death himself will greet you in hell. Suddenly, Xiao felt a chill run down his spine. He realized that my gaze was locked onto him. In my eyes, a strange red glow flickered, the aura of the eye of the demon god was like an invisible hand tightening around Xiao's throat. Are my legs trembling? All because of just one look from Xiao Xingyu, I'm actually feeling fear? For the first time in his life, Xiao found himself doubting himself. I didn't activate my spiritual power, summon a beast, or emit any hostility. Yet with just a glance, Xiao Weiyan felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. His legs were weak as if they might give out at any moment, and he had to grasp a nearby tree trunk to remain standing. The sheer intimidation of the eye of the demon god was something Xiao Weiyan's fragile soul could not withstand. It's clear that he's the one on the edge of a cliff, that he's the one disgraced, that he's the one burdened with the label of a murderer, that he's the one trapped in the scheme set by me and my father. Why is there not a trace of fear or panic on his face? Why? Why? Xiao Weiyan clenched his fists, his palms slick with cold sweat. He couldn't understand why, despite everything, there was no sign of weakness on my face. At this moment, Xiao Weiyan didn't even dare to put himself in my shoes. He knew that if he were in my position, he would have broken down long ago. But looking at me, my handsome face remained calm and composed, with an unsettling serenity. Xiao Weiyan, tonight is the night we draw the net. Whether you survive or not will depend on your own fate. Or rather, it will depend on how far your father is willing to go to protect you. A faint smile tugged at the corners of my mouth, and for a brief moment, a flicker of murderous intent shone in my eyes. As someone, maintain order here. Training continues. Wang Xingui's voice rang out, and the staff moved quickly to restore order and disperse the agitated crowd. Even with Xiao Weiyan choosing to forfeit, the training camp would proceed as planned. As the pre-tournament training expert for the martial arts tournament, Wang Xingui's job was to train me and Luo Wanqing. Whether Xiao Weiyan participated or not was irrelevant to him. He didn't care about my current reputation, nor did he judge me based on it. His focus was purely on the training at hand. Once order was restored, Wang Xingui cleared his throat. Xiao Xingyu, Luo Wanqing, do you know why we've chosen Shenong Mountain as the training site for the pre-tournament camp? It's because Shenong Mountain is the most unique mountain range in the entire Dragon Kingdom. The magical beasts that roam these mountains aren't particularly high level, they're all below the fully evolved stage, 3rd tier. But the variety of species and factions of beasts here covers more than 60,000 different types. Whether you've heard of them or not, you can find traces of almost every beast species within these mountains. In the martial arts tournament, participants from the Dragon Kingdom would face a wide array of enemies. The beasts controlled by these enemies would have diverse attributes, and their combat styles would vary greatly. Learning to handle each type of beast attribute is key to remaining calm and winning the tournament through strategy. Victory in the martial arts tournament isn't just about raw talent, it's about technique and combat intelligence. Whoever can best leverage their strengths while exploiting their opponent's weaknesses will have the greatest chance of winning. Entering Shenong Mountain to battle and strategize against beasts with different attributes and fighting styles is the core purpose of this training. For you both, these are intelligent detection wristbands. When you wear them, they will record data from your battles with different beasts in real time. Simply put, the data collected is like taking notes in class. When you review it later, you'll be able to summarize your experiences and make significant improvements in your skills. Luo Wanqing and I both put on the wristbands. The wristbands lit up, and they even had a tracking function, ensuring that Wang Xingui and the staff could monitor our positions at all times. The preparations are nearly complete. You two may enter the mountain gate now. I looked up at the grand and imposing gate of Shenong Mountain, which resembled a hollowed-out eye. Senior Luo, let's head in. We walked through the gate side by side. Seeing this, Xiao Weiyan burst into laughter, his handsome face twisting into a grotesque expression. Xiao Xingyu, fare well. In my lifetime, you've been a worthy opponent. Next year, on the anniversary of your death, I'll be sure to place a bouquet on your grave. Xiao Weiyan turned away, hands in his pockets, humming an opera tune with a light heart. This was the most carefree and relaxed he had felt since the Supernova Tournament finals. I had been like a stone pressing on his chest, and now it was finally lifted. After entering the mountain gate, Luo Wanqing and I first passed through a wetland forest. The icy water of the pond rose above my knees, sending sharp, biting pain through my feet. Beneath the surface, a layer of ice formed, and I could see black shadows of fish writhing underneath. On the towering trees within the water, a giant serpent, over 10 meters long, coiled itself around the branches. The branches shook as fiery-furred apes swung from tree to tree, their grinning mouths emitting loud, mocking laughter. Above, shadowy pelicans swooped by, their dark forms blending with the treetops. In just this one wetland forest, the variety of magical beasts spanned 4 major categories: terrestrial, aquatic, amphibious, and flying. Their attributes ranged from wind and thunder to fire and water. Luo Wanqing summoned her blue-winged gale tiger, her expression growing serious. She took this training very seriously. I, on the other hand, appeared nonchalant, casually scanning the surroundings as if searching for something.
Xiao Xingyu, what are you looking around for?
This is a training session, why aren't you focused? Luo Wanqing asked, her tone sharp. Senior Luo, you don't understand. I knew deep down that something ominous was bound to happen to me soon. As expected, a shadow flickered from deep within the forest. Luo Wanqing, even with her heightened senses, couldn't detect the presence of this shadow. But no matter how much it tried to conceal itself, it couldn't escape the eye of the demon god. Senior Luo, the magical beasts in this wetland forest have very common attributes and similar combat styles. They pose no challenge for me. I'm heading to the ice cliff to spar with the Snow Ridge Giant. Luo Wanqing nodded, not paying much attention to my unusual behavior. I summoned the Hell Netherwolf and mounted its back. With a powerful leap, the Hell Netherwolf deftly maneuvered through the branches, heading straight for the ice cliff at the rear of Shinong Mountain. This area was teeming with ice-type magical beasts, the most formidable of which was the Snow Ridge Giant. Thud. 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 My arrival disturbed a Snow Ridge Giant from its winter slumber. With the ground shaking beneath its massive footsteps and snow flying everywhere, a colossal figure appeared before me. It was a humanoid snowman over 50 meters tall, its body composed of ice and snow. This was a fully evolved, third-tier, magical beast, the Snow Ridge Giant. Facing it, I remained calm, activating my spiritual power. A burst of hellfire ignited on the Hell Netherwolf's body, dispelling the frost aura emanating from the Snow Ridge Giant. As the battle was about to begin, my face showed no trace of emotion. As expected, it should be here by now. Just as I finished speaking, a deafening roar echoed through the air. Boom! It was the sound of the Snow Ridge Giant collapsing, triggering an avalanche on the ice mountain. The top of the Snow Ridge Giant's head was torn apart by a massive claw. I looked up to see a wolf-like beast emitting a green toxic mist. This wolf's body had no skin or flesh, just a bare, white skeleton. This was an undead-type beast, the Bone Flame Azure Wolf King. This beast was at the Beast King level, 3rd tier, with a legendary bloodline. Its master stood beneath an icy pine tree on the edge of the cliff. The figure was a masked man dressed in black, revealing only a pair of eyes. Those eyes were filled with an indescribable rage and hatred. Manager Yun, I knew you'd come. The moment I spoke, the black-clad figure froze in place, his eyes filled with disbelief. Up to this point, everything had unfolded according to the plan set by Xie Zhong and his son. Yet, simultaneously, everything had also been within my own predictions. This young man had anticipated the enemy's plan before they even executed it. The black-clad figure began walking towards me, his voice rough and filled with pain. Xiao Xingyu, I disguised myself meticulously today, believing it to be flawless. Furthermore, this Bone Flame Azure Wolf King is a beast I've secretly nurtured for years, never revealing it to anyone. How did you manage to recognize me? I could clearly sense the murderous intent emanating from him, but I remained calm, hands behind my back, and spoke steadily. Who else but you, Manager Yun, would dare plot to murder me, a Black Executor of the Royal Academy in the Dragon Kingdom? Murdering a royal official is a crime of the highest order, punishable by the execution of one's entire family. Even someone like Xie Zhong wouldn't take such a risk. But Yin Jin was different from anyone else. He had nothing to lose, he had already lost everything. The Yun family had always been small in numbers, with only one heir per generation. After Yin Yu's death, Yun Jin was left alone, his family line ended. He no longer feared death and was solely focused on avenging his son. Even if Yun Jin killed me and was sentenced to execution along with his entire family, it would only cost him his own life. The black-clad man removed his mask, revealing an aged face. In just one night, Yun Jin seemed to have aged another 10 years. His disheveled white hair framed a face deeply etched with wrinkles, like the cracked and barren earth of a desolate landscape. He was a pitiful father, a man who had endured the unbearable pain of losing his only son. Tears streamed down Yun Jin's weathered cheeks as he broke down. Xiao Xingyu, you're a demon. My son had no enmity with you, yet you cruelly took his life. Do you have any idea how my heart feels like it's going to explode every time I think of Yuer's death? My expression remained as calm as still water. Manager Yun, I'll say it one last time, I did not kill Senior Yun Yu. You're on the brink of death, and you still dare to lie. Yun Jin roared at me, the veins in his neck bulging, his face twisted in rage. Xiao Xingyu, I have no more words for you.
I will kill you here and now, to bring peace to my son's spirit. Yunjin activated his spiritual power, his gaze seething with murderous intent. He was a 7-star Beastmaster, and I was no match for him. The sheer difference in power levels meant that intelligence, strategy, and skill were all meaningless. In an instant, the Bone Flame Azure Wolf King raised its massive paw and struck. Green flames shot skyward, creating a fiery pillar that pierced the heavens. Boom! The explosion echoed throughout Shinong Mountain. What happened? Outside the mountain gate, Huang Xiangue nearly dropped his reading glasses. Was that explosion from inside the mountain? Wang expert, we've got a problem. Xiao Xingyu's wristband tracker has gone offline. The explosion came from the ice cliff area. Send a team to check it out immediately. We must ensure Xiao Xingyu's safety. Yes, sir. I was one of the participants in the upcoming martial arts tournament in 10 days, and my safety was of utmost importance. When the rescue team arrived at the ice cliff area, they were met with a sea of green flames and patches of blood on the frozen ground. As Xiao Xingyu is missing, report this to the Royal Investigations Office immediately. As dusk fell, the earth seemed particularly silent under the gentle twilight. The undulating Shinong mountain range lay like a mute old man sprawled on the ground. Di Jiangchen led the Royal Investigations Office search team, scouring the mountain through the night but finding no trace of me. That night, news of my disappearance dominated the headlines, becoming the hottest topic on every major news platform. But after all, this wasn't my first time falling off a cliff and going missing. In the public's eyes, if I wasn't missing, I was probably on my way to being missing. Late at night, around 10 p.m. In the capital city, at the Yun residence. I awoke from unconsciousness, my awareness fully restored, yet everything before me was pitch black. My eyes were covered with a black cloth, completely blocking out any light. Footsteps approached. Xiao Xingyu. I immediately recognized Yunjin's voice. Take a guess, are you in hell or somewhere else? I chuckled lightly. I'm certain I'm not dead, so this isn't hell. How can you be so sure you're not dead? You wouldn't kill me while I'm unconscious, that would be too easy for me, a supposed murderer, wouldn't it? So, you finally admit you killed my son. I'm only saying that, in your eyes, I'm a murderer, the one who killed your son. No matter how much I explain, it's pointless. Yunjin lunged forward, grabbing my collar, his teeth clenched in fury. Then guess where you are now? I didn't need time to think and replied instantly, the Yun residence. Yunjin fell silent for a moment, then removed my blindfold. Once my vision returned, I glanced around to find myself tied to a stone pillar. This stone pillar stood in the courtyard of the Yun residence. Before me was the Yun family's ancestral hall, where the tablets of Yunjin's ancestors were enshrined. One of the tablets was brand new, engraved with Yunyu's name. Yunjin, his steps unsteady, walked into the ancestral hall and cradled Yunyu's tablet in his arms, tears once again streaming down his face. This time, the tears were tinged with blood. When a person is pushed to the extreme limits of grief, they either can't cry at all or they shed blood tears, depleting their life force and vitality. Yunjin, clutching his son's tablet, returned to stand before me. Xiao Xingyu, you keep insisting that you didn't kill Yuer. Do you dare face his tablet and say it again? I smirked coldly. No matter what I say, you won't believe me. That's right, I won't believe you. A demon like you, there's not a single word out of your mouth that's worth trusting. Yunjin descended into madness, alternating between crying and laughing while holding the tablet, swinging wildly between joy and sorrow. Yuer, your father is going to avenge you now, sending the one who killed you into the depths of the 18 levels of hell. Yunjin pulled out a black pill from his sleeve. This is a deadly poison pill. Once ingested, blood will flow from your 7 orifices, and then your flesh and bones will dissolve into a putrid liquid, dispersing with the wind. Manager Yun, if you stop now, there's still a chance for you to live. Once the crime of murdering a Dragon Kingdom official is confirmed, it's like a shattered mirror that can never be mended, it's irreversible. Life on? Yuer was my everything. Now that he's gone, what's the point of me living? Yunjin pulled out another deadly poison pill from his sleeve. Xiao Xingyu, you and I 1 pill each. We'll die together. Just quietly go to the grave with us, the Yun father and son, ha ha ha. Yuer, watch closely from the heavens, your father is avenging you right now. And after that, I'll come find you to stay by your side again. Yunjin grasped my chin, ready to force the pill into my mouth. At the critical moment, a flock of crows descended from the sky.
The darkness brought by the crows was like a giant maw of a demon, swallowing all sound and color, leaving only a deathly silence. Yunjin was knocked to the ground by the black tide, spitting out a mouthful of blood. One crow perched on my shoulder, using its sharp beak to peck through the ropes binding me. Yunjin, in desperation, forcefully activated his spiritual power. With a wolf's howl, the bone-flame Azure Wolf King lunged from the side, aiming to crush my throat. Suddenly, a golden light burst forth. The bone-flame Azure Wolf King collapsed with a thunderous crash, its head pinned to the ground by a massive claw. Yunjin lifted his eyes, shock filling his gaze. Before him stood a giant three-legged golden crow, its wings broad enough to blot out the sky, with 3 scorching orbs of light hovering behind it like miniature suns. This was the mythical three-legged golden crow, with a bloodline of mythological quality, at the beast god level, first tier. At this moment, its master stood on the eaves of the Yun residence. A Lord Raven. Even Yunjin, a man who feared nothing, showed fear and dread in his eyes. The man in black, surrounded by countless crows, had a face untouched by time, with features as flawless as if they had been sculpted straight from a manga. In the blink of an eye, the man merged into the darkness, and in the next moment, he was by my side. Are you all right? Sir, I'm fine. A step behind me. I'll handle the rest. The man who shielded me was none other than the leader of the Empire Soul Organization, the High Priest of Black Knight, Raven. Yunjin lay on the ground, blood pouring from his mouth. A swarm of crows landed on his back. These seemingly lightweight crows bore down on him like a 1,000-pound weight, making it impossible for him to breathe, let alone get up, no matter how hard he tried. The bone-flame Azure Wolf King, loyal to its master, let out a heart-wrenching howl. But its body was pinned beneath the claws of the three-legged golden crow, unable to move. Despite being a Beast King level, 3rd-tier, beast, the bone-flame Azure Wolf King was completely suppressed by the three-legged golden crow in terms of level, bloodline, and abilities. The three-legged golden crow raised its head proudly, the 3 fireballs behind it glowing brilliantly, illuminating the dark and stormy night. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, silver figures appeared on the rooftops of the Yun residence. These mysterious figures, clad in silver robes with matching masks and hoods, were the lower-ranking members of the Empire Soul Organization, collectively known as the Silver Priests. Yunjin's eyes widened, the whites of his eyes filling with bloodshot veins. He glanced at Raven, then back at me, his emotions like a dam bursting, uncontrollable and overwhelming. Ahahaha. Yunjin let out a manic laugh, his blood-stained teeth making his already menacing face even more terrifying. Xiao Xingyu, you demon, what kind of magic do you possess? You can make Admiral Murongjin back you up. You can have King Zero, Lin Beixian, speak on your behalf. You can have Flame King, Yizhinan, personally step in to protect you. And now, even the leader of the Empire Soul Organization, the High Priest of Black Knight, stands by your side. Yunjin's eyes were filled with resentment and anger as he growled, Xiao Xingyu, how do you deserve all this? All I wanted was to avenge my son, why is it so difficult? I shook my head with a light smile. A manager Yun, even now, you're still blinded by hatred, unable to see who the true mastermind is. Tears streamed down Yunjin's face. He was my only son, the only heir of the Yun family. You killed my son, how can I not hate you? Raven remained calm, his voice deep and resonant, with a slight rasp that added a layer of gravity. Yunjin, you don't know the real truth behind your son Yunyu's death. Instead, you've been manipulated, kept in the dark by those with ill intentions. A glimmer of rationality returned to Yunjin's eyes, and after a moment of confusion, he hurriedly asked, manipulated by whom? Who? Raven raised his hand. The silver priests on the roof understood immediately and dropped a large sack. The sack landed at Yunjin's feet. A flock of crows swooped in, tearing at the sack with their sharp beaks, revealing a woman inside. This woman was covered in wounds, her pale face etched with despair. She was unconscious, her eyes closed tightly. Her lips were a purplish hue, and her forehead bore the totem of the red spider lily. The red spider lily totem. Rakshasa Gate. Yunjin, experienced and knowledgeable, immediately recognized the source of the totem. The Rakshasa Gate's emblem was the red spider lily. And the Rakshasa Gate was the largest dark beastmaster guild in the world, a thorn in the side of Empress Shangguan Lan. Yunjin stared at the unfamiliar woman before him, his anger replaced by confusion. Raven's voice cut through the silence once more. This woman is a core member of the Rakshasa Gate, codenamed Gui San Yang. According to our investigation within the Empire Soul, Gui San Yang met with Yunyu the night before last.
As Raven spoke, he snapped his fingers. A bleeding dark crow flew down from a tree, carrying a dead rat in its beak. This dead rat had 3 eyes and exuded a foul, toxic gas. This is one of Gui Sanyang's beasts, the 3-eyed golden rat. Anyone bitten by the 3-eyed golden rat falls under Gui Sanyang's control. Yunjin wasn't a fool. With Raven's explanation, he began to piece things together. Lord Raven, are you saying that my son Yunyu was once under Gui Sanyang's control? Exactly. Gui Sanyang controlled Yunyu, forcing him to voluntarily take the heart-pulling pill before the match. I stepped forward, speaking with each step. The heart-pulling pill is a deadly poison developed by the Rakshasa Gate. This pill is colorless and tasteless. Once a Beastmaster ingests it and activates their spiritual power, their heart rate increases, causing the heart's temperature to rise. When your spiritual power is drained, your heart rate exceeds your body's limits, leading to an explosive death. An explosive death means the body is completely obliterated, leaving no evidence behind. Thus, the Royal Investigations Office cannot perform an autopsy, making it impossible to determine the cause of death or identify the true culprit. Raven opened a pouch at his waist and took out a fragment of a jade pendant. Yunjin, do you recognize this? As the crows dispersed, Yunjin regained his mobility and struggled to rise from the ground. He stared at the jade fragment in Raven's hand. This jade pendant, it was a gift for Yuer on his 20th birthday. Memories flooded back, causing the dried tear stains on his face to moisten once more. Family bonds are among the sharpest knives in the world, cutting deep into one's heart with unbearable pain. Yunjin held the jade fragment in his trembling hands, though his hands themselves remained steady, fearing the jade might fall and gather dust. Look closely. Do you see any faint blue spots on the jade fragment? Lord Raven, as you said, there are indeed these blue fluorescent spots. What are they? Raven approached Yunjin, his voice deep and resonant. The heart-pulling pill is indeed colorless, tasteless, volatile, and easily dissolves. Under normal circumstances, after Yunyu's explosive death, no evidence would be found. But when the powder of the heart-pulling pill comes into contact with jade, it triggers a special reaction, leaving blue spots on the jade. So, this jade fragment with blue fluorescence is proof that Yunyu took the heart-pulling pill before the match. And this evidence was discovered by Xiao Xingyu. Yunjin's knees gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, his expression shifting drastically as his previous beliefs and obsessions crumbled. Yuer took the heart-pulling pill before the match, and it was under the control of Gui Sanyang. So the one who killed my son wasn't Xiao Xingyu, but Gui Sanyang, it was the Rakshasa Gate. Raven's voice turned cold. Yunjin, remember this. Xiao Xingyu is not your enemy, he is your benefactor. If it weren't for Xiao Xingyu, you would have died never knowing who the real killer was. Yunjin, overwhelmed with emotion, clutched the jade fragment in one hand and Yunyu's tablet in the other. He turned his stiff neck to look at me. Through the tears in his eyes, a flicker of guilt appeared. Master Xiao, I'm sorry. Manager Yun, there's no need to apologize. Because this matter is far from over. Yunjin gave a bitter smile. Then my old life is in your hands. This father no longer cared about his own life, he only wanted to be with his son. Manager Yun, it's true that the one who killed Yunyu was Gui Sanyang of the Rakshasa Gate. But have you ever considered that the Rakshasa Gate has no enmity with the Yun family? Yunjin, still somewhat clear-headed, found my words restoring his reason. You're right. The Yun family has never provoked the Rakshasa Gate. Why would they harm my son? Raven interjected, on the surface, Yunyu was the one who died. But think about it, who is the one who ended up disgraced? Who is the one you, a father grieving for his beloved son, sought vengeance against? Yunjin pondered for a moment, then lifted his head to look at me. Gets. Master Xiao. Raven's words were like a revelation, jolting him awake from a dream. At that moment, Yunjin realized he had been played like a fool, manipulated by others. The true mastermind used Yunyu's life as the fuse to ignite Yunjin's fury, driving him to the point of risking the execution of his entire family, all to kill me, the Royal Academy's Black Executor, in a misguided attempt to avenge his son. Everything suddenly connected, forming a complete chain of events. Lord Raven, who is it that has been manipulating us, the Yun family? Who is using such despicable means to frame Master Xiao? I will kill them, I swear I will kill them. The fury in Yunjin's eyes shifted toward the true mastermind behind the scenes. Raven activated his spiritual power and a flock of crows descended upon Gue San Yang's body. In a desperate act, Gue San Yang bit down hard on her molars. In an instant, her pupils dilated, her body stiffened, and the last trace of life within her dissipated. She had hidden poison in her back molar for such an occasion. The members of the Rakshasa Gate were trained to end their own lives this way if captured, ensuring they never revealed any information. The poison quickly took effect, and Gue San Yang's body dissolved into a puddle of black liquid, which seeped into the ground, leaving no trace behind. Her death didn't stir any emotion in Raven, who had seen this scenario play out countless times. Over the years, the Empire Soul Organization had captured many members of the Rakshasa Gate. Nearly every one of them chose to bite down on their poison during interrogation, preferring death over divulging any secrets about the Rakshasa Gate. After all, the Rakshasa Gate was the largest Dark Beastmaster guild in the world, and its members revered their guild leader as a deity, willing to sacrifice their lives without hesitation. Yet to this day, the identity of the Rakshasa Gate's leader remains unknown. With Gue San Yang's death, Yunjin's expression turned vacant. "A manager Yun, if you're willing to cooperate, I, Xiao Xingyu, guarantee that we will uncover the true mastermind behind this." Yunjin, struggling to understand my actions, couldn't help but ask, "Master Xiao, I, Yunjin, am a fool, and being used is my own fault. You are a victim too, you have no obligation to help me. Why do you continue to investigate? Anything involving the Rakshasa Gate must be thoroughly investigated. That is my duty." As I finished speaking, I drew a token from my robes. The Empire Soul Token. Yunjin was stunned, taking a moment to process before giving a bitter, resigned smile. "Master Xiao, you are indeed exceptional. At such a young age, you've been recruited into the Empire Soul Organization. Currently, I am only an intern in the Empire Soul. To become a full-fledged member, I must first graduate from Azure Dragon Academy. But even as an intern, I must fulfill the duties of the Empire Soul, one of which is to be relentless in the pursuit of the Rakshasa Gate. In the Dragon Kingdom, most criminal investigations are handled by the Royal Investigations Office and local authorities. However, cases involving the Rakshasa Gate fall exclusively under the jurisdiction of the Empire Soul." Yunjin steadied himself, adjusting his mindset. "Master Xiao, Lord Raven, I, Yunjin, am willing to cooperate fully with your investigation. I will speak the truth and leave nothing out." Yunjin had made his decision. He would assist the Empire Soul in uncovering the true mastermind behind Yunyu's death. My gaze sharpened and my tone became serious. "Manager Yun, according to our investigation, the mastermind behind this must have met with Yunyu the night before his death." "Do you know who met with Yunyu that night?" This was a critical question. Both Raven and I watched Yunjin closely, our expressions as cold as ice, awaiting his answer. "The night before Yuer died." "I remember now." "Axi." Just as Yunjin was about to speak, a chilling sensation swept over us. A black tide slid across the ground, rapidly coalescing into a long, razor-sharp tendril. Yunjin's body shuddered as the black tendril pierced through his back, emerging from his chest. Blood splattered like a blooming midnight rose, vivid and striking. His heart ceased beating, yet his eyes remained open, lifeless as the warmth drained from his body into the cold wind, leaving him dead with his eyes wide open. Raven, usually composed and calm, could no longer maintain his stoic demeanor. He turned sharply, his voice low and filled with restrained fury. "Lord Xie, what is the meaning of this?" The person responsible was none other than Xie Zhong, the Dragon Kingdom's top strategist. I noticed that Master Zhao's life was in danger, so I intervened. "Is there a problem with that?" Xie Zhong replied with a nonchalant tone. Raven's voice deepened. "Which eye of yours saw Xiao Xingyu's life in danger?" Xie Zhong flicked his sleeve, a smirk playing on his lips. "Wasn't it Yunjin who kidnapped and threatened Master Xiao during his training at Shenong Mountain?" Naturally, Yunjin posed a threat to Master Zhao's life as he sought revenge for his son. "And how did you know that Yunjin had kidnapped Xiao Xingyu?" Given my position in the Dragon Kingdom, gathering such information isn't much slower than your Empire Soul, wouldn't you agree? Raven, the High Priest of Black Knight, and Xie Zhong, the Dragon Kingdom's top strategist and a 10-star Beastmaster, exchanged every word like a calculated move, each probing for the other's weaknesses and flaws. "Osua, Yunjin is dead, o Isait calmly." "I know." After being hit by the Abyss Lord's black tide hand, there was no way he could have survived. Raven and I simultaneously looked up. Behind Xie Zhong, high in the sky, floated a colossal eye.
This massive eyeball, more imposing than the three-legged golden crow, hovered like a star about to crash down. Around the eye, a web of black nerves spread out, entangling the entire night sky. The pupil, shaped like a mysterious altar, continuously exuded black tides that surged forth, overwhelming everything in their path. This was one of Xia Zhong's beasts, the Abyss Lord. It was a beast god level, first-tier, beast, with a bloodline of the illusionary god quality. A beast god that could slay gods, this was the power of a beast god level beast. A 10-star Beastmaster, interesting. I felt no fear, only excitement. A true king requires strong adversaries to rise. The stronger the challenge, the stronger the ruler becomes. At this moment, the golden glow of the three-legged golden crow was dimmed by the oppressive aura of the Abyss Lord, its radiance gradually fading. In the night sky, this massive eye gazed down upon all, exuding an air of disdainful authority. "A Master Xiao, so you've joined the Empire Soul," Xia Zhong remarked, his gaze fixed on my waist. Hanging from my belt was the golden, radiant Empire Soul token. "Gah, you mean the Empire Soul token?" Honestly, I wasn't interested in joining Empire Soul, but the Empress insisted. If I didn't join, she'd get upset, and she cried, like really cried, kicking her legs and everything. To calm her down, I reluctantly accepted the token. Annoying, isn't it? Xia Zhong's heart churned with waves of jealousy. Over the years, he had put in a tremendous amount of effort to get his son, Xia Weian, into the Empire Soul, but had always fallen short, unable to pass the final hurdle, Empress Shangguan Lan's approval. According to the rules, Shangguan Lan had the authority to decide the addition or removal of Empire Soul members. No matter how talented or powerful someone is, if Shangguan Lan does not approve, they cannot enter the Empire Soul. Xia Weian is a prime example. Despite all the strings Xia Zhong pulled and the pathways he paved, he still couldn't convince the Empress to give Xia Weian a chance to join the Empire Soul. Yet I, who am the same age as Xia Weian, had already become a member of the Empire Soul and even received the Empire Soul token in advance. This blatant favoritism made Xia Zhong's fury nearly uncontrollable. The spiritual power within him surged like a volcanic eruption. Sensing its master's emotional turmoil, the Abyss Lord's pupil constricted instantly. The descending black mist wiped away all color from the world, leaving only a desolate landscape of black and white. Countless black tendrils swayed in the wind like tombstones standing vigil over a graveyard. The immense eye, with its abyssal depth, instilled a profound fear, as if countless unseen eyes in the darkness were silently watching, paralyzing one with terror. Such was the terror of a beast god-level beast. Activating the demon god's eye, I could see the exceedingly complex and extensive data panel. The Abyss Lord possessed the power to manipulate multiple laws. I was well aware that even if I were to consume 2 dragon spirit pills simultaneously and summon both the nine-tailed dragon fox Ailu and the calamity ghost python Medusa, I still wouldn't stand a chance against this monster. Xia Zhong was a true 10-star Beastmaster, second only to Shangguan Lan in visible power. At this moment, Xia Zhong and I exchanged glances across the distance. Neither of us spoke, but each harbored our own schemes. As Xia Zhong, you're flaunting your 10-star Beastmaster power in front of me as a form of intimidation, aren't you? I clearly understood Xia Zhong's intentions. Xia Zhong suddenly broke the silence, locking eyes with me as he asked, "Master Xiao, the Yun father and son are dead. Do you still intend to pursue this case?" Yes. I didn't hesitate, answering with a single word that struck at Xia Zhong's core. If this investigation continues, and the truth is uncovered, Xia Weian is as good as dead. Because the night before Yun Yu's death, the only person he met with was Xia Weian. Master Hao, Yun Yu ist dead, Yun Jin ist dead. If you continue this investigation, more people might die, including yourself. Why put yourself in danger? I smiled at first, then my expression turned sharp, my gaze as piercing as a blade. I am a member of the Empire Soul. Thoroughly investigating the Rakshasa Gate is my duty. Eradicating the Rakshasa Gate is my mission. One day, I will join forces with my mentor and uproot the Rakshasa Gate entirely. Raven glanced sideways, reassessing the young man beside him. At that moment, he finally understood why the Empress held this boy in such high regard. A glint of coldness flashed in Xia Zhong's eyes. Master Xiao, you're young, but your ambitions are quite grand. I suddenly asked, Lord Xie, if you had the chance to eradicate the Rakshasa Gate, would you take it? Of course. The Rakshasa Gate is the largest Dark Beastmaster Guild and poses a great threat to our Dragon Kingdom. If given the opportunity to eliminate it, I would naturally relieve the Empress of this burden. Hearing Xia Zhong's response, I merely smiled without saying a word. I had already guessed most of the answer. Footsteps approached from outside the courtyard. Di Jiangchen, the deputy minister of the Royal Investigations Office, arrived hurriedly. Lord Xie, Lord Raven, Master Xiao, the Empress has issued a decree requesting your presence at the Night Mist Palace for a council meeting. Di Jiangchen was merely the messenger, but when his gaze accidentally fell on Yunjin's lifeless body, he couldn't help but be shocked. I pondered for a moment, then turned to Di Jiangchen. Lord Di, please arrange for a proper burial for Manager Yun. Xie Zhong interrupted sharply, absolutely not. A proper burial is out of the question. Di Jiangchen found himself caught between conflicting orders, unsure of whom to obey. Xie Zhong offered a thin smile, concealing malice beneath it. Yunjin secretly kidnapped and held Master Xiao hostage, threatening the life of a royal official. Fortunately, I arrived in time to kill Yunjin and save Master Xiao. But even if it was an attempted murder, according to the law, the Yun family should be executed, and their bodies discarded at the mass grave outside the city to feed the dogs. Xie Zhong's demeanor at that moment was utterly repugnant. Beneath the human face lies the bones of a beast. Within the human heart lurks the nature of a predator. This was Xie Zhong, the Dragon Kingdom's top strategist, using the Yun family and then discarding them like garbage, refusing even to leave them with a complete corpse. Di Jiangchen urged, My lords, the Empress has ordered you not to delay. Please proceed to the Night Mist Palace immediately. As Xie Zhong passed by me, he glanced down and noticed that my clenched fist was trembling slightly. Seeing this, Xie Zhong sneered with disdain and left the Yun estate first, heading towards the Night Mist Palace. Lord Raven, Master Xiao, please hurry, I'll go ahead, Di Jiangchen added before following suit. Now, only the members of the Empire's soul and Yunjin's lifeless body remained in the courtyard. Sir, may I give Manager Yun a proper burial? The Yun family may have been foolish, but they are also pitiable. The Yun father and son had never provoked anyone, yet they met such a tragic end. If there was anyone to blame, it was Yunyu for befriending Xie Weian, a wolf in sheep's clothing, leading to the Yun family's downfall. As Xie Zhong is cunning and ruthless, always careful with his actions. The evidence now clearly shows that Yunjin kidnapped and attempted to murder you. Regardless of the reasons, Yunjin committed a grave crime by daring to lay a hand on you, the Royal Academy's Black Executor. A proper burial is impossible, his body will be left to the dogs outside the city. I sighed in resignation. Everyone has their fate, this must be the Yun family's fate. Raven, intrigued, asked, Xiao Xingyu, are you really planning to continue investigating this case with me? Yes, I am. You're smart, so you must understand that Xie Zhong summoning the Abyss Lord and revealing his 10-star power was a direct threat to you. I know, but I will still investigate, until I find the Rakshasa Gate's lair and uproot it, tearing it apart piece by piece. Raven's interest in the young man beside him deepened, his tone becoming more enigmatic. And what do you think is the connection between Xie Zhong and the Rakshasa Gate? I remained silent. Raven encouraged, since it's just a hypothesis, you can be bold. I replied, Xie Zhong could be the leader of the Rakshasa Gate. A chill ran down Raven's spine, the thought that this young man, not yet 20, was so perceptive and bold making him uneasy. You certainly are bold. That was Raven's assessment of me. Sir, let's head to the Night Mist Palace. The Empress is waiting for us. Oh, indeed. Raven took hold of my hand, and a flock of crows swooped down, enveloping us in darkness as we departed. The two figures vanished from the spot. In the royal city, within the Night Mist Palace, Shangguan Lan held a cup of hot tea, her voice as calm as still water. Tell me who killed Yunjin? Yunjin was the head steward of the royal garden, a legitimate royal official. Compared to the case of Yunyu's death, the case of Yunjin's death was even more severe. Before I could speak, Xie Zhong pushed past me, stepping forward. Your Majesty, I was the one who killed Yunjin. Shangguan Lan frowned slightly. Why? Xie Zhong, adopting the posture of a righteous hypocrite, spoke with a voice full of righteous conviction. The situation was critical. When I discovered that Master Xiao had been kidnapped and held hostage by Yunjin, I rushed to the Yun estate without delay. As soon as I entered the Yun estate, I saw Yunjin assaulting Master Xiao, even preparing to use cruel torture on him. I knew well that Master Xiao is a talent with great potential in your eyes, Your Majesty, and is also the future of our Dragon Kingdom. As the top strategist of the Dragon Kingdom, I had a duty to protect Master Xiao. I had no choice but to take action and kill Yunjin to ensure Master Xiao's safety. Every word from Xie Zhong was spoken with such force, crafting an image of himself as a hero who had to kill to protect me. I glanced sideways at Xie Zhong, my thoughts turning dark. Ah, what a masterful montage of lies. This man is indeed deeply scheming. He failed to harm me, yet he left himself a way out. Xie Zhong wasn't entirely lying. If one were to look at the situation superficially, it did appear as he described. He saved me from Yunjin's clutches. However, the truth of the matter was something both Raven and I knew all too well. It was the Xie family that had manipulated the Yun family. They used Yunyu's death to incite Yunjin's hatred towards me, leading Yunjin to kidnap and try to kill me in a desperate bid for revenge. Raven then presented a pearl necklace. This is a relic from Gue San Yang, a member of the Rakshasa Gate. He then proceeded to disclose all the information regarding Gue San Yang. Shangguan Lan's eyes sparkled with interest. Raven, did you find anything while investigating along the lines of Gue San Yang? Raven glanced at Xie Zhong, who was smirking to himself. No new leads were found, Raven replied truthfully, while the hidden smile on Xie Zhong's face grew even more apparent. Just before Yunjin's death, we had been on the verge of uncovering a crucial new lead. Who did Yunyu meet with the day before he died? That was the final question Raven and I asked Yunjin. At the time, Yunjin only managed to say Xie before Xie Zhong abruptly killed him. Raven and I exchanged a knowing glance in the hall. We both had a strong suspicion that the name Yunjin was about to say was Xie Wen. But before the name could be spoken, Yunjin was killed on the spot. Without this key testimony, even the Empire Soul Organization did not have the authority to issue a search warrant against Xie Wen or the Xie family directly. In this confrontation, Xie Zhong may not have fully succeeded in his plans. He didn't manage to kill me as intended. But he did manage to walk away unscathed, distancing himself and his son from the whole affair. As for the Yun father and son, they were merely sacrificial tools in Xie Zhong's plot against me. Given the circumstances, let's close the case of the Yun family's deaths. Xiao Xingyu, despite enduring widespread condemnation and humiliation during this case, you willingly stepped into the fray and uncovered the Rakshasa Gate as the mastermind. And you assisted Raven in capturing and killing Gue San Yang, a member of the Rakshasa Gate. There will be ample rewards. With a wave of Shangguan Lan's sleeve, a maid entered the hall, carrying a tray covered with a red cloth. The maid approached me, presenting the tray that held the Empress's rewards for me. Raven nudged me from behind. Well, aren't you going to accept your reward? Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generous rewards. As I expressed my gratitude to Shangguan Lan, I lifted the red cloth from the tray. There were 2 items inside. One was an old, worn-out battle technique manual, and the other was a piece of flesh-like Lingji mushroom that radiated lightning energy. A battle technique that only Thunder-type transcendent beasts can learn, Thunderclap Burst Bomb. Xie Zhong, knowledgeable as he was, couldn't help but take a second look. The battle technique manual given to me by Shangguan Lan contained a powerful technique that only Thunder-type transcendent beasts could learn. However, my Thunder Jade Qilin was currently only at the first tier of the fully formed stage. Shangguan Lan's gift of this manual was a testament to her confidence that I could have my beast learn this technique, even beyond its current level. Coincidentally, Xie Wen's strongest beast, the Thunder-roaring Soul Beast, was also a Thunder-type. Seeing this manual in my hands would surely drive Xie Wen mad with jealousy. Apart from the battle technique manual, the other reward was an invaluable natural treasure. The Nether Thunder Lingji, which grows in the heart of thunderstorms, is incredibly difficult to harvest and usually has no market price. It's simply unattainable. For any Thunder-type beast, this Nether Thunder Lingji is an irreplaceable supplement that can significantly enhance a beast's stats across the board. I activated the Demon God's Eye and quickly calculated. Judging by the nutrients contained within the Nether Thunder Lingji, if the Thunder Jade Qilin absorbs it fully, it could break through to the 2nd or even 3rd tier of the fully formed stage before the martial arts tournament begins. I held the Nether Thunder Lingji close, reluctant to let it go. On the other hand, Xie Zhong could do nothing but stare with envy. If only my son could receive the same resources as Xiao Xingyu. A hint of melancholy crossed Xie Zhong's eyes. He even entertained a fleeting, absurd thought: if only his son wasn't Xie Wen but me, he wouldn't have to go through such trouble to pave the way for his son. Though Xie Zhong certainly despised me, wanting nothing more than to eliminate me, he couldn't help but deeply admire this extraordinary young man who seemed to defy all odds. Who among the world's heroes could stand against him? A son like mine should be born a legend. The Empress is tired. You may all leave now. Huangyan Lan set down her now-cold teacup and issued a polite but firm dismissal. As Raven and I exited the Night Mist Palace, we were met by a light snowfall. Xia Zhong's voice called out from behind us. Congratulations, Master Xiao, on entering the fray, uncovering the Rakshasa Gates plot, and earning the Empress's reward. Lord Xia, how is your son, Xia Weian, doing these days? Xia Zhong's expression stiffened and he looked up at me. Why do you ask? From what I understand, you and my son don't get along very well. The martial arts tournament is about representing the Dragon Kingdom. Whatever personal grudges exist between your son and me, we should put them aside for now and focus on winning the championship together. I then added with a sly smile, but if your son has any ill intentions and tries to pull anything at the tournament, I won't hesitate to deal with him accordingly. Master Xiao, are you threatening me? If you think it is, then it is. The night is cold, Lord Xia. I'll be on my way. With those words, I turned and walked away, my tall figure gradually disappearing into the thickening snow and the darkness of the night. In a matter of days, public opinion online shifted drastically. Those who once hated me now felt deep regret. The official royal website released the truth about Yunyu's death, and the entire nation realized that they had misunderstood me. With only 10 days left until the start of the martial arts tournament, it just so happened to be the weekend. I was at Murong Xinxin's house, waiting for her to finish getting ready for our date. When she finally stood before me, my eyes were glued to her, unable to look away, and I felt an instinctive reaction. Murong Xinxin had completely changed her usual style, donning a form-fitting female naval officer's uniform with sheer black stockings. Her face was already stunning enough, but my attention was entirely focused on those legs wrapped in black silk stockings. I couldn't tear my eyes away. Black stockings, the quintessential accessory of a regal and commanding woman, perfectly showcasing a woman's elegance and allure, making her both refined and captivating. Whether worn by Dean Su Ruyan of the Azure Dragon Academy or Empress Huangyan Lan, they would be completely fitting. Yet, Murong Xinxin's cold and aloof personality created a stark contrast with this outfit, making the visual impact on me even more intense. Xingyu, is this the first time you've worn black stockings? Yes, I'm not very used to it. But I promised you that if you won the internal selection at Azure Dragon Academy, I'd wear them for our date. What makes a perfect girlfriend? Murong Xinxin is the epitome. The material looks nice. Can I touch it? Without even a moment's hesitation, Murong Xinxin nodded, go ahead. Any request I made, Murong Xinxin would agree to without a second thought. She was a classic example of a doting girlfriend. Xingyu, then I'm going to touch it. Tilde. With my heart pounding, I reached out with trembling hands and gently touched Murong Xinxin's thigh wrapped in black silk stockings. As I touched them, I was filled with delight and I couldn't help but mutter to myself. A 15D sheer type, size L, machine-stitched with 36 needles, made using the up and down press stitching method, 40% cotton, 60% nylon, smooth to the touch, snag-resistant, suitable for dry cleaning, avoid direct sunlight. Analyzing a pair of stockings as if I were analyzing a beast, I might be the first and last to do so in this field. Murong Xinxin, with her sharp ears, caught my murmurs. You seem to know a lot about black stockings. No, I don't know anything. I was just babbling. I quickly denied it, though the data panel was actually detected by the demon god's eye. Xingyu, your legs are so slender. If you prefer them thicker, I can start working out more. I meant your current figure is just perfect, I like it a lot. Murong Xinxin's figure was the epitome of perfection among women. Especially those legs, slim calves, slightly fuller thighs with just the right amount of firmness, making her overall silhouette even more sensual. Paired with black stockings, she was the embodiment of seductive allure. Let's go. I took Murong Xinxin's hand and we headed out for our date. Xingyu, where do you want to go today? To the Northern Ancient Street. Okay. The Northern Ancient Street in Huangyan City is a must-visit spot for couples, especially the millennium-old locust tree at its center. The tree is adorned with red plaques of blessings, wishing that all loving couples stay together for eternity. Given the recent series of life-threatening events I faced in the forbidden land of the Hailing clan, along with being falsely accused of murder and dragged through a national scandal, Murong Xinxin had been deeply worried about me. She wanted to visit the Northern Ancient Street and personally hang a red plaque on the Millennium Tree to ensure my safety. Suddenly, my phone rang, bringing me to a halt. "A video call from the Dean?" I hesitated for a moment before answering. "Dean, it's the weekend, what's the matter?" On the other end of the call, Suruyan was still in her office at Azure Dragon Academy, her cheeks flushed, and the smell of alcohol seemed to seep through the screen. Xiao Xingyu, don't think you can slack off just because it's the weekend. There are only 10 days left until the martial arts tournament, and you need to intensify your training. And what are you up to? Who's that girl in black stockings beside you? Murong Xinshin stepped into the frame. Hello, Dean. Murong Xinshin? Your outfit today. Murong Xinshin is also a highly valued talent at Azure Dragon Academy, and Suruyan has known Murong Jin for 20 years. You could even say that Suruyan watched Murong Xinshin grow up, so she knows her personality very well. Suruyan was taken aback, never imagining that Murong Xinshin would one day wear black stockings, a style completely out of character for her. After a brief pause, Suruyan suddenly understood. Murong Xinshin's changes all began after she started dating me. Suruyan cleared her throat, regaining her serious demeanor and putting on her authoritative expression as the dean. Azure Dragon Academy is a very progressive Beastmaster Academy, and we don't oppose students dating. But Xiao Xingyu, with the martial arts tournament approaching, you must spend this weekend training. I protested, Dean, I finally managed to go on a date with 6 Jin, can't you make an exception just this once? No exceptions. Suruyan's tone was firm. Besides, it's not just my request. Her Majesty, the Empress, spoke to me and asked me to supervise you, making sure you don't waste this valuable weekend and instead spend it in intense training. I scratched my head, feeling dejected. Since Shangguan Lan had made such a request, it was clear that our date was off. Murong Xinshin noticed the disappointment in my eyes. Dean, can I join Xingyu in his training? Suruyan raised an eyebrow, puzzled. You're not participating in the martial arts tournament. Why not just go home and relax this weekend? I'm planning to take the 3-star assessment soon, so I need extra training too. I can train with Xingyu. Well, according to the rules, that shouldn't be. Auntie Su, pretty please. Suruyan nearly choked on air, her eyes wide with surprise. I was equally stunned, frozen in place. 6 Jin, are you pouting at the dean? Murong Xinshin, facing the video call, clasped her hands together, her brows slightly furrowed, and her eyes filled with innocent, adorable, and sincere plea. Who could possibly resist that? When Murong Xinshin pouts, it's an irresistible force, affecting both men and women alike. All right, seeing as your father and I have been drinking buddies for 20 years, I'll make an exception and allow you to accompany Xiao Xingyu in his training.
Thank you, Sui.
Murong Xinshin's face lit up with a bright smile. Through the screen, Suruyan couldn't help but smile as well, seeing the joy radiating from Murong Xinshin's face, complete with those 2 cute little tiger teeth. This child was so aloof and cold growing up, but now that she's with Xiao Xingyu, she smiles so much more. As the video call ended, Suruyan emphasized one last time, Xiao Xingyu, I'm allowing Murong Xinshin to join you in training, but this is not an excuse to flirt, stay focused during your training. Don't worry, Dean, I'll be completely focused and won't let you down. I made that promise with my words, but in truth, as long as Murong Xinshin was wearing those black stockings, my focus during training was bound to be compromised. After ending the call, I reached up and patted Murong Xinshin's head. 6 Jin, I'm sorry that our date got cancelled. Murong Xinshin shook her head vigorously. A training with you is like a date to me. Her needs were simple, just being by my side, no matter the time or place, was a date. By the way, 6 Jin, since you're planning to take the 3-star assessment, I can help tutor you during the training.
Sure.
With my current strength, I was more than qualified to be Murong Xinshin's mentor. Hand in hand, we walked toward the outskirts, chatting and laughing along the way. Outskirts, back mountain. Dark Fang, you need to speed up your Hellfire Lotus attack, don't give your opponent any chance to react.
Focus and try again.
The flames roared, shaking the mountains. The Darkfang Hellhound stood atop the mountain, its chest puffed out, eyes fierce. The fur around its neck swayed in the wind, burning with pitch-black hellfire. The red mist swirling around it was the tangible manifestation of its demonic power and hell path energy. I stood nearby, chin in hand, somewhat dissatisfied. After all this practice, the power of Hellfire Lotus has reached its peak. But the release speed is still lacking. On the battlefield, the stronger the technique, the more it requires pre-charge time, which inevitably slows down the release speed. From my observations, every time the Darkfang Hellhound releases Hellfire Lotus, it takes about 2 seconds to charge. If it faces an opponent with experience or quick reflexes, they could easily predict the release timing of Hellfire Lotus and evade it in time. It's crucial to remember that in the martial arts tournament, the contestants from all nations are the best of the best, with high combat intelligence. Even a 1-second delay in the release of a technique could lead to a complete defeat. The key to victory often lies in such tiny margins of time. Stern avo tilde Stern. The Darkfang Hellhound lowered its head and let out a dejected howl, expressing that it had done its best. I walked over and patted its fur. A Darkfang, don't be discouraged. I know you've given it your all. I'll think of another way. Comforted by its master's reassurance, the Darkfang Hellhound smiled again, sitting obediently on a nearby rock, its head drooping as it rested and gathered its strength. I turned my gaze, now filled with warmth and affection, toward Murong Xinshin. Meanwhile, Murong Xinshin was also diligently training. She had tied her cascading white hair into a high ponytail with a red ribbon, revealing her fair neck and collarbones. This youthful hairstyle added an extra layer of valiant charm to her already exquisite features, making her look like a spirited female general. As I observed her in secret, Murong Xinshin repeatedly channeled her spiritual energy. Her bone-winged beast flapped its wings and soared high, releasing a verdant, deathly fire. I nodded in approval. It seems that Six Jean has been putting in a lot of effort in secret. Her spiritual energy concentration and her proficiency in controlling her beast have both improved significantly. Even without my guidance, she should have no problem passing the 3-star assessment. Murong Xinshin was a natural talent, and combined with her diligent efforts, her progress naturally surpassed that of ordinary people. However, what I didn't realize was that Murong Xinshin's determination wasn't driven by a simple desire to become stronger, it was motivated by her desire to keep up with me. She wanted to close the gap between us so that she could stand beside me on the same stage and battlefield in the future. For instance, she didn't have the opportunity to participate in the upcoming martial arts tournament with me. Murong Xinshin attributed this to her own shortcomings, believing that she wasn't strong enough, and that's why she wasn't qualified to fight alongside me in the tournament. This was the driving force behind her relentless efforts. I sought strength to become a king in this apocalyptic world. Murong Xinshin sought strength to stand by my side. Only those who are strong can stand firm beside a king. A 6 Jean, you're sweating. Take a break. I walked over and handed her a bottle of mineral water. Wait a minute, let me try one more time. Murong Xinshin was meticulous when it came to training. She never slacked off. She channeled her spiritual energy again, and the bone-winged beast soared higher, spitting out a small green fireball no larger than a human fist toward the ground. The seemingly unimpressive little fireball hit the ground and exploded violently. I squinted as the blinding white light from the explosion seared my eyes. The ground began to tremble, twist, crack, and churn. The temperature spiked, becoming scorching. When the shockwaves of the explosion finally subsided and the smoke cleared, I was left speechless by the sight before me. A crater over 30 meters in diameter had formed on the ground. The edges of the crater were still burning with emerald-green deathly fire. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Murong Xinshin smiled lightly. I finally did it. A 6 Jean, how did you manage that? When did the bone-winged beast's attack power reach this level? The explosion's destructive power far exceeded the bone-winged beast's usual attack limits. Murong Xinshin explained honestly. Normally, the death fireball doesn't have that much power. But I thought about it carefully. What if I compressed it even more before releasing it? By compressing it before releasing, the explosion's damage naturally multiplies. My eyes lit up. A 6 Jean, you've got a real talent for improving combat techniques. Improving combat techniques involves making slight modifications to existing, well-established techniques to enhance their power or other attributes. With Murong Xinshin's adjustments, the power of the death fireball had effectively doubled. Wait a second. 6 Jean, the core of your improvement just now. Are you saying it's all about compression? Yes. It's about compression. I was thrilled and quickly whistled. The Darkfang Hellhound perked up at the sound, wagging its tail and eagerly awaiting the promised dog food. A Darkfang, let's try the Hellfire Lotus again, but this time if you perform well, I'll reward you with a whole truckload of dog food. Stern avo tilde Stern. The promise of a truckload of dog food had the Darkfang Hellhound buzzing with excitement. Darkfang, remember, this time when you release the Hellfire Lotus, don't rush. Stay calm and focus on compressing its size as much as possible. The Darkfang Hellhound nodded solemnly.
As my first contracted beast, the bond between us was already at its peak. We understood each other perfectly. In the blink of an eye, the Darkfang Hellhound positioned itself on a rocky peak, its limbs bent as it gathered power. A black glow flickered deep within its throat. This time, it took a full half hour to charge up. I stayed intensely focused, my spiritual energy circulating constantly.
Release!
At my command, the Darkfang Hellhound opened its mouth, and a tiny speck of black fire, no bigger than a fly, floated out. This tiny flicker of flame, barely visible to the naked eye, would reveal its true nature if viewed under a microscope. It was a fire lotus. Such a minuscule lotus was the product of multiple compressions, with its density and potency both off the charts.
Boom!
The moment this seemingly insignificant lotus exploded, it obliterated half the mountain.
What the did an earthquake just hit the outskirts? Holy crap, half of the mountain just vanished.
Is some deity duking it out over there? Who's casting such divine magic here? After unleashing this advanced version of the Hellfire Lotus, the Darkfang Hellhound felt invigorated, letting out a triumphant howl with traces of black flames still flickering at its mouth. I stood amidst the scorched earth, staring at the flattened half of the mountain, my pupils quivering with excitement and joy. Murong Xinshin's eyes widened in disbelief. The power of the Hellfire Lotus seems to have doubled.
No, it's closer to 2 times.
The advanced Hellfire Lotus had indeed doubled in power compared to the original. But that wasn't what thrilled me the most. Previously, the Hellfire Lotus's biggest drawback was its delayed release. The technique required time to charge, resulting in at least a 2-second delay before it could be unleashed. In the fast-paced environment of a competition, 2 seconds is more than enough time for an opponent to react and formulate a counter-strategy. In high-level matches, where everyone is aware of the devastating power of the Hellfire Lotus, opponents would naturally go to great lengths to dodge it, significantly reducing its hit rate. No matter how powerful a technique is, if it can't hit the target accurately, it only ends up wasting the beast's energy and the Beastmaster's spiritual power while exposing them to potential counterattacks. The advanced version of the Hellfire Lotus perfectly addresses the original Hellfire Lotus's biggest shortcoming. Inspired by the concept of a compression that Murong Xinshin had introduced, the advanced Hellfire Lotus becomes a far more formidable weapon. Compression means reducing the size and increasing the density. By the time the Hellfire Lotus is expelled from the Darkfang Hellhound's mouth, it's been compressed to the size of a fly. In the heat of a highly anticipated match, where both Beastmasters are deeply engaged in battle, who would pay attention to something as insignificant as a fly? But that tiny fly is, in fact, a lethal poison, and by the time the enemy Beastmaster realizes what it is, it's already too late to stop it from wreaking havoc. The advanced Hellfire Lotus not only doubles its power but also introduces an element of surprise, making it nearly impossible for the enemy to anticipate and dodge. It's a surefire killer move. As I gently stroked the Darkfang Hellhound's fur, a confident smile played on my lips. A Darkfang, the advanced Hellfire Lotus will be your trump card, your ultimate move.
But let's give it a new name. A Hell Emperor Lotus.
This time, my knack for naming didn't fail me, and the advanced Hellfire Lotus now had a name that fit its power.
Awoo.
The Darkfang Hellhound seemed pleased with the name, letting out a joyful howl. The afternoon passed quickly. After multiple rounds of training and improvement, the Darkfang Hellhound's Hell Emperor Lotus had reached its optimal state. I muttered to myself, if compressed to the extreme, the Lotus could be as small as a mosquito. As everyone knows, it's nearly impossible to spot a mosquito with the naked eye, especially if it's not biting you, even if it's buzzing right in front of you. The Hell Emperor Lotus, compressed to the size of a mosquito, might seem insignificant, but its power is overwhelming. A6 Gene, the sun is setting. The sunset is beautiful. The two of us sat on a hillside, enjoying the cool evening breeze as we watched the sunset. The warm glow of the setting sun stretched our shadows long across the ground, and the sky's colors softened into a mesmerizing blend, as if all worries were being swallowed by the twilight. In Huangyan City's winter, the weather is always unpredictable. Dark clouds engulfed the sunset and a sudden storm began. Thunder rumbled like a massive bell, echoing and reverberating, stimulating everyone's senses.
It's raining, let's head home.
I took off my jacket, holding it over Murong Xinshin's head to keep her dry. Murong Xinshin was about to agree when she suddenly changed her mind. With this thunderstorm, it's the perfect time to train the Thunder Jade Qilin.
That's true, but no.
We shouldn't train in the rain, you'll catch a cold.
It's okay. I have a strong immune system, I won't get sick.
Murong Xinshin's stubborn nature wouldn't let her back down. She insisted on staying in the rain to train the Thunder Jade Qilin, knowing how rare thunderstorms are in winter. Alright, I can't argue with you. But it pains me to see you getting drenched. An idea struck me, and I channeled some of my spiritual energy to summon the heavenly soul vine. A silver vine shot up from the ground, growing rapidly despite the pouring rain. In no time, the heavenly soul vine had grown to the size of a towering tree from a tropical rainforest. Its dense, flexible branches intertwined, forming a large umbrella-like canopy that provided Murong Xinshin with a shelter from the rain. Murong Xinshin quietly accepted the heavenly soul vine's protection, peacefully watching as I trained the Thunder Jade Qilin. It's often said that a man is most handsome when he's focused on his work, and in this case, it was absolutely true. Murong Xinshin's dreamy eyes were glued to me, unwilling to look away even for a second.
Thunder bro, give me a break, let's do that move again.
After spending some time together, I'd adjusted my nickname for the Thunder Jade Qilin. I went from calling it a Kirin bro to Thunder bro. If you were to visit Shangguan Land's back garden, you'd find Kirin-type beasts all over the place. But a Thunder-type Kirin? There's only one. Thunder bro not only highlighted the unique traits of the Thunder Jade Qilin, but it also had a bit of a dark, gangster boss vibe to it. Thanks to the Jade Lightning Stone I'd given it to gnaw on, the Thunder Jade Qilin begrudgingly cooperated with me during training. To be honest, training during a thunderstorm was a game-changer for the Thunder Jade Qilin. Within just a short time, my demon god's eye revealed that the Thunder Jade Qilin was only a hair's breadth away from reaching the second tier of its fully evolved form. With steady training, it could even reach the third tier before the martial tournament began. Boom! Finally, the lightning struck. The thunder roared like a sword tearing through the sky, slicing through the dark clouds. Arcs of bright lightning shot down from the clouds, racing to the edge of the heavens. The more frequent the lightning strikes, the more exhilarated the Thunder Jade Qilin became. It dashed across the sky, leaping and spinning with lightning speed. Murong Xinshin's eyes darted frantically, unable to keep up with the afterimages of the Thunder Jade Qilin. I stood in the pouring rain, my pupils turning blood red as strange runes appeared around them. Demon God's Eye activated. With the Demon God's Eye, no detail could escape my observation. Hidden data: the faster the Thunder Jade Qilin's movement speed, the higher its attack damage. Without a doubt, this was a beast that relied on speed to amplify its attack power. This hidden data was visible only to me. After training, it's time to visit the beast store and buy some attribute crystals to boost the Thunder Jade Qilin's speed. I bit my lip, a smile spreading across my face. If speed is what Thunder Bro needs, then I'll max it out. I'm a Beastmaster who always strives for the ultimate. As the rain began to let up, the Thunder Jade Qilin's training session came to an end. A dark Fong, Thunder Bro, Little Silver, you all did great today. Time to go back and rest up. With a flick of my wrist, I recalled the Hellhound, Thunder Jade Qilin, and Heavenly Soul Vine back into their respective beast emblems. On a normal day, the Thunder Jade Qilin wouldn't enter its beast emblem so easily, given how much Kirin-type beasts loathe confinement. But this time, the Thunder Jade Qilin was so exhausted from overexertion that it bowed its noble head and obediently retreated into the emblem to rest. This showed just how intense today's training had been. As 6 Gene, we've hit our training quota for today, and now I can report back to the Dean without any issues. To ensure I wasn't slacking off or using training as an excuse to get cozy with Murong Xinshin, Su Ruyan had sent a drone and a smart wristband before the training began. The wristband could monitor the wearer's spiritual energy fluctuations and consumption. The smart wristband, now flashing red, indicated that my spiritual energy was thoroughly drained from the afternoon's training session, leaving no room for doubt that I had given it my all. At the same time, sitting in her office at Azure Dragon Academy, Su Ruyan smiled with satisfaction as she reviewed the data synced from the wristband on her phone. I thought this kid might use training as an excuse to flirt with his girlfriend, but it seems I underestimated him. He still knows how to prioritize. The martial tournament in 10 days was of utmost importance. After all, I wouldn't just be representing Azure Dragon Academy, I'd be representing all of Dragon Kingdom. 6 Gene, today's training is over, let's continue our date. Murong Xinshin hesitated, her eyebrows furrowing slightly. The rain was so heavy earlier that even the vines of Tianhunting couldn't fully shield me. My clothes got wet, especially these stockings. I blinked, realizing that Murong Xinshin had unintentionally staged a wet look that was undeniably alluring. Her damp white hair cascaded over her shoulders, her naturally flawless face without any makeup already made her a rare beauty, and her delicate nose and the corners of her eyes were adorned with sparkling raindrops. My gaze naturally drifted downward. Her wet black stockings were now glistening and almost see-through, doubling their seductive impact. Xingyu, if I may ask, you're of age, right? We're the same age, of course I'm of age. I swallowed hard, a knowing smile forming on my lips. Good, that's important. Since I'm a royal official, I know a bit about Dragon Kingdom's laws. Now that Xingyu was of age, there was nothing stopping us from dating. Xingyu, your stockings are wet? Let me take them off for you, and I'll take them back to my place to dry. I'll give them back to you on our next date. Xingyu, with her pure and simple mind, nodded obediently. It wasn't until I had helped her remove the stockings and stored them in my spatial ring that she seemed to realize what was happening.
Xingyu. What is it?
My stockings are wet. Couldn't you just have summoned Darkfang to dry them with his breath?
Go.
So why do you need to take them home to dry? As it turns out, Xingyu might have a cold demeanor, but she wasn't naive. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. I stood frozen for 3 seconds, my face flushing red before I hastily changed the subject. You're bare-legged now, you'll catch a cold.
Let's go to the mall and buy you some new clothes.
By evening we were at the Dragon's Hide City Center Mall. Xingyu had changed into a stylish autumn-winter outfit, which was quite expensive, and I footed the bill. Xingyu, with your looks and figure, you could pull off anything. Even if you weren't a Beastmaster, you could be a model. I'd still rather be a Beastmaster, otherwise I wouldn't have met you. Sorry about today. We finally get to go on a date, and we end up caught in a thunderstorm. Did it ruin your mood?
It's okay.
As long as you're with me, even a thunderstorm is good weather. Xingyu.
Yes?
Hush, don't say anything. I want to kiss you. Xingyu was always so pure and straightforward. Every time she responded to me in her clumsy yet romantic way, it felt like a confession, even if she didn't realize it herself. And because of that, I couldn't hold back my emotions any longer. I gently cupped her face with my left hand and leaned in for a kiss. This time, my kiss was a bit intense, leaving Xingyu's delicate body weak and unsteady. Even with all her weight leaning on me, she felt as light and fragile as a flower. Our breaths intertwined and our hearts beat in sync. My warm, broad hand slid behind her head, fingers weaving into her soft hair. Xingyu slowly closed her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering like a butterfly's wings. We stood there, locked in a passionate embrace at a bustling crossroads, oblivious to the fleeting dimming of the moonlight as a shadow passed over Huangyan City. The shadow was that of a dragon. Ordinarily, I would have sensed the fluctuations of draconic energy, but at that moment I was too engrossed in the kiss, with all my senses focused on exploring the sweet taste of Xingyu. The dragon's shadow vanished as quickly as it had appeared, unnoticed by anyone. In an era where dragons were thought to be extinct, even if someone had seen the shadow, they would have dismissed it as a trick of the eye. The traffic light turned green and the crowd began to move. Reluctantly, I had to pull away. Xingyu leaned on my shoulder, breathing heavily, her face flushed. Every time we kissed, she experienced a dizzying, almost breathless sensation, lack of oxygen, yet incredibly pleasant. Kissing is an essential skill every man must master. Xingyu, during our training this afternoon, I noticed your Bonewing Bet beast has reached the mature stage, 3rd tier. It's just a step away from breaking through to the complete stage. Xingyu nodded. Yes, the Bonewing Bet beast has indeed reached the threshold for evolution, but I haven't gathered all the necessary materials yet.
What are you still missing?
A core from a complete stage, undead attribute magical beast. Undead cores are rare and hard to come by, most regular beast stores don't stock them. Dad said he'd bring one back for me next time he's on leave. As a Navy Admiral, Xingyu's father could easily obtain such a core. But the naval fleet has an exercise in the East Sea, so Uncle's leave won't be until after your 3-star assessment.
It seems that way.
Xingyu, you don't have to wait for Uncle Murong.
I'll get one for you.
I grabbed Xingyu's hand and strode purposefully towards Fonting Street. Fonting Street is the largest beast shop street in Huangyan City. Xingyu, regular beast stores won't have undead cores. If regular stores don't have it, the Yi family's store will, right? The Yi family's beast stores are top tier, with the widest selection of items.
They carry any rare or exotic materials, even those with obscure names. I still had the Phoenix Gold card Yi Shuangning had given me, no reason not to use it. Fonting Street. When I first arrived at Azure Dragon Academy, I heard that Fonting Street is the most famous beast shop street in Huangyan City. Now that I'm here, I can see it truly lives up to its reputation. It was my first time on Fonting Street and I was quickly captivated by the scene. At the entrance stood hostesses in cheongsams, their smiles revealing exactly 8 teeth. The slits in their cheongsams revealed 2/3 of their snowy white, perfectly rounded thighs. You could even catch glimpses of various tattoo designs seductive and alluring. Murong Xinshin and I were walking past this shop when we were stopped by the cheongsam-clad beauties at the entrance. A handsome guy, our new store is having a grand opening sale. Buy 3, get 1 free on complete stage magical beast cores, no restrictions on attributes or bloodline quality. Parentheses, undead attribute cores are sold out. Yes, handsome, don't miss out. Come inside and take a look. I can even make you a cup of Stockings milk tea. The stockings were legitimate stockings, and the milk tea was real milk tea, but whether the stockings milk tea was proper was another story. My face turned red, and I quickly averted my gaze, feeling the killing intent emanating from Murong Xinshin. Whoosh! A gust of cold wind swept in, and a pair of scarlet eyes emerged from the darkness. The bonewing bat beast descended from the roof, unleashing a dense shower of undead fire, as fierce as a torrential storm. The cheongsam-clad beauties shrieked in terror, with one of them, whose curvy backside caught on fire, running wildly down the street like a walking turkey on fire. A6 Jean, you sure don't hold back. Xingyu, were you thinking of going in for some stockings milk tea?
No, not at all.
I'm lactose intolerant, I only drink clear tea, milk tea makes me cough. I looked around, curious about everything like a country bumpkin in the city.
Xingyu, don't look around aimlessly, you'll dirty your eyes.
Murong Xinshin reached from behind and covered my eyes. All I could see was darkness, but I could smell the fragrant scent coming from her soft hands, a scent that was distinctly hers, like the blooming gardenias during graduation season, sweet and refreshing.
A6 Jean, you've covered my eyes. I can't see, how am I supposed to walk?
Just trust me, I'll be your eyes. Little did Murong Xinshin know that the words she casually spoke today would eventually become prophetic. As I walked, I suddenly stopped. A6 Jean, have we arrived?
Arrived where?
Aren't we next to the Yi family's beast shop? Murong Xinshin tilted her head in surprise.
I've covered your eyes. How did you know?
A mischievous smile curved my lips. I heard the sound of a phoenix tail bell. Every Yi family beast shop not only displays the characters Yi Shurg prominently at the top of the sign but also hangs a phoenix tail bell at the entrance. This special wind chime makes a sound reminiscent of a phoenix's tail stirring the wind whenever the breeze blows. The phoenix tail bell is also the Yi family's anti-counterfeit mark. A store with a phoenix tail bell is guaranteed to be an official Yi family store. Murong Xinshin released her hands, and my vision returned to normal. The beast shop beside us had a golden signboard. Yi Shi Amber Pavilion. This beast shop was undoubtedly a Yi family store, and it was a 5-star establishment, meaning it was filled with high-end products that the average person couldn't afford. Even wealthy customers would struggle to buy their desired items without a certain level of status.
A6 Jean, let's go with this shop.
This shop is very expensive and you're still a student. I lovingly stroked Murong Xinshin's hair and smiled with a raised eyebrow. I haven't married you yet and you're already trying to save money for our family?
Don't worry, I'm not short on cash.
With the Fonjin card symbolizing my status as a supreme member of the Yi family, I confidently led Murong Xinshin into Amber Pavilion, hand in hand. As we stepped into Amber Pavilion, a rich fragrance filled the air. The shelves were lined with an array of rare evolution materials and magical artifacts, as well as top-tier beast nutrition fluids. These nutrition fluids were crafted using formulas straight from the Royal Academy of Sciences. Many of the rare treasures you'd typically only see in textbooks were all available here. Around the shelves, a few maid-dressed attendants with sweet smiles were introducing various products to customers. No wonder this is a Yi family store, the tables and chairs in the lounge area are made of sandalwood. Exhausted after an entire afternoon of training, I slumped into one of the sandalwood rocking chairs, feeling drowsy and reluctant to get up. Just then, a short-haired, pure-looking catmaid approached, her smile bright enough to cure any man's heartbreak. Hello, sir. I'm store assistant No. 1899. What can I help you with today?
Since Murong Xinshin was right beside me, I forced myself to resist the biological urge every man has to sneak a glance at the cleavage. Every man knows how hard it is to resist even a peek. But I managed. I didn't look, and that's a feat. I need a complete stage beast core undead attribute. For personal use or as a gift? A gift for my girlfriend. Oh, understood. Upon hearing it was a gift from my girlfriend, Nai glanced at Murong Xinshin and immediately adjusted her posture, covering her cleavage with her hand. This was Yi family's signature service. If a single man walked in, the attendants would showcase all their charm, being as enticing as possible. But if a customer came in with a partner, the attendants would be on their best behavior, avoiding unnecessary misunderstandings. And how should I address you, miss? My surname is Murong. Miss Murong, we have a wide selection of undead attribute beast cores. Please follow me and choose whichever you like. I waved my hand. 6 Jean, you go with Nai and pick one. I'll handle the bill. While Murong Xinshin went off to choose a beast core, I wandered around the shop alone. Amber Pavilion was massive, spanning 8 floors, and the shelves were stocked exclusively with premium goods. This Weeping Death Scythe is an SSS-class magical artifact? An Emperor Red Lotus Crocodile Skull? That's a top-tier supplement, perfect for making soup. It's even said to cure male impotence. What a perfectly preserved geocentric jade marrow. 3 billion? Reasonable. I strolled through the aisles, my eyes gleaming with excitement. The items in Amber Pavilion were rare treasures you wouldn't find in any ordinary beast shop. Suddenly, I noticed an old and battered conch shell lying in a glass case in the corner. The conch emitted a faint hum, and its scratched-up surface glowed with a seductive moonlight. This hum, it's a dragon's call. Dragon speak conch. All my interest and focus were instantly drawn to this conch. The dragon speak conch had no practical value for beastmasters, but it was one of the few remaining items in the world connected to dragons. Legend has it that this special conch could absorb the whispers of dragons and preserve them forever. Whenever the dragon speak conch detects the presence of dragon power nearby, its shell would emit a faint moonlight. However, only dragon masters can see this delicate glow. I stood right beside the display case holding the dragon speak conch, and though other customers passed by occasionally, I was the only one who could see the moonlight flowing over its surface. Although I wasn't a dragon master, the insight granted by the devils I far surpassed that of any dragon master. The dragon speak conch glowing with moonlight means that there's been a fluctuation of dragon power nearby. Judging by the frequency of this glow, could it be that a pure-blooded dragon has appeared in Huangyan City? Excitement surged through me, and I couldn't hide the fervor in my eyes. In this so-called extinct dragon era, anyone who discovers a surviving pure-blooded dragon has the chance to become a dragon master. Nai, come over here. Sir, your girlfriend is still selecting her preferred undead attribute beast core. Have you found something that caught your eye? I want this. Nai patiently explained, Sir, I must remind you that the dragon speak conch has no practical use. It's valued only for its connection to pure-blooded dragons, so it's mainly a collector's item. I enjoy collecting all sorts of rare and peculiar things, especially those related to dragons. Understood, sir. Will you be paying by card or cash? The label on the display case listed the price of the dragon speak conch, 18 million gold coins. This enormous sum could easily nurture a beast with a legendary bloodline from its initial form to a transcendent form. Yet this dragon speak conch, in the eyes of the public, was nothing more than a decorative pillow, visually appealing but utterly useless. Its only value lay in its tenuous connection to dragons. And it was precisely this connection that inflated its price to such a staggering level. After the extinction of dragons, people's longing for them only grew stronger. After all, the power of dragons was once the strongest force wielded by several of Dragon Kingdom's peak beastmasters. I'll use my card. I pulled out a gold card from my inner pocket. A Phoenix gold card. Nai carefully took the Phoenix gold card with both hands, her expression changing dramatically. The Phoenix gold card was the highest tier of supreme gold cards issued by the Yi Group. Cardholders enjoyed free privileges when shopping at any of Yi's beast stores. In other words, by presenting this card, I could take any treasure from Amber Pavilion, even all the Catmaid employees. Sir, it seems you have quite a connection with our big boss. Your big boss? You must mean old Master Yi. We have a decent relationship, I suppose. The image of Flame King Yi Jinan flashed through my mind, and I smiled faintly.
When I was caught in a public scandal, accused of killing my senior, Yunyu, Yizhinan had given up a perfect day for fishing, rushing back from Flame Soul Mountain overnight to support me. Holding the dragon speak conch, I began to formulate a plan. I then made my way to Murongxinshin.
Have you made your choice?
The Bonewing Bet beast has a unique constitution, so not every undead attribute beast core is suitable.
I need more time to choose.
A6 Jean, take your time. I'm going to the restroom. Murongxinshin nodded and continued her careful selection at the display case. Though I said I was going to the restroom, I instead jumped out through the restroom window. In the darkness, a nine-tailed dragon fox emerged.
Lulu, to the hills outside the city.
I mounted the nine-tailed dragon fox, transforming into a shadow as we vanished into the night. The outskirts of Huangyan City, where I had trained with Murongxinshin earlier that day, were now quiet and deserted. The air was crisp, and the secluded environment made it an ideal place for beastmasters to train their beasts. But now, it was nighttime, the mountain wind was piercingly cold, and the dark woods were empty.
Lulu, do you smell it?
It should be around here somewhere. The nine-tailed dragon fox transformed into her humanoid form, and Ailu, the fox maiden, appeared beside me.
Lulu, follow me.
I took Ailu's hand, leading her through a thicket of bushes. On the other side of the brush, a small stream trickled by. In the soft moonlight, I could make out a dark mass on the grassy bank beside the stream. A pile of excrement. But this wasn't just any excrement, it was left behind by a pure-blooded dragon. I stepped closer, analyzing it seriously. Judging by the moisture, a dragon passed over Huangyan City about 15 minutes ago. The smell is foul, but it's definitely from a pure-blooded dragon. There's no mistake about that. Ailu, possessing a dragon bone and having perfectly integrated pure dragon blood within her, knew immediately. Lulu, just thinking that a pure-blooded dragon flew over this city 15 minutes ago gives me goosebumps. My emotions were a whirlwind of astonishment, excitement, and barely contained thrill. This fresh pile of excrement was proof that besides the mysterious black dragon that Shangguan Lan could transform into, there were indeed other dragons still in existence. And finding this dragon might be the key to uncovering the truth behind the century of disappearance in Dragon Kingdom's history and the true events of the dragon-slaying war. Without hesitation, I activated the Devil's Eye, scanning the excrement on the ground. A series of data appeared before me. This pile of excrement comes from a shadow dragon, bloodline, pure-blooded dragon. Dragon bone level, dragon envoy. Judging by the color and consistency of the excrement, this shadow dragon is old and frail, with a damaged heart, and it's a female, pregnant with a dragon baby. My muttering left Ailu staring at me in disbelief.
Are you making this up?
Lulu, these are my conclusions based on analysis, and I'm sure of them. I pulled out my phone and checked an old news article from 6 months ago. Recently, the Royal Expedition team discovered shadow dragon excrement at Longu Volcano, providing initial evidence that dragon-type beasts may not be extinct. Lulu, look, this was in the news 6 months ago. When this news broke, it didn't cause much of a stir. After all, people only believe what they want to believe, and most are convinced that pure-blooded dragons were wiped out in the dragon-slaying war. Besides, a pile of excrement is still just excrement. As long as people don't see a dragon with their own eyes, they won't believe that dragons still exist. Ailu leaned against a tree, nodding gently.
You're right.
In any case, this news and the clues we've found seem to connect. I couldn't be sure how many pure-blooded dragons still survived in this world, but I was certain of one thing. Just moments ago, a pregnant shadow dragon had flown over Huangyan City. Your eyes are truly remarkable. They seem to see things others can't, Ailu remarked, her curiosity about my all-seeing eyes evident. Can you see anything else from this pile of excrement?
All right, let me take another look.
Xiao Xingyu, are you insane? Look from a distance, you're so close that I'm afraid you'll end up eating it. Ailu quickly grabbed my hand, pulling me back. I laughed despite myself. Lulu, no matter how hungry I am, I'm not going to eat poop. I'm just getting closer to observe it better. Activating the Devil's Eye once more, I narrowed my eyes. It seems that the shadow dragon is nearing its time to give birth. But its heart is damaged, and once the dragon baby is born, it will likely lose its life. Yes, a newborn dragon can't survive without its mother, Ailu agreed. Lulu, is there any way we can lure that shadow dragon to us? You've set your sights on that dragon baby, haven't you? Of course, who wouldn't want to become a dragon master in this world? To cover up the evidence of the shadow dragon's presence, I used dirt to bury the excrement by the stream, erasing the traces. After all, even if humans discover dragon droppings multiple times, it's nearly impossible to capture a dragon's shadow. After the dragon-slaying war, the bond of trust between dragons and humans was completely severed. Although I had never seen a shadow dragon, I could guess that it had been lurking within Dragon Kingdom, hiding and evading detection for years. Even heavily pregnant and aware of its limited time, it wouldn't dare entrust its soon-to-be-born dragon baby to a human beastmaster. The dragon-slaying war was a betrayal by humanity against the dragons, a conflict that left deep scars. The shadow dragon likely endured the heartache of losing its kin to human hands during that war, so it would naturally be wary of humans. I reached a conclusion: the shadow dragon, now old and pregnant, was cautiously evading humans within Dragon Kingdom, searching for a safe place where it could lay its egg and protect it until it hatched. Ailu's fox ears twitched as she analyzed the situation, following my train of thought. The shadow dragon passed over Huangyan City earlier, likely searching for another secluded place to hide until the egg hatches safely. Once the dragon baby is born, the mother dragon dies. Without its mother, a newborn dragon won't survive more than 3 days. After pondering for a moment, I looked over at Ailu. Lulu, your nine-tailed fox clan once had friendly relations with dragons. Do you know any way to lure a dragon? I've heard a legend that a dragon's heart blood can lure other dragons. In other words, if you could obtain pure dragon heart blood, there's a chance it might lure the shadow dragon to you. Upon hearing this, my gaze drifted from Ailu's stunning face down to her ample, heaving chest. So large, so white. Forgive my limited vocabulary, I was merely expressing the most honest of thoughts in the simplest words. Ailu instinctively covered her chest, especially over her heart, her cheeks flushing slightly. Xiao Xingyu, don't even think about it, she warned. Though thanks to you, I have a dragon bone within me, and I've perfectly integrated the pure dragon bloodline, I'm still a fox at heart. Dragon fox or not, I'm still a fox. Only the heart blood of a true, pure-blooded dragon can have the necessary effect to lure another dragon of the same species, enticing the shadow dragon to come to you. I spread my hands, giving a helpless smile. What, am I supposed to sneak into Yelan Palace and ambush Shangguan Lan? After all, her true form is a mysterious black dragon. Should I take a drop of her heart blood? Ailu sighed and shook her head. Don't provoke Shangguan Lan, that mysterious monster with unknown depths of power, at least not until your wings are fully grown. For now, just be her loyal subject and earn her trust, that should be enough. A sudden shiver ran down my spine. What's wrong? Ailu asked. I just imagined what it would be like to try and take Shangguan Lan's heart blood. In an instant, 800 different ways I could die flashed through my mind. I replied, realizing that Shangguan Lan was far too powerful for me to even consider such a risky endeavor.
Is there no other way?
I muttered, crouching by the stream, tossing stones into the water, my face clouded with worry. Based on the information gleaned from that pile of dung, the shadow dragon had at most 2 weeks left to live. After that, it would likely find some remote mountain within Dragon Kingdom to rest forever. Eventually, its remains would be swallowed by the earth, possibly never to be discovered by humans. The dragon's offspring, too, would perish within 3 days without its mother's protection. I couldn't quite explain why I was so fixated on obtaining a dragon. Perhaps deep down, I felt a natural affinity for dragons. It wasn't just about acquiring the shadow dragon's offspring, I genuinely wanted to help this dying mother dragon and save her child. After a moment of deep thought, Ailu's eyes suddenly lit up. A Skycrack Island.
Yes, that's it, she exclaimed.
A Skycrack Island? I've never been there, but it sounds so familiar. I mused, trying to recall where I'd heard that name before. Suddenly, I remembered something and quickly retrieved an invitation from my space ring. It was the invitation for representing Dragon Kingdom in the Four-Nation Martial Arts Tournament. In 10 days, I would be competing alongside Luo Wanqing and Xia Weian, representing Dragon Kingdom against the best young fighters from the other 3 nations in a battle for supremacy. I scanned the information on the invitation, and my eyes locked onto one line. A venue for the Four-Nation Martial Arts Tournament, Skycrack Island, Martial God Arena. Lulu, the tournament is being held on the very island you just mentioned. I said in surprise. Ailu blinked in realization and then smiled knowingly. You're in luck. This time, when you go to compete in the tournament, you can take the opportunity to obtain a drop of dragon heart blood. Wait, are you saying? I began, trying to grasp her full meaning.
Ailu, being a remnant of the old era, had an extensive understanding of dragons. A Skycrack Island is located in the center of the Cursed Sea, she explained. There are no natural islands on the open sea, just endless black water as far as the eye can see. But deep within the ocean, there's a void rift. This void rift was created when the pure-blooded Void Wyrm, a powerful dragon, died, resulting in an alternate dimension. Entering the void rift will take you to an island, Skycrack Island. The heart of the Void Wyrm, which is the only part of its body that remained after its death, is buried beneath Skycrack Island. Ailu explained the story in the simplest terms. The Void Wyrm, was it powerful? I asked. It was a dragon that mastered the laws of space, Ailu replied. With a mere flick of its claw, it could tear through space, creating countless void rifts that resembled long, narrow eyes, each leading to various alternate dimensions. Ailu's knowledge of dragons was indeed unparalleled. The Cursed Sea. No wonder the Four-Nation Martial Arts Tournament is being held on Skycrack Island, I said. I noticed on the map that the island is located at the center of the Cursed Sea, a region that doesn't belong to the territorial waters of any of the four nations. That way, there won't be any home field advantage or away disadvantages. The competition will be relatively fair. Ailu reminded me, remember, the Void Wyrm's heart is buried beneath Skycrack Island. During the competition, don't forget to collect a drop of heart blood. Don't worry, Lulu. Ugh, the more you say that, the less I trust you'll actually be careful. Ailu had known me for a long time. She was familiar with both my strengths and weaknesses, just as I was with hers. Because of how well she knew me, her worry only deepened. It's just a drop of heart blood, hopefully nothing goes wrong, Ailu sighed. But this guy, wherever he goes, trouble seems to follow. It really gives me a headache. Ailu held her forehead, silently praying that in 10 days, not only would I successfully win the martial arts tournament, but I would also manage to secure a drop of the Void Wyrm's heart blood without incident. If something did go wrong, Ailu, along with Medusa, wouldn't just stand by idly. Even though I knew Ailu was concerned for me, I remained stubborn, outwardly obedient but secretly ambitious. If I'm going to Skycrack Island, why stop at just a drop of heart blood? I want the entire Void Wyrm's heart. If Ailu could hear my thoughts, she would undoubtedly give me a good thrashing, maybe even consider ending it altogether with this reckless master of hers. Taking the entire heart of the Void Wyrm would mean the collapse of Skycrack Island itself. Later, I also bought up all the swiftness crystals available in the shop to enhance the speed and attack power of my Thunder Jade Qilin. The next day, I traveled to Skycrack Island aboard the Poseidon-class battleship. Activating my demon god's eye, my vision expanded infinitely, and my consciousness spread out, enveloping the entire island. That pulsating object, that's the Void Wyrm's heart. My demon god's eye pierced through the island's surface, delving deep. At the very bottom of Skycrack Island's rocky layers, there was a massive white glowing sphere. Surrounding it were spiderweb-like root structures, resembling a giant's hand cradling the entire island, ensuring it wouldn't sink into the ocean. I took a deep breath, filling my lungs with a familiar scent. The aura of dragon energy, there's no doubt, this is the heart of the Void Wyrm. A gleam of determination flashed in my eyes. My ambition wasn't merely to collect a drop of heart blood, I wanted the entire dragon heart. Standing by my side were Luo Wanqing and Xiao Weian, fellow members of the Dragon Kingdom delegation. Xiao Weian, with his hands in his pockets, tried to appear solemn. Xiao Xingyu, let's set aside our personal grudges for now. We're here for the honor of the Dragon Kingdom, the bigger picture is what matters. I glanced at Xiao Weian out of the corner of my eye, a cold smirk playing on my lips. Xiao Weian, you'd better mean what you say. If you try anything underhanded during the tournament, not even your father will be able to protect you. As soon as I finished speaking, Xiao Weian's face turned pale, cold sweat soaking the hair at his temples. The mere mention of not even your father can protect you struck fear deep into Xiao Weian's heart, like a sword piercing his very core. Xiao Weian knew all too well that if it weren't for his father, Xie Zhong, who meticulously covered his tracks, the Empire of Souls organization would have already traced the clues from Ghost Umbrella Lady back to him as the true culprit behind Yunyu's death. This Xiao Xingyu guy, he's targeting me both openly and covertly. Could he know about my connection to Ghost Umbrella Lady? No, impossible. He can't possibly know. Anyway, this guy is the biggest threat to the future dynasty of the Xie family. He must be eliminated, he cannot leave Skycrack Island alive. A fierce glint flashed in Xiao Weian's eyes as he clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white.
Yunyu, look, I brought you to Skycrack Island.
Xiao Wei'an's body froze as if struck by lightning, his neck stiffly turning. I stood by the edge of the deck, holding Yunyu's memorial tablet in my hands.
Yunyu, I'm about to participate in the martial arts tournament.
Oh, and your worthy brother, Xiao Wei'an, is my teammate.
Xiao Wei'an, come over here and say hello to your brother Yun.
I called out with a smile, but Xiao Wei'an's face turned ashen as he instinctively stepped back.
What are you retreating for?
Weren't you and Yunyu like brothers in life?
You're his worthy brother, and he's your brother Yun.
Have a nice chat.
I approached and shoved Yunyu's memorial tablet into Xiao Wei'an's trembling hands. Xiao Wei'an nearly exploded on the spot, his facial expression contorted in utter terror.
Xiao Xingyu, you're insane.
The Poseidon-class ship docked steadily, and the Dragon Kingdom delegation disembarked onto the island. The warships of the other three nations docked at ports 1, 3, and 4, respectively, and their delegations also began disembarking. Each nation's delegation consisted of 3 groups: the contestant group, the coaching group, and the medical group. Brother Yangshua, you and the others go straight to the spectator seats. We need to head to the preparation room, I said.
All right. Xingyu, come here for a moment.
Before parting, Murong Yangshua pulled me aside.
Xingyu, while it's true that the Xie family shouldn't dare do anything to you during the martial arts tournament, you must stay vigilant. Xiao Wei'an is full of tricks, and who knows what kind of schemes he might be plotting against you.
I smiled calmly. Brother Yangshua, I understand your concern.
I'll be careful. A good brother, give it your all in the upcoming matches and bring glory to the Dragon Kingdom.
Don't worry. As long as I stand on the stage, I won't lose a single match.
We embraced, our brotherly bond evident.
I'll go join the main group in the spectator seats now.
See you at the opening ceremony. See you at the opening ceremony.
Murong Yangshua wasn't part of the Dragon Kingdom delegation, he was a Dragon Kingdom spectator. He would be seated with the other Dragon Kingdom spectators around the martial god arena to cheer for the 3 Dragon Kingdom contestants. Meanwhile, the Dragon Kingdom delegation had its own private preparation room. We followed the staff's guidance into a luxurious lounge to rest and prepare. In the Dragon Kingdom lounge, an elderly man with graying hair was delivering an impassioned pre-game speech. 15 minutes until the opening ceremony.
You 3, get yourselves ready. In a moment, you need to show the world the youthful vigor of Dragon Kingdom Beastmasters. Even though we've missed the championship 3 years in a row, we cannot lose in spirit. Do you understand?
Luo Wanqing, Xiao Wei'an, and I responded in unison, understood. The man delivering the speech was Gu Zheng, the head coach of the Dragon Kingdom delegation. It was my first time meeting him, but I had heard of his reputation. Gu Zheng was the dean of the Royal Academy of the Dragon Kingdom and an 8-star Beastmaster with deep experience. He had trained many powerful figures over the years, and his disciples were spread far and wide. In Dragon Kingdom, the most renowned Beastmaster academies are undoubtedly the 4 great institutions: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. However, besides these 4 academies, there is another prestigious academy located within the royal capital, the Royal Academy, known for having an even stronger faculty than the 4 great academies. Princess Shangguanqian of the Dragon Kingdom is currently studying at the Royal Academy, and she is one of the disciples trained by Gu Zheng. Each year, during the martial arts tournament, Gu Zheng, the dean of the Royal Academy, takes on the role of the head coach for the Dragon Kingdom delegation. His responsibilities include devising strategies, planning battles, and analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of the opponents to guide the Dragon Kingdom contestants. With his hands clasped behind his back, Gu Zheng walked over to Xiao Wei'an, his usually stern face softening into a rare, kind smile.
Xiao Wei'an, how is your energy adjustment coming along?
Thank you for your concern, Coach Gu. My energy is fully replenished and ready.
Here, take this.
Gu Zheng surreptitiously slipped 2 pills into Xiao Wei'an's hand. Xiao Wei'an glanced down and was delighted to see what they were: solid spirit pills, a special elixir only available at the Royal Academy in the entire Dragon Kingdom. After consuming these pills, a Beastmaster can quickly replenish their depleted energy in a very short time. The martial arts tournament isn't just one match, it's a 4-nation contest. The first round is only the semifinals, and the second round is the final. To win the championship, each match requires a substantial amount of energy, which can even lead to energy depletion, leaving the contestant unable to compete in the next match. With 2 solid spirit pills in hand, Xiao Wei'an no longer needed to worry about that.
Thank you.
Xiao Weian was about to express his gratitude when Guzheng interrupted in a low voice, "No need to thank me. You're the son of Lord Xie, it's only natural that I take special care of you." Xiao Weian couldn't help but smile smugly, thinking to himself, "Xiao Xingyu, I have a great father, while you are just an orphan with no parents. Competing with me? You'll eventually end up defeated under my feet." Feeling superior with the 2 solid spirit pills, Xiao Weian's arrogance grew, fueled by the pride he felt for having such an influential father. Just then, Guzheng approached me.
Coach Gu, what's this about?
Guzheng, still acting discreetly, placed a silk pouch with a dragon emblem into my hands. "A Lord Xiao, the Empress has instructed me to take good care of you. This is a little token from me, please accept it." I opened the pouch to find it filled with solid spirit pills. Coach Gu, aren't these solid spirit pills the treasured elixir of the Royal Academy? Giving me so many doesn't seem right.
Lord Xiao, this is just a small token from me, nothing more.
I quickly counted, there were 18 solid spirit pills in the pouch. It seems Shangguan Lan holds me in high regard, otherwise, this old man wouldn't have been willing to part with so many solid spirit pills at once. A bespectacled woman approached, appearing to be around 30 years old. She carried the allure of a mature woman and the cold professionalism typical of a doctor. "The 3 of you, please come to the examination room and summon your beasts. I'll perform a final pre-match check on them." This woman, Meiling, was the head of the medical team for the Dragon Kingdom delegation.
Xiao Xingyu, summon your Darkfang.
Examination complete. Left leg muscle soreness, nothing serious. I'll handle it quickly. Luo Wanqing, your blue-winged wind tiger has some gastrointestinal inflammation, but it's not a major issue and can be resolved before the match. Xiao Weian, your thunder wailing beast's physical functions are all perfect. But its eyes? Keep an eye on its mental state, there might be underlying psychological issues. I activated my demonic eye and casually glanced at the thunder wailing beast, seeing through everything. Xiao Weian is still the same as before, willing to do anything to become stronger. Thunder wailing beast seemed normal, but there was something special in its eyes, a hint of demonic nature, something only found in certain beasts. Normally, no matter how violent or brutal a beast's temperament, it shouldn't exhibit such demonic tendencies. I was certain that Xiao Weian had fed his thunder wailing beast some prohibited substances to ensure he shines during the tournament. I stood up and adjusted my attire one last time in front of a full-length mirror. The Dragon Kingdom emblem on my chest gleamed with a sharp, cold light. I hope the opponents aren't too weak. Ideally, they should be strong enough to get my blood pumping. A normal contestant wouldn't look forward to facing tough enemies, but I wasn't a normal person. After all, a king needs strong opponents to truly showcase his brilliance, to make his crown shine even brighter.
And now, please welcome the Dragon Kingdom delegation.
On stage, I learned from Coach Guzheng about the identities of the 3 judges for this year's tournament. They were all members of the Peace Guild, a well-known organization. Across the Northern Hemisphere, the Dragon Kingdom, Sama, Ligua, and Ingwa are the last 4 surviving human civilizations. While these nations have had their conflicts and even waged wars against each other, the theme of survival in a post-apocalyptic world has been about resisting the invasion of beasts, not fighting among fellow humans. Thus, the 4 nations agreed to cease hostilities, signing a non-aggression pact and establishing the Peace Guild. This organization is independent and does not belong to any one nation. Its purpose is to mediate disputes and maintain peace between the 4 countries. Given that the annual martial arts tournament involves competitors from all 4 nations, appointing judges from any one nation would be unacceptable to the others and could lead to biased decisions. To ensure absolute fairness in the tournament, all 3 judges on the panel are members of the Peace Guild. From Coach Guzheng, I learned about the identities of the 3 judges for this year's tournament. The head judge is Karlchi, the president of the Peace Guild, a 9-star Beastmaster. Judge Rod is the vice president of the Peace Guild and an 8-star Beastmaster. Judge Aurora, the Peace Guild's chief negotiator, is also an 8-star Beastmaster. Standing in the martial god arena, I looked up towards the judges' seating area. Karlchi was a hunched old man with overgrown eyebrows that obscured his eyes, making it impossible to discern his expression. Rod was a towering figure, even while seated, with a massive black sword strapped to his back. Aurora, the only woman among the judges, had long, lake blue hair and wore a form-fitting red uniform. Her lips were a fiery red, and her skin was as pale as snow. This woman, the Peace Guild's chief negotiator, was often called upon to mediate when conflicts arose between the 4 nations. I let my gaze pass over the 3 judges and shook my head subtly. The Peace Guild, an organization meant to maintain peace between the 4 nations, is laughable. If the conflicts escalate to territorial disputes or resource plundering, war between the 4 nations is inevitable. What use would the Peace Guild be then? I had a long-term vision, understanding that the Peace Guild's existence was only temporary. One day, when the Earth's resources are further depleted, these 4 nations might go to war over something as small as an unpolluted wheat field, fighting to the death. At that point, the Peace Guild wouldn't be able to maintain peace among the 4 nations, it might not even be able to protect itself. As time passed, all 4 national delegations had entered the arena, standing in the 4 corners of the martial god arena. On the large screens broadcasting the event, the names and photos of the contestants from each nation were displayed. These 12 young elites represented the pinnacle of 4-star talent from their respective countries. Although the 4 nations spoke different languages, everyone wore Bluetooth earpieces capable of real-time language translation, allowing for seamless communication. I disliked the noisy environment around me, so I closed my eyes to rest during the highly anticipated opening ceremony. Then, I heard Luo Wanqing's voice beside me. Xiao Xingyu, don't you think the contestants from the Sama Empire look terrifying? I opened my eyes and directed my gaze toward the Sama delegation. The 3 contestants from the Sama Empire showed no expression on their faces and their bodies appeared as stiff as machines. However, their eyes emitted a chilling, beastly aura. This is the first time I've sensed such intense ferocity in humans. I squinted slightly, responding to Luo Wanqing beside me. No matter how long a Beastmaster spends with their beast, even if they live together until death, there's always a fundamental difference between man and beast. But the Beastmasters from the Sama Empire seem different. Activating the demon god's eye, I noticed an extraordinarily intense beastly nature in the eyes of the 3 contestants from Sama. It seems there's more to the Sama Empire's 3-year winning streak in the martial arts tournament. People say the Beastmasters from Sama are the most ruthless practitioners of the sacrificial flow. In this tournament, I'll see for myself whether their sacrificial flow is more formidable or if my cheat flow reigns supreme. To be honest, I've been cheating for so long that I've forgotten to turn it off. After the opening ceremony, it was time for the semi-final draw. Soon enough, Chief Judge Carlchi announced the results. According to the draw, the semi-final matchups are as follows. Dragon Kingdom vs. Ligua. Asama vs. Mguo. Dragon Kingdom and Ligua contestants, please prepare yourselves. The first match will begin in 10 minutes. Both delegations must submit their lineup within 3 minutes before the match starts. In the preparation area, Luo Wanqing frowned slightly. Our opponent is Ligua. I've heard that their 3 contestants this year are much stronger than last year's. Xiao Weian sneered arrogantly, Ligua has been our Dragon Kingdom's defeated opponent for years now. I turned to Coach Gu Jing and asked, Coach, how do you plan to arrange our lineup? As per tradition, most delegations place their strongest contestant in the 3rd position as the anchor. Xiao Xingyu, I'm planning to put you in the... Before Gu Jing could finish, Xiao Weian interrupted him. Coach, let me take the 3rd position. As Xiao Weian, the 3rd position usually faces the strongest opponent. I'm concerned. Are you worried I can't defeat Ligua's strongest contestant, or that I'm not as good as Xiao Xingyu? There was a hint of anger in Xiao Weian's voice. Gu Jing seemed troubled. He wanted to place me as the anchor but feared offending the Xie family. The announcement echoed throughout the arena. Ligua has submitted their lineup. Dragon Kingdom, please submit yours soon. Time was running out and Gu Jing had to submit the lineup within 3 minutes before the match started. Xiao Weian stared daggers at Gu Jing. The Xie family prided themselves on their reputation, and if Gu Jing didn't give Xiao Weian the chance to be the anchor, it would mean offending the entire Xie family. Seeing Gu Jing's dilemma, I stepped in. Coach, let Xiao Weian take the anchor spot. Xiao Xingyu then you. Let me go first and secure the first victory for the Dragon Kingdom team, I said with a bright smile, showing no hint of displeasure, a true display of magnanimity. Xiao Weian was momentarily taken aback, then sneered, I never expected you to give up the chance to be the anchor. Rest assured, among the 3 of us, only I can defeat the strongest opponent from Ligua in the final match. Luo Wanqing, while playing with her hair, responded in a deliberately sarcastic tone, in truth, a true powerhouse doesn't care about the order in which they compete. A true king is a king whether they go first or last. And if you're not a king, even if you're the anchor, you're still not a king. Xia Weian's face turned ashen. He knew that Luo Wanqing was mocking him, and even a fool could hear the sarcasm in her tone. Suppressing his anger, Xia Weian leaned in close to Luo Wanqing, his voice low and laced with a cutting edge. Luo Wanqing, it won't be long before you and your father realize that siding with Xiao Xingyu today is the biggest mistake of your lives. Luo Wanqing simply scoffed, dismissing Xia Weian with a disdainful glance. The Luo family had already chosen to stand by me, and no matter what, they wouldn't waver like others who follow the wind. Once we commit to Lord Xiao, we remain unwavering, loyal unto death. These were the words of wisdom from Luo Tianan, the head of the mining bureau, to his daughter Luo Wanqing. The Dragon Kingdom team has submitted their lineup. Next, the lineups for both teams will be revealed. The large screen displayed the matchup lineups for both teams. Dragon Kingdom. Erster Xiao Xingyu. 2. Luo Wanqing. 3. Xia Weian. In the audience section for the Dragon Kingdom. Did I see that right? Xia Weian is the third position? Isn't Xiao Xingyu our strongest contestant? Why isn't he going last? Is Coach Guzheng getting senile? He can't even get a simple order right. Guzheng, drenched in sweat, felt as though he had a bitter pill to swallow but couldn't complain. Meanwhile, Xia Weian's lips curled into a cunning smile, clearly pleased with being placed in the anchor position. Simultaneously, the large screen also revealed Li Guo's lineup. Li Guo. Erster Park Jimin. Zweiter Wang Xiaohyun. Dritter Choi Donghyuk. And now that makes sense, Li Guo's lineup follows the conventional logic. As expected, Choi Donghyuk is the anchor. I've heard of this guy. He's studying at Li Guo's top Beastmaster Academy, Qiansa, and is their strongest 4-star warrior. Frankly, I don't think Xia Weian can beat him. With the lineups for both teams revealed, the first match was about to begin. My opponent was the only female contestant from Li Guo, Park Jimin. Regardless of whether my opponent is male or female, I treat everyone the same. On the battlefield, everyone is equal, and I'll pummel them all the same. My approach is rooted in equality and fairness. Damn, my opponent is Xiao Xingyu. In the preparation area, Park Jimin's small frame was trembling with fear. I am a prominent figure in the Dragon Kingdom, frequently trending on social media. Even in foreign lands, my name is widely recognized. Just as Park Jimin was drenched in cold sweat, a hand landed on her shoulder. Donghyuk, a step back. I'll take the first match. The next moment, a broadcast announcement echoed. Breaking news. The situation has changed. The Li Guo team has used the player substitution card. Choi Donghyuk and Park Jimin have swapped positions. The first match will now be Dragon Kingdom's Xiao Xingyu vs Li Guo's Choi Donghyuk. By the time I entered the arena at the Martial God Stadium, I had expected the female contestant to step forward, but instead, a man with his bangs covering half his face appeared. This man, Choi Donghyuk, was recognized as the strongest 4-star warrior in Li Guo. In the 4-star rank, Choi Donghyuk was an absolute powerhouse, capable of overwhelming and crushing all the geniuses in his country, standing at the pinnacle of the 4-star tier. In the Li Guo section of the audience, Choi Donghyuk, well done. If you're going to fight, fight the strongest. Defeat Xiao Xingyu. Even Li Guo's audience knew that I was the strongest contestant in the Dragon Kingdom, not Xia Weian. In the preparation area, Xia Weian's pupils shrank and the muscles on his face twitched like wriggling worms. Why is this happening? Luo Wanqing, with a lollipop in her mouth, spoke in a cold, indifferent tone. Do you really need to ask why? When two nations face off, it's king versus king, general versus general, soldier versus soldier. Xia Weian stared at my back, unable to control his jealousy. Coach Gu, let's use our player substitution card. I'll replace Xiao Xingyu and face Choi Donghyuk. Guzheng shook his head and sighed, speaking calmly. Xia Weian, calm down. Our Dragon Kingdom team has no remaining player substitution cards. We used the last one in the previous martial arts tournament. The player substitution card, as the name suggests, allows for a temporary change in the order of players. This card can accumulate and doesn't expire if unused. However, the Dragon Kingdom team had already used up their last player substitution card in the previous tournament. The one Li Guo just used was a carryover from their last tournament. Xia Weian clenched his fists, his face dark, filled with frustration he couldn't release. He had fought hard to secure the chance to be the anchor, only to lose the opportunity to face the strongest opponent, leaving him utterly vexed.
The match was about to begin, with all eyes on the Martial God Stadium arena. Beyond the live audience, citizens from the 4 nations were also watching via live stream, cheering for their respective contestants. I glanced at the Dragon Kingdom section of the audience, spotting some familiar faces, seniors from Azure Dragon Academy, including Dean Su Ruyan and mentor Chen Qinian. Even Yi Shimeng was there, holding a sign that read "Brother is the best," her voice hoarse from cheering. Murong Yangshua was also waving a support stick, cheering for his good brother. Murong Xinxin didn't make it, she went to participate in her 3-star examination. Shangguan Qian also didn't attend, she was carrying out tasks assigned by Shangguan Lan. Yi Xuanning was absent too, she had recently gone into seclusion to prepare for her 6-star examination. These 3 women, destined to be intertwined with my life, couldn't make it to the arena to watch the match due to their commitments. Xiao Xingyu, do you know why I chose to use the player substitution card? Before the match, our data analysts conducted a thorough investigation and found that you are the strongest 4-star Beastmaster in Dragon Kingdom. Coincidentally, I am also the strongest 4-star Beastmaster in Ligua. I'm curious to see which one of us truly is the strongest. Let's settle it in the ring. Choi Donghyuk's pre-match banter fully conveyed his respect and seriousness toward me. I responded with a simple, "Sorry, I zoned out earlier."
What did you say?
A provocation. This is blatant provocation. This Dragon Kingdom contestant is so arrogant. He doesn't even take Choi Donghyuk seriously. He must be defeated and made to beg for mercy. My single sentence incited anger among the Ligua spectators. Choi Donghyuk's expression darkened as well. I couldn't help but smile wryly. It wasn't intentional provocation, I had genuinely zoned out. Just a moment ago, I had extended my senses and activated the demon god's eye, focusing on carefully observing the dragon's heart deep underground. Choi Donghyuk had said a lot, but I honestly hadn't heard any of it. Referee, the match is about to begin. Please summon your beasts. Above the Martial God Stadium, a massive 360 degrees no-dead angle 3D live broadcast screen hung down. At this moment, the screen displayed the rules for the martial arts tournament semifinals. 1. Contestants are allowed to summon only 1 beast in the arena. 2. Once a beast is locked in, it cannot be changed during the match. 3. Beastmasters are not allowed to consume any drugs or use external aids during the battle. 4. Beast-type beasts are permitted to use magitech weapons, which are not considered external aids. Following the referee's instructions, Choi Donghyuk and I simultaneously summoned our respective beasts. Choi Donghyuk activated his beast seal, and a blinding golden light illuminated his side. Accompanied by a heart-stopping roar, a massive shadow rose from the ground. As the light dimmed, the audience could finally see the shadow's true form. It was a towering brown bear, standing over 20 meters tall. The commentator raised his voice. Ligua contestant Choi Donghyuk has summoned his specialty beast, the Holy Armor Overlord Bear. On the back of this gigantic bear was a cross weighing over 3 tons. The Holy Armor Overlord Bear was a beast-type beast, and the heavy cross on its back was its exclusive magitech weapon, the Holy Light Cross. The rules of the competition were clear: beast-type beasts could use magitech weapons in combat, and this did not count as external aid. This Holy Light Cross was forged from the bones of the Holy Light Flame Lizard King, a Beast King-class beast, and was classified as an S-level magitech weapon. My subordinate, Four-Winged Holy Angel Freya, also wielded an S-level magitech weapon, the Xian Yao Sword. However, I did not summon the Four-Winged Holy Angel but instead called forth a massive wolf engulfed in black flames. In the Martial God Stadium, a pitch-black door slowly opened, the gate of the underworld that connects to the netherworld. A giant wolf emerged from the gate, walking with noble and domineering strides, its body wrapped in hellish chains. The sound of the chains scraping against the floor was like sharp blades slicing through the eardrums of the audience. The commentator shouted in astonishment, "Dragon Kingdom's contestant Xiao Xingyu has summoned the Hellfire Netherwolf." As the Hellfire Netherwolf made its entrance, its imposing appearance captivated a large number of foreign fans. This wolf-type beast is extraordinary, with an incredible presence and stunning looks. Too cool. It's exactly like the beast of my dreams. Oh, wait a minute. The Hellfire Netherwolf possesses demonic power and dark attributes. Isn't that completely countered by the Holy Armor Overlord Bear's Holy Light attributes? Don't rush to conclusions. Xiao Xingyu will probably choose to switch his beast. The summoning of the Hellfire Netherwolf sparked a huge debate.
In a match, it's common practice to play to one's strengths and avoid weaknesses, a principle everyone takes for granted, especially in high-level competitions like the martial arts tournament. If the beast a contestant chooses is countered by their opponents, the normal response is to immediately switch out the beast. Otherwise, a loss is almost certain. Rule 2 of the competition: once a beast is locked in, it cannot be changed mid-battle. At this moment, Choi Donghyuk and I had just summoned our beasts but hadn't confirmed the lock-in yet. Choi Donghyuk tilted his head slightly, smiling as he looked at me. Demonic power and dark attributes are both countered by holy light-type beasts. And my holy armor overlord bear is a holy light attribute beast. You should switch your beast while you still can. Choi Donghyuk kindly reminded me, even raising his hand to signal the referee. The referee nodded and loudly announced, Ligua contestant Choi Donghyuk has locked in his beast, holy armor overlord bear. Locking in a beast means confirming that beast for the match, indicating that it cannot be swapped out during the battle. After locking in his holy armor overlord bear, Choi Donghyuk patiently waited for me to switch my beast. In the stands, Coach Guzheng shouted anxiously, Xiao Xingyu, what are you doing? Hurry and switch your beast before it's too late. Summon the four-winged holy angel or the Thunder Jade Qilin, anything else? Hearing Guzheng's shouts, I smiled faintly and even nodded at him. Guzheng sighed in relief, thinking I would obediently switch out the Hellfire Netherwolf. But in the next moment, I raised my hand to signal the referee. The referee announced, Dragon Kingdom contestant Xiao Xingyu has locked in his beast, Hellfire Netherwolf. In Dragon Kingdom's preparation area below the arena, everyone was stunned. Xiao Wei gritted his teeth, what a show-off. Guzheng's facial muscles twitched violently, this kid is more stubborn than a mule. Luo Wanqing shook her head with a wry smile, Coach Gu, once you get to know Xiao Xingyu better, you'll understand just how reckless he can be. The commentator's voice was filled with deep confusion, knowing that his beast is countered, Xiao Xingyu still locked in the Hellfire Netherwolf. This mysterious move is a first in the history of the martial arts tournament. The audience was abuzz with discussion. Even Dragon Kingdom spectators were puzzled by my choice. It's over. With the attributes being countered, we might lose the first match. Don't be so pessimistic. Xiao Xingyu is representing our Dragon Kingdom, we have to cheer him on. Of course, we'll cheer, but looking at the history of the martial arts tournament, there's never been a case where the side with the countered attributes won the match. I used to admire Xiao Xingyu, but today, did he just wake up on the wrong side of the bed and show up to compete? His decision is a total mystery. When even Dragon Kingdom spectators were anxious, it showed that my choice seemed rather questionable. Choi Donghyuk couldn't help but ask, Xiao Xingyu, are you deliberately humiliating me, or do you just not want to win? Of course, I want to win. Our Empress said that if we win a match, we'll get $1 billion in prize money. This was indeed a promise from Shangguan Lan. For every match won during the martial arts tournament, Dragon Kingdom's contestants would receive $1 billion in prize money. If they won the championship, the winner would be directly rewarded with $10 billion, along with many priceless treasures and evolution materials. If you want to win, then why lock in the Hellfire Netherwolf? Yes, is there a problem with that? Xiao Xingyu, are you really this clueless, or are you just pretending? Your beast's attributes are completely countered by mine. I know that. You know, and yet. Choi Donghyuk raised a hand to rub his forehead, feeling utterly speechless for the first time in his life. I calmly stroked the Hellfire Netherwolf's fur and explained, last night, I promised Darkfang that no matter who the opponent was in the first match, I would send it out. You're just a stubborn fool who doesn't know how to adapt. I overestimated you. There was no mockery or ridicule in Choi Donghyuk's eyes, only disappointment and a sense of loss. Before the martial arts tournament, each country had data analysts who meticulously studied the other 3 nations' contestants. After all, to know your enemy and yourself is the key to winning 100 battles. Choi Donghyuk had reviewed my previous matches and was deeply impressed by my talent and battle intelligence. Standing on the arena, Choi Donghyuk's feelings toward me were those of a competitor respecting a worthy rival. He looked forward to a hard-fought match where the process mattered more than the outcome. But now, seeing my insistence on using the Hellfire Netherwolf, Choi Donghyuk felt profoundly disappointed. Xiao Xingyu, you've let me down. You've already lost this match, but when I win, I won't feel any satisfaction. After all, with the Holy Armor Overlord Bear's natural advantage, winning would feel like an empty victory. Choi Donghyuk was a sentimental man, and even before the match had started, he had already imagined the scene of his victory over me. However, the match had to go on. The referee, not wanting to waste any more time, blew the whistle.
Let the match begin.
The audience erupted, and people watching the live broadcast across the four nations clenched their fists, their hearts racing with anticipation. In Dragon Kingdom's Night Vale Hall, Huangyan City sat at a chessboard, draped in her purple phoenix robe. The Empress was concerned about how I would perform in the martial arts tournament. She feared that if I stood out too much, it might attract the unwanted attention of ambitious individuals from the other three nations. To ensure my safety, she had secretly dispatched the 9-star Beastmaster, Raven, to protect me on Crack Sky Island. Meanwhile, back at the Crack Sky Island's martial god arena, the whistle had blown, signaling the start of the match, and the battle was about to erupt. The commentator's voice rose with excitement, booming with energy.
Ladies and gentlemen, the match is underway.
Choi Donghyuk is taking the initiative, leveraging the advantage of attribute superiority. The Holy Armor Overlord Bear is charging forward, launching its battle skill, Holy Light Hammer. The ground of the martial god arena trembled as the massive Holy Armor Overlord Bear began its rapid charge, moving with surprising speed for its size. In Dragon Kingdom's preparation area, Guzheng narrowed his eyes. Typically, the main weakness of bear-type beasts is their low mobility and lack of agility. Luo Wanqing followed up, but the Holy Armor Overlord Bear isn't just any bear-type beast, it's a beastman-type beast. The usual weaknesses in speed and agility are completely compensated for. Xiao Weiyan, hands in pockets, casually chewing on a mint-flavored gum, added with a hint of schadenfreude. Based on the attribute analysis, the Holy Armor Overlord Bear is nearly perfect in all aspects. Xiao Xingyu's decision to use the Hellfire Netherwolf, despite its attribute disadvantage, is sheer recklessness, a textbook example of brute force thinking. I bet he won't last 10 rounds before giving Dragon Kingdom's team their first loss. Not only did Xiao Weiyan not believe in me, but even the judges' panel shared his doubts. Rod, the vice-chairman of the Peace Guild and one of the judges for this martial arts tournament, expressed his skepticism. This Xiao Xingyu, I've heard he's supposed to be a prodigy among prodigies, but seeing him today, he's nothing special, Rod remarked dismissively. He knows his beast is at an attribute disadvantage, yet he insists on using the Hellfire Netherwolf. His personality is stubborn, his actions reckless, and he doesn't know how to adjust to the situation. This kid won't go far. The chief judge, Kalki, who was also the chairman of the Peace Guild, chuckled and shook his head. Arad, the match has just begun. Don't be so quick to judge. I've heard that this Xiao Xingyu is highly valued by the Dragon Kingdom's Empress. Hearing this, Rod retracted his dismissive gaze. What? You mean this guy has the Dragon Kingdom's Empress's favor? Then perhaps I may have underestimated him. Let's watch a little longer. Rod and Kalki might question their own judgment, but they would never doubt the judgment of the Dragon Kingdom's Empress, Huangyan City. After all, among the four nations, the most intimidating ruler was Huangyan City. No one in this world dares to challenge Huangyan City at her peak, said Emmett Delaney, the emperor of the Shama Empire. On the broadcast screen, the base stats of both beasts were displayed. The comparison highlighted a stark difference between the two. Except for their equal level, the Hellfire Netherwolf was at a significant disadvantage in every other aspect. In terms of bloodline quality, the Holy Armor Overlord Bear, with its legendary status, held the upper hand over the Hellfire Netherwolf's epic status. Attribute-wise, the Holy Armor Overlord Bear's Holy Light attribute effectively countered both the Hellfire Netherwolf's demonic power and dark attribute. From the stands? At this point, it's no longer about the Beastmasters. Yeah, even if I were in Choi Donghyuk's place, I'd still win against Xiao Xingyu. Attribute counters are a fact. It seems the so-called prodigy of Dragon Kingdom, Xiao Xingyu, is just a reckless fool. Amidst the crowd's doubts, I began channeling my spirit energy, ready to face the first round. The Holy Armor Overlord Bear leaped high, its massive arms coming together, its enormous paws clasped like a hammer, aiming directly for the Hellfire Netherwolf's head. This was the Holy Armor Overlord Bear's signature battle skill, Holy Light Hammer. In Dragon Kingdom's preparation area, Luo Wanqing was filled with concern. The red-black mist on the Hellfire Netherwolf is being dispersed by the Holy Light, meaning its demonic power is completely neutralized. Xiao Weiyan grinned smugly. The Hellfire Netherwolf's most proficient dark attribute skill, Silent Claw, is also countered by the Holy Light attribute, making it unusable in this match. Demonic Power and Silent Claw were the Hellfire Netherwolf's most crucial skills, and any combination attack required these two. Faced with an insurmountable attribute disadvantage, how would I find a way to turn the tide? Bang! The loud collision of bear paws against wolf claws resounded across the arena, and the entire audience was stunned by what they saw. Holy crap, the Hellfire Netherwolf didn't dodge? It took the full force of the Holy Light Hammer head-on with its physical body?
Is Xiao Xingyu crazy? I think I heard the sound of bones cracking.
Just when everyone thought I would choose to avoid the edge of the attack, I did the opposite, ordering the Hellfire Netherwolf to stand its ground and take the full brunt of the Holy Armor Overlord Bear's powerful strike with its body. A current damage sustained, 15%. A friendly reminder. When damage sustained reaches 80%, the battle skill Hell Path, 10 Kings of Yama domain can be unlocked. When damage sustained reaches 90%, the battle skill Hell Yama Claw can be unlocked. These were the data I saw through the demon god's eye. I was never reckless. As long as I stood in the arena, I was a ruthless butcher. At the edge of the arena, the Hellfire Netherwolf lowered its head, panting heavily. Its left front limb was fractured, and it wobbled slightly as it stood. However, there was no pain or fear in its eyes, only fervor and excitement.
Adakfeng.
Hearing me call its name, the Hellfire Netherwolf steadied itself, and its broken bone quickly healed. The Hellfire Netherwolf possessed a formidable regenerative ability, doubling its healing capacity the moment it took damage. My pupils glowed red, and in my vision, I could see a 15% marker hovering above the Hellfire Netherwolf's head. This indicated the damage sustained. The Holy Light Hammer unleashed by the Holy Armor Overlord Bear had triggered the 15% damage threshold for the Hellfire Netherwolf. Everything was part of my plan. I needed the Hellfire Netherwolf to continue taking damage to unlock the true power of its SSS-grade beast ability, Hell Path. A dark foam continue. My voice was steady and commanding. The Hellfire Netherwolf gave a wicked grin and nodded slightly at its master. Taking damage didn't mean suffering. The Hellfire Netherwolf had a unique trait: enduring damage would only ignite its fighting spirit. Simultaneously, its powerful regenerative ability could quickly heal severe injuries, preventing any significant consequences. Perhaps another Beastmaster would mess up by trying to drive the Hellfire Netherwolf, but I had an eye that could determine victory. I knew the Hellfire Netherwolf's limits and would not screw up this game. In the first round of exchanges, the Hellfire Netherwolf was completely at a disadvantage. Choi Donghyuk channeled his spirit energy, his voice cold. Xiao Xingyu, you're not a worthy opponent. I'll finish this quickly. Sensing its master's intent, the Holy Armor Overlord Bear charged again. Beast-type beasts were always astonishingly fast. The massive form of the Holy Armor Overlord Bear tore across the martial god arena like a hurricane, sweeping from one end to the other.
Bang! Bang, bang, bang!
Kleng tilde. Boom tilde. In the stands, the hearts of Dragon Kingdom spectators were in their throats, with some girls even closing their eyes, unable to watch the match. Due to the attribute disadvantage, the Hellfire Netherwolf was only getting beaten. Murong Yangshua stood up from the audience, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Xingyu, fight back, strike back!" Yi Sherming's eyes welled with tears, her voice trembling, "Brother, don't give up. Let Dark Feng fight back, release the Hellfire Lotus." Other Dragon Kingdom spectators echoed their sentiments.
Yes, use Hellfire Lotus.
Evil energy can't be used, dark attribute skills can't be used, but Hellfire Lotus can still be used. Xiao Xingyu, you big fool, Dragon Kingdom shouldn't have sent you to fight. The Dragon Kingdom audience was more anxious than I was. After all, this was the prestigious stage of the martial arts tournament where the brightest stars shone. My performance had become a joke for the citizens of the other three nations. On the stage, in front of the towering Holy Armor Overlord Bear, the Hellfire Netherwolf had been reduced to a mere plaything, being tossed around at will. The commentator's excitement grew, his voice booming. The Holy Armor Overlord Bear's heavy punches hit hard, every blow landing solidly. What a beautiful shoulder throw! This is a chokehold skill, triggering a combo. Hellfire Netherwolf has been knocked into the air. At this moment, the Hellfire Netherwolf's body was sent flying by the heavy punch of the Holy Armor Overlord Bear, suspended in midair. The commentator's voice was filled with anticipation. Viewers, keep your eyes wide open. The Holy Armor Overlord Bear is about to use the S-Class magical weapon, the Holy Light Cross. As the Hellfire Netherwolf was sent flying, the Holy Armor Overlord Bear let out a thunderous roar and pulled out the 3-ton Holy Light Cross from its back. The cross gleamed with dazzling holy light. The Holy Armor Overlord Bear swung the Holy Light Cross with both hands, aiming to smash the falling Hellfire Netherwolf. I activated the demon god's eye and instantly saw through the power level of the holy armor overlord bear's attack. A confident smile curled at the corners of my lips. At this move, Holy Light Cross Hammer has just the right amount of force, not enough to knock Darkfang out but enough for it to take head-on. Boom! A blinding golden light accompanied by a deafening explosion engulfed the entire martial god arena. The crowd of spectators from the Li Nation erupted in cheers, their expressions growing more arrogant. The Dragon Kingdom's contestant is just a clown. The gap between him and our Choi Donghyuk is too vast. They say he's the strongest four-star Beastmaster in the Dragon Kingdom, but he seems overrated. An easy win, first victory secured. Oh Choi Donghyuk! Choi Donghyuk! Choi Donghyuk! In the Dragon Kingdom's preparation area, Xiao Weian was laughing so hard he could barely stand, his handsome face filled with smug satisfaction. I keep showing off and keep embarrassing Dragon Kingdom while you're at it. Head coach Gu Zheng sighed and patted Luo Wanqing on the shoulder. The second match is about to start. You should get ready, it's your turn to go on. Luo Wanqing frowned, her gaze fixed on the black smoke hovering over the arena. Coach Gu, the first match isn't over yet. Luo Wanqing knew me well enough. As I stood in the center of the arena, Choi Donghyuk's breathing was heavy, a normal reaction after expending a large amount of spirit energy. Xiao Xingyu, I've won, but I'm very disappointed. Choi Donghyuk's face showed no joy because my strength had not met his expectations. He then turned to the referee, waiting for the victory to be declared. But a deep, magnetic voice rang out as a tall figure emerged from the smoke, drawing the attention of the entire arena. My enemies have always been disappointed with me because they can never take me down. Choi Donghyuk, I have no grudge against you. If all you need is a strong opponent, then I assure you, I won't let you down. Xiao Xingyu stepped out of the smoke, his handsome face lightly dusted with ash, only adding to his rugged charm. How could the young women from all nations resist? Crack crack crack. This was the sound of broken bones rapidly regenerating. Tump tilde tump tilde tump tilde. This was the sound of displaced organs returning to their rightful place. Black flames spread like a tide as the Hellfire Netherwolf walked step by step toward me. Choi Donghyuk looked on. The Hellfire Netherwolf was covered in wounds, with crisscrossing scars and black blood still dripping from its mouth. Its powerful regenerative abilities had only managed to heal some of the most critical internal injuries, like mending its organs and bones. However, the majority of its gruesome external injuries remained unhealed, making it look rather battered. Choi Donghyuk's eyes filled with confusion. Xiao Xingyu, what exactly are you doing? I activated the demon god's eye once more. My gaze focused on the area above the Hellfire Netherwolf's head. The data displayed. Damage level, 90% achieved. Unlock skill, Hell's Path 10 Yama King's Domain. Unlock skill, Hell Yama Claw. I took a deep breath. The warm-up is over. The real battle begins now. From the stands, the Li Nation citizens sneered. Ayo, so the warm-up is over? Your beast has been beaten to a pulp and you're still talking big. Choi Donghyuk, hurry up and finish this Xiao Xingyu. At this moment, the Li Nation audience had yet to grasp the severity of the situation. Choi Donghyuk suddenly felt a pang of unease. This feeling something's wrong. On high alert, Choi Donghyuk frantically channeled his spirit energy. A breeze swept through the martial god arena. In the judges' box, Chief Judge Carl Chi couldn't stay seated. He rarely opened his narrow eyes, but now they were trembling with apprehension. It seems this wolf-type beast harbors an incredible power within. The commentator's voice echoed, the battle isn't over, it continues. The giant screen zoomed in on my face. This young man, full of youthful vigor, had well-defined features and deep, intelligent eyes that could captivate any woman. A faint, confident smile curved at the edges of my slightly dry lips, and my clear voice resonated across Rift Sky Island. Domain activate. The air, it smells different, something strange. My vision is getting blurry, am I running out of oxygen? I'm feeling it too, it seems like the air around us is being drained by some special force. In the stands, the once energetic spectators suddenly slumped, their spirits flagging. As time passed, not only did people start showing symptoms of oxygen deprivation, but their hearts began to beat irregularly. Many had to clutch their chests, showing signs of pain. In the judges' box, Peace Guild Vice President Rod frowned, his breathing becoming labored. The air on the field is getting thinner, and inhaling it into the lungs brings an inexplicable burning sensation, remarked the chief judge, Carl Chi, as he squinted his small eyes again, his gaze flickering with keen insight. The wolf-type beast by Xiao Xingyu's side is definitely not ordinary. In the Dragon Kingdom's preparation area, Guzheng kept his eyes fixed on the Hellfire Netherwolf standing in the arena. This aura, it feels familiar. Could it be? A howl echoed through the arena. ****. Asterisk, as the Hellfire Netherwolf suddenly raised its head to the sky, its body enveloped in a blood-red mist. I channeled my spirit energy, my eyes becoming sharp as a reaper's gaze. In an instant, a rolling blood mist swept through the martial god arena. As the blood mist dissipated, the sky above the arena turned a dark crimson, and the thickened air was filled with an oppressive and suffocating atmosphere. The sky and earth changed colors, and a terrifying phenomenon occurred. From the point where my toe touched the ground, a tide of blood surged outward, spreading in all directions with overwhelming force. In the blink of an eye, the vast martial god arena was transformed into a horrifying landscape of corpses and blood. The once solid ground rippled like a sea of blood, with skeletal remains bobbing up and down and scorching bubbles rising all around. The audience was struck dumb, their expressions frozen as if captured in a photograph, unable to even blink in the face of the shocking scene before them. At this moment, the Hellfire Netherwolf's body swelled to 3 times its size, its massive form engulfed in raging flames, and a Yama King mark appeared on its forehead. Guzheng took a deep breath, marveling, no wonder it felt so familiar. This is the power of the Hell Path, one of the SSS tier beast skills, the 6 paths. Standing in the center of the arena, I slowly raised my hand, pointing skyward as my spirit energy erupted from within. The Hellfire Netherwolf shuddered, and the terrifying power of the Hell Path surged outward like a tsunami, flooding the entire arena. Around the martial god arena, 10 towering statues appeared. These solemn and imposing statues, each crowned with a diadem and draped with incense pouches by their ears, held ritual tablets in their hands and glared fiercely, as if judging all souls who had fallen into the depths of the underworld. In the preparation area, Luo Wanqing's gaze flickered, and her tightly clenched lips quivered slightly. And now the entire martial god arena feels like it's descended into the 18 layers of hell. These 10 statues surrounding the arena, they remind me of the ancient mythological rulers of the underworld in the Dragon Kingdom. Guzheng nodded in agreement, then added, the 10 Yama Kings of the underworld. The shadowy images of the 10 statues corresponded to the 10 Yama Kings, rulers of hell and overlords of Fengdu's underworld. The eerie silence in the audience was finally broken as people gradually recovered from their shock and the atmosphere erupted into chaos. What the hell is going on? The entire martial god arena feels like a scene from hell. Is this some kind of special effect or an illusion? It's way too realistic. The pressure is so intense it's even affecting my prostate. The suffocation is overwhelming, I can't bear to look at those creepy statues. I'll definitely have nightmares tonight. The arena had become a hellish prison, where the air was thick with the acrid stench of burning flesh and the sound of agonized wails. In this domain, endless suffering and torment were the central theme, with no escape for anyone trapped within. Dark, misty clouds drifted in the air, wandering souls carrying the weight of their sins and hatred. They occasionally harassed the little cuties in the audience. The sea of corpses and blood erupted with scorching lava, and countless spectral souls struggled within the flames, only to be extinguished into smoke. A particularly vile soul narrowly escaped, only to be crushed beneath the massive, heavy paw of the Hellfire Netherwolf. With commanding strides, the Hellfire Netherwolf moved through the sea of corpses and blood, its fierce gaze scanning everything, looking down on all creation with utter contempt. This was not some special effect, nor was it an illusion. It was the result of the Hellfire Netherwolf's battle skill, Hell Path, 10 Yama King's domain, unlocked upon reaching an injury threshold of 80%. On the other side of the arena, beads of sweat like raindrops drummed down Krui Donghak's forehead. The saint-armored heavenly bear beside him instinctively took a step back, gripped by a primal fear. Damn it! What is this power? It's so eerie. Krui Donghak could clearly feel the unnerving atmosphere of the 10 Yama King's domain. His entire body felt out of sorts, his spirit energy was chaotic, his heart raced irregularly, and an uncontrollable fear welled up from deep within his soul. This fear was not limited to the Beastmaster alone, the beast felt it too. The saint-armored heavenly bear inadvertently made eye contact with the Hellfire Netherwolf. In that instant, the bear's eyes became vacant, its body trembled, the holy light that once radiated from it dimmed significantly, and its previously high fighting spirit deflated. In the judges' seats, Chief Judge Carl Chi stroked his white beard, unable to hold back his astonishment. This wolf-type beast, despite only being at the complete form, Tier 3, can unleash the power of a domain.
This goes beyond my understanding.
Rotor, who was stroking his chin with a solemn expression, seriously analyzed the situation. Any battle skill that can project a domain is a hallmark of a divine beast.
This wolf is a monster.
According to common knowledge, a beast can only master domain powers upon reaching the divine beast level. Battles between divine beasts are often referred to as fights between gods precisely because they can use domain powers. Once a domain is activated, it creates a special space that spans miles, where the beast can control various laws, weaken the enemy's attributes, and even erode the opponent's will to fight or resist. However, the Hellfire Netherwolf, despite being only at the complete form, Tier 3, could wield domain powers like a divine beast. This was enough to shatter the conventions and understandings of the human world. Above the Rift Island, blood clouds churned, and spirits floated aimlessly. The entire martial god arena was like a tiny leaf boat, engulfed by the bloodthirsty and slaughter-filled domain of the 10 Yama Kings. I flexed my wrist, the joints cracking audibly.
Adak Feng.
Awu. This time, the Hellfire Netherwolf took the initiative, launching its attack. Seeing the massive wolf charging towards him, Krui Donghak frantically channeled his spirit energy.
Defend!
The Saint-armored Heavenly Bear hastily raised the Saint Light Cross, using it as a shield to block its chest. The Hellfire Netherwolf leaped into the air, its sharp claws raised high as the sea of corpses and blood roiled violently, spewing lava everywhere. A massive blood-red claw phantom flashed, tearing through everything in its path with unstoppable force.
Crack!
With a crisp sound, the audience's eyes widened as they witnessed an incredibly shocking scene. The S-rank magic weapon, the Saint Light Cross, shattered in an instant, disintegrating into dust and fading away into the depths of hell. Stern being Stern. The Saint-armored Heavenly Bear spat out blood, its massive beastman form tracing a perfect parabola through the air before crashing heavily to the edge of the arena. The commentator's voice was hoarse, his vocal cords trembling violently. Just one move, and the Saint-armored Heavenly Bear is severely injured, spitting blood, unable to get back up.
Incredible, this is an unbelievable counterattack.
Dear audience, according to the statistics,
this is the first time in this match that Xiao Xingyu has made an attack.
Up until now, the Hellfire Netherwolf has not used any battle techniques. In the stands, the audience was shocked and confused. Is this guy pretending to be weak to lure in the tiger? This kid hid his true power well, pulling off a perfect plot twist. I just can't understand how a complete form-level beast can unleash domain power. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Kingdom's preparation area, Gu Zheng's face lit up with a rare smile. That's the unique charm of the SSS-level beast ability, Hellpath. Xiao Xingyu, you've truly set yourself apart in beast cultivation. Domain power is indeed a magical force typically mastered only by divine beast-level creatures. However, as long as a beast possesses one of the 6 paths powers, it can break through the limitations and unlock domain power early. I turned to look at Krui Donghak, who was panting heavily and visibly shocked, and flashed an innocent smile. I'll give you one last chance to catch your breath, after that, I won't hold back. Krui Donghak kept taking deep breaths, trying to steady his racing heartbeat. But each time his pulse steadied, the Hell Path's power surrounding him would stimulate his heart again. Being in the 10 Yama King's domain, there were too many factors beyond Krui Donghak's control. The commentator held a data analysis sheet in his hand. Dear audience, based on the analysis by our top data analysts, let me explain the mystery on everyone's mind. The reason the Hellfire Netherwolf can release domain power is that it carries the SSS-level beast ability, Hellpath. The power of the Hellpath is one of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Possessing one of the 6 paths powers allows a beast to ignore level restrictions and unlock domain power early. The audience was in an uproar. An SSS-level beast ability, truly extraordinary. The Hell Path, one of the 6 paths of reincarnation, this beast ability is incredibly rare. I didn't expect Xiao Xingyu to have such a trump card. Looks like Krui Donghak is in big trouble. It seems the first match for Ligua might end in defeat. I gave a subtle signal, and the Hellfire Netherwolf started walking toward the fallen Saint-armored Heavenly Bear. As the wolf's paw slightly lifted, countless vortices appeared, suspended in midair. Within the vortices, hellfire flames twisted and tore at each other, converging and entwining around the wolf's sharp claws. Krui Donghak was drenched in sweat, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the Hellfire Netherwolf.
Get up!
Krui Donghyok growled. The saint-armored heavenly bear, hearing its master's command, struggled to its feet despite the blood flowing incessantly from the wounds on its chest. With its S-rank magic weapon, the Saint Light Cross, destroyed, the saint-armored heavenly bear's combat power was more than halved. This was the downside of beastman-type monsters. Without weapons, their strength plummeted dramatically. Xiao Xingyu, you're an opponent worthy of respect. Krui Donghak finally caught his breath, his gaze subtly shifting and a slight smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. The stronger the opponent, the more excited Krui Donghak became. He wasn't just participating in the martial arts tournament to bring glory to his nation but also to see what the outside world had to offer. As Krui Donghak looked at me, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. He felt in me a profound understanding that there's always someone stronger out there, a realization that spurred his fighting spirit. The match isn't over yet. Even if your beast possesses an SSS-level ability, I'll fight with every last ounce of my strength. Krui Donghak's fighting spirit surged, his eyes filled with anticipation for a true battle against a powerful opponent. The saint-armored heavenly bear launched into a full sprint, its bristling fur surrounded by a faint red glow. This was the innate overlord body, the saint-armored heavenly bear's unique ability. In this state, no enemy technique could interrupt its charge. The saint-armored heavenly bear barreled through the sea of corpses and blood, swinging its fist, which was wrapped in holy light, with all its might. My expression remained calm as I merely channeled a sliver of my spirit energy. The Hellfire Netherwolf raised its flaming wolf paw, which was entwined with a giant serpent of fire, and swung it fiercely. Boom! The holy light fist collided violently with the flaming wolf paw, shaking the heavens and earth. The aftermath rippled like waves, each one higher than the last. The saint-armored heavenly bear staggered back, and the clear sound of its wrist bones fracturing was audible to all. Within the 10 Yama King's domain, the saint-armored heavenly bear's once proud strength seemed suppressed, unable to withstand the casual swipe of the wolf's paw. My demonic god's eye flashed with a cold glint. Krui Donghak's spirit energy flow faltered for a beat due to his labored breathing. My gaze locked onto the vulnerability in the saint-armored heavenly bear's defense. Odak Feng, Hellwind Ripping Kla. Howl. The Hellfire Netherwolf vanished on the spot. Krui Donghak sensed the imminent danger but had no time to react. A blood-red wolf claw shadow suddenly appeared behind the saint-armored heavenly bear. Rip. The wolf claw's shadow tore through the bear's back, sending blood splattering everywhere. The saint-armored heavenly bear instinctively turned, but another wolf claw shadow emerged below. Rip. The bear dropped to one knee, the claw mark on its left leg a ghastly sight. Swoosh. In the air, a flurry of wolf claw shadows materialized, enveloping the saint-armored heavenly bear's entire body. The sound of claws shredding through flesh and sinew grew sharper as the bear's neck, back, chest, and abdomen were all slashed with deep, bleeding wounds. The commentator's excitement was palpable, his voice growing louder. Before you could even blink, Xiao Xingyu seized Krui Donghak's opening, and the Hellfire Netherwolf launched a relentless assault. The Hellwind Ripping Claw is a formidable technique empowered by the Hell Path. Once unleashed, the Hellfire Netherwolf's body vanishes, splitting into 13 shadowy wolf claws that strike from 13 different angles, delivering a devastating flurry of slashes. After the 13 consecutive strikes, the Hellfire Netherwolf reappeared directly in front of the saint-armored heavenly bear, mere inches away. Krui Donghak frantically gathered his spirit energy, his voice hoarse as he shouted, "Divine Shield!" Divine Shield was the saint-armored heavenly bear's most powerful defensive technique. Krui Donghak was an exceptional beastmaster, and his reaction speed was impressive. The saint-armored heavenly bear hunched down, raising its massive paws to conjure a gleaming golden shield wall. The Hellfire Netherwolf opened its maw wide, spewing forth a jet of black flames that pierced through the divine shield, striking the saint-armored heavenly bear behind it. The commentator couldn't help but sigh, repeatedly marveling at the scene unfolding before him. The divine shield is the saint-armored heavenly bear's strongest defensive technique. In theory, it should be able to withstand any attack from a beast of the same level. But the Hellfire Netherwolf was too close. At that range, it's like using a point-blank special move. The characteristic of Hell's Roar is that the closer it is to the target, the more powerful it becomes. Hell's Roar, the most basic of the Hellfire Netherwolf's techniques. Though it's a long-range attack capable of hitting enemies up to 800 meters away, when unleashed at point-blank range, its power is maximized. Boom!
After the explosion, the air was filled with black flames that lingered, refusing to extinguish. The saint-armored heavenly bear toppled over, its fur charred black, smoke billowing from its head, and its eyes vacant and lifeless. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that a single hell's roar had nearly emptied the saint-armored heavenly bear's health bar. Now, a red aura began to rise around the bear, a clear sign that it had entered a critical state. Krui Donghak was on the brink of defeat, with no hope of recovery. I withdrew my spirit energy, intending to stop the fight there. Krui Donghak, however, wavered on his feet before suddenly bursting into laughter. Ahahaha. Exhilarating. As Xiao Xingyu, to face such a formidable opponent on this stage, it's worth it. But until the very last moment, the outcome remains undecided. I refuse to lose to you in front of my fellow countrymen from Ligua. Krui Donghak raised his head, eyes shut tight, and channeled every last bit of his remaining spirit energy. The saint-armored heavenly bear struggled to its feet, enduring the pain as it bathed in a golden holy light. The commentator's eyes lit up. A look at Krui Donghak. He's putting everything on the line for one final attack. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for a spectacle. You're about to witness the saint-armored heavenly bear's most powerful offensive technique, mountain-crushing hammer. My gaze swept over Krui Donghak's body. Exhausting all his spirit energy, even at the cost of his own lifeblood and essence for one final strike? Very well, I will honor that effort with the respect it deserves. I too drained all my spirit energy, the winds growing increasingly wild, drowning out the crowd's screams. In the Hell on Earth domain, the statues of the 10 Yama kings trembled violently, emitting dense, blood-red particles. These particles converged into 10 radiant streams in the air, all flowing into the Hellfire Netherwolf. As both sides prepared for their final strikes, the audience watched without blinking, holding their breath, fully focused on the arena, fearing they might miss the earth-shattering climax. Both fighters were betting everything they had. Behind Krui Donghak, the seats were filled with citizens of Ligua. At that moment, they all stood up. Some clasped their hands together, their eyes filled with worry, silently praying in their hearts. The commentator shook his head slightly, smiling as he analyzed the situation. This is the opening match of the martial arts tournament. A victory in the first match, an auspicious start, is crucial for both sides. Everyone wants to win, no one wants to lose. So this final clash is bound to be spectacular. Krui Donghak poured all his spirit energy into the attack, even going as far as to deplete his lifeblood and vital essence. Standing in the center of the arena, his once handsome face twisted in exertion, his neck flushed red and covered in unsightly bulging veins. When a man doesn't care about his appearance in public, you can be sure he is giving everything he has to achieve something great. In the eyes of the Ligua citizens, Krui Donghak was indeed great, a hero worthy of respect from the entire nation.
Xiao Xingyu, let's settle this once and for all.
Krui Donghak roared toward the sky. The saint-armored heavenly bear suddenly raised its massive arms and pounded its chest. Golden holy light radiated from its body, and its already enormous frame swelled even larger. Its height, once towering at 20 meters, shot up to 30 meters. Whoosh! The saint-armored heavenly bear launched itself off the ground, soaring into the sky. The commentator shouted excitedly, the saint-armored heavenly bear's legs are like they've been fitted with mechanical springs, its jumping power has increased tenfold. The audience had to tilt their heads back to follow the sight of the massive bear flying through the air. Strictly speaking, the saint-armored heavenly bear isn't a flying-type beast, it lacks the ability to fly. But its enhanced legs gave it such terrifying jumping power that each leap seemed like an impossible flight. The saint-armored heavenly bear lands and, at the moment of impact, launches itself again, leaping beyond the horizon. With each jump, the hang time and height increase. The higher it jumps, the more powerful the mountain-crushing hammer will be. The commentator's speech quickened, trying to keep pace with the saint-armored heavenly bear's rapid ascents. Before long, the bear's leaps became so fast that only a streak of holy light remained, flashing up and down in the audience's vision.
This is the final leap?
Krui Donghak's eyes turned blood-red as he clenched his fists. The saint-armored heavenly bear touched down once more and then sprang upward, its enormous body rising like a rocket into the sky. This time, the bear's leap reached a height of over 300 meters. That's the height of a skyscraper, the absolute limit for the saint-armored heavenly bear. Its body was now a blazing golden light, resembling an inverted golden mountain.
A descent.
Krui Donghak roared, giving the command. The saint-armored heavenly bear, shrouded in golden light, plummeted from the heavens, bringing with it the force of an avalanche, crashing down directly toward the Hellfire Netherwolf's head. This was the bear's most powerful technique, the mountain crushing hammer. Krui Donghak had given his all, holding nothing back, determined to leave no regrets, win or lose. The mountain crushing hammer truly lives up to its name. The sheer force of the blow is immense, like a sunlit golden mountain-turned meteorite crashing down from the sky. The entire martial arts arena may very well crumble. The commentator spoke with both admiration and caution, even leaning back as if afraid of being caught in the impending devastation. My spirit energy flowed into the Hellfire Netherwolf. Darkfang and the match. Upon hearing its master's command, the Hellfire Netherwolf raised its head, its howl shattering the surrounding sea of corpses and blood. The ground trembled violently, and a series of deep, muted howls echoed from the depths of hell. The statues of the 10 Yama Kings vanished, replaced by a massive blood-red vortex above the Hellfire Netherwolf. The vortex resembled the eye of the Yama King, cold, emotionless, and supremely dignified, yet brimming with profound mystery. In an instant, a colossal wolf paw extended from the vortex. But this was no ordinary wolf paw, its anthropomorphic features were unmistakable, eerily similar to a human hand. Blood energy swirled around the paw, and the sound of its cracking bones was like the wailing of ghosts and the whispers of spectral soldiers. I raised my right hand, my slender fingers curling into a fist. The giant wolf paw mirrored my movement, forming a fist of its own. Smack! A shocking scene unfolded, stunning everyone present. The massive wolf claw instantly seized the golden light descending from the sky. The brilliant golden light was quickly dispelled by the thick, blood-red mist. The true form of the saint-armored heavenly bear was exposed to everyone's view. At that moment, the enormous mountain-like body of the saint-armored heavenly bear was tightly gripped in the bloody wolf claw's palm, unable to move. The audience erupted in disbelief. No way, this is impossible. The saint-armored heavenly bear has innate overlord body, it shouldn't be interrupted while releasing its ultimate move. This mysterious and terrifying blood-red wolf hand actually interrupted the saint-armored heavenly bear's finishing move. It's unbelievable, my whole understanding of the world is collapsing. Krui Donghak lifted his dazed head, his blurred vision fixed on the immobilized body of the saint-armored heavenly bear, his spirit shattered. How can this be? Howl. The Hellfire Netherwolf let out another ferocious roar as the blood-red wolf claw in midair tightened its grip. Boom! An explosion rang out as the blood mist dissipated. Above the martial arts arena, a thick, sticky blood rain began to fall. As the blood rain ceased, the hellish landscape vanished like a mirage. Clear skies returned to Crackling Island, and the martial arts arena regained its pre-match tranquility. The saint-armored heavenly bear lay next to Krui Donghak, its breath shallow, its energy drained, its eyes dull and unable to stand. The massive blood-red wolf claw in the sky hadn't yet vanished. I retracted my spirit energy, and the wolf claw withdrew back into the blood-red vortex. Then, the vortex closed and disappeared. The referee began the countdown. As the timer hit 0, the saint-armored heavenly bear remained on the ground, unable to rise and continue fighting. The referee immediately blew the whistle, signaling the end of the match. The winner has been decided. The victor of this match is Dragon Kingdom's contestant Xiao Xingyu. The audience erupted in cheers, with the citizens of Dragon Kingdom moved to tears. Ah, we won. We did it. Taking the first match, what an amazing start. Let me just say this, Xiao Xingyu is incredible. Xiao Xingyu. Xiao Xingyu. Xiao Xingyu. Not only did Dragon Kingdom's audience shower Xiao Xingyu with applause and cheers, but his display of strength also won over the spectators from the other 3 nations. Xiao Xingyu. Xiao Xingyu. Xiao Xingyu. Wait a minute. I checked my ID just now, we're supposed to be from Li Nation. Garwi? Seems like it, oh no. Xiao Xingyu, I hate you. Krui Donghak suffered a crushing defeat, forced to accept a painful loss at the hands of a prodigious opponent like me. The commentator set down his headset, grabbed the microphone, and smiled with relief. To all the viewers across the nations, the first match of the martial arts tournament has concluded. The victor is Dragon Kingdom's prodigious beast tamer, Xiao Xingyu. He has proven with his strength that the younger generation of the Dragon Kingdom continues to rise. The final move unleashed by the Hellfire Netherwolf was shrouded in mystery, its name unknown. Currently, multiple top data analysts are urgently reviewing historical records. A moment later, the commentator picked up the microphone again. The investigation results are in.
The final move unleashed by the Hellfire Netherwolf is a special attack unique to beasts possessing the SSS level beast skill Hell Path.
It is called Hell Path, Yama's Hand.
Once Yama's hand is released, it ignores all environmental factors and can even bypass the innate overlord body effect of the Saint-Armored Heavenly Bear, forcibly seizing the enemy target. With a single squeeze, it can crush the enemy's will and soul. On the arena, Krui Donghak was panting heavily, the energy drained from him, and he kneeled on one knee, his bangs soaked with sweat. I walked over and helped him up. Krui Donghak's eyes were bloodshot, yet he smiled with a relieved expression, weakly saying, Xiao Xingyu, you didn't disappoint me. You are a worthy opponent, just too weak. You have such a harmless smile, but your words really sting. Sorry, I was trying to be as polite as possible.
Ahaha.
Krui Donghak burst out laughing, extending his hand to me. I raised my hand and we shook hands. Under the live broadcast, one was a humble victor and the other, a gracious loser. While the competition has its winners and losers, friendship knows no borders. Xiao Xingyu, if we meet again in the ring, I will definitely defeat you next time. However, I didn't respond, having spaced out again, as my demon god's eye pierced through the floor of the martial arts arena, probing deep into the ground to investigate that dragon's heart. As Krui Donghak was leaving the stage, he added, I know there's still a huge gap between us, but I will close it. Next time, I will definitely defeat you. This Krui Donghak is someone to watch, talented, resilient, and able to win and lose gracefully. He will undoubtedly become a pillar of strength for Li Nation in the future. As the head coach of the Dragon Kingdom team, Gu Jing gave Krui Donghak high praise. Luo Wanqing asked, Coach Gu, I'm curious, what's your opinion of Xiao Xingyu? Ahem, Gu Jing glanced at me on the stage, unable to hold back a chuckle. He's a monster. With my ordinary vision, I dare not predict his future. Meanwhile, back in the Dragon Kingdom, my name soared to the top of the trending lists on all major media platforms. After stepping down from the stage and returning to the Dragon Kingdom's preparation area, many people suddenly rushed from the audience, eager to present me with flowers and gifts.
Thank you, everyone.
Xiao Xingyu, well done. You're the pride of the Dragon Kingdom. Luo Wanqing walked over and patted me on the shoulder. Congratulations on your first victory. Luo, senior sister, you're up next.
Don't get nervous.
Luo Wanqing smiled and shook her head, pointing toward the Li Nation's preparation area. You just defeated Li Nation's strongest Four-Star Beastmaster, Krui Donghak. Now, the faces of the other two competitors are pale and their fighting spirit is completely gone. The next matches will be easy, so I won't be nervous at all. The most important factors that influence the outcome of a match are talent and strength. However, whether one can fully unleash their talent and strength depends on the competitor's mindset. After Krui Donghak lost to me, the Li Nation's team was steeped in a negative atmosphere of defeat. With 2 matches still to go, their mentality had already taken a significant hit. The second match is about to begin. Dragon Kingdom's Luo Wanqing vs Li Nation's Huang Qihyun. Both competitors, please prepare. Luo Wanqing regulated her breathing and performed her final spirit energy warm-up exercises before the match. I glanced at Xie Weian and our eyes met. Don't think that winning one match means you can get complacent, Xie Weian whispered as he approached me. Our biggest opponents are those 3 competitors from the Shama Empire. I turned and looked toward the Shama Empire's preparation area. At that moment, the 3 Shama competitors were also staring back at me. The people from the Shama Empire had a darker complexion, as if they had been perpetually sunbathing on a beach. These 3 Four-Star Beastmasters, 2 men and 1 woman, were all around 20 years old, yet their eyes held a maturity and depth far beyond their years. The only woman among them, named Ayla, had long hair cascading over her shoulders, with a white cloth covering her left eye. She was the strongest of the 3. The blonde young man, with a face full of freckles and a sinister smile, was named Vikram. The last, a silent and stoic man, wore thick black gloves despite the mild temperature on Rift Island, and was named Adifier. As Sister Ayla, that Dragon Kingdom competitor, Xiao Xingyu, seems very strong, said Vikram, who, like Ayla, was a competitor from the Shama Empire and also her cousin. Ayla gazed at me from afar, her eyes assessing me like a hunter sizing up their prey. The SSS-level beast skilled Hell Path, not easy to handle, Ayla commented fairly. Adifier, who rarely spoke, suddenly opened his mouth. In tomorrow's finals, I'll be the first to fight. I have a way to suppress the power of Hell Path. The 3 of them exchanged glances and smiled cruelly. While they were plotting how to counter me, my demon gods, I had already conducted a full-body scan on them. I lowered my gaze and chuckled inwardly. A sacrifice-type beastmasters, I see. The principle is the same as dark beastmasters, not worth taking seriously. With the demon gods I activated, a single glance was all it took to see through everything.
What are you looking at?
Xiao Xingyu, like a persistent shadow, was by my side. I glanced at him and smiled. As Xiao Xingyu, I want to tell you a hard truth, even though it's going to be difficult to hear.
Go ahead, say it.
I want to hear just how harsh it can be. Those 3 monsters from the Shama team, you won't be able to beat any of them. Hearing this, Xiao Xing's anger flared up, nearly bursting through the top of his head. His lungs were ready to explode with rage.
Xiao Xingyu, your words really sting.
But it's the truth. I wasn't trying to provoke Xiao Xingyu, I was just giving an honest assessment. Through the observation of the demon god's eye, I had already gained enough understanding of the Shama trio's strength. Honestly speaking, neither Luo Wanqing nor Xiao Xingyu could stand a chance against those monsters. I sighed and muttered to myself, looks like I'll have to take on all 3 of them in tomorrow's finals. I need to get a good night's rest tonight and conserve my energy. Just then, a raven flew by and landed on my shoulder. At first, I was surprised, but then a smile spread across my face. The master is here. The second match was about to start. Luo Wanqing stepped onto the stage.
Coach Gu, I'm going to the restroom.
All right, go ahead.
Be quick, though, so you can be back to cheer for Luo Wanqing.
Outside the martial god arena, I followed the low-flying raven and stopped under the shade of a tree. A man dressed in black emerged from the shadows, a flock of ravens rising around him, their eerie cries filling the air.
Master, what brings you here? Did you come just to watch my match? How did I do?
Raven responded calmly, I saw your performance. I didn't expect your beast to harbor an SSS-level beast skill, Hellpath. That's quite rare. After a brief pause, he added, when the 10 Kings of Hell domain was unleashed, it reminded me of an old acquaintance.
An old acquaintance, who might that be?
I was about to ask more when Raven shifted the conversation. I came here to carry out the task assigned by Her Majesty, the Empress.
What task?
I instinctively tensed up, worried that Shangguan Lan might also have her eyes on the dragon's heart buried beneath the island. My task is to ensure your safety. I was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly. I'm just participating in the Martial God Tournament. What danger could there be? Raven shook his head, his voice low and serious. The Martial God Tournament involves 4 nations. The more outstanding your performance in the arena, the more you become a potential threat to other countries. In past tournaments, many promising prodigies were targeted and never made it off Rift Island alive. Raven's words, though brief, made things clear to me. A master, I understand. I'll keep a low profile.
There's no need to be low-key.
In the tournament, unleash your full potential without holding back. With me here, nothing will happen to you. I nodded firmly, a bright smile on my face. With the support of the Grand Priest Raven and the entire Empire Soul organization, I felt confident and unburdened, ready to fully unleash my extraordinary talents on the stage. Suddenly, the arena's broadcast echoed in our ears. The match has concluded. The winner is Dragon Kingdom's Luo Wanqing. Immediately, the cheers and screams of the Dragon Kingdom spectators resounded across Rift Island. Raven smiled faintly. It seems you all have secured your place in tomorrow's finals. With both Luo Wanqing and I securing victories, we had a 2-0 lead over Li Nation, making our advancement to the finals a certainty. A master, in tomorrow's finals, I'll lead the Dragon Kingdom team to victory. You've got quite the confidence, but do you know that our Dragon Kingdom has lost to the Shama Empire in the Martial God Tournament for the past 3 years? The reason we've lost 3 years in a row is because I wasn't competing. Now that I'm here, the championship trophy will return to our Dragon Kingdom. My confidence brought a sense of comfort to Raven.
As the saying goes, confidence is the peak.
Absolute confidence is a trait every Beastmaster needs before ascending to godhood. Raven could see this rare confidence in me, something seldom found in young people. Is there anything you'd like to know about the sacrificial-style Beastmasters of the Shama Empire? I can give you a brief explanation, Raven offered, making it clear he was willing to take some time to coach me and share techniques for dealing with sacrificial-style Beastmasters. A master, I should head back. Otherwise, senior sister Luo will scold me. As I left, a rare emotion flickered across Raven's usually composed face. This kid actually turned down my lesson? Does he look down on me, the Grand Priest of the Black Knight, or is he just too confident? I didn't need Raven's lesson, I already knew how to deal with sacrificial-style Beastmasters. In the martial god arena, Li Nation's contestant, Huangyan, collapsed on the stage, tears welling up in his eyes, unable to face the Li Nation audience. Thank you all for your support, thank you. Luo Wanqing stepped down from the stage, smiling and waving to the audience, her graceful demeanor winning the hearts of the Dragon Kingdom spectators.
Luo Wanqing, I hereby declare you my new goddess.
A woman who does not let men outshine her. A true heroine, winning another victory for our Dragon Kingdom. As Luo Wanqing returned to the Dragon Kingdom's preparation area, I ran up to her.
As senior sister Luo, your performance was flawless.
Your control of spiritual energy and battle awareness far surpassed your opponents, I'm truly impressed. Luo Wanqing couldn't help but roll her eyes and huff, Xiao Xingyu, stop pretending.
You weren't even here during my match.
During the match, Luo Wanqing had glanced at the Dragon Kingdom's preparation area and hadn't seen me there at all. Feeling embarrassed, I avoided her gaze. I had run out to meet Raven, missing her match and failing to cheer her on. Next up was Xiao, who faced off against Li Nation's only female contestant, Park Jimin. After Choi Donghyuk and Huang Qihan both lost, Park Jimin's mentality completely crumbled. Under such immense mental pressure, she lasted less than 10 rounds on stage before being easily defeated by Xiao. The Dragon Kingdom spectators all stood up, shouting with joy, expressing their happiness. The names of me, Luo Wanqing, and Xiao echoed again and again above the martial god arena. Although the Li Nation audience felt disappointed, they still applauded the three contestants, appreciating their hard work and efforts. Choi Donghyuk held the hands of Huang Qihan and Park Jimin, bowing to the audience in apology.
We're sorry, everyone, for letting you down.
Choi Donghyuk kept his head low, staring at his feet, but inside, his fighting spirit burned.
Xiao Xingyu, one day, I will defeat you.
For Choi Donghyuk, this year's Martial God Tournament journey was over. The Li Nation team had been utterly defeated, losing all 3 matches without a single win. Choi Donghyuk knew he bore the greatest responsibility. As the first to compete, his loss to me had led to the collapse of his teammates' morale, causing them to underperform and lose the matches. The match between the Shama team and the Sakura team will officially begin at 2 p.m. this afternoon.
Stay tuned.
At noon, regardless of whether they were contestants or spectators, everyone headed to the entertainment and rest area on the eastern side of Split Sky Island to enjoy a lavish lunch. On the first floor of the cafeteria, the Sakura and Li Nation teams were dining together. The only ones absent were the Shama team. Guzheng put down his chopsticks and took it upon himself to explain. The Shama Empire's Beastmasters have different dietary habits than ours. They don't eat cooked food. Luo Wanqing's expression grew complicated, and she suddenly lost her appetite. Coach Gu, if they don't eat cooked food, do they eat raw meat? Guzheng nodded. The Shama Empire is the only human nation that consumes raw meat. They don't eat it out of preference but to mimic beasts, thereby enhancing their beastly nature. This beastly nature is an essential trait for sacrificial beastmasters. Luo Wanqing's imagination ran wild with bloody images, making her stomach churn. After lunch, Xiao, up to some unknown mischief, didn't return to the hotel and seemed to have arranged a meeting with someone. I wanted to go back to my room for a nap, but nature called, so I headed to the restroom at the end of the corridor. The men's and women's restrooms were separate, but the sink area was shared. After finishing up, I stepped out and saw a young girl vomiting at the sink. Gug. Cough cough. Each bout of vomiting was followed by violent coughing. The girl was gripping the edge of the sink, her tan skin flushed red from the strain. Her left eye was covered by a white bandage. Perhaps she was blind in that eye, but who could say for sure? Sensing someone nearby, the girl looked up and met my gaze. Only then did I recognize her as one of the Shama team's contestants, Ayla. This girl was about my age, but her eyes and demeanor were far more experienced and composed than mine. Her appearance wasn't particularly stunning, but there was a raw, primal beauty about her that sparked curiosity in men, making them want to explore further. Cough cough. Ayla vomited again, and a large piece of undigested, bloody raw meat fell into the sink. I narrowed my eyes. The Beastmasters of the Shama Empire truly do eat raw meat.
Coach Gu wasn't lying.
At that moment, Ayla's mouth was smeared with blood, and her hair was disheveled, making her look a bit worse for wear. I hesitated for a moment before pulling out a tissue from my pocket and offering it to her. Ayla looked uncertain. I smiled. A tissue isn't poisonous, right? She took the tissue and wiped the blood from her mouth, occasionally glancing at herself in the mirror. It was clear that this girl still cared about her appearance. Leaning against the doorframe, curiosity turned me into a bit of a chatterbox. You clearly can't stomach raw meat, and it seems you're allergic to it. Every time you eat it, you end up vomiting, yet you keep eating it? This has nothing to do with you. Ayla's voice surprised me. Despite being a girl, her voice was deep and resonant like a man's. Cough, cough, ugh. Ayla clutched her stomach, her face pale. This time, the vomiting lasted much longer, expelling chunks of undigested raw meat. The remnants included various animal organs. After several bouts of vomiting, Ayla seemed to feel a bit better, but her mouth was still filthy, giving her a ghastly appearance, like a vampire straight out of a movie. She quickly turned on the faucet, gulping down water to wash away the bloody taste from her mouth. The feeling of eating raw meat disgusted her, she hated it with a passion. But being born on the soil of the Shama Empire, this was her fate, something she couldn't defy. After cleaning her mouth and face, Ayla glared at me. If you keep staring at me, I'll kill you. I ignored her threat. Let me teach you a trick to help with vomiting. After eating raw meat, hold your breath and press 3 inches below your navel. It will help you vomit faster and reduce the pain. With that, I turned and left. Ayla stood there, staring at my back. Ayla, sister. A blonde boy ran over Ayla's cousin, Vikram. His mouth was also stained with blood, and his molars were still chewing on the tough, bloody raw meat. This wasn't his blood, of course, but the blood of his food. Ayla, sister, the head coach is calling you back. You haven't finished your meal, and you can't waste food. I know. Were you just talking to that Dragon Kingdom contestant, Xiao Xingyu? That guy, he's a strange one. To most people, the Beastmasters of the Shama Empire are the strangest beings. However, in Ayla's eyes, I was even stranger than her. 10 minutes later, Ayla returned to the restroom. She leaned over the sink, her expression pained, wanting to vomit but unable to. Her face, neck, and chest were covered in red welts, a clear allergic reaction. After eating raw meat, hold your breath and press 3 inches below your navel. It will help you vomit faster and reduce the pain. Ayla suddenly remembered my words. After hesitating for a moment, she decided to give it a try, and soon, everything came rushing out. Stern uk tilde Stern. It was a thorough, satisfying purge. Afterward, Ayla turned on the faucet, letting the cold water splash over her face. She looked up at her reflection in the mirror. Who exactly is that man? When a woman starts to become curious about a man, it's rarely a good thing for either of them. After a brief nap, I overslept. Luo Wanqing hurriedly grabbed my arm, and we rushed to the martial god arena. Just as we entered, the referee blew the final whistle. The match is over. The winner is Ayla from the Shama team. At 2 p.m., the match officially began. The referee's whistle blew at exactly 2:01 p.m. In just 1 minute, Ayla, the Shama team's contestant, defeated Tsubasa Hain from the Sakura team, securing the first victory for Shama. It's important to note that every contestant on this stage is a prodigy from their respective countries. In the morning matches, even Park Jimin, the weakest contestant from the Lee team, managed to hold out for 10 rounds against Xiaoyan, despite being completely off balance mentally. Xiaoyan took 3 minutes to finish the fight. Tsubasa Hain, the top seed from Sakura, whose strength was on par with that of Lee's Choi Donghyuk, was ruthlessly defeated by Ayla in just 1 minute. On the stage, Tsubasa knelt with his knees on the ground, unable to stand for a long time. Tears streamed down his face as he bowed his head repeatedly in apology to the audience. The gap in strength was too vast. Tsubasa had given his all, but in front of Ayla, he was nothing more than a plaything, far from being a worthy opponent. Xiao Xingyu, the Shama team seems even more formidable than we thought, Luo Wanqing said, recognizing the gravity of the situation. She knew that tomorrow's final would most likely be a showdown between the Dragon Kingdom team and the Shama team. I raised my gaze, focusing on the center of the stage. Beside Ayla stood her beast, a black goat. This black goat was extraordinarily eerie. It had 3 goat faces, appearing deformed and grotesque, as if it were a creature that shouldn't exist in this world. Its 6 eyes glowed with a vicious killing intent, its body exuding a red mist, and its sharp horns gleamed with a black light. 3-faced heaven goat, a mutated demon-type beast. I muttered to myself as my demon gods I scrutinized everything on the stage. The matches continued. 1 minute later, the referee's whistle blew again, signaling the end of the match. The match is over. The winner is Vikram from the Shama team. The blonde boy raised his fists in triumph. He was Ayla's cousin and also terrifyingly talented. He defeated Sakura's contestant, Itoza, in just 1 minute. On stage, Itoza was weeping bitterly. Not only had he lost the match, but his beast, the horned wind hawk, was also severely injured, its blood staining the stage. The rules of the martial arts tournament only protect the beastmasters, not the beasts. If a beast is injured, disabled, or even killed during the match, the contestant must bear the consequences. Luo Wanqing pressed her lips together, her expression grim. Such a brutal way to fight, the beastmasters of Shama have really opened my eyes. Xiao Weian chuckled coldly and mockingly said, if you're scared, you don't have to fight in tomorrow's final. I can take on all 3 of them by myself. Since meeting with the mysterious person at noon, Xiao Weian's confidence had skyrocketed. He was eager for the final, where he believed he could single-handedly defeat the Shama trio, overshadowing me in both fame and glory. But this was merely Xiao Weian's delusion. Harsh reality would soon teach him a hard lesson. With this victory, the Shama team had won 2 consecutive matches, earning 2 points. The combined time for these 2 matches was only 2 minutes. The final match, Adiya vs Jiro Matsuda. This match is reminiscent of the final match between the Dragon Kingdom and Lee teams. If Jiro Matsuda can win, while it won't change the fact that the Sakura team is eliminated, it would at least restore some dignity by securing a victory. If they lose the match, it will be the same story as the Lee teams, crushed 3-0 by their opponents, ending their journey in the martial arts tournament on a disgraceful note. I'll let the match begin. 1 minute later, the whistle blew. The match is over. The winner is Adiya from the Shama team. Apart from the Shama spectators, who were wildly cheering, the audiences from the other 3 nations were silent, their faces filled with shock and confusion. 3 matches, each lasting only 1 minute, and the results were already decided. The commentator was stunned. The bottle of mineral water in front of him remained untouched, and his voice wasn't even hoarse because the matches ended so quickly. Dear viewers, this is the most time-efficient and effortless match I've ever commentated on in my career. It's also the only one where I didn't need to take throat lozenges. The Shama team has dominated and completely defeated the Sakura team. Let's congratulate the Shama team on advancing to the finals. Tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., the finals will begin. Stay tuned. In the audience, the citizens of Lee and Sakura embraced each other, offering mutual comfort. These 2 nations' teams had been eliminated, losing their chance to compete in the finals. For the past 3 years, this had always been the outcome for Lee and Sakura as well. After all, in those years, the battle for the championship had always been between the Dragon Kingdom and the Shama Empire. 3 years, 3 championships Shama Empire. 3 years, 3 runner-up finishes Clown Dragon Kingdom. This kind of rhetoric only reinforced the idea that a second place is the biggest loser. The pain of being the runner-up is the hardest to bear in competitive arenas. Gu Zheng's face was serious as he addressed the team. Everyone saw it, didn't they? The Shama team's strength should not be underestimated. They can defeat the geniuses of Sakura in just 1 minute. Tonight, we'll hold a meeting to analyze our opponents and adjust our mindset. The 3 members of the Dragon Kingdom team had different thoughts. Xiao Weian thought to himself, clowns, tomorrow I'll take on all 3 of them by myself. Luo Wanqing was thinking, tonight, I must carefully analyze our opponent's strengths and weaknesses, review the match footage, and find any flaws. Meanwhile, I was thinking, should I go steal the dragon's heart tonight? Sounds like a good plan. Night fell. Riku Island was quiet. It was the eve of the martial arts tournament finals. In the hotel's conference room, Gu Zheng, as the head coach, held a meeting with all the members of the Dragon Kingdom team to review their opponents' match footage. The big screen displayed the replay of the Shama team's matches against the Sakura team. Each match lasted only 1 minute. The 3 Beastmasters from Shama were terrifyingly powerful. The team had to watch the replays in slow motion to catch some of the finer details. Luo Wanqing held a notebook in her hand, gently biting the tip of her pen with her soft lips, her brows furrowed deeply. They're too strong, just too strong. This girl named Ayla, her beast is a monster. The Dragon Kingdom team also had their own data analysts. These analysts closely examined the footage, analyzing it frame by frame. In the end, they exchanged uneasy glances, each one taking a deep breath in disbelief. When Ayla channels her spiritual energy to attack, the Sakura contestant didn't even have a chance to defend. Based on big data analysis, Ayla's spiritual energy release speed is 0.2 seconds faster than Xiao Xingyu's. Beastmasters control their beasts in battle by channeling their spiritual energy to drive the beasts and execute battle techniques. This process requires time, the time it takes for the spiritual energy to transmit. The faster the spiritual energy is transmitted, the quicker the beast can release its techniques, making the coordination between the Beastmaster and their beast more seamless and efficient. After thorough investigation by the Dragon Kingdom's data analysts, they discovered that Ayla's spiritual energy release speed even surpasses mine. Guzheng exhaled a deep breath, his aging face filled with concern. Putting Ayla aside for now, the other two Shama Empire contestants, Vikram and Adiya, are no pushovers either. Their beasts possess strange abilities, and their spiritual energy density is much higher than that of our three contestants. Luo Wanqing, Xiaoyan, tomorrow's match cannot be a prolonged battle. Our spiritual energy reserves are our weak point, so we must strike quickly and decisively. Guzheng's battle strategy was simple: fight a fast war. Luo Wanqing nodded seriously, taking notes. Don't worry, Coach Gu. In tomorrow's match, I'll leverage my strengths to the fullest in the shortest time possible. Luo Wanqing's beast, the blue-winged wind-cracking tiger, excels in burst damage but lacks endurance, making it best suited for quick fights. Xiaoyan, however, didn't take Guzheng's words seriously. He kept his hands in his pockets, staring dismissively at the replay of the match on the big screen. Just 3 Shama Beastmasters and you're all scared like this? Coach Gu, let me tell you straight, I think you're worrying for nothing. In tomorrow's final, I'll be the first to go on stage, win 3 matches in a row, and bring the championship home to Dragon Kingdom. Guzheng broke out in a cold sweat, unable to tell whether to laugh or cry. Xiaoyan, it's good to have fighting spirit, but don't underestimate your opponents. Based on my experience, these 3 Shama Beastmasters are stronger than those we've faced in the past 3 years. Guzheng's intuition was spot on. The 3 contestants the Shama Empire had sent this year were the strongest in history. Especially Ayla, who was hailed as the flower of the future of the Shama Empire, with all the nation's resources dedicated to her personalized ascension to godhood plan. Luo Wanqing glanced at the arrogant Xiaoyan and couldn't help but smirk inwardly, thinking, I wonder where he gets his confidence from. He'd be lucky to win even 1 match tomorrow. Compared to Xiaoyan's arrogance, Luo Wanqing was more self-aware. She attentively listened to the analyst's explanations, striving to understand her opponent's weaknesses and studying the match footage to find any potential flaws. Though she knew her strength was far behind that of the Shama Beastmasters, she was determined to fight for Dragon Kingdom, even if it meant exhausting every last bit of her spiritual energy. This was Luo Wanqing's resolve. She wasn't afraid of losing, only of not trying hard enough and being left with regrets. Hey, where's Xiao Xingyu? We've been in this meeting for so long and he's missing. He was here earlier, sitting right next to me. He said he went to the restroom. Again? He's been gone for at least an hour. That guy, his phone isn't even reachable, what a worry. The meeting lasted a total of 2 hours, and I was missing for an hour and a half of it. In the dead of night, Riku Island was as quiet as a baby cradled in the ocean's embrace, calm and peaceful. A shadow flickered along the edge of the island's beach. Accompanying the shadow was a 9-tailed fox. Lulu, keep your steps light. We're about to steal something and we can't let the Peace Guild catch us. From within the bushes, Ailu, in her beast-human form, pressed her stunning face close to mine, her fox ears twitching slightly. Xiao Xingyu, are you sure this is the best spot? I'm certain. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, and if we dig here, we can reach the Void Wyvern's heart in the fastest possible time, I said, pointing to the ground beneath our feet. The Eye of the Demon God, with its powerful X-ray vision, allowed me to play the role of a geological survey expert. I found the ideal spot for digging, right here among the palm trees on the edge of the island. The Void Wyvern's heart lay directly beneath us. Ailu, let me go over the plan with you first. At first, I'll use the Heavenly Soul Vine to create a tunnel that goes straight from the surface to the depths of the island, where the heart is located. Since you carry a dragon bone and have perfectly integrated pure dragon blood, you're the safest bet to retrieve the heart. Once you get the heart, put it into this space ring and return the way you came. I handed Ailu a space ring. A hint of concern crossed her delicate face. What if something unusual happens while I'm retrieving the heart? It was a valid concern that we had to prepare for. If anything goes wrong, abandon the mission immediately. Your safety is the most important thing. I held Ailu's hands tightly. For me, the desire to grow stronger was undeniable, but on that path, I didn't want to lose any of my companions, especially this fox by my side. To me, Ailu wasn't just a beast, she was family. Are you ready, Ailu? Yes, she nodded. I channeled my spiritual energy and summoned the heavenly soul vine. The silver vine, as thick as a giant python, plunged into the earth and began to burrow deep below. Even I hadn't expected that one day the heavenly soul vine would serve as a makeshift drilling machine. The vine continued its descent into the island's depths, glowing silver as it explored the darkness. An hour passed. Suddenly, I felt a surge of excitement. It's done! A tunnel that connected the surface to the very core of the island was now open. Ailu, it's up to you now. Ailu slipped on the space ring I had given her and jumped into the tunnel. The narrow passage felt like a long, deep slide as she descended rapidly in complete darkness. When her vision cleared, she felt her body come to a stop, her feet landing on something soft and cushiony. Clouds? No, not clouds, but... Ailu's first thought was that she had landed on a cloud. But when she looked down, she was shocked by the massive object beneath her. She was standing on a massive, pulsating heart, the Void Wyvern's heart. Suddenly, the entire island began to shake violently, and the ground started to crack and split. Over the eons, the Void Wyvern's heart had fused with the island itself. If we forcibly separate it, this island will disappear. So I decided to wait until after the finals tomorrow to retrieve the dragon's heart. In such a situation, encountering an enemy is not frightening. Running into someone you know is what's truly awkward. A dark figure appeared on a tree branch. I reacted quickly, donning a black robe and a ghostly mask, revealing only a pair of crimson eyes. These were the eyes of the awakened demon god's eye, a distinctive feature of the black robe man. A man covered in crows emerged from the darkness. It was none other than the leader of the Empire Soul Organization, the Black Knight High Priest, Raven. The Black Robe Man? What are you doing on Riku Island? Raven activated his spiritual energy, his eyes radiating killing intent. Was that earthquake just now you're doing? This was Raven's third question. I remained silent. After all, the more you say, the more you risk giving away. Silence is golden. As long as I didn't speak, I wouldn't expose any flaws. If you're not going to say a word, then we'll just have to exchange a few blows. Raven activated his Beastmaster crest, summoning the three-legged golden crow. 3 scorching fireballs hovered in the air as the golden crow, with wings spread wide, landed slowly on a treetop. At this point, I had no choice but to speak. I don't take the Dragon Kingdom's sea, land, and air generals seriously. You alone are not qualified to be my opponent. I played the part well, delivering the lines with precision, exuding the perfect mix of disdain and nonchalance. The Black Robe Man was a mysterious expert who had held off both Murongjin and Baiyu, 2 top generals, on Icefire Island single-handedly. He was also the hero who single-handedly killed the mutated beast god tier creature, the Heavenly Father, Uldi's, during the Battle of Yellow Sand City. Every appearance of the Black Robe Man showcased his unfathomable strength. His exact rank was unknown, but his power was undeniable. With such a reputation, Raven dared not act rashly. After a brief silence, Raven retracted his spiritual energy, and the three-legged golden crow held its position, not daring to attack lightly. Beneath the mask, I let out a sigh of relief. At least I managed to bluff him. There's still room to maneuver. Though I was in the guise of the Black Robe Man, I couldn't summon his true power. Only by consuming 2 dragon spirit pills in succession could I temporarily wield Ailu and Medusa's strength, but the price was too high for me to bear. So my plan was clear: avoid a fight if possible, and resolve this crisis through conversation. Raven questioned, "What is your purpose here on Riku Island?" "Tourism, a blind date, maybe just enjoying the breeze." I spouted off, making it sound as believable as possible. "Are you trying to fool a ghost? Tell me honestly, what are you really doing on Riku Island?" Raven's killing intent flared up again. I stood with my hands behind my back, cold sweat forming on my forehead, but I forced myself to appear calm and confident. "A mere 8-star Beastmaster, you're not my match. Step aside." Perhaps I'm not your match, but I'm not alone." As soon as Raven finished speaking, the darkness around us filled with countless white shadows. The entire Empire Soul Organization was lying in ambush nearby. I felt like my head was about to explode. Internally, I was falling apart. The Empire Soul was sent by Shangguan Lan to protect me, and now they want to kill me? How ironic. Is this really the best spot, Xiao Xingyu? I'm sure of it. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Digging from here will get us to the Voidwing Dragon's heart the fastest. I pointed to the ground beneath my feet. The Demon God's Eye, with its powerful X-ray vision, allowed me to pinpoint the optimal location for digging, a spot nestled in the palm grove on the island's edge. The Voidwing Dragon's heart lay directly beneath me. Lulu, let me explain my plan. At first, I'll use the Sky Soul Vine to create a tunnel that goes straight from the surface to the deepest part of the island, where the heart is. Since you possess dragon bones and have perfectly fused with pure dragon blood, it's safest for you to retrieve the heart. Once you have the heart, put it in this space ring and return the same way. I handed a space ring to Ailu. Her delicate face showed a hint of worry. What if something happens to the heart during the extraction? This was a possibility I had to consider. If anything unusual happens, abandon the mission immediately. Your safety is the priority. I tightly grasped Ailu's hands. For me, the desire to grow stronger was undeniable, but not at the cost of losing any of my companions, especially Ailu. To me, she wasn't just a contracted beast, she was family. Lulu, are you ready? Yes. I channeled my spiritual power and summoned the Sky Soul Vine. The silver vine, as thick as a massive python, burrowed into the ground, drilling deeper and deeper. Even I hadn't anticipated that one day, the Sky Soul Vine would serve as a drilling machine. The vine continued its descent, glowing silver as it explored the darkness below. An hour later, my spirits lifted. A success? A passageway leading from the surface to the heart of the island had been created. Lulu, it's your turn now. Ailu donned the space ring I had given her and jumped into the tunnel. The long, dark passageway felt like a deep, narrow slide, and Ailu could only sense her body plummeting downward. When her vision cleared, Ailu's descent came to a halt. She felt as if she were standing on something soft. A cloud. No, it's... At first, Ailu thought she was standing on a cloud. But when she looked down, she was stunned by the enormous object beneath her. She was standing on a massive, pulsating heart, the Voidwing Dragon's heart. Rumble! The entire island trembled violently, and the ground began to crack. Over time, the Voidwing Dragon's heart had fused with the island. If they were forcibly separated, the entire island would collapse. I've decided. We'll wait until after tomorrow's final match to take the dragon's heart. In this situation, encountering an enemy wasn't as terrifying as running into an acquaintance. A dark figure appeared among the tree branches. I reacted quickly, cloaking myself in a black robe and donning a ghostly mask, revealing only a pair of crimson eyes that marked the use of the Demon God's Eye, a trademark of the black-robed figure. A man covered in crows emerged from the shadows. It was Raven, the High Priest of the Empire's Soul Organization. A black-robed man? Why are you on Rift Island? Raven activated his spiritual power, his eyes filled with killing intent. Was that earthquake you're doing? This was Raven's third question. I remained silent. After all, the more you say, the more you give away. Silence is golden. As long as I didn't speak, I wouldn't reveal any flaws. If you won't speak, then we'll settle this with a fight. Raven activated his beast-marked crest and summoned the three-legged golden crow god. 3 blazing fireballs swirled in the air as the golden crow spread its wings and perched atop the treetop. At this point, I had no choice but to speak. I don't fear Dragon Kingdom's land, sea, or air generals. You're not qualified to be my opponent. I'm an actor at heart, with a knack for delivering lines with precision. I nailed the tone and expression, balancing the right amount of contempt and disdain. I was playing the role of the black-robed man, a mysterious figure who had single-handedly held off Murong Jin and Baiyu, 2 generals, on Icefire Island, and who had slain the mutated beast god, Father Oldies, during the Yellow Sand City campaign. Whenever the black-robed man appeared, he showcased an unfathomable power. His rank was unknown, but his strength was undeniable. With such a reputation, Raven hesitated to make the first move. After a moment of silence, Raven withdrew his spiritual power. The 3-legged golden crow god remained on standby, unwilling to attack hastily. Beneath the mask, I breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. I'm glad I bluffed my way through this. There might still be a way out of this mess. Although I was currently assuming the identity of the black-robed man, I couldn't actually tap into the black-robed man's full strength. It would take consuming 2 dragon spirit pills in quick succession to temporarily gain the power to command Ailu and Medusa, but the cost was too high for me to bear. So, my strategy was clear: avoid the fight if possible and rely on conversation to defuse the situation. What is your purpose on Rift Island, black-robed man? Raven demanded. Tourism, a blind date, enjoying the breeze. I spoke as if I was stating a matter of fact. Do you think you can fool me? Tell the truth, why are you here? Raven's killing intent flared up again. I stood with my hands behind my back, sweat trickling down my forehead as I forced myself to appear confident. A mere 8-star Beastmaster, you're not my match. Stand aside. Perhaps I'm not, but I'm not alone. As soon as Raven finished speaking, numerous white shadows appeared in the darkness. The entire Empire's soul organization was lying in wait nearby. My heart sank and I nearly panicked. The Empire's soul was sent by Shangguan Lan to protect me, but now they want to kill me? How ironic. If I were to remove my mask now, the entire Empire's soul organization would be left in shock. Wait. They're here to protect me, so? A light bulb went off in my head. I had found a way out. A black-robed man, reveal your purpose here, or I won't let you leave Rift Island alive, even if it costs me my life. Channeling my inner actor, I let out a raspy, sinister laugh, as if I were hatching some devious plot. I didn't say a word, merely casting a glance toward the hotel building. A single look was all it took to rattle Raven's nerves. Raven was a sharp thinker. The black-robed man's gaze had alerted him to something alarming. Not good. Everyone follow me. Worried for my safety, Raven didn't have time to deal with the black-robed man. Xiao Xingyu, you'd better be alright. Crows fluttered across the treetops, casting shifting shadows as the entire Empire's soul organization vanished, heading toward the hotel. The palm grove fell silent again. I slumped to the ground, removed my mask, and my handsome face was covered in sweat. That was close. If it had come to a fight, I'd be dead. Without taking 2 consecutive dragon spirit pills, Ailu and Medusa were as effective as paper tigers, good for scaring people but little else. Ailu approached, helping me to my feet. You managed to fool Raven, the leader of the Empire's soul organization. I must say, you're even trickier than us foxes. Thanks for the compliment, but honestly, I was scared. Could you give me some fox milk to calm my nerves? Xiao Xingyu you. Ailu took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. Don't get angry, or I'll make myself sick. On the eastern side of Rift Island, in the leisure and entertainment area, crowds bustled at the entrance to the hotel building. The tremors had just subsided, and people, still shaken, were gradually lining up to return to the hotel to rest. The Dragon Kingdom delegation was among them. Coach Gu, the aftershocks are over. Should we still have the meeting after we get back to the hotel? Of course. We haven't finished analyzing our opponent's fighting habits, and the final match is tomorrow. We must work through the night to figure it all out. Coach Gu was fully committed to the final match, determined to study the strengths and weaknesses of their opponents. He had no plans to sleep that night. By the way, where's Xiao Xingyu? I haven't seen him. There was just an earthquake. He's not still in the bathroom, is he? Wouldn't that be messy? A figure flashed by. Who said I'd get messy? Xiao Xingyu, you finally showed up. We thought you'd gone missing. Luo Wanqing grabbed my arm, afraid I'd disappear again. Everyone's here. Let's head back to the hotel conference room and continue the meeting. Across from the hotel building on a crooked tree, Raven leaned against a branch, his furrowed brow slowly relaxing. Thank goodness this kid is all right. Raven had rushed over to confirm my safety. Seeing me returning to the hotel with the Dragon Kingdom team, his anxiety began to fade. A silver priest approached the base of the tree. Sir, the black-robed man got away. No matter. Our mission is to protect Xiao Xingyu. The rest is irrelevant. By comparison, capturing the black-robed man would be much more difficult and prone to mishaps. Moreover, protecting me is more important than arresting the black-robed man. After returning to the hotel, I joined the meeting. During the meeting, Coach Gu continued analyzing the data on the 3 Beastmasters from Shama Empire, while Luo Wanqing diligently took notes. On the other hand, Xiao Weian seemed indifferent, choosing instead to sleep on the table, brimming with confidence, even dreaming of taking on all three opponents and winning the championship. I kept my head down, my thoughts racing. I replayed the details of my confrontation with Raven, ensuring I hadn't left any clues behind before finally relaxing, a sly fox-like grin spreading across my lips. Sir, I apologize for this time. The reason I was able to return to the Dragon Kingdom delegation in time was that I had preemptively used the Sky Soul Vine to create a tunnel from the Palm Grove directly to an underground passage near the hotel. Before Raven reached the hotel, I had already taken a shortcut through the tunnel, rejoining the Dragon Kingdom delegation ahead of him. The entire process was seamless, leaving no trace behind, truly flawless. This confrontation between the black-robed man and Raven was a battle without smoke, a war of wits. The outcome proved that deception is always a valid strategy. Raven would never suspect that the person he was supposed to protect had been playing strategic mind games with him all along. The next day at the Martial God Arena, the final match was structured as a gauntlet. After the rules were announced, both coaches secretly strategized, preparing their lineups. Coach Gu decided to have me as the final contestant. I expected Xiao Weian to be upset, but surprisingly, he didn't cause any trouble. Instead, he eagerly volunteered. Coach Gu, let me go first. Xiao Weian's face was filled with boundless confidence as he clenched his fists, a haughty smile playing on his lips. Luo Wanqing, Xiao Xingyu, since I'm going first, you two won't need to do anything. Because I'll take down all three opponents by myself and lead the Dragon Kingdom to victory. Xiao Weian felt immensely powerful at that moment, already envisioning himself single-handedly defeating all three opponents and hoisting the Martial God Tournament trophy. Alright, ULL go first. Coach Gu agreed, sending Xiao Weian out as the opening fighter. Dragon Kingdom's first contestant, Xiao Weian. Ashama Empire's first contestant, Adia. This was the first match of the finals, and the outcome of this match would set the tone for the entire series, making it crucial. The Dragon Kingdom delegation instantly grew tense, with several data analysts frantically reviewing the materials they had compiled the previous night. Coach Gu held a tactics board and stood beside Xiao Weian, earnestly offering advice. We analyzed Adia several times last night. His beast, the Toxic Wave Devourer, is a mutated beast with legendary bloodline quality. In terms of attributes, this beast is a hybrid of plant and beastman types. The key to defeating it lies in. Before Coach Gu could finish, Xiao Weian impatiently interrupted, Coach Gu, there's no need to say more. I'll defeat Adia as quickly as possible and secure the first win for the Dragon Kingdom in the finals. Xiao Weian, this is the finals. You must not underestimate your opponent. Coach Gu cautioned. That Adia is no weakling, you have to follow the strategy I've laid out. Xiao Weian interrupted again, in the face of absolute power, tactics are meaningless. I'll crush him. This. Coach Gu was left speechless. Although he disliked Xiao Weian's arrogant personality, he couldn't argue with the fact that Xiao Weian's father was Dragon Kingdom's top strategist, Xie Zhong. Rather than offend the Xie family, Coach Gu chose to keep silent. Before stepping onto the stage, Xiao Weian glanced at me. Xiao Xingyu, this is the final stage. I'll prove with my strength that I am the strongest Four-Star Beastmaster in the Dragon Kingdom. Sure, go ahead and prove it. Good luck. I smiled slightly, offering my encouragement. Xiao Weian strode confidently onto the stage, his face filled with blind self-assurance. On the other side of the stage, Adia made his entrance. In this era of big data, no information escapes the scrutiny of artificial intelligence. According to AI calculations and analysis, among the three contestants from the Shama Empire, Adia ranks the lowest in overall strength. This is why Adia was sent out first. Vikram, the second strongest, was slated to go next, while Ayla, the Shama Empire's most talented four-star contestant, was reserved for the third spot, anchoring their lineup. On our side, Xiao Weian was first up, followed by Luo Wanqing, with me as the final contestant. The format is a gauntlet match. Whoever wins between Xiao Weian and Adia will stay on the stage to defend. Xiao Weian had set a goal for himself, to win all three matches consecutively, leaving no opportunity for Luo Wanqing or me to step in, defeating the entire Shama team by himself and becoming the most dazzling figure in this year's martial arts tournament. But while his ideals were lofty, the reality was far harsher. Rather than saying Xiao Weian overestimated his own strength, it would be more accurate to say he underestimated the sacrificial beastmasters of the Shama Empire. Ladies and gentlemen, the thrilling finals are about to begin. Both contestants have taken the stage. Please choose your respective beasts. Reminder, once a beast is locked in, it cannot be switched during the match. Xiao Weian activated his Beastmaster crest and summoned his beast with a surge of energy. The crackling sound of electricity echoed throughout the martial god arena. Beside Xiao Weian appeared a lion-tiger beast with the stature of an elephant. This beast's fur was a striking gold and blue, resembling lightning streaking across a stormy night sky. The mane around its neck was sharper than steel needles, and with each breath, it exhaled a crimson electric light. This was Xiao Weian's summoned beast, the thunder-roaring soul beast. It had a legendary bloodline and possessed the SSS-grade beast ability, Blood Soul Lightning. This ability allowed it to absorb the soul energy of its enemies during battle, converting it into its own health. Additionally, attacks enhanced with Blood Soul Lightning could deal 3 to 5 times the usual critical damage. From below the stage, Luo Wanqing murmured quietly, "To be fair, the thunder-roaring soul beast has a very well-rounded data panel. It has high potential and formidable strength. Although I really dislike Xiao Weian, since he's fighting for our Dragon Kingdom team right now, I hope he can win. National honor comes above all else." Luo Wanqing wouldn't let her personal feelings stop her from cheering for Xiao Weian. Yes, Xiao Weian is our Dragon Kingdom representative. I don't want him to lose either. After all, losing would bring shame to the entire Dragon Kingdom. I then changed my tone, but he simply can't win. Luo Wanqing tilted her head and stared at me. Why are you so certain that Xiao Weian can't win? Xiao Weian isn't weak, but his opponent, Adia, is truly formidable. The strength of a Beastmaster is never absolute, it's always relative. At this moment, Adia activated his Beastmaster crest, summoning his beast. On the stage, a pool of black, viscous liquid appeared on the ground, resembling freshly extracted crude oil. The black liquid coalesced, rising up to form a humanoid lizard standing over 3 meters tall. Atop this humanoid lizard's head was a fleshy, purple flower, radiating a sinister glow. Its name was the Venomous Wave Devourer, one of the beasts Adia excelled at commanding. The basic information about the Venomous Wave Devourer was displayed on the big screen. This was a dual-type beast, a mix of plant and beastman traits. Its appearance was grotesque and menacing, with body language that defied biological logic. Every movement exuded a sense of absurdity and eeriness, unsettling to the core. This creature, which should only exist in a sci-fi mutation film, had manifested in reality. Luo Wanqing couldn't bear to look directly at the Venomous Wave Devourer, her stomach churning. This beast is so disgusting, I can't even look at it twice or I might lose my breakfast. Luo Xuejie, do you know how a beast like the Venomous Wave Devourer is cultivated? From the way you're speaking, it seems like you know? I nodded, explaining patiently. Sacrificial beastmasters, as the name suggests, strengthen their beasts through continuous sacrifice. Suppose I were a beastmaster from the Shama Empire with 100 beasts at my disposal. I would lock those 100 beasts in a dark, sunless cage, providing no food or water. And no matter how docile a beast may be, when driven to madness by hunger, it will unleash the primal ferocity buried deep in its genes. Luo Wanqing shivered at the thought. Those 100 beasts would start killing each other in the cage and eventually. Yes, eventually, only one beast would remain. It would be the strongest and also the most twisted, deformed, and sinister of the mutated beasts. The bodies of the other 99 beasts would become the stepping stones on its path to power. Luo Wanqing shook her head in disbelief. Such a cruel method. It's no different from the Dark Beastmaster's way of breeding. In a certain sense, Shama's Beastmasters and Dark Beastmasters share a common lineage. The difference is that in the Dragon Kingdom, any Dark Beastmaster is a wanted criminal marked for death. But in the Shama Empire, Dark Beastmasters are the legitimate practitioners. The laws of the Dragon Kingdom don't apply to foreign lands. A simple phrase, different countries, different cultures, suffices to explain this. Xiao Xingyu, so how many beast companions do you think this Venomous Wave Devourer has slaughtered to get where it is today? How many did I mention in my example earlier? You said there were 100 beasts in the hypothetical cage. For the Venomous Wave Devourer, it likely emerged as the last survivor in a cage that held over 300 beasts. Luo Wanqing's face turned pale, unable to believe what she was hearing. It took her a while to process, but even then, she found it hard to accept. She looked at me with doubtful eyes. To be precise, it was 342. The venomous wave devourer had fought its way out from among 342 beasts, emerging as the sole survivor. The bodies of the other 341 beasts had all become its nourishment. This is the way of the sacrificial beastmasters, cultivating their beasts through mutual slaughter and survival of the fittest. Weak beasts do not deserve to live. Only the strongest are selected, and even among them, only the best of the best survive. Luo Wanqing's complexion worsened. The bond between a beastmaster and their beast, do they not care about it at all? Luo Wanqing couldn't help but ask after a moment of silence. Sacrificial beastmasters are destined not to consider emotions, I replied. To them, beasts are merely tools on the path to power, not companions. I lifted my gaze toward the stage. At this moment, the venomous wave devourer stood like a loyal royal guard, faithfully protecting Adia. Its grotesque and deformed face displayed a will to defend its master to the death. The venomous wave devourer is indeed loyal, willing to give everything for its beast master, I continued. But if it loses the match on the stage or suffers a crippling injury in battle, its fate will be no different from those 341 beasts that came before it. I gave the most honest evaluation I could. The match is about to start, let's watch first. Luo Wanqing still had many questions, but the referee's whistle signaling the start of the match drew her attention back to the arena. My focus shifted to Adia as I activated the Eye of the Demon God. With it, I could see the thick, crimson mist emanating from Adia, a signature aura of sacrificial beastmasters. This was the manifestation of bestiality in physical form. This crimson aura was visible only to me, others could sense something strange but couldn't see the mist. Luo Wanqing hesitated, her mind full of questions. Oh wait, something's not right. How did Xiao Xingyu know that the venomous wave devourer became what it is by standing on the corpses of 341 other beasts? Such a specific number, did he just make it up? But if it's true, how on earth did he find out? The mysteries of the Eye of the Demon God were beyond Luo Wanqing's comprehension. Audience members, the match has begun. Both contestants have locked in their beasts, the thunder-roaring soul beast versus the venomous wave devourer. These two beasts are off the charts in terms of power, and we're in for a spectacular showdown. Dragon Kingdom contestant Xiao Xingyu makes the first move. In the finals, the first round is crucial. The side that dares to strike first is one brimming with confidence in their own strength. Xiao Xing's mindset could only be described as overflowing with self-assurance. The thunder-roaring soul beast leaped into the air, unleashing a crimson electric beam from its mouth. This attack ripped through the entire martial god arena with terrifying power. Adia, grinning wickedly, channeled his spiritual energy. The venomous wave devourer plunged its twisted arms into the ground, causing the surface to ripple like liquid. The ground swelled, lifting the venomous wave devourer's body high, allowing it to effortlessly dodge the thunder-roaring soul beast's ferocious strike. The commentator shouted enthusiastically, "The venomous wave devourer's abilities are incredibly strange. It can alter the terrain, severely limiting the thunder-roaring soul beast's capabilities." In the preparation area below the stage, the members of the Dragon Kingdom team watched with bated breath. Coach Guzhen was so furious that he smashed his tactical board, cursing loudly, "That's Xiao Xingyu. He ignored my pre-match tactics. You can't face the venomous wave devourer so recklessly." I remained silent, closely observing everything happening on the stage. Under the Eye of the Demon God's scrutiny, the venomous wave devourer's data panel was laid bare before me. Name: Venomous Wave Devourer. Level: Complete Form Tier 3. Bloodline: Legendary Bloodline. Innate ability: Tidal Venom Surge, can alter the surrounding terrain, causing the ground to surge and morph like toxic vapor waves, taking any shape desired. Hidden ability: Activated Disrupted Mind, releases an invisible, colorless wave of mental energy that disrupts the enemy beastmaster's spiritual energy flow and confuses the enemy beast's mind. Attributes: Hybrid Species, Plant Type plus Beastman Type, Dual Type Mix. Loyalty: 100. Skills: Venomous Wave Cage, alters the terrain, causing the ground to rise and surge from all sides, trapping the enemy unit. Devouring Tentacle, releases a black tentacle that penetrates the enemy's body, melting their internal organs with venom and absorbing them. This is the data panel of the Venomous Wave Devourer, including its already activated hidden ability. Based on the data, the Venomous Wave Devourer is incredibly strong, truly deserving of its status as the most powerful being created through numerous sacrificial devourings. In the first exchange, it seemed as though neither side was injured, but Xiao Xingyu had already fallen behind. The scarlet roar unleashed by the thunder-roaring soul beast earlier, one of its signature finishing moves, was easily neutralized by the venomous wave devourer. In the martial god arena, the previously flat stage floor was now like a massive piece of clay in the hands of the venomous wave devourer. This clay would change shape and twist according to the venomous wave devourer's will. Whenever the thunder-roaring soul beast launched an attack, the ground would rise to either form a shield to block the attack or alter the venomous wave devourer's position to evade it. In these high-level battles, everything happens in the blink of an eye. In the time it takes for the audience to take a breath, Xiao and Adiya had already exchanged blows over 10 times. During these 10 rounds, all of the thunder-roaring soul beast's attacks failed to hit the venomous wave devourer due to the terrain manipulation. Adiya lifted his dark face, a twisted smile playing on his lips as he spoke with disdain and mockery in his voice. You Dragon Kingdom folks haven't improved in 3 years. With a beast like yours, you can't even scratch the venomous wave devourer. Despite this, Xiao face remained full of confidence. Is that so? Arrogant Shama scum, I'll show you the most extreme output damage. Before the martial arts tournament, Xiao underwent a secret training session. His instructor was none other than his father, the Dragon Kingdom's strongest 10-star Beastmaster, Xiao. As Xiao once again channeled his spiritual energy, the air around the martial god arena instantly froze, as if time itself had halted. Crackling sounds filled the arena as 2 types of lightning appeared simultaneously on the thunder-roaring soul beast's body. One was the crimson blood soul lightning. The other was the icy blue frostmourne lightning. The commentator was stunned, exclaiming, "The thunder-roaring soul beast has a second type of lightning. This icy blue lightning, it feels as cold as frost. It's another SSS-level beast ability, frostmourne lightning." The thunder-roaring soul beast became the only beast in the martial arts tournament to possess 2 SSS-level beast abilities, shocking everyone present. I smiled faintly. It seems that old Xiao has indeed spared no expense to ensure his son puts on a good show at the tournament. Xiao, now more arrogant than ever, declared with pride, "I'll definitely secure the first win in this final match." The venomous wave devourer's body felt as heavy as if it were filled with lead, and even its expression grew sluggish. This was the effect of the SSS-level beast ability, Frostmourne Lightning. Unlike other types of lightning that offer a strong visual impact, Frostmourne Lightning permeates every inch of the air in a way that's almost imperceptible to the human eye. Each time the venomous wave devourer breathed, it inhaled some of the icy blue electric charges. These charges penetrated its skin and bones, infiltrating its body, causing not only frostbite and paralysis but also dulling its consciousness and significantly slowing its reaction time. Under the influence of Frostmourne Lightning, the venomous wave devourer was shrouded in frost, making its control over the terrain sluggish and ineffective. Xiao, noticing this, flashed a sinister smile, seizing the opportunity. He immediately channeled a large amount of spiritual energy. Sternrohr, Stern. The thunder-roaring soul beast let out a soul-shaking roar. Its massive body leaped into the sky, transforming into a scarlet lightning spear that illuminated the heavens. The commentator shouted excitedly, "This is the thunder-roaring soul beast's signature technique, the Crimson Strike." The crimson lightning shot through the sky with unstoppable force, instantly piercing the left shoulder and neck of the venomous wave devourer. The Crimson Strike, a technique loaded with critical damage, carried the power of the SSS-level beast ability, Blood Soul Lightning. A massive explosion erupted on the arena, with red shockwaves engulfing the area like a devouring beast, and countless electric currents spread like migrating serpents in all directions. As the smoke gradually cleared, the venomous wave devourer was seen kneeling on one knee, its left arm severed and lying on the ground. The wound was a bloody mess, with remnants of Blood Soul Lightning crackling between the torn muscles. In the audience, the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom erupted in cheers, celebrating the success. That was incredible! Xiao is truly the son of Xiao, born with extraordinary talent. Double SSS-level beast abilities, unprecedented in the history of the martial arts tournament. At this rate, he'll defeat Adiya within 3 minutes and secure the first victory in the finals for our Dragon Kingdom team. Xiao could hear the cheers and discussions from the audience, which only made the smile on his face even more arrogant. With his dual SSS-level beast abilities, Xiao, commanding the thunder-roaring soul beast, exerted overwhelming pressure. In the subsequent rounds, Adiya found himself in a difficult position. Each time the venomous wave devourer tried to alter the terrain, the Frostmourne Lightning entered its organs through its breath, causing severe frostbite and paralysis. Its body became stiff and its consciousness slowed, rendering it unable to perform at its full potential. Xiao Weian launched frequent, ferocious attacks, recklessly expending his spiritual energy, his smile growing increasingly arrogant. Thud! The severely injured venomous wave devourer collapsed, unable to stand, while blood gushed from its wound, which the thunder-roaring soul beast's claws viciously pressed down, inflicting further damage. Xiao Weian couldn't resist mocking, "Is this all you've got? Sacrificial beastmasters are nothing special." The situation appeared one-sided. The referee was ready to blow the whistle to end the match at any moment. In the preparation area, Guzheng stood with his hands behind his back, his old eyes slightly narrowed. "It looks like we'll win." Luo Wanqing exhaled deeply. "A winning is good. I have to admit, the dual SSS level beast abilities are overwhelmingly strong. Adia probably can't hold on much longer." So far, Xiao Weian had indeed stolen the show. The Frostmourne lightning was omnipresent, and with every breath, the venomous wave devourer suffered from its effects. At the same time, each attack from the thunder-roaring soul beast was imbued with blood soul lightning. This lightning had the ability to drain the soul energy of the venomous wave devourer and convert it into the beast's own life force. After a minute of stalemate, the venomous wave devourer entered a weakened state, while the thunder-roaring soul beast remained at full strength. The outcome of the battle seemed all but certain. Xiao Weian glanced at Adia with a contemptuous look. "You're too weak. You're not worthy to be my opponent." Next. Xiao Weian had one obsession, to defeat all three opponents single-handedly. Only then could he completely overshadow me and become the most revered Four-Star Beastmaster in the Dragon Kingdom. I watched the scene unfold, shaking my head with a knowing smile. Xiao Weian, oh Xiao Weian, you have an overpowered beast, but you lack the finesse in your strategy. What's coming next will be your nightmare." Luo Wanqing also sensed something was amiss. Her gaze swept across the Shama delegation's preparation area. Something's wrong, very wrong. Adia is at a clear disadvantage, on the verge of losing the match. So why don't the Shama team members look worried at all? They're even smiling. What Luo Wanqing had just noticed, I had already seen long ago. At this moment, all the members of the Shama delegation wore eerie smiles, as if mocking Xiao Weian's ignorance and arrogance. On the stage, Adia suddenly pulled a small knife from his sleeve and slashed his arm. Splat! The sound of blood splattering was like the bloom of a midnight rose. A large amount of blood gushed from the wound, transforming into a blood mist that merged into the venomous wave devourer. In an instant, the previously lifeless eyes of the venomous wave devourer shot out a red glow, and its severed left arm began to regenerate. Snap! The venomous wave devourer's arms, like the pincers of a deep-sea creature, clamped tightly around the thunder-roaring soul beast's body. Xiao Weian was startled by the sudden turn of events and hastily channeled his spiritual energy, but it was too late. Sternwam, Stern. A sharp black tendril covered in mucus suddenly shot up from the ground. This was the venomous wave devourer's most insidious skill, devouring tendril. Xiao Weian ultimately paid a heavy price for his overconfidence. The thunder-roaring soul beast let out a heart-wrenching wail as the devouring tendril pierced through its chest, blood gushing out like a fountain. Disaster! Xiao Weian's face turned pale. The commentator gasped in shock. The devouring tendril, once it penetrates the enemy's body, can dissolve their internal organs with its toxins and absorb them. In the preparation area, Luo Wanqing was horrified. How could this happen? The venomous wave devourer was already in a weakened state, with no strength left to fight back. How could it suddenly unleash such a powerful counterattack? I casually explained, this is the defining trait of sacrificial beastmasters. Adia empowered the weakened venomous wave devourer through self-mutilation, offering his blood as a sacrifice to bestow it with a second wind. Of course, this act comes with severe side effects. Just as I finished explaining, Adia spat out a mouthful of black blood. The blood was infested with some unknown worms, emitting a nauseating stench. This was the backlash of the blood sacrifice. The intense pain only made Adia's smile more savage and twisted. My gaze fell on the thunder-roaring soul beast. At that moment, due to Xiao Weian's overconfidence, the beast had fallen prey to the venomous wave devourer's surprise counterattack. The toxins were now permeating its internal organs, slowly turning them into pus. This beast is quite something, with dual SSS level abilities and exceptional stats. What a waste in the hands of Xiao Weian. I shifted my gaze to the now panicked Xiao Weian. Xia Zhong gave you a powerful tool, but it's a shame you don't know how to use it properly. I felt a twinge of regret. If the thunder-roaring soul beast were under my command, it would have a far brighter future. This just goes to show that whether it's a person or a beast, choosing the wrong master is akin to walking into an endless abyss. The situation on the field has reversed. Dear viewers, don't blink or you'll miss the most exciting moments, the commentator exclaimed. Adiya has regained the upper hand and Xia Weian is in a perilous situation. And now, let's hear from our head judge, Mr. Calchi, for his thoughts on the performances of the two contestants. The microphone was passed to the judges' panel and Calchi, while closely observing the battlefield, began to speak. At first, we must acknowledge that the thunder-roaring soul beast, with its dual SSS level abilities, is indeed formidable, he said. But a powerful beast requires an equally powerful beastmaster to harness its full potential. It's clear that Dragon Kingdom's Xia Weian is not capable of fully utilizing the thunder-roaring soul beast's strength. Moreover, he made the most fatal mistake in the arena, underestimating his opponent. On the other hand, Shamazadia has remained calm and composed, seizing the moment when Xia Weian let down his guard to launch a decisive counterattack. This is the mark of a true beastmaster. Calchi's assessment was fair and honest, phrased as tactfully as possible. Xia Weian's performance had greatly disappointed the Dragon Kingdom audience. What's going on? With a beast that's strong, having dual SSS level abilities, it should have been an easy win, but he can't even beat the venomous wave devourer? That's what happens when you underestimate your opponent. It's a cardinal sin in the arena. If you ask me, if Xiao Xingyu were handling the thunder-roaring soul beast, he'd already have secured the first victory. There's still a gap between Xia Weian and Xiao Xingyu. The murmurs from the crowd only added to Xia Weian's growing panic. At this moment, the thunder-roaring soul beast was in terrible condition, its chest pierced by the venomous wave devourer's devouring tendril. The toxins had infiltrated its body, accelerating the dissolution of its internal organs, with parts of its stomach already reduced to sludge. Useless. Break free now. Xia Weian frantically channeled his spiritual energy, hoping for a miracle. Driven by a fierce will to survive, the thunder-roaring soul beast managed to break free from the venomous wave devourer's grasp, collapsing heavily onto the ground. Blood poured from its wounds, mixed with remnants of its dissolved internal organs. The commentator frowned, his voice full of sympathy. The venomous wave devourer's sneak attack inflicted irreparable damage on the thunder-roaring soul beast. Its stomach and liver have been half-dissolved by the toxins. With its internal organs severely damaged, the thunder-roaring soul beast fell into a weakened state, its eyes losing focus. From the edge of the stage, Luo Wanqing called out, Xia Weian, winning isn't everything. The thunder-roaring soul beast is too badly injured, concede and let Dr. Meiling treat it. After all, a match is just a match. Honor is important, but in Dragon Kingdom's beastmaster culture, human and beast are one. The life of a beast is far more important than honor. It can't fall. Keep fighting. Xia Weian commanded in a cold tone. Hearing its master's order, the thunder-roaring soul beast struggled to rise. Even with half of its internal organs dissolved by the toxins, its gaze remained unwavering. It was determined to carry out Xia Weian's command, even if it meant death, such was the loyalty of a beast to its master. Adiya's lips curled into a playful smile. If you keep this up, your beast will end up permanently crippled. Adiya wasn't exaggerating, he was stating a fact. The only way for Xia Weian to prevent permanent injury to the thunder-roaring soul beast was to concede and allow it to receive immediate treatment. This beast is impressive, double SSS level abilities and stats that are off the charts. It's a shame that it's being wasted with Xia Weian, I thought as I shifted my gaze to the increasingly disoriented Xia Weian. Xia Zhong gave you a powerful beast, but unfortunately, you don't know how to handle it, I lamented. If the thunder-roaring soul beast were under my command, it would undoubtedly have a bright future. This only goes to show that whether it's a person or a beast, if they follow the wrong master, it's akin to walking into an endless abyss. The tide of the battle has turned. Viewers, don't blink, you won't want to miss the most exciting moments. Adiya has regained the upper hand, and Xia Weian is now in a precarious situation. And now, let's hear from Chief Judge Calchi as he shares his thoughts on the performance of these two competitors. The microphone was passed to the judges' panel and Calchi, while observing the ongoing battle, began to speak. At first, we must acknowledge that the thunder-roaring soul beast, with its double SSS level abilities, is indeed formidable. However, a powerful beast requires a powerful beastmaster to truly harness its potential. It's clear that Xia Weian from the Dragon Kingdom is not capable of unleashing the full strength of the thunder-roaring soul beast. Moreover, he made the fatal mistake of underestimating his opponent. On the other hand, Adiya from Shama has remained calm and composed. He seized the opportunity to launch a decisive counterattack when Xia Weian let his guard down. This is the mark of a competent beastmaster. Kalki's critique was impartial, focusing on the reality of the situation, and his choice of words was as diplomatic as possible. However, Xia Weian's performance left the Dragon Kingdom spectators sorely disappointed.
Oh, what the hell?
He has a beast with double SSS level abilities in his hands, which should have made this an easy win, yet he's losing to the venomous Wave Devourer. It's because he underestimated his opponent. Such arrogance is a death sentence in a match like this. If only Xiao Xingyu were handling the thunder-roaring soul beast, he would have secured the first victory by now. There's clearly a gap between Xia Weian and Xiao Xingyu. The crowd's criticism further rattled Xia Weian, who was already losing his composure. At this moment, the thunder-roaring soul beast was in dire straits, with its chest pierced by the venomous Wave Devourer's devouring tendril. The toxins had begun dissolving its vital organs, turning part of its stomach and intestines into a slurry.
You useless thing, break free now!
Xia Weian frantically channeled his spiritual energy, desperate to turn the tide. Driven by a fierce will to survive, the thunder-roaring soul beast managed to break free from the venomous Wave Devourer's grasp, collapsing heavily onto the ground. Blood oozed from its wounds, mixed with remnants of its dissolved internal organs. The commentator frowned, clearly distressed. The venomous Wave Devourer's surprise attack has inflicted irreparable damage on the thunder-roaring soul beast. Its stomach and liver have been half-dissolved by the toxins. With its internal organs critically damaged, the thunder-roaring soul beast entered a weakened state, its eyes glazed over. From the sidelines, Luo Wanqing shouted, "As Xia Weian, winning isn't important. The thunder-roaring soul beast is gravely injured, just surrender and let Dr. Meiling treat it. After all, a match is just a match." While honor is important, the beastmaster culture of the Dragon Kingdom emphasizes the bond between humans and their beasts. The life of a beast is far more valuable than any victory.
It can't fall. Keep fighting.
Xia Weian commanded in a cold voice. Hearing its master's order, the thunder-roaring soul beast struggled to stand. Even with half its internal organs dissolved by toxins, its eyes remained resolute, willing to fight to the death to fulfill its master's command. This was the loyalty of a beast to its master. Adiya's lips curled into a mocking smile. "If you keep pushing it, your beast will end up permanently crippled," he warned. Adiya wasn't exaggerating, he was simply stating a fact. Xia Weian needed to surrender and allow the thunder-roaring soul beast to receive immediate treatment if he wanted to avoid leaving it with lifelong injuries.
In my dictionary, there are no such words as surrender,
Xia Weian declared. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Dragon Kingdom audience responded with jeers.
For crying out loud, I'm so done with this show-off.
That poor thunder-roaring soul beast. If this keeps up, it's not just going to lose the match, it's going to lose half its life and end up a crippled beast.
Xia Weian, do you have any conscience at all?
The life of your beast is more important than winning or losing. While the Dragon Kingdom spectators wanted to win, they couldn't help but feel pity for the thunder-roaring soul beast, watching it cough up blood with every breath. It was a heart-wrenching sight.
"O surrender?
That's not an option for me.
I must win this match."
Xia Weian's mental state became increasingly erratic. He couldn't accept defeat, especially not in front of the Dragon Kingdom citizens and me. Winning this match was the only way to protect his dignity. Gritting his teeth, Xia Weian channeled his spiritual energy once more. The thunder-roaring soul beast had no other choice, it was willing to give everything for its master. The thunder-roaring soul beast began to burn its own life force, maximizing the power of its double SSS level abilities. In just half a minute, the thunder-roaring soul beast and the venomous Wave Devourer clashed 18 times. This was a life-or-death battle with no holds barred, and both beasts bore new wounds. The venomous Wave Devourer's body was covered in deep claw marks, still oozing blood tainted with the traces of blood-soul lightning. The thunder-roaring soul beast was bleeding profusely, its body and mind nearing their breaking points. Xia Weian's eyes turned bloodshot, his face twisted with a murderous aura as he gathered the last of his spiritual energy.
ID.
Blood-soul lightning and frost-shade lightning combined into a massive ball of lightning hovering over the martial god arena. This was the thunder-roaring soul beast's ultimate skill, Double Thunder Blast. Xia Weian had drained all of his spiritual energy, now kneeling on one knee, gasping for air, his eyes filled with killing intent. The thunder-roaring soul beast let out a furious roar as the enormous lightning ball plummeted from the sky, crashing down on the venomous wave devourer's head. Boom! The colossal lightning ball erupted, and flames engulfed the stage. The deafening explosion was followed by a powerful shockwave that swept through the surroundings, engulfing everything in chaos. The commentator, his face flushed with excitement, raised his voice. "This is the thunder-roaring soul beast's ultimate skill, Double Thunder Blast. The fusion of Blood Soul Lightning and Frost Shade Lightning, 2 SSS-level abilities, created a lightning ball powerful enough to obliterate a mountain." The venomous wave devourer took this hit head-on. "It's not looking good." The aftershock of the explosion lasted for a long time, with smoke billowing and flames dancing across the stage. The air was thick with cold, turbulent currents, still crackling with residual electricity. When the smoke finally cleared, the scene on the stage was revealed. The venomous wave devourer lay on the ground, its body broken and its breath faint. This confirmed that the full brunt of the double thunder blast had landed, leaving no energy wasted. Xiao Weian knelt on one knee, his spiritual energy completely drained, coughing violently with his face flushed. The thunder-roaring soul beast stood swaying in the wind, black blood tinged with toxins dripping from its mouth, its body teetering. With a loud thud, the thunder-roaring soul beast collapsed beside Xiao Weian. It panted heavily, its tongue swollen and ulcerated, its eyes dimmed, yet it wore a gentle smile, believing it had not failed its master. Both beasts are down and unable to continue. It looks like this match is going to end in a draw. Draws were not uncommon in the martial arts tournament. Xiao Weian clenched his fists, unwilling to accept the outcome. A draw? No, it can't be a draw. I have to win. Get up, you worthless beast, get up! Xiao Weian shouted as he slapped the body of the thunder-roaring soul beast, desperately trying to rouse it. But the thunder-roaring soul beast had expended all its energy, and the poison had penetrated deep into its organs. Getting back up was out of the question, whether it could even survive was uncertain. Just then, Xiao Weian heard a dripping sound. He looked up and his pupils contracted in shock. On the other side of the arena, Adia had once again taken out a knife, cutting into his flesh. Last time it was his arm, this time it was his chest. Adia let the blood from his chest flow freely. This was blood from his heart, his lifeblood. The blood dripped down, merging into the body of the venomous wave devourer, completing a second blood sacrifice. Within 3 seconds, the venomous wave devourer stood up again, its damaged body rapidly healing. This was a unique ability of sacrificial-type beastmasters, using a blood sacrifices to quickly restore a severely injured beast. I take back what I said, this isn't a draw. The venomous wave devourer is back on its feet. Its right arm has transformed into a devouring tendril once more, proving it still has the capacity to fight. If the thunder-roaring soul beast can't get up within 10 seconds, Adia will be the winner of this match. As the commentator's voice echoed across the arena, the referee began the countdown. Xiao Weian, now desperate, shouted, "Get up, stand up." The thunder-roaring soul beast tried several times but was too exhausted to rise. A match over. The winner is Adia from the Shama delegation. Xiao Weian stood frozen like a block of wood. His dream of defeating all 3 opponents had been nothing more than a fantasy. The harsh reality was that he had failed before he even started. I remained expressionless. Xiao Weian losing the match was well within my expectations. Adia will remain on the stage. And now, we ask the Dragon Kingdom delegation to send their next challenger. The challenger for this match is Luo Wanqing from the Dragon Kingdom. As the second match was about to begin, Xiao Weian and the severely injured, unconscious thunder-roaring soul beast were both carried off the stage. I approached Xiao Weian, speaking calmly, "Old Xie, you had your chance, but you just weren't up to it." Why? Why? How could I lose? This is impossible." Xiao Weian slumped in the preparation area, his eyes bloodshot. He held his head in his hands, refusing to believe what had happened. I looked down at him, my gaze cold and indifferent. "Your beast isn't the problem, the thunder-roaring soul beast is incredibly strong. You lost because of you, the Beastmaster. Xiao Xingyu, stop making trouble. It wasn't my fault, the thunder-roaring soul beast was too weak." "Yes, that's it was too weak." Xiao Weian, like a cornered beast, lashed out in desperation, my words striking a deep blow to his already shattered pride. You're saying a beast with double SSS level abilities is too weak? Xiao Weian, I really wish I could record this and save it for posterity. Xiao Weian lowered his head, his molars grinding as he muttered bitterly, "My father lied to me. He said I would win for sure, but I lost. Xia Zhong might not be a good person, but he is a good father. The Thunder Roaring Soul Beast originally only had one SSS level ability, Blood Soul Lightning. If I'm not mistaken, Xia Zhong spent billions of gold coins and pulled strings to arrange for a beast energy implant surgery for the Thunder Roaring Soul Beast, I said, watching Xia Weian's reaction closely. They implanted the SSS level beast energy, Frost Abyss Lightning, into its body. Xia Weian fell silent, confirming my suspicion. A beast with double SSS level abilities has never appeared in previous tournaments, I continued. Xia Weian, you had an exceptional opportunity, a beast that surpasses all standards. But you managed to turn this into a disgraceful performance that made the citizens of Dragon Kingdom sneer.
Xia Weian's voice was hoarse as he growled. If the Thunder Roaring Soul Beast is really so powerful, why couldn't it defeat the venomous Wave Devourer? I told you, the problem is you, I replied calmly. No matter how overpowered a beast is, in the hands of a worthless beastmaster, it can't perform to its full potential. You made the critical mistake of underestimating your opponent from the start, I said, dissecting the battle step by step. When the Thunder Roaring Soul Beast was ambushed by the venomous Wave Devourer, its internal organs were damaged. It needed a few defensive rounds to recover, but you insisted on a desperate, all-out attack, worsening its injuries. In the latter half of the match, you lost your composure. You didn't know how to seize the right moments and blindly unleashed finishing moves, draining your own spiritual energy. That's what led to your complete defeat. I was like a strict teacher, meticulously breaking down the details of the match, pointing out Xia Weian's numerous mistakes. At first, Xia Weian tried to argue, but gradually he fell silent, his eyes filled with bitterness. Guzheng, the head coach, approached and patted Xia Weian on the shoulder. Xia Weian, victories and defeats are part of the journey. Don't take it too hard. Xia Weian lowered his head, unable to meet Guzheng's gaze. Before the match, he had repeatedly clashed with this respected coach, disregarding the carefully crafted strategies Guzheng had put together. I casually remarked, if you had set aside your arrogance and listened to Coach Gu's strategies before the match, you would have had at least a 50% chance of winning. Director Mei Ling, how's the Thunder Roaring Soul Beast? I asked, turning my attention to the medical team. The situation is grim, Mei Ling, the head of the medical team, responded. The poison has already corroded its internal organs. We can save its life, but it will likely suffer permanent damage, with its strength reduced by over 50%, maybe even more. Despite their best efforts, the medical team could only do so much to treat the Thunder Roaring Soul Beast's injuries. Upon hearing this, Xia Weian coldly muttered, useless. He then activated his Beastmaster crest, preparing to sever the blood bond with the Thunder Roaring Soul Beast. Once the blood bond was severed, they would be completely disconnected. The fate of the Thunder Roaring Soul Beast would no longer concern Xia Weian. At that moment, the weakened Thunder Roaring Soul Beast let out a low whimper, its eyes filled with tears. It couldn't speak, but it could only use its pitiful gaze to plead with Xia Weian not to abandon it. Thud. Xia Weian's mind went blank as he felt a sharp pain on the side of his face. In an instant, I had swung a punch, striking him squarely. The punch left Xia Weian's nose crooked, blood streaming down his face. Xiao Xingyu, you! Xia Weian, if you sever that bond, I'll look down on you for the rest of my life, I said, my voice laced with a barely contained fury. That punch had been for the Thunder Roaring Soul Beast.
Xia Weian wiped the blood from his nose and looked again at the severely weakened Thunder Roaring Soul Beast. In the end, he decided against severing the bond. He raised his hand and gently patted the Thunder Roaring Soul Beast's head, feeling a complex mix of emotions within him. This is the essence of the Dragon Kingdom's Beastmaster culture, an unbreakable bond between humans and beasts. Xia Weian might not be a good person, but he is a Beastmaster of the Dragon Kingdom. In such situations, only a Beastmaster from Shama Empire could heartlessly sever the blood bond with their beast. That's not the way of the Dragon Kingdom. Dragon Kingdom contestant Luo Wanqing, please summon your beast. On the martial god arena, Luo Wanqing activated her spiritual energy, summoning the blue-winged Riftwind Tiger. As the challenger, she faced Adifier, the winner of the previous match, who had no choice but to continue with the venomous Wave Devourer. The second match was about to begin. Guzheng glanced sideways at me. What do you think, Luo Wanqing's chances? On paper, she has a 60% chance of winning, I replied, giving a probability based on thorough analysis. Though Xia Weian had lost, Adifier hadn't won easily. In the previous battle, the venomous Wave Devourer had been severely depleted by the Thunder Roaring Soul Beast's dual SSS level abilities, leaving it with only a third of its strength. Edifier himself had lost more than half of his spiritual energy. Luo Wanqing, having just entered the arena, was at full strength. Coupled with the strategy Gu Jing had devised for her overnight, the odds were indeed in her favor. You say theoretically she has a 60% chance. What about in practice? A coach Gu, it all depends on whether Edifier initiates a third blood sacrifice, I said. Blood sacrifice, a unique combat technique of the sacrificial beastmasters. Xiao Weian lost not just because of his arrogance but also because Edifier had performed the blood sacrifice twice. Gu Jing bit his thumbnail, his expression growing more serious. I hope Luo Wanqing can win this round. If she loses, the pressure on you will be enormous. If Luo Wanqing were to lose, the Dragon Kingdom team would be on the brink of defeat. The thought of relying on me to take on all three of Shama's contestants made Gu Jing uneasy, and he couldn't help but feel guilty and ashamed. No worries. I'm not feeling any pressure. In fact, I'm a bit excited.
What did you say, Xiao Xingyu?
Nothing much, just that today's weather is perfect for showing off. My smile was as light and breezy as the clouds in the sky. In the arena, everything could change in an instant. Luo Wanqing, following Gu Zheng's advice, didn't strike hastily but chose to react to her opponent's moves. Edifier attacks first. The Venomous Wave Devourer is altering the terrain of the Martial God Arena. This was the Venomous Wave Devourer's unique ability. As its twisted arms plunged into the ground, the entire arena turned into a soft, malleable mass, shifting and warping at will. The ground swelled, and four black tentacles emerged, oozing thick poison. These were the Devourer's signature move, Devouring Tentacles, the very attack that had ambushed the thunder-roaring soul beast and led to Xiao Weian's defeat. This time, Edifier's assault was even more ferocious, pouring more spiritual energy into his beast. The Venomous Wave Devourer unleashed four tentacles in a single breath, attacking the blue-winged Riftwind Tiger from four directions, east, south, west, and north. Luo Wanqing's stern face finally broke into a confident smile.
Just as Xiao Xingyu predicted, I found the weak spot.
She channeled her spiritual energy, her flowing hair cascading like a waterfall fluttering in the wind. The blue-winged Riftwind Tiger leaped into the sky, transforming into a blue whirlwind. The violent airflow spun rapidly, instantly deflecting the four devouring tentacles. At that moment, the Venomous Wave Devourer froze in place, its reactions dulled.
Now. Gale Flameblade.
Luo Wanqing issued the command. The blue-winged Riftwind Tiger swooped down, slashing with its claws, releasing a burning gale that pierced through the chest of the Venomous Wave Devourer like a sword. The commentator, visibly moved, gripped the microphone tightly. It seems Luo Wanqing has found the Venomous Wave Devourer's weakness. When it controls the devouring tentacles to attack, its body remains stationary, unable to move. There is no perfect beast in the world. No matter how powerful, every beast has its weaknesses. One of the Venomous Wave Devourer's vulnerabilities was that it couldn't move while releasing the devouring tentacles. The blue-winged Riftwind Tiger used its wind blades to deflect the tentacles, leaving the Venomous Wave Devourer in a brief 1-second state of rigidity. That 1 second was its opening. Xiao Weian raised his head, watching everything unfold on the arena, a bitter smile creeping onto his lips. If only he hadn't been so arrogant and overconfident. If he hadn't underestimated his opponent, if he had followed the strategy laid out by Gu Jing and me, he might have been able to exploit this weakness and even defeat Edifier in one swift move, securing the first victory. But the world doesn't deal in what-ifs, and Xiao Weian's regret was meaningless. Luo Wanqing skillfully managed her spiritual energy, ensuring precise control with every move. The blue-winged Riftwind Tiger relentlessly slashed at the already battered body of the Venomous Wave Devourer. Over time, Luo Wanqing steadily built and expanded her advantage. The Venomous Wave Devourer suddenly collapsed, its legs severed by the searing hot wind blades, and its chest was riddled with deep, bone-revealing wounds. Despite having the upper hand, Luo Wanqing didn't let her guard down. She remembered my advice, until the referee blows the whistle, any advantage she established could be overturned in an instant. Caution was the key to victory. Huff huff huff. While commanding the blue-winged Riftwind Tiger, Luo Wanqing also spared some focus to observe Edifier. Xiao Xingyu was right. Although Xiao Weian lost the match, he significantly drained Edifier's energy. His spiritual power is running low, and his breathing rhythm is already erratic. The Venomous Wave Devourer is in poor condition, it's time to look for the finishing blow. Luo Wanqing remained composed, not rushing to play her trump card, but instead carefully watching for the right moment. Boom! The venomous wave devourer was once again thrown into the air by a surging wave of gale force, leaving its body airborne, its vulnerable nape fully exposed to Luo Wanqing's view.
This is the perfect chance.
Luo Wanqing's eyes lit up as she quickly gathered a large amount of spiritual energy. According to the analysis by multiple top data analysts from the Dragon Kingdom, the venomous wave devourer's fatal weak spot was located on the back of its neck. Now, with its body suspended and out of control, its weak spot was completely exposed. In the Dragon Kingdom's preparation area, the hearts of the team members were in their throats.
Guzheng raised his arm, cheering, "Oh, what an opportunity! What an opportunity!"
Luo Wanqing seized the moment, intending to end the match then and there. Blood contract resonance, soul synchronization. Luo Wanqing mentally guided the blue-winged Riftwind Tiger, gathering power to unleash its most powerful technique. The blue-winged Riftwind Tiger raised its head, its throat visibly pulsing. Around the blue-winged Riftwind Tiger's body, a spiraling hot breath vortex appeared, with countless wind blades fiercely rubbing against each other, igniting blue flames. The commentator clenched his fist and pumped it in the air, shouting excitedly, "This is the blue-winged Riftwind Tiger's ultimate move, the Celestial Gale Blue Flame Roar." The blue-winged Riftwind Tiger puffed out its cheeks, unleashing a raging blue storm that slithered across the ground like a giant serpent, hurtling toward the venomous wave devourer. If this attack hit the venomous wave devourer's nape, victory would be certain. In the stands, all the Dragon Kingdom citizens were on their feet, fists clenched, faces filled with tension and anticipation. After Xia Weiyan's loss in the first match, the Dragon Kingdom desperately needed a victory. Winning this round would keep their hopes for the championship alive. I stood below the stage, watching Adifier's every move. It seems he's not planning to use the third blood sacrifice, but I still have an ominous feeling that Senior Luo might not win. Just as the critical moment arrived, Adifier suddenly revealed a wicked smile. He summoned what little spiritual energy he had left. The venomous wave devourer didn't choose to defend. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Suddenly, Luo Wanqing felt a chill down her spine and instinctively glanced back. Devouring tentacle Luo Wanqing's skin crawled with goosebumps, her eyes wide with disbelief. Behind the blue-winged Riftwind Tiger, the ground surged, and a thick, razor-sharp devouring tentacle shot out. The commentator jumped up in shock, exclaiming, "The Sama player Adifier has abandoned defense, choosing a strategy of mutual destruction." Gu Zheng's face darkened, and he slapped his forehead heavily.
Damn it!
This Sama player is willing to sacrifice his own beast, aiming for a mutual kill with the blue-winged Riftwind Tiger. On the battlefield, different beastmasters have different combat styles. Some are aggressive, some are defensive, and some are risk-takers. The beastmasters from the Sama Empire are unique, they are the life-for-life type. The Celestial Gale Blue Flame Roar is the blue-winged Riftwind Tiger's strongest move, with an explosively high damage output. If the venomous wave devourer took this attack head-on without defending, it would certainly die. However, before dying, it could control the devouring tentacle to strike the blue-winged Riftwind Tiger's back. With the toxin entering its body, it could also achieve a lethal strike since the blue-winged Riftwind Tiger's defense was weak and its health low. This is the life-for-life battle style. Adifier didn't care whether the venomous wave devourer lived or died, he only cared about winning the match. But the blue-winged Riftwind Tiger had been raised by Luo Wanqing from its infancy, nurtured with care. The bond between them went beyond the cold blood contract. At this critical moment, Luo Wanqing had two choices, either let the blue-winged Riftwind Tiger and the venomous wave devourer perish together, or sacrifice the hard-earned offensive opportunity to save the blue-winged Riftwind Tiger's life. There was no time to think, the situation on the battlefield didn't allow for hesitation. Luo Wanqing bit her lip and withdrew her spiritual energy. She made a difficult decision. The blue-winged Riftwind Tiger twisted its body, canceling the ultimate move Celestial Gale Blue Flame Roar and simultaneously dodging the devouring tentacle from behind. However, canceling the ultimate move came with consequences. The unstable airflow became even more chaotic and the blue-winged Riftwind Tiger, unable to control its body, was sent tumbling across the ground in a blur. It's like a person swinging a punch but suddenly pulling back mid-swing, inevitably leading to a stumble. With a loud thud, the blue-winged Riftwind Tiger fell off the stage. It quickly scrambled to its feet, eyes fierce, roaring as if it wanted to continue the fight. However, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the end of the match. The blue-winged Riftwind Tiger has exited the ring. The match is over. The winner is Adifier from the Sama delegation. Luo Wanqing, breathing heavily, looked dejected. She felt responsible for not securing a victory for Dragon Kingdom. However, she didn't regret her decision because if she hadn't acted as she did, the blue-winged Riftwind Tiger would have died on the stage. Edifier glanced at Luo Wanqing with a cold, disdainful look. This is why you Dragon Kingdom Beastmasters will never defeat us. Beasts are just beasts, tools in the hands of the strong.
So what if they die?
To achieve great things, one must not be constrained by petty concerns. Luo Wanqing clenched her fists, her face pale with anger as she retorted, if winning a match means sacrificing your own beast, then victory is meaningless. Aha, Dragon Kingdom Beastmasters, unfit for greatness, incapable of accomplishing anything significant. Different paths lead to different destinies. Luo Wanqing and Edifier's beliefs were irreconcilable, but on the stage, there was a clear distinction between victory and defeat. Luo Wanqing lost the second match, leaving me as the last remaining member of the Dragon Kingdom team yet to compete. All eyes were on me, the young man exuding an air of confidence and elegance. Ladies and gentlemen, the Dragon Kingdom delegation has lost 2 consecutive matches, and Edifier from the Sama delegation still stands undefeated in the ring. His smile is one of mockery, derision, and ridicule, taunting the Dragon Kingdom delegation's incompetence. And next, the Dragon Kingdom delegation will send out their final competitor, Xiao Xingyu, to stage a do-or-die battle. According to historical data, there has never been a case in the history of the Martial God Tournament where a competitor has successfully turned the tide by defeating 3 opponents in a row in the finals. Can Xiao Xingyu from the Dragon Kingdom create a miracle? I closed my eyes to rest for a moment, then slowly opened them 3 seconds later. The crimson glow of the demon god's eye spread across the entire martial god arena like an invisible hand. This man wasn't interested in creating miracles, because his very existence was the miracle. As I prepared to step onto the stage, I encountered Luo Wanqing coming down. She looked heartbroken, her eyes lowered, a faint mist of tears visible. As Senior Luo, you did well. Hearing Xiao Xingyu's reassurance, Luo Wanqing sniffed, trying hard to keep her tears at bay. Despite her inner sorrow and guilt, she forced a smile. As Xiao Xingyu, both Xia Weian and I have lost. Now, the Dragon Kingdom's last hope rests on your shoulders. As long as I'm here, there won't be any surprises. I patted Luo Wanqing's shoulder, flashing a radiant smile. The confidence in my expression was the hallmark of a true warrior. Luo Wanqing felt a moment of disorientation. She knew that in the history of the Martial God Tournament, no one had ever reversed the outcome by single-handedly defeating 3 opponents. But when she saw my smile, she suddenly felt enveloped in an overwhelming sense of security. I don't know why, but whenever I see him step into the ring, it feels like there's no match he can't win. It was a woman's intuition. Xia Weian. At the last moment before stepping onto the stage, I called out Xia Weian's name. Still lost in the depths of his own despair, Xia Weian looked up, his eyes dull as he stared at my back. I'll watch closely when I compete. You might learn something. Xia Weian nearly ground his teeth to dust, seething, Xiao Xingyu, who do you think you are? You're not my teacher, you have no right to lecture me. I had said all I needed to say and saw no point in arguing further. With firm, confident steps, I ascended the martial god arena. Guzheng hesitated for a moment and then called out, Xiao Xingyu. I turned back to look at him. Please, he said. As the head coach of the Dragon Kingdom team, Guzheng didn't give me any last-minute tactical advice. He knew well that his strategies might not be effective and that perhaps it was better to let me act on my own instincts. He then bent over in a deep bow, showing his respect. The other members of the Dragon Kingdom team followed suit, bowing as well. Their collective bow was not only a gesture of placing all their hopes on me but also an expression of deep apology. From this moment on, all the pressure rested solely on my shoulders. The responsibility of defending the honor and dignity of the Dragon Kingdom was now mine alone. I smiled calmly, waved to everyone, and then stood on the stage. My solitary, slender figure stretched long in the afternoon sun. In the eyes of the Dragon Kingdom audience, at that moment, I was a god rising against the odds. Ladies and gentlemen, the final competitor for the Dragon Kingdom team, Xiao Xingyu, has taken the stage. He is the challenger and the last hope for the Dragon Kingdom. Whether he can create the miracle of defeating 3 opponents in a row is unpredictable. But if he fails to defeat Edifier, the Dragon Kingdom team will suffer a total defeat, becoming the laughingstock of the Martial God Tournament. If I lost this match, the Dragon Kingdom team would end the finals with a 0-3 record, making us the biggest joke in the history of the finals. It's worth noting that in the past 3 years, while the Dragon Kingdom team didn't win the championship, they at least secured one victory, preserving a shred of dignity. But if we were to lose all 3 matches in this year's finals, the criticism would be beyond harsh. As I stepped onto the stage, the Sama audience revealed their vile faces. 3 years, 3 crowns Sama Empire. 3 years, 3 runner-ups Clown Dragon Kingdom. For the past 3 years, the Sama Empire had been the champion of the Martial God Tournament, and they had the arrogance to back it up. In the stands, the Dragon Kingdom supporters shouted themselves hoarse, cheering me on.
Xiao Xingyu, don't let those words get to you. Keep your head in the game. You're our last hope, don't lose. If you win, you'll be my grandfather, Xiao Xingyu. I'll take care of you in your old age.
In the Dragon Kingdom's preparation area, the team members also raised their arms, shouting words of encouragement for me. Even Xiao Weian, who usually saw me as his rival, didn't want to see me lose, not when the Dragon Kingdom's honor was at stake. Luo Wanqing bit her dry lips, silently praying, Xiao Xingyu, you have to win.
We can't afford to lose.
Just then, a figure appeared beside Luo Wanqing, offering her a bottle of peach yogurt. Surprised, Luo Wanqing accepted the peach yogurt from Murong Yangshuo.
How did you know I like this?
Luo Wanqing asked, a bit surprised.
Senior Luo, I'm your admirer.
Of course, I'd quietly learn about your preferences, Murong Yangshuo replied with a gentle smile, his eyes full of affection. After every battle, you like to drink a bottle of peach yogurt. I also know you don't eat cilantro and that you're allergic to ginger. And red is your lucky color, which is why you tied your hair with a red ribbon today. When you love someone, you can't help but learn everything about them, silently collecting all the information you can.
Luo Wanqing felt a bit moved by this.
She took a sip of the peach yogurt and then, with a slightly sarcastic tone, asked, I've heard you're quite the playboy in Huangyan City. Do you use this method to pursue all the girls you fancy? Murong Yangshuo pulled out a tissue and gently wiped the yogurt from the corner of Luo Wanqing's mouth. His peach blossom eyes were filled with deep emotion. As Senior Luo, after meeting you, I'm certain I won't fall in love with any other woman for the rest of my life. His confession was sincere, but given his past romantic history, it was hard for Luo Wanqing to fully trust him.
Smooth talker.
Murong Yangshuo smiled knowingly. He could sense that although Luo Wanqing didn't have feelings for him yet, she no longer harbored any aversion either, a small but significant progress. The match is about to start. I won't go back to the stands, I'll stay by your side and cheer for Xingyu together with you.
Xiao Xingyu is your good brother. Aren't you even a little nervous about his match?
With one hand in his pocket and the other casually brushing his white hair aside, Murong Yangshuo's confident smile was as dazzling as a precious gem.
Since I met Xiao Xingyu, he hasn't lost a single match. Do you think I need to be nervous?
But
the ones who should be nervous are them.
Murong Yangshuo's cold gaze fell on the Sama preparation area. At that moment, the entire Sama delegation had lost their smiles, each member looking extremely serious. Even their strongest competitor, Ella, had a tense expression on her face. Before the match, they had studied me, but they hadn't fully grasped what they were up against. As Murong Yangshuo said after I stepped onto the stage, it was they who felt the pressure.
Xiao Xingyu from the Dragon Kingdom, please summon your beast.
I activated the beast emblem, opening the gates of the underworld, and the Hell Netherwolf strode confidently to the center of the stage. Its fierce, bloodthirsty crimson eyes radiated an intense desire for battle. Its sharp fangs ignited with black flames, and the aura of the Hell Path enveloped the entire arena. Across from me, Adifier revealed a twisted, sinister smile.
Coach Moore was right. He summoned the Hell Netherwolf after all.
A surge of confidence swelled within Adifier's chest. He believed he had a way to counter the power of the Hell Path. But he overlooked one crucial detail: even if he could counter the Hell Netherwolf, he couldn't counter me. A beast's data determines its lower limits, but the Beastmaster's skill and awareness define the upper limits. The referee once again went over the match rules. Rule 3: if a competitor wins 2 consecutive matches, they are allowed to switch beasts and may also consume spirit-restoring potions for the 3rd match. This was the rule for the finals. Since Adifier had already defeated Xiao Weian and Luo Wanqing, he was now entitled to switch his beast and consume spirit-restoring potions. Adifier pulled out a red pill from his pocket, known as the Crimson Spirit Pill. This was a special medicine developed by the Sama Empire, designed to quickly restore a Beastmaster's spiritual energy.
Incredible!
Simply incredible, the commentator exclaimed, his voice filled with astonishment. Edifier didn't recall the venomous wave devourer back into his beast emblem. Instead, he fed it to his new summon, the six-winged blood centipede. The entire arena was shocked into silence. The act was brutal, yet it was a stark demonstration of the savage nature of sacrificial beastmasters from the Sama Empire. The principle of the survival of the fittest was laid bare. Once a beast had served its purpose and lost its utility, it was no longer needed. Its final role was to be consumed by a stronger beast, reinforcing the relentless and merciless approach of the Sama beastmasters. The six-winged blood centipede, now empowered by devouring the venomous wave devourer, grew even more menacing. Its body shimmered with a vile, toxic sheen, and the foul stench of decay thickened in the air, making it almost unbearable for the audience. Edifier's expression remained cold and indifferent as he looked at the bloodthirsty beast that now served him. To him, this was simply another step in the process, a necessary action to ensure victory. In the Dragon Kingdom's preparation area, Guzheng couldn't hide his concern. The six-winged blood centipede, it's a monster born of ancient tombs, with every part of its body a reservoir of poison. Xiao Xingyu will need to tread carefully if he hopes to win this. The camera focused on me, capturing my reaction to this shocking display. Despite the growing tension in the arena and the formidable opponent before me, I remained composed, unfazed by the daunting challenge ahead. The referee, recovering from the shock of what had just occurred, turned to Edifier and said, "Sama contestant Edifier, you have summoned the six-winged blood centipede. The venomous wave devourer is no longer eligible to participate in this match." But the rules meant little in the face of Edifier's ruthless tactics. His decision to allow the venomous wave devourer to be devoured by his new beast was a clear message: only the strong survive, and weakness has no place in the arena. The commentator, still reeling from the spectacle, continued, "It's a cruel, ruthless act, feeding one's own beast to another. This is the reality of the Sama Beastmaster's philosophy, where utility and strength are the only things that matter." As the poisonous fumes from the six-winged blood centipede filled the arena, the atmosphere grew even more oppressive. The Dragon Kingdom supporters looked on with a mix of fear and anticipation, knowing that the final match rested on my shoulders. Stepping forward, I locked eyes with Edifier. My expression was calm, but my resolve was clear. This was no longer just a battle between beasts, it was a clash of ideologies, a fight between those who saw their beasts as mere tools and those who regarded them as partners and family. The time had come to show the true strength of the Dragon Kingdom's beastmasters. Luo Wanqing's eyes widened in shock, her hands trembling. Murong Yangshua, maintaining a calm demeanor, spoke in a steady voice, "Xingyu mentioned this to me before. This is how sacrificial beastmasters grow stronger. Perhaps, just like the six-winged blood centipede, the venomous wave devourer once devoured its fellow beasts that had outlived their usefulness." Luo Wanqing tried to draw a parallel. So, if one day the six-winged blood centipede becomes crippled from battle and loses its value, its fate will be the same. Murong Yangshua nodded in agreement. Exactly, no different from the venomous wave devourer's fate. Luo Wanqing gasped, shaking her head repeatedly. The beastmaster culture of the Sama Empire is too twisted. I cannot accept it. On the arena stage, the six-winged blood centipede emitted a series of crunching sounds as it chewed on the remains of the venomous wave devourer, relishing every bite. The referee stood nearby, completely stunned, seemingly forgetting to blow the whistle. The commentator delicately reminded, "Edifier, please remember, this is the Wudo tournament's final match, not an all-you-can-eat buffet for beasts." Edifier glanced at the six-winged blood centipede. Sensing its master's signal, the centipede raised its head and swallowed the remains of the venomous wave devourer with a gulp. The referee, snapping back to reality, loudly announced the start of the match. After taking the Crimson Spirit Pill, Edifier's spirit energy was fully restored. The six-winged blood centipede was also in peak condition, its power surging once again after consuming the venomous wave devourer. A green corpse poison emanated from its body, enveloping the entire Wushan arena. "Xingyu Xiao, I'm going to defeat you next and turn your Dragon Kingdom team into the biggest joke of this tournament." Edifier's voice was laced with malice, his eyes gleaming with a fanatical excitement. He had held back in the previous match against Luo Wanqing, saving his third blood sacrifice and his trump card for this very battle. "The match has begun. Edifier is on the offensive first," the commentator called out. The six-winged blood centipede flaps its skeletal wings, releasing a black dust. This foul-smelling dust is a unique ability of the six-winged blood centipede, known as thousand-year corpse ash. According to our data analysts, this corpse ash disrupts the flow of spirit energy. Things aren't looking good for Xingyu Xiao, his spirit energy flow is severely blocked. Adifier erupted into maniacal laughter, certain that the six-winged blood centipede had been perfectly tailored to counter me. Yet, despite the sudden trouble, there wasn't the slightest hint of concern in my eyes. I tilted my head, cracking my neck.
Is that all?
Those simple words, devoid of any pretension, escaped my lips effortlessly. In the Wushan arena, the black dust swirled through the air like a swarm of locusts, creating an ominous atmosphere. This thousand-year corpse ash was intended to disrupt my spirit energy flow, leaving the Hell Netherwolf unaffected but making it difficult for me to command it effectively. Ladies and gentlemen, I've just received a report from our top data analysts, the commentator exclaimed. Under the influence of the thousand-year corpse ash, Xingyu Xiao's spirit energy flow has been disrupted. This could prevent him from properly using the hell path or demonic powers of his Hell Netherwolf. In the Dragon Kingdom's preparation area, Guzhen clenched his fists and slammed them against the back of his chair in frustration. Damn it! Xingyu Xiao's been targeted. SSS-level beast power, the Hell Path, is the most formidable force of the Hell Netherwolf, I mused, recalling the awe-inspiring moment during the semi-finals when the Hell Path's 10 Yama King's domain unfolded, captivating the entire audience. The image of Yama's hand obliterating the Saint-Armored Overlord Bear left a lasting impression on the spectators from all four nations, an indelible memory that lingered in their minds. Beyond the Hell Path, the power of the Devil is also one of the Hell Netherwolf's core strengths. However, to fully unleash these two powers requires an extremely high level of spiritual energy control by the Beastmaster. I needed to maintain smooth spiritual energy circulation to command the Hell Netherwolf and utilize the Hell Path and Devil's power. But now, with the arena shrouded in the thousand-year corpse ash released by the six-winged blood centipede, every breath I took filled my lungs with the toxic ash, causing my spiritual energy flow to falter and even threatening to block my energy circuits completely. Observing this, Xiao Wei'an's cracked lips curled into a mocking smile. And now that the Hell Netherwolf can't use the Hell Path or Devil's power, it's as good as crippled. With just Hellfire and its dark attributes, thinking it can defeat the six-winged blood centipede, a mutated undead beast, is nothing but a pipe dream. Murong Yangshua shot Xiao Wei'an a furious glare, growling, "If you can't say anything supportive, just shut your filthy mouth." Xiao Wei'an had tolerated Murong Yangshua's jabs for long enough. You think being the son of the Dragon Kingdom's top military strategist makes you superior? Does your father have military command? Sorry to disappoint, but mine does. Murong Yangshua's words struck a nerve, hitting on the sore spot of the entire Xie family. While Xiao Wei'an's father, Xie Zhong, enjoyed a prestigious position within the Dragon Kingdom's royal court, second only to the emperor, he held no military power. In contrast, Murong Yangshua's father, Murong Jin, commanded the Dragon Kingdom's naval fleet, guarding the kingdom's seas with an army at his disposal. Without military command, the Xie family lacked the authority to stand toe-to-toe with the Murong family. Luo Wanqing's sharp voice cut through the tension. Enough of this bickering. Xingyu is in a dire situation, we should be cheering him on, not fighting amongst ourselves. Suppressing his anger, Xiao Wei'an fell silent. No matter the personal grudge between him and me, I was now standing on the stage as the last hope for the Dragon Kingdom's team. Xingyu, you can only lose to me, not to anyone else. This twisted obsession echoed in Xiao Wei'an's mind. The battle has begun. The commentator's voice boomed. Adifier from the Sama Empire is launching the first strike. Adifier, brimming with bloodlust, channeled his spiritual energy, his smile growing ever more malevolent. The six-winged blood centipede flapped its bony wings, soaring into the sky, and unleashed a torrent of black, viscous liquid from its mouth. These dark substances were swarms of sharp-toothed corpse flies, descending like a waterfall aimed directly at the Hell Netherwolf. Odakfeng, Shadow stiehlt. I commanded. In an instant, the Hell Netherwolf's form dissolved into a purple shadow, merging with the ground and gliding along its surface. With my spiritual energy flow impeded, I couldn't activate the Hell Path or Devil's power within the Hell Netherwolf. Instead, I had to rely solely on its dark attributes to fight. In shadow form, the Hell Netherwolf can evade the corpse fly's assault, the commentator analyzed. But this is not a long-term solution. If Xingyu wants to win, he needs to mount an effective counterattack. Oh wait. Adifier is suddenly channeling a massive amount of spiritual energy. A six-winged blood centipede, unleash your skill, centipede tremor. The commentator's pace quickened as the six-winged blood centipede suddenly dove toward the ground, its hundreds of thick legs stomping the arena floor simultaneously. Boom! The stage shook violently, and the air currents scattered like a panicked wolf pack. In its shadow form, the Hell Netherwolf was shaken out of the ground, its body suspended in midair. The Hell Netherwolf's true form has been forced out. The six-winged blood centipede launches another fierce attack. Adia's eyes gleamed with fervor as he poured his energy into the fight. The six-winged blood centipede let out a ghostly wail, spraying a barrage of black, venomous needles like a rain of arrows, hurtling towards the Hell Netherwolf. I remained calm, channeling my unstable energy flow. The Hell Netherwolf howled at the sky, its body armored with a thick layer of black flames. This is the Hell Netherwolf's strongest defensive skill, Inferno Armor. The sound of intense collisions filled the arena. As time passed, the Inferno Armor began to crack. The sheer number of venomous needles was overwhelming, much like the concept of water wearing down stone. Gradually, the Inferno Armor corroded and started to fall apart, presenting a grim sight. Splat! A sharp venomous needle pierced through the Inferno Armor, embedding itself in the Hell Netherwolf's chest. Seeing this, Adia's smile widened. Xiao Xingyu, you're not so tough after all. Facing his taunts, I remained composed, quietly activating the demon god's eye. I can see through everything. A what? Adia's face showed confusion, not understanding my words. O Dark Feng, Shadow Assault. How? The Hell Netherwolf shed its damaged Inferno Armor, shifting back into its shadow form, and charged toward the six-winged blood centipede. Adia felt a brief panic but quickly regained his composure. A coach mole said that whenever the Hell Netherwolf initiates Shadow Assault, it's preparing to use Silencing Claw. If Silencing Claw hits, the six-winged blood centipede won't be able to use any skills and I'll lose my advantage. But it's easy to counter, just dodge the Shadow Assault and the Silencing Claw won't land. So, a dodge to the right. In less than a second, Adia went through a mental calculation, overheating his mind like a CPU. He used his will to direct the six-winged blood centipede to evade to the right. Adia was sure that once the six-winged blood centipede dodged the Shadow Assault, it could launch a counterattack, possibly defeating the Hell Netherwolf in a single blow. But in the next moment, Adia's heart skipped a beat, surprise flashing in his eyes. Bang! In its shadow form, the Hell Netherwolf shot through the air like a comet, striking the six-winged blood centipede with pinpoint accuracy. The commentator, thrilled, grabbed the microphone and shouted. The Hell Netherwolf's Shadow Assault hit the six-winged blood centipede directly. Before Adia could react, the Hell Netherwolf seamlessly followed up with a smooth combo, unleashing the overpowering Silencing Claw. The wolf's claw tore through the abdomen of the six-winged blood centipede, causing blood to gush out. This is impossible! Adia's soul trembled as he struggled to comprehend what had just happened. The audience was buzzing with confusion. It seemed like Adia predicted what Xiao Xingyu was planning, and the six-winged blood centipede clearly moved to the right to evade, but why didn't it avoid the Shadow Assault? This is so strange. I must be losing my sight because it looked to me like the six-winged blood centipede just ran straight into the path of Shadow Assault. The live broadcast cut to the chief judge, Karch, in the commentary box. His old, clouded eyes gleamed with wisdom as his raspy, weathered voice conveyed a sense of astonishment. Xiao Xingyu predicted Adia's prediction. The battle between Beastmasters is not just a brute force clash, it's a contest of wits where skill and foresight determine the outcome. In that fleeting moment, Adia thought he had anticipated Xiao Xingyu's intentions, so he had the six-winged blood centipede move to the right to dodge the Shadow Assault. However, Xiao Xingyu's mind was a step ahead. He anticipated Adia's anticipation and directed the Hellhound to unleash Shadow Assault on the right side. As a result, the six-winged blood centipede appeared clumsy, seemingly crashing straight into the path of Shadow Assault. Guzhen glanced at Xiao Weian beside him. As Xiao Weian, you should really learn from Xiao Xingyu's high-level maneuvers and sharp instincts. Murong Yangshua chimed in, delivering the final blow. Coach Gu was already being polite. To put it bluntly, this is the difference between you and Xingyu. In the commentary box, Karch's gaze was fixed on me. This boy from Dragon Kingdom is the only true Beastmaster in the history of the martial arts tournament. Another judge, Rhodes, shared his thoughts. He is in command of his beast, not the other way around. Commentator, this young man is the pride of Dragon Kingdom. On the platform, for the first time, Adia's expression betrayed panic. Damn it, what a powerful sense of oppression. This was Adia's direct feeling. Typically, when Beastmasters face off, the beasts take center stage. The more powerful the beast, the stronger its aura of dominance. For example, when the Thunder Howl beast appeared, it exuded an overwhelming presence with its dual SSS-grade beast abilities. Even though Hellhound was currently unable to utilize its Hell's Path and demonic power, the pressure I exerted was still formidable. In an unguarded moment, Adia locked eyes with me, and the intensity of our gazes collided, causing him to feel unsettled, even fearful. Slash! The silent claw struck the six-winged blood centipede again, splattering blood and exposing part of its internal organs to the air. This is bad. Getting hit by silent claw means it can't use any skills to counterattack. Adia was frantic, unable to find a solution. The damage from silent claw wasn't Hellhound's most potent attack, it lacked the raw power of Hellfire Lotus or Hell Howl. But it was undoubtedly the most aggravating move and the one that opponents feared the most. Any beast struck by silent claw would enter a 3-second silence, unable to perform any skills. And just as the 3-second silence was about to wear off, another silent claw landed on the six-winged blood centipede, renewing the silence for another 3 seconds. With my precise control, there would be no mistakes. If I wanted to, I could even use silent claw to give the six-winged blood centipede a year-long subscription to silence. The scene unfolding on the stage elicited cheers and screams from the audience. The commentator was equally excited, his voice hoarse from shouting. Folks, the Hellhound just pulled off a smooth 18-hit combo. We may have greatly underestimated the impact of Silent Claw. The six-winged blood centipede, silenced repeatedly, looks as sluggish and clumsy as a primitive beast. The broadcast screen displayed a dazzling stat. Silent Claw had 18. The sharp, lethal Silent Claw was like the sword of a general, cutting through everything effortlessly. In no time, the six-winged blood centipede was drenched in blood, its massive body a mangled mess, with wolf claw marks all over it. Above its head floated a purple wolf claw mark, indicating that it was still under the effect of the silence and unable to unleash any skills. Forcing himself to regroup, Adia shouted, "Retreat!" Though the six-winged blood centipede couldn't use any skills, it could still use its 6 wings to fly faster and distance itself from the Hellhound. Once it created some space, the six-winged blood centipede escaped from the onslaught of Silent Claw. 3 seconds later, the silence effect wore off. Adia, like a bird startled by a mere twig, frantically channeled his energy. The six-winged blood centipede let out a sharp screech and unleashed its skill sea of blood and poisonous miasma. This was the centipede's most deceptive skill. Its skin excreted a thick, toxic blood mist, covering the entire arena like a turbulent sea of blood. In the blood mist, the visibility of other beasts would be significantly impaired. Adia and the six-winged blood centipede hid at the edge of the stage, becoming almost ghost-like in their lack of presence. While the sea of blood and poisonous miasma hinders the vision of me and the Hellhound, I have to quickly restore the six-winged blood centipede's condition. Adia regained his composure and began channeling his energy. The centipede's lengthy body coiled like a giant serpent, and its 2 antennae quivered violently. This was the precursor to activating the healing skill Blood Bone Moonrise. The wounds and bones torn open by the wolf claws were rapidly healing and regenerating. Suddenly, a chill ran down Adia's spine. How is this possible? Adia's pupils contracted as his face turned ashen. A sharp wolf claw flashed through the air, accompanied by the sound of flesh being torn and the biting wind that blew away the blood mist from the stage. All eyes in the audience were fixed on the edge of the stage. The Hellhound, with its claws blazing with hellfire, slashed a deep, blood-gushing wound across the six-winged blood centipede's head. The commentator yelled in excitement. Folks, that was an absolutely brilliant sequence, and it was Xiao Xingyu's shining moment. Adia had the six-winged blood centipede use the deceptive skill Sea of Blood and Poisonous Miasma, intending to buy time to activate the healing skill Blood Bone Moonrise and recover. But once again, Adia's scheme was anticipated by Xiao Xingyu. The Hellhound precisely interrupted the centipede's healing. When a healing skill is interrupted, the recovery effect is cancelled. Adia had spent a considerable amount of energy to trigger Sea of Blood and Poisonous Miasma and Blood Bone Moonrise in an attempt to restore his heavily injured six-winged blood centipede. The Bloodbone Crescent healing effect was interrupted, rendering Adia's spent spiritual energy useless. With a resounding crash, the six-winged blood centipede collapsed into a weakened state, its wounds oozing a foul-smelling pus. Adia was left gasping for breath, sweat streaming down his face, looking utterly defeated. I remained unfazed, my expression unchanged. What might have appeared as an extraordinary maneuver to the audience was, to me, simply routine. After being continuously torn apart by the Silent Claw, the six-winged blood centipede has lost too much blood. It seems it won't be getting back up. Is this match coming to an end? If Xiao Xingyu wins this battle, the Dragon Kingdom team still has a shot. The commentator, who was meant to remain neutral, found himself increasingly captivated by my performance, unconsciously leaning towards me and the Dragon Kingdom in his commentary. Adia caught a glimpse of the Shama team's preparation area from the corner of his eye. Head coach Moore nodded at him, signaling with an ominous gesture. It was a clear indication. Adia could now initiate the third blood sacrifice. Suddenly, Adia raised his right hand and shoved his pinky finger into his mouth. Crunch! A sharp crack echoed through the arena as Adia bit off his own pinky finger. The commentator couldn't contain his shock. I can't believe what I'm seeing. Just now, Adia actually bit off his right pinky finger. What on earth is he planning? The scene left the audience in a state of shock, causing a visceral, psychological impact. I raised an eyebrow, muttering, "The third blood sacrifice, this guy is ruthless." Adia then tossed the severed finger into the mouth of the six-winged blood centipede. The audience from the other three nations was left stunned once again. As a sacrifice-style beastmaster, Adia could enhance his beast's power by sacrificing parts of his own body. Refusing to lose to me, he willingly sacrificed his right pinky finger to push the already weakened six-winged blood centipede into a berserk state. Xiao Xingyu, the match isn't over yet. I'll show you the true terror of a Shama beastmaster. Racked with the pain of losing his finger, Adia's face turned as pale as winter snow. Channeling his pain into determination, Adia frantically poured his remaining spiritual energy into his beast. The six-winged blood centipede rose once more, its wounds healing instantaneously. Its body began to swell and two more enormous bone wings sprouted from its back. Attention, everyone! The six-winged blood centipede has entered berserk mode. For your safety, please retrieve the gas masks located under your seats and put them on immediately. In berserk mode, the six-winged blood centipede's power surged, releasing toxic fumes that spilled over the edge of the martial god arena, spreading into the audience. My eyes gleamed with a crimson light, the demon god's eye ready to unleash its power. Dark Feng, don't engage head-on. Focus on dodging and keeping your distance. Await for an opportunity to bait out the six-winged blood centipede's ultimate move and mobility skills. On this battlefield, all the other contestants were four-star beastmasters. But I was different. I was a master strategist. Xiao Xingyu, you can't beat me. Adia gritted his teeth, clutching the wound where his finger used to be, his lips pale but curled into a sinister smile. In the audience, Dragon Kingdom citizens buzzed with chatter. Seriously? It's just a match, but this Shama contestant cut off his own finger? This is insane, so bloody. I've heard of this. It's a hallmark of sacrifice-style beastmasters. They're as ruthless to themselves as they are to their enemies, just like dark beastmasters. They can amplify their beast's power through self-sacrifice, pushing it into berserk mode. In this state, the six-winged blood centipede grew a fourth pair of wings, technically making it an eight-winged blood centipede now. The air was thick with a dark, ominous mist of millennia-old corpse venom seeping into every crevice. Every breath Xiao Xingyu takes will make his spiritual power sluggish, interrupting its flow. With his spiritual power severely disrupted, it becomes increasingly difficult to command his beast in battle. In such an unfavorable situation, for Xiao Xingyu to still showcase such flawless execution is a testament to his mastery and beast control. He has honed his skills to perfection. In the judges' booth, the three panelists exchanged remarks, all centered on discussing me. On the stage, the battle was about to ignite once more. Adia, now fueled by his severed finger's pain and a maniacal fervor, pushed his spiritual power to its limits. The eight-winged blood centipede, its power skyrocketing after devouring Adia's finger, sensed its master's intent and opened its massive maw, unleashing blood-red energy waves. In an instant, the stage was flooded with the overlapping afterimages of these crimson waves. I remained calm, needing only to channel the bare minimum of spiritual power. The hellhound shifted into its shadow form, moving through the stage like a ghost, swift as the wind, sharp as lightning. The commentator's voice was brimming with excitement. A spectacular, truly spectacular. The eight-winged blood centipede's attacks are overwhelmingly powerful and relentless. But the hellhound's serpentine dodging is a cut above. 23 consecutive blood reaper waves from the eight-winged blood centipede, and not a single hit. Xiao Xingyu's skill in controlling his beast is unparalleled. Among all 4-star ranks, he stands at the pinnacle. Whether on the stage or the battlefield, every move a beast makes is dictated by the commands of its beastmaster. In other words, the beast is akin to a hero in a game, with the beastmaster acting as the player in control. Adia's performance was impressive, but the audience's attention was more captivated by the sheer power of the 8-winged blood centipede. It was this beast's strength that made Adia strong, like a novice player wielding a maxed-out character. In contrast, I was like a maxed-out player. Even with a lower-level character, I could still clear the game through sheer skill and precision. Dodging, and more dodging. On the battle-scarred stage, the 8-winged blood centipede continued to unleash devastating attacks, but it couldn't land a single hit on the agile hellhound, not even once. In the Shama team's waiting area, Coach Moore's face grew serious as he watched my every move, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration. I never expected Dragon Kingdom to produce such an exceptional talent this year. Big Sister Ayla, during training, Adia never made this many mistakes.
What's going on this time?
A preemptive reads, Ayla answered, her expression cold as she patiently explained to her younger brother, Vikram. Xiao Xingyu can precisely predict the timing and direction of each of the 8-winged blood centipede's attacks. That's why the hellhound's seemingly erratic movements can effortlessly evade every single one of the centipede's strikes. Vikram took a deep breath, his eyes wide with disbelief as he watched me on stage. Big Sister Ayla, is this Xiao Xingyu really that much of a monster? His eyes can actually see through all of Adia's strategies. Could they be more powerful than your cursed blood eyes? Vikram's comment referred to Ella's left eye. Her left eye was always covered by a white bandage, as if sealed away, and she rarely used it. This man is too strange. I don't know the full extent of his ocular powers, Ella replied. As far as I know, Dragon Kingdom doesn't have any orthodox practitioners of ocular techniques. Is this Xiao Xingyu really a native of Dragon Kingdom? Ella's mind wandered back to the moment she and I had crossed paths in the hotel restroom. Eram?
Yes?
Adia is probably going to lose. Get ready to take the stage, Ella said, raising her gaze to focus on the ongoing battle.
I keep dodging, keep running.
Adia shouted, his voice thick with desperation.
Xiao Xingyu, you're just a coward. If you're so brave, let your beast face mine head-on. What kind of wolf king are you? You should be called a scaredy cat.
Adia's taunting was nothing more than the frustrated cries of someone out of options. A minute passed. The 8-winged blood centipede had unleashed 30 consecutive attacks, exhausting both its physical and mental strength. Even its breathing had become labored. Yet not a single attack had landed on the agile hellhound. By this point, Adia's energy was almost completely drained. His face, drained of all color, was a portrait of anxiety and panic.
Stop running and face me head-on.
Adia snarled, his voice full of desperation. All right, I responded calmly, catching Adia off guard. In an instant, a purple-black shadow streaked towards the 8-winged blood centipede. The hellhound, which had been dodging and weaving, suddenly launched shadow assault. Adia was a moment too slow to react. By the time his mind caught up, the hellhound was already right in the 8-winged blood centipede's face. The commentator's voice rang out excitedly. The hellhound's sudden assault caught the 8-winged blood centipede completely off guard. This is the perfect opportunity to go for a decisive strike. Adia felt his blood run cold, his mind going into overdrive. He knew exactly what was coming. He could see the hellhound's mouth pressed against the centipede's face, and its cheeks puffing up.
It's charging up Hellfire Lotus.
Adia had spent the previous night watching countless replays of my battles. He knew that whenever the hellhound puffed up its cheeks and let out a low growl, it was preparing to unleash Hellfire Lotus. If the hellhound released Hellfire Lotus at point-blank range, and it connected with the 8-winged blood centipede, the match would be over. In a split second, Adia's survival instinct kicked in, and his mind sharpened with determination.
I can't lose. As long as I can dodge Hellfire Lotus, I'll have a chance to turn the tables.
Adia gathered all the energy he had left, determined to pull off a game-changing move and defeat me.
A blood shift!
Adia roared, channeling his energy. Before the eyes of the audience, the massive body of the 8-winged blood centipede dissolved into a blood mist, dispersing with the wind. In an instant, the true form of the 8-winged blood centipede appeared behind the hellhound. Blood shift, the 8-winged blood centipede's most proficient movement technique, allowed it to instantly relocate to the enemy's rear. This technique could be used to evade deadly attacks or create opportunities for a lethal counterstrike.
I did it.
Adiya erupted into maniacal laughter, pouring the last of his spiritual energy into his beast. Blood Eruption Piercer. The eight-winged blood centipede absorbed all of Adiya's remaining spiritual energy, and in the freezing air, a sharp blood spike began to form. This was the eight-winged blood centipede's ultimate attack, infused with thousands of different poisons and capable of triggering explosive damage.
Xiao Xingyu, it's all over, ha ha ha.
Adiya's bloodshot eyes burned with fervor as he imagined the sweet taste of victory.
The Hellhound had no time to dodge.
Its rigid body was cruelly impaled by the blood spike that shot from behind.
Poof!
Suddenly, the Hellhound's body dispersed into a cloud of purple-black shadow mist, blown away by the wind. The smile on Adiya's face vanished in an instant. Well, not exactly vanished, rather, it had transferred to my face.
This is what we call the law of conservation of smiles.
Not far away, the real Hellhound ignited with black flames and flashed a sinister grin. The Hellhound that had been struck by the eight-winged blood centipede's ultimate move was merely a shadow clone, not the real body.
I've been tricked.
Adiya's heart sank, overwhelmed by a deep sense of failure at his own delayed realization.
The commentator punched the air, shouting, "Unbelievable! What a godlike maneuver! The Hellhound's shadow clone feint has baited out the eight-winged blood centipede's movement skill and ultimate attack."
The audience erupted in cheers.
"Oh whoa, Xiao Xingyu is amazing! That was such a slick move. Look at Adiya's face, it's like he just got scanned out of his bank account. All's fair in war, Xiao Xingyu knows his strategy."
I smirked devilishly. "Adiya, after this match, you might want to download a fraud prevention app." Channeling my spiritual energy, my eyes narrowed as I activated hunt mode.
Shadow Prison Assassination Formation.
The Hellhound leaped into the sky, and its massive, muscular body instantly split into countless shadow clones, blocking out the sun. A massive magic formation appeared on the arena floor, its totem outline resembling the ancient Roman Colosseum, filled with the primal savagery and brutal scent of blood. The eight-winged blood centipede was trapped in the center of the formation, its previously ferocious gaze now tinged with the dullness of impending doom. The Hellhound's 108 shadow clones positioned themselves along the edges of the formation, surrounding the eight-winged blood centipede. The ground shattered as several molten lava-infused hell chains burst forth.
Schlink!
Accompanied by the sound of metal grating against flesh, the eight-winged blood centipede's body was ensnared by the hell chains, rendering it immobile and capable only of letting out helpless hisses.
Snap!
I snapped my fingers crisply, channeling my spiritual energy. The Hellhound's 108 shadow clones began to dash through the formation in a chaotic, lightning-fast dance. Their movements were so rapid that even the cameras struggled to capture their fleeting forms. In an instant, the eight-winged blood centipede's true form appeared behind the Hellhound. "A blood shift, the eight-winged blood centipede's most proficient mobility skill," the announcer exclaimed. After using blood shift, the centipede's body instantly relocates behind its enemy. This move is perfect for dodging fatal attacks and creating opportunities for a counterkill.
I did it!
Adiya burst into maniacal laughter, pouring all his remaining spiritual power into his beast.
A blood-rend piercer!
The eight-winged blood centipede absorbed Adiya's entire spiritual power, condensing a sharp blood spike in the cold air. This was the centipede's strongest attack, laced with 1,000 different toxins and capable of triggering explosive damage.
Xiao Xingyu, it's over for you, ha ha ha.
Adiya's bloodshot eyes burned with fervor as if he could already see the light of victory. The Hellhound, unable to dodge, was brutally pierced by the blood spike that shot from behind.
Splat!
The Hellhound's body suddenly dispersed into a cloud of purple-black shadow mist, scattering with the wind. The smile on Adiya's face vanished instantly. Or rather, it didn't vanish completely, it merely transferred to my face.
This is the law of conservation of smiles.
Not far away, the true Hellhound ignited in black flames, its face twisted into a sinister grin. The Hellhound struck by the centipede's ultimate move was merely a shadow clone, not the real deal.
I fell for it.
Adiya's heart sank, overwhelmed by a deep sense of defeat from his slow realization. The announcer raised his fist and shouted, "Incredible!
This was a divine play."
The Hellhound used a shadow clone to bait out the eight-winged blood centipede's mobility skill and ultimate move. The audience erupted in cheers.
Holy crap, Xiao Xingyu is amazing. That move was just too slick.
Look at Adiya's face, it's like he just got scanned out of his bank account password.
All's fair in love and war, Xiao Xingyu definitely knows his tactics.
I flashed a devilish smile. Idea, after this match, you should go download a fraud prevention app. With a surge of spiritual power, my eyes narrowed as I activated the final stage of the hunt. Dark Prison Shadow Killer. The Hellhound leaped skyward, its massive, muscular form splitting into hundreds of shadow clones, darkening the sky. On the stage, the ground beneath formed a massive sigil. The outline of the sigil resembled an ancient Roman Colosseum from the 9th century BC, and the air was thick with the primal scent of blood and barbarism. The eight-winged blood centipede, trapped in the center of the array, now looked less ferocious and more foolish. The Hellhound's 108 shadow clones landed at the edges of the sigil, encircling the centipede completely. The ground shattered as chains laced with molten lava burst forth, wrapping around the centipede's body. Clang! Accompanied by the sound of metal grinding against flesh, the eight-winged blood centipede was bound by the hellish chains, rendering it immobile as it let out a helpless screech. With a sharp snap of my fingers, the Hellhound's 108 shadow clones charged across the array, moving so fast that even the cameras struggled to capture their fleeting images. They were just as powerful as the original, letting out ferocious howls, slashing with their claws, and tearing into the centipede with a savage fury. The sound of claws ripping through flesh echoed like a hauntingly beautiful requiem. Under the sunlight, the stage displayed a breathtaking spectacle of light and shadow interwoven, with countless wolf claws dancing in the air, leaving every spectator in awe. The announcer clasped his hands to his head, popping a throat lozenge in his mouth as he shouted with excitement. This is the Hellhound's dark attribute battle skill, Dark Prison Shadow Killer. The eight-winged blood centipede was just tricked into wasting its mobility skill and ultimate move. It stands no chance against the assault of 108 shadow clones. And now for the final blow. In the center of the array, the eight-winged blood centipede lay on the brink of death, its body mangled, with no unscathed patch of skin, and its blood mixed with pieces of its shredded innards. The 108 shadow clones converged into one, and the Hellhound's true form descended from the sky like a falling meteor, crashing down on the centipede's head with tremendous force. Boom! This final explosion sent a massive mushroom cloud soaring into the sky like a giant balloon. The shockwave and blast knocked the audience off their feet, but no one complained. They quickly scrambled back up, their eyes locked on the smoke-filled stage. 5 minutes passed before the smoke finally cleared enough for people to see the scene clearly. On the ravaged stage, the eight-winged blood centipede lay motionless, bleeding profusely. It had lost consciousness, with all of its hundreds of legs stiffened in place. Adia knelt on the ground, his eyes hollow. With his spiritual power depleted and the pain from his severed finger, his consciousness began to fade. The referee blew the whistle, signaling the end of the match. A match over. The winner is Xiao Xingyu of the Dragon Kingdom delegation. In an instant, the audience erupted like a massive bottle of ice-cold cola filled with Mentos, bubbling over with uncontainable excitement. In the judges' booth, the 3 judges looked on with admiration, offering me their heartfelt applause. Ah, we won! We won! In the arena below, the members of the Dragon Kingdom delegation wept tears of joy, embracing and cheering. Their tears were a release of all the pressure and frustration they'd been holding in. Everyone knew that if we had lost this match, the Dragon Kingdom delegation would have been doomed, becoming the biggest laughingstock in the history of the martial arts tournament finals. But I defended the honor of the Dragon Kingdom. Head coach Gu Jing was visibly moved, clenching his fist in silent triumph. Xiao Xingyu, you did it! No one was happier to see his best friend win than Murong Yangshuo. This is amazing! Xiao Xingyu won. I told you, senior sister Luo, this guy is so clueless he doesn't even know how to spell the word lose. Oh, we won, that's what matters. But could you maybe let go of me now? Luo Wanqing blushed, her face slightly flushed. Murong Yangshuo, caught up in the excitement, had given her a big bear hug. Luo Wanqing, being petite and delicate, was dwarfed by Murong's tall and muscular frame. The contrast in their heights created an unexpectedly cute and romantic scene. In an instant, the eight-winged blood centipede's true body appeared behind the Hellhound. This was Blood Shift, the eight-winged blood centipede's most proficient movement technique. After using Blood Shift, the centipede would instantly teleport to the enemy's rear. This technique could be used to evade lethal attacks or create an opportunity for a counter-kill. A success? Adia laughed maniacally, pouring all his remaining spiritual power into the next move. Blutbahne Pies. The eight-winged blood centipede absorbed all of Adia's spiritual power, condensing a sharp blood spike in the freezing air. This was the centipede's ultimate attack, imbued with 1,000 different poisons and capable of triggering explosive damage. Xiao Xingyu, it's all over.
Adia's bloodshot eyes burned with fervor as he seemed to glimpse the dawn of victory. The Hellhound had no time to dodge, its rigid body brutally impaled by the blood spike from behind.
Thud.
The Hellhound's form suddenly disintegrated, turning into a swirling cloud of purple-black shadow mist that dispersed with the wind. The smile on Adia's face vanished in an instant, well, not entirely vanished. If you looked closely, you'd see that the smile had merely migrated to my face. This was the law of the conservation of smiles. Not far away, the true body of the Hellhound ignited with black flames, sporting an eerie grin. The Hellhound that had been struck by the eight-winged blood centipede's ultimate attack was just a shadow clone, not the real thing.
I
was tricked. Adia's heart sank to the depths, overwhelmed by a sense of crushing defeat. The commentator pumped his fist and shouted, "Unbelievable! What a godly maneuver!" The Hellhound used a shadow clone to bait out the eight-winged blood centipede's movement skill and ultimate attack. The audience erupted in cheers.
Oh wow, Xiao Xingyu is amazing. That move was so slick.
A look at Adia's face, it's like he just got scanned out of his bank account password. All's fair in war, Xiao Xingyu sure knows his strategies. I gave a devilish grin. Adia, after this match, go home and download a fraud prevention app. Channeling my spiritual power, I narrowed my eyes, signaling that the hunt was on.
A shadow hell kill formation.
The Hellhound leaped into the sky, its massive body splitting into countless shadow clones, blotting out the sun. The arena floor transformed into a gigantic formation, its totemic outlines resembling an ancient Roman gladiatorial arena from the 9th century BC, thick with the primal scent of beastly savagery and the iron tang of blood. The eight-winged blood centipede was trapped in the formation's center, its once ferocious eyes now tinged with a hint of foolish bewilderment. The Hellhound's 108 shadow clones each took a position along the formation's perimeter, surrounding the centipede in a tight circle. The ground shattered, and chains dripping with magma shot out from below.
Clang!
Accompanied by the sound of metal grinding against flesh, the Hellhound's chains of the underworld bound the eight-winged blood centipede, rendering it immobile, forcing it to emit helpless cries. Snap! With a crisp snap of my fingers, the Hellhound's 108 shadow clones began to dash through the formation at lightning speed, their movements so swift that even the cameras struggled to capture their fleeting images. Murong Yangshuo finally released Luo Wanqing from his grip, awkwardly scratching his head. Sorry about that, I got a bit carried away. It's okay, Xingyu won, so I understand the excitement.
Wanqing, I promise, Xingyu will win the next round too. Yeah, I believe you. Wait, what did you just call me?
Gahem, nice weather we're having today, huh? Switching from his sister Luo to a Wanqing was a subtle move by Murong Yangshuo to show his intentions. The defeated Adia, with reddened eyes, walked off the stage with his head hung low.
Coach, where did I go wrong?
Adia trembled as he approached his coach, Moore, back at the Shama team's waiting area. Moore stroked his bushy beard, speaking in a deep voice, "You lost in battle intelligence. The Hellhound couldn't use its Hell Path power or Demon power in this match. But Xiao Xingyu still managed to defeat you with just the Hellhound's shadow abilities. That's the difference in battle intelligence, it's also a form of talent." Adia felt a deep bitterness but couldn't argue. He replayed the match in his mind, realizing the truth of Moore's words. Coach, you're right. Even if I had another chance, I might not be able to beat Xiao Xingyu. When I stood in front of him, it felt like he could see right through me. Adia shivered at the memory of my gaze, a look he could only describe as the gaze of someone with an unfair advantage. A medical team come treat Adia's injuries. More then offered some comforting words, get some rest. The pain from your severed finger might last for a few days. Adia bowed deeply to the Shama team members, still burdened by the guilt of losing to me. The blonde-haired boy approached Adia with a confident smile. Adia, don't worry, I'll restore our team's honor. I'll defeat Xiao Xingyu in the most humiliating way possible. Sister Ayla, it's my turn now. With me on the field, you won't need to step in. The commentator picked up the microphone again. Next up, representing the Shama team is their second competitor, known as the blonde kid Vikram. Challenger, Vikram.
Defender, Xiao Xingyu.
A light breeze ruffled Vikram's curly blonde hair. Xiao Xingyu, I only need 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, you'll hear the referee announce that the Dragon Kingdom team has lost the championship. And you'll be heading back to the Dragon Kingdom with nothing but the runner-up trophy. Pre-match trash talk was a staple for adding spice to the competition.
Vikram's arrogance mirrored Adia's when he first stepped onto the stage, showing no regard for me.
A 1 minute.
I kept my words brief.
A what? What did you say?
Vikram scratched his ear, not quite catching my meaning. I looked up, smiling as warmly as the wind. In just 1 minute, you'll be carried off the stage. Before the match, Vikram, known for his brash personality, had repeatedly made inflammatory remarks about the Dragon Kingdom during public interviews. There are even videos circulating online of him trampling the Dragon Kingdom's flag and harassing Dragon Kingdom girls in private. The martial arts tournament's motto is a friendship first, competition second. However, this is based on the premise that all participating nations respect each other. Clearly, someone like Vikram, who is a disgrace, does not deserve the respect of the Dragon Kingdom. In the stands, the citizens of Dragon Kingdom were furious.
Xiao Xingyu, take down that yellow-haired brat.
This guy once stomped on our Dragon Kingdom's flag and even harassed Dragon Kingdom girls.
Don't hold back.
This kind of person needs to be taught a harsh lesson. From the reactions of the Dragon Kingdom spectators, it was clear that this battle had escalated to a matter of national pride. Vikram walked to the edge of the ring, flipping off the Dragon Kingdom audience with his middle finger and casting lewd glances at some of the young women.
Dragon Kingdom, a despicable nation.
Keep shouting all you want, the championship still belongs to Shama Empire. You're destined to be second place for 1,000 years. And during the match, I'm going to crush your Dragon Kingdom representative, Xiao Xingyu, and then step on his head to claim the championship medal. Even before the match began, Vikram was already hurling vile insults at the Dragon Kingdom audience. I remained silent. Some might think I was intimidated, but in truth, my silence was what made me truly terrifying. When a man like me doesn't bother to waste words, it means he's ready to let his fists do the talking. At the judges' table, Chief Judge Carl Chi picked up the microphone and issued a stern warning.
Shama contestant Vikram, watch your words and actions.
If you continue to insult Dragon Kingdom and deliberately incite tensions between our nations, I will disqualify you from the competition. With Carl Chi's intervention, Vikram fell silent. However, he did not stop his provocations. He continued to make subtle, mocking gestures toward the Dragon Kingdom audience. These gestures were so discreet that even Carl Chi couldn't reprimand him further and could only signal to the referee with his eyes. The referee urged, Vikram, summon your beast. With a smirk, Vikram activated his beast mark. As the summoning circle appeared, a giant scorpion larger than a mammoth materialized on the stage. The scorpion was entirely jet black, as if soaked in ink. Behind it, 6 sharp stingers gleamed menacingly in the sunlight, enough to send chills down anyone's spine. But upon closer inspection, it was clear that the scorpion had many features that didn't belong to a typical scorpion beast. Its back bore the shell patterns of a frost crocodile turtle. Its head was topped with the antennae of a plague locust. Its chest was equipped with a pair of pincers from an imperial demon crab. This patchwork appearance was similar to the beasts that Adia had previously summoned, such as the poisonous wave devourer and the 6-winged blood centipede. They had all gone through the brutal process of devouring one beast after another, growing to their current forms. The commentator, holding a fresh data sheet, announced, "A Shama contestant Vikram has summoned his beast, the bloodthirsty scorpion. And interestingly, this is a beast that loves music." Simultaneously, the big screen displayed the basic stats of the bloodthirsty scorpion.
Name, bloodthirsty scorpion, mutant. Level, perfect form, 3rd tier.
Bloodline, Scorpio bloodline, legendary quality. Talent 1, spatial manipulation, has the power to control localized space laws. Talent 2, power of Scorpio, greatly reduces the spiritual energy consumption of the master when unleashing any combat skill. Attributes, spatial, poison. Loyalty, 99. These are the basic stats of the bloodthirsty scorpion. It can control the laws of localized space, making it a formidable opponent for any beast it faces.
Xiao Xingyu, I'll say it again, just 3 minutes, and I'll have you at my feet.
Vikram boasted confidently, never having lost a match since he started training the bloodthirsty scorpion. The referee blew the whistle to start the match.
I'll let the match begin. Dragon Kingdom's Xiao Xingyu versus Shama's Vikram.
Who will make the first move in this round?
It's Xiao Xingyu. He's taking the initiative.
The Hell Shadow Direwolf let out a furious roar, its body shifting into shadow form as it launched Shadow Assault.
Oh, what a foolish choice.
Vikram sneered as he channeled his energy.
The bloodthirsty scorpion's eyes emitted an eerie purple glow, and the martial god arena was suddenly shrouded in a translucent membrane. This was the bloodthirsty scorpion's combat skill, Bloodthirsty Space. In full view of the audience, the Hell Shadow Direwolf suddenly began to run in place, unable to close the distance between itself and the bloodthirsty scorpion. The audience's confusion was quickly clarified by the commentator. The bloodthirsty scorpion has activated Bloodthirsty Space. Within the arena, the bloodthirsty scorpion can manipulate the power of space at will. To put it simply, it can shorten, extend, compress, or reverse space. The reason the Hell Shadow Direwolf seems to be running in place is that the space around it is continuously being extended. It's as if it's running on an endless road. Even in its shadow form, where its speed was doubled, the Hell Shadow Direwolf's efforts were futile against the bloodthirsty scorpion. In the arena, the bloodthirsty scorpion manipulated the laws of space at will, making it impossible for the Hell Shadow Direwolf to close the gap between them. Vikram smirked, coldly spitting out his command, "Venomous Shadow Stingers." The bloodthirsty scorpion lashed out with its 6 venomous stingers, the tips oozing with a terrifyingly potent toxin. To the audience, it seemed impossible for the stingers to reach the Hell Shadow Direwolf, given their length. But in the next instant, the 6 stingers simultaneously pierced the Hell Shadow Direwolf's body, causing 6 bloody roses to bloom on its fur. Damn. This bloodthirsty scorpion's abilities are insane. It can manipulate space to achieve a shorten-the-distance effect. The length of the stingers didn't change, the space between them was compressed. With this ability, no matter how well Xiao Xingyu predicts, the Hell Shadow Direwolf can't avoid the bloodthirsty scorpion's attacks. The data analysts from the Dragon Kingdom team anxiously discussed the bloodthirsty scorpion's overwhelming abilities, growing increasingly worried for me. Hull. The Hell Shadow Direwolf armored itself with the sturdy Inferno armor, protecting its vital organs. The sharp stingers dug deep into the Hell Shadow Direwolf's flesh, staining the armor with its blood. Xiao Xingyu, so this is all you've got? Looks like it won't even take 3 minutes for you to lose. Vikram sneered mercilessly, his gaze filled with disdain as he channeled his spiritual energy again. A bloodthirsty scorpion's eyes gleamed sharply, launching another spatial compression attack. A hellhound's body is being crushed by an invisible force, its face contorted, ears caved in. Is this where Xiao Xingyu's path to a comeback ends? I have to admit, the bloodthirsty scorpion's ability truly counters the hellhound effectively. The entire audience tensed up, following the commentator's urgent tone. The situation looked grim, with the hellhound seemingly unable to retaliate against the bloodthirsty scorpion. Spatial manipulation was proving to be an overwhelmingly powerful ability. Despite the dire situation, I remained calm, stabilizing my spiritual energy and silently chanting. A Hell's Inferno Lotus! Hellhound activated its shadow form, breaking free from the scorpion's control. Its armor, the Flame of Purgatory, was tattered, with black blood oozing from its wounds, lips turning purple, and limbs trembling uncontrollably. These were clear symptoms of the poison invading its bloodstream and internal organs. The commentator frowned, wiping his sweaty palms as he anxiously watched. The bloodthirsty scorpion's venom is incredibly potent, even more so than the venomous Tide Eater and the 6-winged blood centipede. With the venom coursing through its body, the hellhound is clearly suffering. Its speed and reflexes have drastically declined, and even its breathing has become labored. If Xiao Xingyu can't find a way to counter the bloodthirsty scorpion's spatial manipulation, then the scales of victory will inevitably tip in Vikram's favor. On the stage, the situation was overwhelmingly against me. The judges exchanged whispers, concerned. The bloodthirsty scorpion possesses the power to manipulate spatial laws. Under Vikram's command, it can fold space at will or extend it freely. When the hellhound launches an attack, the scorpion uses spatial extension to create distance, easily evading any technique the hellhound employs. And when it strikes, it folds space, shortening the distance in an instant, making it impossible for the hellhound to avoid. This round, it seems Xiao Xingyu is going to lose. It's a pity. He's not losing due to lack of skill or awareness, but purely because of the difference in their beasts. The 3 judges had already decided that I would lose, but they still acknowledged my talent and abilities. At this moment, I was completely suppressed by Vikram, a reflection of the disparity between our beasts. There's an age-old truth in the beast-taming world: time reigns supreme, but space is king. Any beast that can master the manipulation of time or space inevitably stands above others. Vikram's confidence and sense of superiority came entirely from his bloodthirsty scorpion. Half a minute passed. Now, the Hellhound, with its body covered in wounds, stood at the edge of the stage, its breathing heavy like a speeding train, but there was no fear in its eyes, not even a trace of anxiety. Its confidence and fighting spirit were things I had instilled in it. In contrast, the bloodthirsty scorpion, perched in the center of the stage, raised its enormous pincers high, flaunting its power in front of me. Vikram sneered coldly, his voice dripping with scorn.
Xiao Xingyu, is this really your true strength? Nothing more, nothing more. Next, I won't show you any mercy.
And by the way, you might want to reserve a plot for your Hell Shadow Direwolf's grave after this match. Vikram not only intended to defeat me but also sought to destroy my beast in the most brutal way possible, aiming to crush my spirit. Under the watchful eyes of the audience from the Four Nations, Vikram reached behind him and pulled out a jade flute. With both hands, he lifted it to his lips and began to play a haunting melody. As the music filled the air, the bloodthirsty scorpion reacted, its massive body swaying in rhythm, letting out a gleeful sound. The commentator's voice tightened, his tone growing tense and grave.
A trouble.
Vikram from the Shama Empire has brought out his trump card. The bloodthirsty scorpion loves music. When it hears its master's tune, its power surges and its attack strength doubles. Audience members, the window for Xiao Xingyu to counterattack is closing rapidly. Enveloped in the eerie melody of the jade flute, the bloodthirsty scorpion became even more frenzied, its 6 venomous tails swaying wildly, launching a barrage of toxic needles. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless poison needles filled the sky, their tips dripping with venom as they rained down on the Hell Shadow Direwolf.
Adi.
Vikram's eyes gleamed with murderous intent, he was intent on killing the Hell Shadow Direwolf. I took a deep breath. The Hell Shadow Direwolf understood my intentions and stood its ground, not attempting to dodge. There was no point in dodging, it was impossible to evade. The bloodthirsty scorpion could manipulate spatial forces, ensuring that no matter which direction the Hell Shadow Direwolf moved, it would be dragged back into the path of the toxic needles. A series of sickening thuds followed as the needles pierced the Hell Shadow Direwolf's flesh. Despite the searing pain coursing through its body, the Hell Shadow Direwolf remained silent, its expression unchanged, with its brilliant eyes blazing with the fury of the underworld.
Wahahaha.
Vikram, pausing in his flute playing, burst into arrogant laughter.
Xiao Xingyu, your strength is even more disappointing than I expected.
Why aren't you saying anything? Have you gone mute?
Are you scared?
Seeing you so helpless, I almost feel sorry for the Dragon Kingdom fans. In the stands, the people of the Dragon Kingdom wore somber expressions. They were furious but also powerless. Some of the girls closed their eyes, quietly weeping, unable to bear watching the scene on the stage. Yet, in their hearts, they did not blame me. Even if I lost, I would still be their hero. At that moment, a little girl, about 6 years old, stood up in the audience. She was in the midst of losing her baby teeth, with a gap where her front teeth should be, making her speech slightly lispy, adorable, yet tinged with a touch of humor. Tears welled in her eyes as she called out in a raspy voice toward the stage. A big brother Xiao Xingyu, when it was my birthday this year, I didn't make a wish when I blew out my candles. A mom said I could save my wish for later. So now, I want to make my wish, I wish for you to win.
You have to win.
Her voice, carried by the breeze, reached my ears. I didn't turn around, but I responded. I heard your wish. Vikram sneered, his tone dripping with mockery.
Oh wow, Xiao Xingyu, you're really something else, aren't you?
You think you're a god? Dreaming of granting wishes?
What a joke!
I lifted my gaze, locking onto Vikram with the demon god's eye. A chill ran down his spine. Vikram's face stiffened, his heartbeat quickened, and even his breath seemed to freeze. Why does it feel so strange when this guy looks at me? Suddenly, it's so cold. No one can withstand the gaze of the demon god's eye. I suddenly smiled. As he smiled, the afternoon sunlight danced on his face, like a golden melody shimmering brightly. And now, I'll let you experience the consequences of disrespecting a god. I'm not an arrogant person, usually, I'm humble, gentle, and kind to others. But at this moment, I consider myself a god. And I will use divine means to punish this ignorant mortal before me. On the big screen, the time ticked away second by second. 51. 52. 53. Just a few seconds left until the match reaches the 1-minute mark. I said that within 1 minute, Vikram would be carried off the stage. And when this man makes a promise, he keeps it. Snap. I snapped my fingers and then turned around, facing the Dragon Kingdom audience. Why did I turn around? Because a real man never looks back at an explosion. On the stage, my turning action sparked a wave of discussion. The commentator looked puzzled. For some reason, despite being at a disadvantage, Dragon Kingdom's contestant Xiao Xingyu suddenly turned his back on his opponent. Turning your back on the enemy is a major taboo in the arena.
Is he giving up?
Will the Dragon Kingdom delegation once again fail to break their streak of being runners-up at the martial arts tournament? After I turned around, facing the Dragon Kingdom audience, they were also bewildered, as if sitting under a tree of confusion, eating the fruit of bewilderment, not understanding the meaning of my actions. As my opponent, Vikram, stared at my back, caught in a whirlpool of confusion.
Xiao Xingyu, what are you doing? I get it.
You realize you can't win against me and have decided to give up. But don't expect me to show mercy, I'm going to cripple your beast. Vikram's smug expression appeared on the big screen, his smile dripping with arrogance and pride. Just when everyone thought the victory would go to Vikram. Boom! A sudden, explosive sound erupted, shaking the entire Riptide Island as if it were about to collapse. The explosion happened so abruptly that before the audience could react, their vision was dominated by the intense, blinding firelight. A massive black fire lotus bloomed above the martial god arena, burning fiercely. It was like a giant hand, covering the sky and enveloping the entire stage. Across the 4 nations, viewers watching the live broadcast almost felt their eardrums shatter. The deafening explosion sounded like the roar of a giant beast, its power palpable even through the digital stream. The majestic and imposing black fire lotus struck viewers' eyes even through their screens. If the live stream could evoke such an immersive experience, how much more intense must it have been for the audience on site? On the stage, flames soared into the sky, and thick smoke billowed. The searing fire rolled wildly, as if it intended to consume the entire world. The lotus shape lent the hellfire a sense of gentlemanly grace and elegance, despite its ferocious intensity. The commentator shouted in excitement.
A hellfire lotus!
The blooming fire lotus is divine retribution. This is the Hell Shadow Direwolf's most domineering technique. This lotus, so elegant, truly elegant. Amidst the shock and screams, some in the audience began to question. Wait a minute. I remember the Hellfire Lotus not being this massive. Yeah, I've been a fan of Xiao Xingyu for 10 years, and I've never seen the Hellfire Lotus this big. You're a fake fan, Xiao Xingyu's been around for less than a year, and you claim 10 years? Another thing, when exactly did he unleash this Hellfire Lotus? Even the professional, gold-tier data analysts couldn't answer the audience's questions. Everything had happened in the blink of an eye. The pure and divine fire lotus bloomed, seemingly unwilling to linger long in this tainted world, and vanished in an instant, leaving behind only a cloud of smoke over scorched earth. As the smoke cleared, the audience's gaze fixed on the stage. The bloodthirsty scorpion lay on the ground, a gaping, bloody hole in its abdomen. Its body was charred black, still smoking, and its eyes had turned white, losing all consciousness. Vikram was on his knees, his once yellow hair singed to a crisp, his eyes devoid of light, filled only with an endless void. The referee wasted no time in blowing the whistle to signal the end of the match. The match is over. I declare the winner, Dragon Kingdom's Xiao Xingyu. In that moment, the audience erupted into thunderous applause, and cheers echoed like the tolling of an ancient divine bell. Not only were Dragon Kingdom spectators celebrating, but even the audiences from Lyre Nation and Sakura Nation clapped in respect for the Dragon Kingdom's young warrior. Nationality knows no distance, and skin color isn't a barrier. With enough strength, anyone can conquer, regardless of race or nation. My name was shouted by thousands, reverberating through the martial god arena. I lost. Vikram couldn't accept his defeat. His body and spirit, severely wounded, gave out as he collapsed on the spot. The Shama Empire's team deployed their medical unit, who used stretchers and trolleys to carry Vikram and the bloodthirsty scorpion away. On the big screen, the match time froze at 59 seconds. At this moment, I was like a god descending from the heavens, my words becoming reality. I had said Vikram would be carried off in under a minute, and so he was. In the stands, Dragon Kingdom's citizens were filled with tears of joy, their smiles radiant and bright. The 6-year-old girl also broke into an innocent grin, her missing front teeth hidden by her happiness. The victory I brought to Dragon Kingdom fulfilled her birthday wish. At that moment, a member of the Shama delegation stood up. A report. We must report this. Our Shama delegation is filing a complaint against Dragon Kingdom's contestant, Xiao Xingyu. On the judging panel, Chief Judge Karlki frowned and asked, "What is the complaint about?" "We are accusing Xiao Xingyu of cheating." This statement immediately provoked ridicule from the audience of various countries. Karlki's expression darkened as he coldly replied, "Shama delegation, please watch your words. We are serious about our accusation. Our data analysts have investigated. The release of Hellfire Lotus requires a certain amount of charging time. During the previous match, Hellfire Lotus suddenly bloomed, which doesn't make sense." The Shama delegation's challenge had some theoretical basis. After deliberation, the three judges decided that Karlki should speak again. To ensure absolute fairness in the match, we will have the referees review the video replay. We ask the audience to remain calm. The martial arts tournament is a high-stakes event, leaving no room for error. The referees began reviewing the video replay of the match, and the audience could also see the replay on the big screen. Everything happened so quickly. Can the technical team assist me in slowing it down? Slower. I still can't see clearly, slow it down even more. Zoom in on this spot, zoom in further. The referee, sweating profusely, watched the replay frame by frame as time flew by. Unnoticed, 15 minutes had passed. Suddenly, the referee's eyes lit up as he pointed to a corner of the screen. Right here, zoom in. Under the technical team's operation, the corner of the screen was continuously magnified. The audience began murmuring among themselves. It looks like there's nothing there. This has already been magnified 300 times, it's like looking through a Xuangji technology optical microscope. It seems like there's a black dot. The referee, excited, exclaimed, "Zoom in more. Just a little bigger." The technician, helpless, replied, "This is already at maximum magnification. Current technology doesn't support further enlargement." After multiple comparisons, the referee announced, "This black dot is the Hellfire Lotus." This statement stunned the entire venue. "Oh, what the heck? No way. A tiny black dot the size of a tardigrade is supposed to be the Hellfire Lotus? Oh, impossible, I don't buy it." The referee turned toward the judging panel. Mr. Karlki, based on the outline comparison, this tiny black dot is indeed the Hellfire Lotus. It is a Hellfire Lotus compressed by spiritual power, reduced to the size of a tardigrade, so small that it is invisible to the human eye. For context, how small is a tardigrade? Its length is only 1.4 millimeters. The referee's report shattered people's perceptions. Karlki spoke, "Continue playing the footage." On the big screen, the match replay continued. The audience could clearly see the tiny black dot drifting with the wind and suddenly entering the respiratory organs of the bloodthirsty scorpion. With the ultimate slow-motion technology, the video played frame by frame. At the moment of the explosion, the bloodthirsty scorpion's abdomen was like a misfired gun. The black fire lotus bloomed right where the gaping hole in its abdomen was. Everything suddenly made sense. Karlki took a deep breath, his voice tinged with surprise and admiration. Dragon Kingdom's contestant Xiao Xingyu used the principle of spirit energy compression to shrink the size of the Hellfire Lotus to its absolute limit, rendering it invisible to the naked eye of Shama's contestant Vikram. The compressed Hellfire Lotus merged with the air, entering the bloodthirsty scorpion's body with its breath hiding in its abdomen. And then came the explosion, the blooming of the Fire Lotus, which ended the match. Karlki paused briefly before officially announcing, "There was no violation in this match. Shama's team's complaint is dismissed." In the Shama team's preparation area, Vikram, who had fallen unconscious, was receiving medical treatment. His bloodthirsty scorpion had become a crippled wreck, permanently retired from the arena. "Coach, what level of mastery does Xiao Xingyu have over his spirit energy?" Ayla asked as she gazed at me on the stage, while also questioning the head coach, Moore, beside her. If one were to look closely, they would see beads of sweat forming on Moore's forehead. My strength had far exceeded his expectations. A spirit energy compression is a tremendous challenge for a Beastmaster. A Beastmaster must possess a strong spiritual sense, boldness, meticulousness, courage, and absolute confidence to achieve precise compression of spirit energy. These qualities are indispensable, otherwise it could harm the Beastmaster's very life force. Xiao Xingyu can compress the Hellfire Lotus to the point where it's indiscernible to the human eye. His control over spirit energy is likely at the level of a 7-star rank. Hearing this, Ayla's eyes flickered with excitement as the desire for battle began to ignite within her. Then he is indeed a worthy opponent. More cautioned, Ayla, if during the match it comes to a point where you need to use the blood curse, I advise against it. Because, more than winning the championship, you are the most valuable asset of the Shama Empire. We cannot afford for anything to happen to you. A coach, don't you trust me?
No, it's not that. It's just that Xiao Xingyu is so unpredictable. I'm concerned that... Ayla's cold gaze silenced more, forcing him to swallow his words. Murong Yangshua appeared out of nowhere and snatched the microphone from the commentator. This isn't just the Hellfire Lotus, it's a completely new technique developed by Xiao Xingyu, an advanced version of the Hellfire Lotus. Its name is Hell Emperor Lotus. Just as Murong Yangshua finished speaking, the big screen displayed the image of the Fire Lotus blooming. It wasn't just a radiant Fire Lotus, it was like a pair of invisible hands crowning me with a crown fit only for an emperor. The Hell Emperor Lotus would be immortalized, becoming a legendary technique of this era, a classic destined to be remembered. In the complete record of combat techniques, compiled by data analysts from all 4 nations, the Hell Emperor Lotus occupies 7 full pages. At the end of the 7th page, it reads, Technique Originator, Dragon Kingdom Beastmaster Xiao Xingyu. 20 minutes later, the audience's emotions gradually settled, and they eagerly anticipated the upcoming final battle. The commentator wiped his glasses and grasped the microphone once more. Ladies and gentlemen, the stage has been restored. Next up, we are about to witness the final showdown of this year's martial arts tournament. The outcome of this match will directly determine the championship. Please welcome the last contestant from the Shama delegation. After much anticipation, Ella finally stepped onto the stage, standing opposite me. She was dressed in a simple yet elegant black gown, which, despite its understated design, couldn't conceal her noble and icy demeanor. The hem of her dress swayed gracefully with her steps, resembling the feathers of a black swan. That cold aura she exuded was impossible to ignore. Wherever she went, all attention was naturally drawn to her. Strength requires another kind of strength as a foil. Ella and I locked eyes, and our auras collided, neither yielding an inch, each magnifying the other's mystery and grandeur. In the close-up shot, Ella's wild and beautiful face was partially obscured by a white cloth covering her left eye. However, the natural killing intent emanating from her blood-cursed pupil was not something a mere cloth could hide. Ella was observing my eyes. My demon gods, I pierced right through the white cloth, scrutinizing that blood-cursed pupil. This is the final match of the championship, and it is bound to be the most thrilling one. Therefore, I must formally introduce the 2 contestants on the stage. Dragon Kingdom's contestant, Xiao Xingyu, the creator of the Hellfire Lotus, the man who never looks back at explosions, the graceful artist of the martial arts tournament. Shama's contestant, Ella, hailed as the future light of the Shama Empire, who is even considered a potential first empress in Shama's history. The commentator's words were no exaggeration, he was merely stating the facts. Especially regarding Ella, she was indeed being groomed as the next ruler of Shama. The moment she appeared, the Shama audience, filled with fervent faith, all shouted, Crown Princess. The referee looked at me. Dragon Kingdom's contestant Xiao Xingyu, you have won 2 consecutive matches, triggering the condition to switch beasts as well as the condition to take a spiritual energy replenishing potion. Will you continue to command the Hellhound or switch to another beast? Please make your choice. Dragon Kingdom's preparation area. Murong Yangshua hurried back from the commentator's booth to stand beside Luo Wanqing, panting and drenched in sweat. Luo Wanqing teased, I heard that men who break into a sweat just from running have weak kidneys. Murong Yangshua quickly defended himself. Wanqing, my kidneys are fine. If you don't believe me, I can go to the Civil Affairs Bureau right now and print out my premarital health check report. Murong Yangshua, you're actually going?
I believe you, okay?
Luo Wanqing's face turned red with embarrassment. Her gentle, refined demeanor seemed oddly compatible with Murong Yangshua's carefree and flirtatious nature. What do you think, will Xiao Xingyu switch beasts? Based on what I know about Xingyu, he'll continue to fight with the Hellhound. That's the cool move. Murong Yangshua responded confidently. Luo Wanqing shook her head, offering her perspective. I have a feeling that Xiao Xingyu will switch beasts. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Murong Yangshua thumped his chest, making a bold claim. Wanqing, I'm Xingyu's best friend. I know him too well, he won't switch beasts. If he switches his beast, I'll eat a pound of dirt. On the stage, the referee's voice echoed. Dragon Kingdom's contestant Xiao Xingyu has switched his beast. The Hellfire Netherwolf retreats, and the Thunder Jade Qilin steps in. At that moment, Murong Yangshua was stunned, his body frozen in place. Luo Wanqing couldn't help but laugh,
her hair dancing in the wind like a 100-mile stretch of azaleas in spring. What did you just say? A man should keep his word, or I'll look down on you. Murong Yangshuo chuckled awkwardly. Mistake, just a mistake. Suddenly, Xiao Weian silently started walking towards the restroom, a black plastic bag in hand. Murong Yangshuo became anxious. Xiao Weian, where are you going? What are you doing? Just heading to the bathroom, bringing you lunch. Stop right there, Xiao Weian, Xiao Weian. In the martial god arena, beside me stood a majestic Qilin beast. The commentator, holding a data report, spoke out.
This beast, with lightning coursing through its body, is the Thunder Jade Qilin, a Qilin bloodline beast unique to Dragon Kingdom. I find this puzzling because, as far as I know, only the Shangguan lineage in Dragon Kingdom can control a purebred Qilin. Xiao Xingyu is not from the Shangguan lineage, yet he has formed a blood contract with the Thunder Jade Qilin. The reason for this is something we, as outsiders, may never know. In the audience, people were buzzing with discussion. There were even absurd rumors spreading that Xiao Xingyu is the Empress of Dragon Kingdom's illegitimate child. The Thunder Jade Qilin had a jade thunderstone in its mouth, chewing it like a person chewing gum, completely ignoring the surrounding noise. I gave the Qilin a knowing look and whispered, "Thunder bro, this is our first battle together since signing the blood contract. Don't mess this up." The Thunder Jade Qilin raised its noble head and let out a powerful Qilin roar, promising to lead me to victory. The powerful bloodline energy took effect, and the previously clear sky suddenly filled with colorful clouds. This was the inherent trait of a purebred Qilin. Its very presence was a convergence of good fortune and a symbol of auspiciousness. The spectators from the other three nations, seeing a Qilin beast for the first time, were all curious. "This beast is stunning. Too bad we don't have this species in our country. The jade on its head looks like a third eye. I've heard a saying in Dragon Kingdom, when a Qilin appears, good fortune follows. Stop talking, kneel down and make a wish to it already." Some devout believers clasped their hands together and knelt before the Thunder Jade Qilin, quickly turning into faithful devotees, making wishes of all kinds. On the other hand, some skeptics scoffed and cursed. What a load of crap about the Qilin bringing good fortune. This is the age of science, stop with the superstitions. Yeah right. As if kneeling before a beast will bring me luck. What a scam. That thing doesn't even look like a Qilin, it's ugly as hell and people are calling it majestic. Rumble. Suddenly, the once clear sky darkened, as if the heavens had drawn a massive black curtain. The flashes of lightning within the clouds resembled the sparks of Thor's hammer clashing against the skies. The next moment, a bolt of heavenly lightning struck down vertically, hitting a man in the audience. His entire body turned pitch black and smoke billowed from the top of his head, he was paralyzed for life. Immediately after, several more lightning bolts rained down from the sky, striking random corners of the audience. All those struck by the heavenly lightning were the ones who had earlier disrespected the Thunder Jade Qilin. The commentator sighed and couldn't help but quip. A purebred Qilin beast symbolizes auspiciousness and fortune. You may choose not to believe in it, but you cannot disrespect it. The consequence of disrespect is to face the divine punishment of heavenly lightning. Oh, just now, another lucky spectator has been randomly struck by lightning. Anyone struck by lightning was definitely not innocent, they had disrespected the Thunder Jade Qilin first, and being struck by lightning was the divine punishment for their irreverence. After witnessing this, the audience's reverence for the Thunder Jade Qilin grew, and more people began to kneel in respect. Those who had previously spoken ill of the Qilin were now kneeling on the ground, crying and apologizing profusely. I'm sorry. Brother Lei, I apologize for my earlier offense. Please forgive me. I regret being born a human. I rubbed my nose and whispered, Brother Lei, that's enough. You can stop now. The Thunder Jade Qilin shook its head, snorting out 2 streams of hot breath, looking like it hadn't had enough fun yet. Soon after, the sky cleared. The referee reminded me, Dragon Kingdom contestant Xiao Xingyu, you've won 2 consecutive matches. Before the next one starts, you may take a potion to replenish your spiritual energy. I took out a solid spirit pill from my pocket. This pill was a gift from Coach Guzheng. Upon consumption, it could fully restore all spiritual energy within 3 seconds, though this effect was only valid for Beastmasters below the 7-star rank. For those above 7-star rank, whose spiritual energy pools were much deeper, it would take at least 2 to 3 pills to fill up. At my current level, I only needed 1 pill to refill my depleted spiritual energy pool.
With the effects of the solid spirit pill, my spiritual energy was fully restored, and I signaled to the referee that I was ready to start the match. The referee nodded at me and then turned to look at Ella on the other side.
Ashama contestant Ella, please summon your beast.
Ella lifted her skirt slightly, revealing the beast seal engraved on her slender and firm right calf. The beast seal activated, and a thick black mist spread across the stage. A three-faced sheep appeared on the stage. At this point, both contestants had summoned their beasts. The big screen displayed a comparison of the basic stats of the two beasts, sparking a lively discussion among the audience. The commentator carefully reviewed the stats before sharing his thoughts. Both beasts have strong base stats, with values exceeding the norm.
If I had to pick an advantage, I'd go with the Thunder Jade Qilin.
After all, the Thunder Jade Qilin's bloodline is of the illusory god quality.
That's a tier higher than the mythical quality of the three-faced heavenly sheep's bloodline.
The commentator's opinion was in line with the audience's, but my expression grew serious.
The demon gods I activated, revealing all hidden data. Beast name, three-faced heavenly sheep.
Hidden bloodline, not activated black goat of the woods, Shub-Niggurath, Genesis quality. This three-faced goat beast harbors a creation-grade bloodline within its body. It's important to note that the pure dragon race possesses a creation-grade bloodline, currently recognized as the most powerful bloodline known to humanity. With just a glance, I could foresee the future of this three-faced sky goat. The birthing deity in the Cthulhu mythos, the black goat of the woods, Shub-Niggurath. I murmured to myself with a smirk. Aila, as expected of the sole heir to the Shama Empire's throne. By the time the hidden bloodline of the three-faced sky goat awakens, she might have already ascended as the Empress of Shama. Lucky for me, with her current strength, she's not yet capable of activating the hidden bloodline of the three-faced sky goat.
As for the championship, I'll graciously accept it.
On the stage, the referee blew a sharp whistle.
The match had officially begun.
Both contestants simultaneously channeled their spirit energy. The Thunder Jade Qilin charged forward with lightning speed, and the three-faced sky goat, not to be outdone, moved swiftly on black mist, its sharp horns ablaze with dark demonic flames.
Boom!
A tremendous collision ensued. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, the three-faced sky goat and the Thunder Jade Qilin's heads clashed, creating a dazzling spark. The black horns and the Qilin's horns seemed to trigger quantum entanglement, locked in a relentless struggle, inseparable. Their foreheads pressed tightly against each other, bristling with tension, silently competing for dominance.
Crack, crack.
The sound of the arena's floor shattering echoed. The goat hooves and Qilin hooves crushed the floor, creating web-like indentations and cracks. This scene vividly demonstrated the terrifying force of the headbutt, the powerful recoil causing such significant damage. The first round is already this intense?
It looks like this will undoubtedly be a match for the history books.
Both sides opted for the most straightforward and brutal form of probing, a head-to-head collision.
Boom!
A thunderous explosion suddenly erupted, shaking the hearts of the spectators. Qilin lightning and demonic flames intertwined, escalating together, triggering a blast that sent shockwaves across the arena, shattering the barriers in the front rows of the audience. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of the three-faced sky goat retreating echoed as it took 3 steps back to dissipate the force. The Thunder Jade Qilin, however, remained as steady as a mountain, unmoved, with a haughty expression on its majestic face. The first round of probing has concluded, with the Thunder Jade Qilin gaining a slight upper hand thanks to its bloodline advantage. It must be said, the purebred Qilin bloodline truly lives up to its reputation as one of the 3 supreme bloodlines in the Dragon Kingdom's beast-taming world. Its strength is indeed extraordinary. Once, what made the Dragon Kingdom most feared by other nations was its 3 supreme bloodlines, the pure dragon race, the pure phoenix, and the pure Qilin. Only the ancient and sacred land of the Dragon Kingdom could give rise to these 3 supreme bloodlines. Only the people of the Dragon Kingdom could wield these powerful bloodlines. Time has passed, the seas have changed, and the dragon-slaying wars have become buried history. The pure dragon race has disappeared, but the world will never forget the dominance of the dragon bloodline and the era overshadowed by 10,000 dragons covering the sky. Though the Qilin bloodline is a notch below the dragons, in the arena of the martial arts tournament it is enough to suppress any other bloodline.
A brother Lei, don't be overconfident. That was just a test, the opponent is not simple.
I activated the demon god's eye to examine the three-faced sky goat's data panel.
In the previous round, the three-faced sky goat seemed to retreat, but in reality, it had taken no damage. It was merely testing the strength of the Thunder Jade Qilin.
The second round of the match has begun. A Shama contestant Isla is suddenly mobilizing a massive amount of spirit energy. What is she planning?
I see.
The three-faced sky goat is using Demon King power to summon demonic minions. From the black mist, 6 skeletal warriors slowly emerged. I channeled my spirit energy. The Thunder Jade Qilin unleashed a lightning storm from its mouth, sweeping through like an autumn wind scattering leaves, charging directly at the three-faced sky goat's face. The 6 demonic minions simultaneously shielded the three-faced sky goat, raising their bony shields to easily block the lightning storm. Isla used her will to control the minions. In no time, the 6 demonic minions adjusted their formation, surrounding the three-faced sky goat to form a circular defensive wall. The Thunder Jade Qilin ran around the edge of the arena, trying to find a gap but failed to make any progress. The commentator couldn't help but remark. In the first round, the headbutt collision, Isla discovered that the Thunder Jade Qilin excels in close combat, with immense strength from its Qilin bloodline. A direct confrontation isn't the most effective strategy. Since close combat is the enemy's specialty, the strategy is to counter it. The defensive wall formed by the demonic minions makes it difficult for the Thunder Jade Qilin to approach the three-faced sky goat, thus nullifying its advantage in close combat. Restricted by the defensive wall created by the demonic minions, the Thunder Jade Qilin appeared somewhat agitated, with electricity crackling around it, emitting a deep growl. I calmly adjusted my spirit energy and gave the command, Flying Thunder God. The Thunder Jade Qilin did not rebel at a critical moment but chose to follow my instructions. Boom! A narrow bolt of lightning fell from the sky, striking one of the demonic minions. Before it could react, a lightning symbol appeared on its head. In an instant, the Thunder Jade Qilin vanished from its position, appearing as a blue flash behind the marked demonic minion. The Thunder Jade Qilin opened its mouth, its sharp teeth tearing into the demonic minion's neck. Snap! The demonic minion's head fell from its shoulders. The skull rolled 3 times before the demonic flames in its eye sockets gradually extinguished, turning to ash. The commentator leaped up, shouting with excitement, Flying Thunder Seal. This is one of the Thunder Jade Qilin's innate powers. The big screen displayed the relevant description. Innate ability 2 Flying Thunder Seal. After marking an enemy with lightning, the Thunder Jade Qilin can instantly teleport behind the enemy. With 1 demonic minion destroyed, the remaining 5 found it difficult to maintain their defensive formation and thus simultaneously launched an attack on the Thunder Jade Qilin. They moved with long legs, wielding sharp bone swords, their skeletal faces appearing menacing and fearsome. Zizeltilde. The Thunder Jade Qilin transformed into a flash of lightning, weaving through the enemy ranks as if in an uninhabited realm. A mobility, exquisite mobility. The Thunder Jade Qilin's speed far exceeds other lightning-type beasts. My eyes can barely catch its fleeting afterimages. Oh, what a marvel! Moving through a sea of flowers without touching a single petal. Ella carefully observed the movement of the Thunderbolt Qilin, inwardly sighing, the speed is indeed astonishing. It seems I've underestimated the effort Xiao Xingyu has put into this. Before the tournament, I had trained the Thunderbolt Qilin day and night on the back mountains of Huangyan City. Its level had skyrocketed from full body, Tier 1, to full body, Tier 3. Additionally, the Thunderbolt Qilin had a hidden attribute: the higher its speed, the greater its damage. To enhance its speed, I bought a large quantity of swift crystals from Amber Pavilion, using them as snacks for the Thunderbolt Qilin. As a result, Amber Pavilion's swift crystals had been sold out, unable to meet the demand. At this moment, the Thunderbolt Qilin was showcasing the results of that grueling training. Its speed increased rapidly, darting between the 5 demon servants and leaving only a trail of lightning afterimages. The 5 demon servants swung their swords desperately, their arms smoking, yet they couldn't touch a single hair of the Thunderbolt Qilin. The commentator was puzzled. It's strange. The Thunderbolt Qilin has been using its movement technique but hasn't launched an attack. What exactly is Xiao Xingyu planning? Ella's pupils suddenly constricted, her heart sinking as she realized the gravity of the situation. I smiled calmly, channeling my spiritual energy, and said in a deep, powerful voice, Thunderbolt Overlord Spear. The Thunderbolt Qilin's body suddenly transformed into a lightning spear, its aura piercing through the heavens, sharp and striking. The commentator, shocked, finally understood. I see now. Zitztilde. The
The Thunderbolt Qilin's signature move, the Thunderbolt Overlord Spear, instantly pierced through the heads of the 5 demon servants simultaneously. The commentator's voice trembled with excitement. That was spectacular, truly spectacular. I even got goosebumps. Earlier, the Thunderbolt Qilin's maneuvering wasn't aimless but strategically induced the demon servants into a straight-line formation. When the 5 demon servants were aligned in a straight path, the Thunderbolt Qilin launched the Thunderbolt Overlord Spear in time, achieving a miraculous 5-in-1 kill. It must be said, the combat intelligence displayed by this Dragon Kingdom youth is unmatched by his peers. The lightning spear fell to the ground. The Thunderbolt Qilin returned to its original form, lifting its head, its mane blowing in the wind, exuding an air of serene mastery. The audience erupted in cheers, inducing the enemy into a straight line for a 5-in-1 kill. What a divine operation. Incredible. Is this really the combat intelligence of a Tier 4 fighter? It's so mature. Around the 3-faced sheep it was empty. All 6 demon servants it had summoned were reduced to ashes. As she caught her breath, Ella gazed directly into my eyes. You're a worthy opponent, and you've piqued my interest. I responded with a smile, it's best if you don't become too interested. I'm more dangerous than you might think. There was a deeper meaning to my words. The danger I referred to was not limited to the current arena. If Ella dared to provoke me privately, she would regret it and pay the price. Xiao Xingyu, the probing phase is over. Now, I'll get serious. Ella's gaze turned cold, and the spiritual energy pool within her dantian began to boil. Bah! The 3-faced sheep let out a ghostly, eerie cry, its entire body enveloped in a chilling, terrifying aura. Suddenly, the 3-faced sheep's horn shot out black mist chains. The chains' ends, resembling octopus suckers, latched onto the Thunderbolt Qilin's forehead. My expression darkened, and my gaze became steely. The commentator stood up, shouting, the 3-faced sheep has activated its skill, blood-devouring soul chain, and it has hit the Thunderbolt Qilin. In the Dragon Kingdom's preparation area, Luo Wanqing's heart skipped a beat. Oh no. Once the Thunderbolt Qilin is connected by the blood-devouring soul chain, its speed will drastically decrease. Gu Zheng's face was grave. And the blood-devouring soul chain can drain the Thunderbolt Qilin's life force. It must break free quickly. Electricity symbolizes speed. Winning through speed is the fundamental principle of fighting with the Thunderbolt Qilin. The commentator's tone grew tense and somber. As the saying goes, among all martial skills, only speed is unbeatable. The Thunderbolt Qilin's greatest advantage against the 3-faced sheep is its speed. But now, its forehead is restrained by the blood-devouring soul chain released by the 3-faced sheep, causing its speed to continuously drop. Once flowing with swift electricity, it now moves as sluggishly as a wriggling snake. Breaking free as soon as possible is the key. The Thunderbolt Qilin's expression showed pain. The 3-faced sheep could drain its life force through the blood-devouring soul chain. I activated my Demon God's Eye, revealing a life bar above the Thunderbolt Qilin's head that was visible only to me. The life bar decreased visibly under the chain's draining effect. In just 3 seconds, the Thunderbolt Qilin's life bar had been reduced by a quarter. I had no choice but to channel a significant amount of spiritual energy to help the Thunderbolt Qilin activate its displacement skill, Thunder Step. Whoosh! The Thunderbolt Qilin's hind legs pushed off the ground, using nimble steps to leave a lightning-shaped footprint on the arena floor. Distance over 10 meters, the blood-devouring soul chain disconnects. Xiao Xingyu promptly channeled his energy, and the Thunderbolt Qilin used Thunder Step to escape the range of the blood-devouring soul chain. The blood-devouring soul chain is a spiritual chain and cannot be severed by physical attacks. To break free from its pull, one must quickly increase the distance. I knew the range of the blood-devouring soul chain was a 10-meter radius. The Martial God Arena's platform was as large as a soccer field, so creating a 10-meter distance from the 3-faced sheep wasn't too difficult and could be done with relative ease. I murmured, Brole, try not to get caught by the blood-devouring soul chain again. The more times you're caught, the harder it will be to break free. This is a characteristic of the blood-devouring soul chain. The Thunderbolt Qilin roared in frustration, annoyed by its previous mistake. At this moment, I looked up and met Ella's gaze, only to be taken aback. Her expression, she's planning to. Ella's slender figure stood on the edge of the arena. With her left eye covered by white gauze, her right eye gleamed with sharp intensity, like a dagger aimed directly at my chest. She's getting serious. Ella released her spiritual energy, and the three-faced sheep shook its head again, hurling out the blood-devouring soul chain once more. This time, the Thunderbolt Qilin reacted promptly and dodged using Thunder Step. The missed attack did not deter Ella. She continued to command the three-faced sheep to cast the blood-devouring soul chain. The Thunderbolt Qilin maintained its Thunder Step, its form flickering like lightning, moving with ghostly swiftness. The commentator remarked, compared to before, the blood-devouring soul chain's release speed is too slow. The first hit was a surprise. Now that the Thunderbolt Qilin is aware, it's nearly impossible for the blood-devouring soul chain to hit it. In the stands, the audience was abuzz with speculation. Is Ayla being foolish or just plain dumb? With all of Lei Yujing's movement skills and the slow release speed of the blood soul chain, it's impossible for it to hit again. Yeah, but Ayla is stubborn as a mule, insisting on repeatedly ordering the three-faced mountain goat to release the blood soul chain. Could it be that we're just not seeing through Ayla's true intentions? The commentator's voice interrupted the crowd's chatter. Look, everyone, the three-faced mountain goat has already released the blood soul chain 4 times in a row, and all were dodged by Lei Yujing, none of them hit. Ayla is expending so much of her own energy, yet achieving nothing. It's truly puzzling. Oh my god, Ayla still isn't giving up. This is her 5th time ordering the three-faced mountain goat to release the blood soul chain. Ayla's every move was leaving people perplexed. Just when everyone was sure that Lei Yujing could easily dodge the 5th blood soul chain, I suddenly issued an order after a long silence. Bro Lei, don't dodge this time. Lei Yujing hesitated for a moment, then showed an expression of extreme frustration. This is an order. Don't dodge. I emphasized the command. Despite Lei Yujing's reluctance, it obeyed and stayed put, abandoning its movement skill. The commentator shouted in disbelief. The 5th blood soul chain has hit. No, this isn't right. With Lei Yujing's speed, dodging the blood soul chain should be easy. Why isn't Xiao Xingyu making it dodge? Why let it be restrained by the blood soul chain? With the blood soul chain's pull, Lei Yujing's movement slowed, and its health dropped once again. The camera switched to the judges' seats. Head Judge Carl Chi picked up the microphone. Xiao Xingyu's choice was wise, it allowed Lei Yujing to avoid a disaster. At this statement, the audience was in an uproar. Carl Chi continued to explain. Let's not forget, the three-faced mountain goat's second ability is the Black Mountain Goat Curse. When the three-faced mountain goat's skills fail to hit the enemy, it accumulates 1 stack of curse passive. When the curse passive reaches 5 stacks, the next skill released will trigger a 100% hit rate. As Carl Chi's words ended, the smart ones suddenly understood. The commentator slapped his forehead in excitement. Mr. Carl Chi's explanation is truly eye-opening. The three-faced mountain goat had previously released the blood soul chain 4 times without hitting Lei Yujing. This meant the three-faced mountain goat had accumulated 4 stacks of the Black Mountain Goat Curse. If Lei Yujing had dodged the 5th blood soul chain, it would have allowed the three-faced mountain goat to reach 5 stacks of the curse passive, triggering a 100% hit rate for the next skill. So Ayla's plan was to use the 5 failed blood soul chains as bait, then use the 100% hit rate curse passive to unleash a finishing move and take down Lei Yujing. The commentator paused briefly, took a deep breath, and looked at my back with admiration. Unfortunately, Ayla's meticulously designed trap was seen through by Xiao Xingyu. This match is truly spectacular. The contestants are not only competing in beast mastery but also in battle intelligence that determines the limits of their beast trainers. The arena of the martial god competition seemed like a massive chessboard. Ayla and I were engaged in a strategic game, probing each other, making feints, and setting traps. One side would lay a trap for the other, while the other side would see through it and take an unconventional approach. Thunderbolt Step! I channeled my spiritual energy, and Lei Yujing once again created a distance of over 10 meters from the three-faced mountain goat, breaking free from the blood soul chain. This was the second time Lei Yujing had escaped the blood soul chain. It looked somewhat fatigued, with its health bar reduced to half. But this was much better than triggering the 5-layer curse passive of the three-faced mountain goat. Xiao Xingyu, you're quick to react. I thought I could take you down in the next round. Sorry to disappoint you. I maintained an elegant smile, locking eyes with Ayla, whose expression was as cold as ice. This was a high-level match in a high-level competition. The commentator couldn't help but exclaim, Ayla is using the same tactic again, ordering the three-faced mountain goat to release the blood soul chain once more. I gave Lei Yujing a subtle signal. Lei Yujing roared and used Thunderbolt Step, its figure flashing across the arena, leaving only a trail of lightning-shaped footprints on the ground. Thanks to the Thunderbolt Step, Lei Yujing easily avoided the first Blood Soul chain. AI La continued to channel her energy. The second time. The third time. The fourth time. AI La ordered the three-faced mountain goat to release the Blood Soul chain 4 times in this round. As expected, Lei Yujing dodged all of them without being hit. The commentator was excited. AI La is repeating her tactic. I predict she'll command the three-faced mountain goat to release the 5th Blood Soul chain, forcing Xiao Xingyu to make a choice. At this point, Lei Yujing had avoided the Blood Soul chain 4 times in a row. This also meant the three-faced mountain goat had accumulated 4 layers of the Black Mountain Goat Curse passive. Once the passive reaches 5 layers, it would trigger a 100% hit rate for the next skill. To everyone's view, as long as the three-faced mountain goat releases the 5th Blood Soul chain, I would certainly command Lei Yujing not to dodge. Even if hit by the Blood Soul chain, it would be better than allowing the three-faced mountain goat to stack the passive fully. AI La is channeling her energy. As she's going to command the three-faced mountain goat to release the 5th Blood Soul chain. Oh wait. Something's wrong. This time, AI La's energy expenditure was more than the previous 4 times. The three-faced mountain goat sensed its master's will, and a heavy layer of blood mist appeared in its eyes. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled above the martial god arena. The wind blades acted like an invisible hand, stirring up countless dust particles. Above Lei Yujing, a thick black mist suddenly appeared, as if the celestial gods had accidentally spilled an inkpot, staining the sky. This is... The commentator looked astonished. From within the black mist, a gigantic goat hoof suddenly emerged. The hoof burned with demonic flames, resembling a towering pillar, akin to the mountain of no return that was struck down by the flood god Gong Gong. Gaila's move is beyond everyone's expectations. As she didn't command the three-faced mountain goat to release the 5th Blood Soul chain but instead unleashed her trump card, Demonic Stomp. From the black mist emerged a massive fiery goat hoof, resembling the remnants of a heavenly foot. This was the three-faced mountain goat's ultimate move, called Demonic Stomp. This woman is quite the opponent, playing a clever game with me. I grimaced and spoke urgently, a shadow flash. With the flaming goat hoof about to smash down on Lei Yujing, I had no other option. Shadow Flash was a more advanced displacement skill than Thunderbolt Step and was Lei Yujing's most powerful movement technique. To avoid the Demonic Stomp, this was my last resort. Lei Yujing launched itself, transforming into a bolt of lightning. At the last moment before the hoof hit the ground, it barely escaped the range of the Demonic Stomp. Boom tilde. The hoof hit the ground, and the arena shook violently. The floor cracked open, leaving a massive pit in the shape of the goat hoof. For Lei Yujing, this was an extreme escape. Seeing Lei Yujing avoid the Demonic Stomp, AI La revealed a cruel smile, her lips curving slightly in amusement. A Blood Soul chain! AI La shouted sharply. The three-faced mountain goat swung its head, and its sharp horns shot out another Blood Soul chain. Lei Yujing had no way to dodge and was firmly ensnared by the Blood Soul chain. The commentator was stunned for a moment, then felt a chill run down their spine. Ladies and gentlemen, AI La has pulled off a brilliant move. Xiao Xingyu has fallen into the trap.
The three-faced mountain goat's use of Demonic Stomp was the biggest trap. If Lei Yujing didn't dodge, it would take tons of damage from the Demonic Stomp, and might even face defeat. Dodging meant using the Shadow Flash, a high-level displacement skill. And by successfully avoiding 5 times, the three-faced mountain goat accumulated 5 layers of the curse passive, ensuring that this time the Blood Soul chain would have a 100% hit rate. AI La's combat intelligence is on par with Xiao Xingyu's. Lei Yujing's head was caught in the Blood Soul chain, struggling to free itself. This was the 3rd time Lei Yujing had been hit by the Blood Soul chain. In the previous 2 instances, Lei Yujing used Thunderbolt Step to create a distance of over 10 meters from the three-faced mountain goat, escaping the Blood Soul chain's control. But now, the 3rd time made it twice as difficult to escape, and Thunderbolt Step alone could not create enough distance. The commentator sighed deeply. Phew, Xiao Xingyu is in big trouble now. Lei Yujing needs to use Shadow Flash to escape the Blood Soul chain. But Shadow Flash was already used to evade the previous Demonic Stomp and is in cooldown, making it unavailable for a short period. This is the trap AI La designed specifically for Xiao Xingyu. It's not a scheme but an open strategy. Even if Xiao Xingyu sees through it, he has no other choice but to walk right into the trap. On the arena, the previously balanced situation began to tilt. AI La gained the upper hand, causing the audience from the Shama tribe to cheer wildly, ignoring their vocal cords and creating a thunderous roar. Lei Yujing's body was pulled by the blood soul chain, its vitality being siphoned and transferred to the three-faced mountain goat. As its health continued to dwindle, Lei Yujing's condition deteriorated, and its movement speed became particularly sluggish. Even when using Thunderbolt Step, it appeared as if an elderly man was struggling, with its steps visibly impaired. Ladies and gentlemen, the turning point in this match has arrived. Xiao Xingyu has fallen into AILA's trap, finding himself in a dire situation. With Lei Yujing's speed drastically reduced, theoretically, only by using the advanced displacement skill Thunder Shadow Flash, could he barely escape the Blood Soul Chain's control. Unfortunately, Thunder Shadow Flash is still on cooldown from avoiding Demon Trample. At this rate, Xiao Xingyu is in grave danger. Lei Yujing ran desperately, using its immense willpower to increase its speed slightly. But the increase was far from sufficient. Under AILA's command, the three-faced mountain goat accelerated with full force, relentlessly pursuing Lei Yujing. The distance between them remained within 10 meters. Within 10 meters, the blood soul chain would not break and would continuously drain Lei Yujing's health. In my view, Lei Yujing's health bar was down to 30%. AILA's gaze was indifferent, her voice cold. Xiao Xingyu, this match is over. There was a trace of loneliness in her eyes, as if she was dissatisfied with the level of competition I displayed. After all, she still had a trump card left, the blood curse left eye hidden under the white bandage. As time ticked away, this thrilling chase was about to come to an end. Lei Yujing was forced to the edge of the arena by the three-faced mountain goat. A single step backward, and it would fall off the arena and face certain doom. According to the rules, a beast falling off the arena means losing the match. Lei Yujing cannot retreat any further. But its physical endurance is reaching the critical point. Constantly being dragged by the blood soul chain, Lei Yujing's health is continually dropping. It seems creating a miracle of a 1-against-3 comeback is not so simple. Even Xiao Xingyu cannot achieve it. At this point, the situation seemed one-sided. The Shama delegation was already preparing for the celebration, with champagne at the ready. In the Dragon Kingdom audience area, everyone closed their eyes in prayer, not daring to watch the unfolding scene. In the Dragon Kingdom preparation area, Mu Rong Yongshua shouted with all his might, "Xingyu, don't give up. We all believe in you." Luo Wanqing also shouted, "Xiao Xingyu, you promised us you would lead our Dragon Kingdom delegation to victory. You cannot go back on your word." At this critical moment, even my old rival Xie Weiyan temporarily set aside personal grievances and urged, "Before you lose to me, I will not allow you to lose to anyone else." At the edge of the arena, Lei Yujing had no way to retreat. The blood soul chain held its head, making it feel the agony of its body being drained. AI La reminded, "The outcome is decided. If you surrender now, your beast will suffer less." "You're right, the outcome is decided." My lowered eyes suddenly lifted, a hint of a sly smile appearing on my handsome face. AI La frowned slightly, unable to see through my enigmatic smile. I suddenly channeled my spiritual energy and loudly commanded, "Lightning Leap." At the command, Lei Yujing regained its energy, turned around, and leaped outside the arena. This scene stunned the entire audience. Even the 3 judges at the judging table showed expressions of astonishment. The commentator was taken aback, almost unable to hold the microphone. Heavens, what am I seeing? Am I getting old and my vision failing? Ladies and gentlemen, the turning point in this match has arrived. Xiao Xingyu has fallen into AILA's trap and is in a dire situation. Lei Yujing's movement speed has been significantly reduced. Theoretically, only using the high-level displacement skill Thunder Shadow Flash could barely get it out of the blood soul chain's control.
Unfortunately, Thunder Shadow Flash is still on cooldown after evading Demon Trample.
At this rate, Xiao Xingyu is in grave danger.
Lei Yujing desperately ran, using its strong will to slightly increase its speed. But the improvement was far from enough. Under AILA's command, the three-faced mountain goat accelerated and relentlessly pursued Lei Yujing. The distance between them remained within 10 meters. Within this range, the blood soul chain would not break and would continue to drain Lei Yujing's health. In my view, Lei Yujing's health bar was only at 30%. AILA's gaze was flat, her voice indifferent, "Xiao Xingyu, this match is over." There was a hint of disappointment in her eyes, as if she was not satisfied with my performance. After all, she still had a trump card left, her left eye covered by white gauze, the blood-cursed pupil. As time ticked away, this thrilling chase was nearing its end.
Lei Yujing was driven to the edge of the arena by the three-faced mountain goat. One more step back and it would fall off the arena and face utter ruin. According to the rules, a beast leaving the arena is considered a loss.
Lei Yujing can't retreat any further.
But its physical endurance is reaching its limit. Continuously being dragged by the blood-soul chain, Lei Yujing's health is decreasing. Creating a miracle of a 1 versus 3 comeback doesn't seem so easy. Even Xiao Xingyu can't achieve it? At this point, the situation seemed one-sided. The Shama delegation was already preparing to celebrate their victory, with champagne ready. The Dragon Kingdom audience had their eyes closed, not daring to watch the unfolding scene. In the Dragon Kingdom preparation area, Murong Yangshua shouted desperately, "Xingyu, don't give up, we all believe in you." Luo Wanqing also shouted, "Xiao Xingyu, you promised us that you would lead the Dragon Kingdom delegation to victory. You can't break your word." At this critical moment, even my old rival Xie Weian put aside personal grudges and said, "Before you lose to me, I won't allow you to lose to anyone else." At the edge of the arena, Lei Yujing had no way out. The blood-soul chain was dragging its head, causing it to feel as though its body was being hollowed out. AI Law reminded, the outcome is already decided. If you surrender now, your beast will suffer less. You're right, the outcome is decided. My lowered gaze suddenly lifted, and a sly smile appeared on my handsome face. AI Law frowned slightly, unable to decipher my enigmatic smile. I suddenly channeled my spiritual energy and declared, "Thunder Strike." Whoosh! The azure lightning streaked across the murky sky, illuminating it briefly. Lei Yujing vanished into thin air. Lei Yujing has disappeared? What? It has appeared behind the three-faced mountain goat. This scene overturned everyone's views and perceptions. Free fall is an unchanging physical law. Just a moment ago, Lei Yujing was only 1 meter from the ground, with no leverage points around, theoretically making it impossible to defy the law of free fall and mysteriously appear behind the three-faced mountain goat. On the judge's stand, Chief Judge Karlki's eyes lit up. Xiao Xingyu used the blood-soul chain. While Lei Yujing was entangled by the blood-soul chain, the electrical current was transmitted backward through the chain, silently implanting the thunder strike mark into the three-faced mountain goat. Everything was explained. The big screen displayed a piece of information. Thunder Strike, after marking an enemy with lightning, Lei Yujing can instantly teleport behind the enemy. The world seemed to stand still and the air itself seemed to freeze. On the arena, the three-faced mountain goat looked terrified, unable to turn around in time. AILA's calm face finally showed a hint of panic. And Lei Yujing, surrounded by electricity, stood right behind it. My smile remained as harmless as ever. Thunder Burst. This terrifyingly powerful skill, a gift from the Empress of Dragon Kingdom, Shangguan Lan, is currently Lei Yujing's strongest move. Teleport behind the enemy and unleash the ultimate attack. A heaven-defying operation, astonishing and unprecedented. Xiao Xingyu, his very existence is a miracle. The commentator was extremely excited, with tears in his eyes. Lei Yujing opened its mouth, and beneath its furrowed brow, its eyes burned with a killing flame. With a roar that shook the heavens, a deep blue lightning ball was spewed from Lei Yujing's mouth. Upon contact with the murky air, the lightning ball rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, the size of the lightning ball exceeded that of the Hellfire Lotus, even extending beyond the arena's boundaries. It was like a meteor falling from space, towering above the three-faced mountain goat. There was no way to avoid it, it was utterly unavoidable. Within the arena, the entire area was covered by its firepower range. This was Lei Yujing's strongest skill, Thunder Burst. Boom tilde. The enormous lightning ball smashed heavily onto the three-faced mountain goat's crown. The impact was just right, stunning but not fatal. At the moment of the explosion, a blinding light erupted, briefly overwhelming everyone's vision. After the intense dizziness, the audience struggled to open their eyes and saw the arena's center filled with electric light, like a cascading waterfall with swimming dragons in the water. The shockwaves from the explosion released waves of blue lightning, slicing through the dense smoke like sharp swords. The commentator, coughing and holding the microphone, shouted frantically. A cough, 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 the power of Thunder Burst is too immense. This lightning ball nearly destroyed the entire arena. We can't see the exact situation yet. We have to patiently wait for the smoke to clear. 5 minutes later. The smoke had mostly dissipated and people's vision became clear. The arena had turned into a thunderstorm wasteland, with gaps in the shattered remnants emitting crackling currents that stung the eardrums. The three-faced mountain goat lay among the debris, gasping for breath, covered in injuries. Once a healthy goat, it had turned into a woolly sheep after being struck by the thunder burst. Dark smoke billowed from its body, its eyes lost their color, its body twitched violently, and its mouth overflowed with black blood. In close-up shots, its left and right faces were a mess of flesh and blood, and its front face was ravaged by violent currents, with facial muscles continuing to spasm, twisted and grotesque. Thunderburst was indeed Lei Yujing's trump card. The three-faced mountain goat, caught completely off guard, had taken the full brunt of Thunderburst's damage. Its once healthy health bar dropped drastically to only 2%. If a phone's battery is at 2%, the owner's immediate reaction would be to recharge it. But Ayla didn't do that. Standing beside the three-faced mountain goat, with her eyes lowered and her expression obscured by her bangs, her emotional state was unreadable. Meh. In the bleat of the three-faced mountain goat, there was both unwillingness and an apology to its master. It tried repeatedly to get up but failed each time. It looks like the triple-faced sheep has completely lost its combat ability. The referee has started the countdown. A10 tilde. A9 tilde. A8 tilde. The entire audience counts down with the numbers displayed on the big screen. If the triple-faced sheep cannot get up within 10 seconds, the referee will announce the end of the match. I will become the winner of this match. In the Shama preparation area. Head coach more anxiously shouts, Ayla, we concede. We don't lack the martial arts tournament championship trophy. Losing doesn't matter, don't do anything foolish. The Shama Empire has won the martial arts tournament championship for 3 consecutive years. Having one more or one less trophy doesn't matter. However, for the Shama Empire, Ayla is the most valuable asset, a national treasure-level genius. There can't be any mistakes. That's why head coach Moore is so emotional. He knows his beloved disciple Ayla too well. At this moment, Ayla stands amidst the wreckage of the arena and suddenly raises her hand. She removes the white cloth covering her left eye. The white cloth flutters in the wind, just like her flowing black hair. Ayla slowly opens her left eye. The commentator can't help but take a breath, as Shama's contestant Ayla has not conceded. She has decided to use the power of Blood Curse Eye to continue battling with Xiao Xingyu. The big screen displays information about Blood Curse Eye. One of the 5 great divine eyes of the Shama Empire, the Blood Curse Eye. This eye carries powerful curse power, allowing the host to sacrifice their eye to grant their beast terrifying and mysterious powers. The cameraman, understanding the audience's interest, focuses on Ayla's left eye. It is an extremely special eye. A normal person's left eye has only 1 pupil. But the Blood Curse Eye has 4 pupils. The 4 pupils are interconnected, emitting a sinister and oppressive aura that makes one reluctant to meet its gaze. In the Shama preparation area, head coach Moore slams his fist on the bench. Ayla, you are so foolish. To compete with one man, you disregard my advice and recklessly decide to use the power of the Blood Curse Eye. Ayla's Blood Curse Eye bleeds a trickle of blood. It drips onto the fallen triple-faced sheep. As the countdown reaches 1, the triple-faced sheep stands up. The referee announces, the outcome is undecided, the match continues. This makes the previously excited Dragon Kingdom spectators' smiles freeze. The triple-faced sheep's injuries heal rapidly, its body grows even larger. The horns on its head fall off with a snap and are replaced by a pair of crescent-shaped horns. These are the horns of a demon king. At the same time, blood-red curse marks appear all over its body, and enchanting ghost flowers bloom beneath its feet. Ayla coughs up a mouthful of blood, and her Blood Curse Eye shakes violently. One of the pupils loses its luster and turns dark. This is the price of activating the Blood Curse Eye. The Blood Curse Eye has a total of 4 pupils. Every time it is activated, 1 pupil must be sacrificed as the price. Such a valuable power, with only 4 uses, will cause the Blood Curse Eye to go blind once used up. Even so, Ayla resolutely chose to use the first one against me. I calmly watch the girl before me. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths for a single match? Ayla lifts her gaze, and her normally cold face reveals a rare smile. Our Shama Empire does not lack martial arts tournament championship trophies. I'm not after the championship, I'm simply interested in you. I want to see your limits. This is why Ayla activated the Blood Curse Eye. She knows that I had not used my full strength in previous battles. She's not afraid of losing, she's afraid of not being able to measure my limits. In the audience, Dragon Kingdom citizens are unhappy. A report. I want a report. Ayla is violating the rules. The blood curse I is a power of a pupil master. This is a beast master duel arena, the blood curse I should be banned. Report +1. After a brief discussion, the head judge, Karcher, takes the microphone. The blood curse I is indeed a power of a pupil master. Ashama contestant Ayla is a dual-class practitioner of both pupil master and beast master. Regardless, the blood curse I is a part of her, a personal power, and not considered an external force. The report is invalid, the match continues. The rules are clear, as long as contestants do not use external forces, any actions are deemed compliant. The blood curse eye, being Ayla's left eye, is part of her body. According to the rules, head judge Karcher's decision is fair and unbiased. On the arena, Ayla and I stand 10 meters apart, facing off intensely. Ayla, with the blood curse eye activated, seems like a completely different person. The previous Ayla was just aloof and proud, not very talkative. Now, she exudes a strong murderous aura, with a fierceness in her eyes that reflects the primal beastliness of humanity. I also notice that Ayla's gaze is always focused on my throat, as if she wants to bite through my neck and drink my blood. This is a side effect of activating the blood curse eye. It creates a strong craving for human blood. Fortunately, Ayla remains mentally stable and can control her bloodlust. Ayla takes a deep breath and channels her surging spiritual power. Her spiritual power pool resembles a boiling magma. Suddenly, a thick layer of blood mist envelopes the martial god arena. The blood mist wraps around the triple-faced sheep. When the mist clears, the enhanced triple-faced sheep reappears before everyone's eyes. I narrow my eyes and examine the enormous creature before me. The triple-faced sheep's size has tripled. It has shed its black fur, and even its flesh and internal organs have disappeared. It now appears as a skeleton burning with demonic flames.
What kind of monster is this?
A demon-type beast has turned into a necromancer-type beast? This is the first time I've seen a power that can alter a beast's attributes. But no, it's not an alteration of attributes. The triple-faced sheep now possesses both demon and necromancer attributes simultaneously. Bone transformation is a characteristic of undead-type beasts. Demon flames are a characteristic of demon-type beasts. The enhanced triple-faced sheep now possesses both features. I activated the Eye of the Demon God, and in its view, the triple-faced sheep's head is covered with thick and long health bars.
Oh wow, such a thick health bar.
It looks like, with ordinary methods alone, we might not be able to defeat this woman. I lowered my head, and the corners of my mouth gradually curved into a manic smile. The stronger the opponent, the more excited I become, rather than feeling pressured. I whispered, in that case, let's use this match to forge a perfect blood contract. Ayla cannot see through my thoughts, even with her blood curse I activated. The Thunder Jade Qilin also sensed the dangerous aura emanating from the triple-faced sheep. Its previously carefree expression changed to one of grave concern. I warned in a deep voice. The triple-faced sheep has greatly increased in strength with the power of the blood curse eye and has unlocked the undead attribute. Abrole, don't be overconfident. This is a tough battle, and we don't have much margin for error.
We must be cautious.
The Thunder Jade Qilin, true to its rebellious nature, raised its proud head again, with an expression akin to human arrogance.
Abrole, I'm not joking.
If we make one mistake, it's all over. My sincere warning was brushed off by the Thunder Jade Qilin. After all, the Thunder Jade Qilin's loyalty is only 70. It may appear to be a fully evolved Tier 3 beast, but it's essentially still a child. The match continues. Ayla, with the blood curse I activated, launches the first attack. Ayla's body is surrounded by violent spiritual ripples, commanding the triple-faced sheep to unleash its combat skills. The triple-faced sheep's eyes burn with demon flames as it spits out countless bone spikes, with an aura like a rain of arrows. Now, the triple-faced sheep, with its undead attribute, can perform undead-type combat skills. The swirling bone spikes are the undead skill, 10,000 bones piercing the heart. This move is extremely overbearing, with an attack range covering the entire arena's ruins.
I gave the order, a thunderclap step.
The Thunder Jade Qilin, using its high-speed movement ability, left behind a lightning afterimage. It dodged and maneuvered against the tidal wave of bone spikes, trying its best to avoid them. Zizeltilde. Even the best can falter. A bone spike burning with demon flames grazed the Thunder Jade Qilin's side. Scalding blood splattered, exposing the white bone beneath the wound. The Thunder Jade Qilin roared in pain. The commentator couldn't help but exclaim, "This is the attack power of the enhanced triple-faced sheep. Even a slight scratch causes such severe damage to the Thunder Jade Qilin." The speeding bone spikes never cease their slicing of flesh. No matter how fast the Thunder Jade Qilin is, it cannot completely avoid the coverage of 10,000 bones piercing the heart. It's akin to how ancient experts of lightness skills could still be pierced by arrows on the battlefield. In less than a minute, the Thunder Jade Qilin was covered in blood, with several bone spikes lodged in its back that couldn't be removed. The bone spikes, with their continuous burning damage from demon flames, caused immense suffering to the Thunder Jade Qilin. I had to channel more spiritual energy and gave the Thunder Jade Qilin a subtle signal. At least at this moment, the master and servant had developed good tacit understanding. Thunder Jade Qilin turned into a bolt of lightning, swiftly darting across the arena. The commentator holds his forehead, struggling to cope with the visual dizziness caused by the flashing lightning. "Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you, like me, are experiencing a strong sense of dizziness. The speed of the Thunder Jade Qilin seems to be increasing bit by bit." At first, people could still see the afterimages of the Thunder Jade Qilin's movement. Gradually, the arena was filled with blinding lightning, and the human eye could no longer catch even the afterimages of the Thunder Jade Qilin. Whoosh! On the arena, a rapid red lightning appears. This is the Thunder Jade Qilin at maximum speed. The red lightning, like a sharp blade, cuts through the thousands of bone spikes coming towards it and assaults the triple-faced sheep. The power of thunder is terrifying. The triple-faced sheep lets out a cry of agony as its body is pierced by the red lightning. The red lightning pauses briefly, and the afterimages of the Thunder Jade Qilin vanish in an instant. This red lightning is the real body of the Thunder Jade Qilin. Its speed is so fast it's at its absolute peak. Under Xiao Xingyu's control, the Thunder Jade Qilin is surrounding the triple-faced sheep, executing the Thunder Triangle kill. Under the gaze of the crowd, the path of the red lightning forms a clear triangular geometric pattern. The triple-faced sheep is trapped inside, enduring frequent shocks from the crimson current. So, this is the legendary stability of triangles? I didn't expect that in this final stage of the martial arts tournament, there's not just one sacrifice-based Beastmaster. There's also a geometric Beastmaster. With the Thunder Triangle kill, the Thunder Jade Qilin turns the situation around. Ayla's blood curse shows a hint of disappointment. If this is all your strength, then prepare to face a thoroughly satisfying defeat. Ayla seems disappointed with me, her voice turning icy cold. She activated the blood curse to test my limits, but it seems that my limits are disappointing to her. Ayla raises both hands, releasing her spiritual power. The surrounding air becomes scorching and demonic particles swirl around like a black snowstorm. Demon King's gaze! Ayla shouts loudly, her facial muscles straining and her lips slightly trembling. The triple-faced sheep lifts its head and suddenly, a thick black mist appears above it. In an instant, two crimson bloodlights shine from the black mist. It looks like a pair of eyes. The eyes of a demon king. The eyes move from side to side and suddenly lock onto the red lightning streaking by. The next scene shocks everyone. The previously high-speed red lightning suddenly freezes, revealing the Thunder Jade Qilin's real body. The Thunder Jade Qilin's body becomes stiff and immobile, as if it were under a paralysis spell. The three faces of the triple-faced sheep simultaneously reveal cruel smiles. From the black mist, a giant skeletal hand emerges and firmly grasps the Thunder Jade Qilin's body. Seeing this, my expression darkens significantly, but the wise light in my eyes never fades. Oh my, what just happened? I'm sure everyone is as confused as I am. Why did the Thunder Jade Qilin's body suddenly freeze? Let's look at the big screen. The data analyst has provided an explanation. The Thunder Jade Qilin transformed into a streak of lightning, darting rapidly across the arena. The commentator holds his forehead, struggling to cope with the visual dizziness caused by the flashing lightning. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you, like me, are experiencing a strong sense of dizziness. The speed of the Thunder Jade Qilin seems to be increasing bit by bit. At first, people could still see the afterimages of the Thunder Jade Qilin's movement. Gradually, the arena was filled with blinding lightning, and the human eye could no longer catch even the afterimages of the Thunder Jade Qilin. Whoosh! On the arena, a rapid red lightning appears. This is the Thunder Jade Qilin at maximum speed. The red lightning, like a sharp blade, cuts through the thousands of bone spikes coming towards it and assaults the triple-faced sheep. The power of thunder is terrifying. The triple-faced sheep lets out a cry of agony as its body is pierced by the red lightning. The red lightning pauses briefly, and the afterimages of the Thunder Jade Qilin vanish in an instant. This red lightning is the real body of the Thunder Jade Qilin. Its speed is so fast it's at its absolute peak. Under Xiao Xingyu's control, the Thunder Jade Qilin is surrounding the triple-faced sheep, executing the Thunder Triangle kill. Under the gaze of the crowd, the path of the red lightning forms a clear triangular geometric pattern. The triple-faced sheep is trapped inside, enduring frequent shocks from the crimson current. So, this is the legendary stability of triangles? I didn't expect that in this final stage of the martial arts tournament, there's not just one sacrifice-based Beastmaster. There's also a geometric Beastmaster. With the Thunder Triangle kill, the Thunder Jade Qilin turns the situation around. Ayla's blood curse shows a hint of disappointment. If this is all your strength, then prepare to face a thoroughly satisfying defeat. Ayla seems disappointed with me, her voice turning icy cold. She activated the blood curse to test my limits, but it seems that my limits are disappointing to her. Ayla raises both hands, releasing her spiritual power. The surrounding air becomes scorching and demonic particles swirl around like a black snowstorm. Demon King's gaze! Ayla shouts loudly, her facial muscles straining and her lips slightly trembling. The triple-faced sheep lifts its head and suddenly, a thick black mist appears above it. In an instant, two crimson bloodlights shine from the black mist. It looks like a pair of eyes. The eyes of a demon king. The eyes move from side to side and suddenly lock onto the red lightning streaking by. The next scene shocks everyone. The previously high-speed red lightning suddenly freezes, revealing the Thunder Jade Qilin's real body. The Thunder Jade Qilin's body becomes stiff and immobile as if it were under a paralysis spell. The three faces of the triple-faced sheep simultaneously reveal cruel smiles. From the black mist, a giant skeletal hand emerges and firmly grasps the Thunder Jade Qilin's body. Seeing this, my expression darkens significantly, but the wise light in my eyes never fades. Oh my, what just happened? I'm sure everyone is as confused as I am. Why did the Thunder Jade Qilin's body suddenly freeze? Let's look at the big screen. The data analyst has provided an explanation. The big screen displays the data for the enhanced three-faced lamb. Control skill Demon King's gaze. The three-faced lamb releases black mist, within which the Demon King's eyes appear. The gaze locks onto the enemy unit, immobilizing them for 3 seconds. Attack skill Forest Bone Hand releases a skeletal hand to grasp the enemy unit, dealing physical damage. Upon explosion, it triggers a secondary burning damage. These two skills are the key for AI Law to turn the situation around. No matter how fast the Thunderous Jade Qilin moves, once it is locked by the Demon King's gaze, it will be immobilized for 3 seconds. Immobilization means being stationary, and being stationary equals 0 speed. A Thunderous Jade Qilin with 0 speed poses no threat to the three-faced lamb. Taking advantage of this, AI Law activates a combo and commands the three-faced lamb to use Forest Bone Hand to easily grasp the immobile Thunderous Jade Qilin. At this moment, the Thunderous Jade Qilin is tightly held by the Forest Bone Hand, its body twisted and deformed due to the intense external pressure. Boom! An explosion sounds. The Thunderous Jade Qilin falls to the edge of the arena, bloodied and with its wounds still burning with demonic flames, causing continuous secondary burning damage. The commentator, scratching his messy hair, sighs. The Thunderous Jade Qilin has suffered from both Demon King's gaze and a Forest Bone Hand, and its condition is now extremely weakened. In this state, it can't even maintain its usual speed, let alone reproduce that lightning-fast red streak. Perhaps, this is where Xiao Xingyu's journey in this year's martial combat tournament comes to an end. The Thunderous Jade Qilin at the end of its strength. The three-faced lamb fully recovered. With the balance shifting, I fall into despair once more. In the Dragon Kingdom audience area, everyone clenches their fists, hoping that the Dragon Kingdom youth on the arena can experience a revival. The match is about to end. AI Law closes her eyes and takes a deep breath, her spiritual power surging. The three-faced lamb emits a demonic roar, and a green flame shoots from its mouth. This is the fusion of demonic and necromantic fire, and its power is terrifying. If it hits the Thunderous Jade Qilin, AI Law will not only win the match but the Thunderous Jade Qilin might also suffer a severe injury, possibly becoming crippled. The Thunderous Jade Qilin gets up from the ground, its flowing electrical currents resembling uncontrolled writhing snakes. It tries to evade the fire breath from the three-faced lamb using its superior speed, but after the earlier critical damage from Forest Bone Hand, it has no strength left. The fire breath approaches and the thunderous Jade Qilin, like an old man crossing the street, finds itself powerless. As the surrounding temperature rises, the thunderous Jade Qilin feels intense heat, its breathing becoming labored. At this moment, a hint of fear finally appears in its rebellious eyes. It is scared. The pure-blooded Qilin lineage is strong, but the current thunderous Jade Qilin is merely a rebellious child. When faced with an unbeatable enemy, it panics. When faced with unavoidable attacks, it despairs. At the critical moment, a thin figure blocks the thunderous Jade Qilin's path. The thunderous Jade Qilin looks at the figure in front of it, its body trembling, its heart stirred. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." The person blocking the thunderous Jade Qilin is its Beastmaster me. The entire audience is stunned. On the judges' panel, the 3 veteran judges who had seen countless storms now showed expressions of astonishment. The commentator's jaw dropped as if he could swallow a light bulb.
Is Xiao Xingyu insane?
He, a mere mortal, is actually standing in front of the Thunder Jade Qilin, trying to endure the 3-faced ram's fiery breath. My image in the eyes of the crowd had become that of an absolute madman. Beasts, in essence, are the spear and shield of their beastmasters. When faced with a monster invasion, the beast steps up to help the beastmaster kill the monster. When the beastmaster is in danger, the beast stands in front, shielding its master from harm. This is the beast's duty and the sole reason for a beastmaster's tireless training of their beasts. Yet on the arena's stage in the grand final of the martial arts tournament, the roles were reversed. The Thunder Jade Qilin faced danger, and I was protecting it. At that moment, the roles of beastmaster and beast had switched. The fiery breath surged forth, and my mortal body was instantly engulfed in the sea of flames. The Thunder Jade Qilin let out a desperate, mournful roar, tears streaming from its eyes. The pure-blooded Qilin, known for its stubbornness, now shed hot tears. Isla stood frozen, her pupils trembling as if experiencing an earthquake. This man, is he insane, not afraid of death? Isla hadn't intended to harm me. Her surprise was so great that she couldn't react in time. Any sensible beastmaster would never take damage meant for their beast. On the arena, the fire blazed and thick smoke rolled. The audience was silent. The outcome of the match seemed meaningless, with everyone more concerned about whether someone might die. A mortal body enduring beast attacks? It would be strange if he survived. The commentator swallowed hard, his voice choked. Could it be that Xiao Xingyu has already? Suddenly, the temperature of the air dropped. Streams of water gathered and extinguished the flames on the arena. A tall man stood amidst the swirling golden water, his handsome face uplifted, his golden hair cascading like a waterfall, swaying with the wind. Above his forehead, a third eye opened. The sacred artifact of the sea spirit tribe, the Eye of Tides. At some point, this man had integrated the Eye of Tides into his own body, making it a part of his power. I can't believe my eyes. The golden-haired man in the swirling golden water on the arena is Dragon Kingdom's contestant Xiao Xingyu? All the photographers focused on me from different angles.
Yes, it's him.
Even though his hairstyle and color have changed, and his demeanor now seems even more distinguished, the wise gaze between his brows confirms that he is indeed Dragon Kingdom's contestant Xiao Xingyu. The Eye of Tides, a sacred artifact of the sea spirit tribe, holds the power to control the ocean. It was a coincidence that the martial arts tournament was held on the sky-splitting island, surrounded by a vast ocean. This was why I dared to use my mortal body to shield the Thunder Jade Qilin from the 3-faced ram's fiery breath. After all, this man never fought battles without confidence. In the preparation area of the Sama Empire, someone raised an objection. Judge, I want to file a complaint. Dragon Kingdom's contestant, Xiao Xingyu, is using power outside of his own abilities. This is a violation and should disqualify him from the competition. Yes, the Eye of the Tides is a sacred artifact of the Sea Spirit tribe. Even though it belongs to Xiao Xingyu, it is not his own power, and it should not be allowed. More and more people raised doubts. Chief Judge Kalki raised his hand and pressed it down, signaling everyone to quiet down. Everyone, please calm down and let's carefully observe Xiao Xingyu. The Eye of the Tides is indeed a sacred artifact of the Sea Spirit tribe. But look closely, this eye is embedded in Xiao Xingyu's forehead and is part of his body. After Kalki's words, the audience's gaze fell on my forehead. The golden Eye of the Tides seemed like a natural third eye embedded in my flesh, giving a sense of inherent presence. Kalki continued, the blood curse eyes are part of Ella's body, and the Eye of the Tides is part of Xiao Xingyu's body. There is no fundamental difference between the two. As since Ella can use the power of the blood curse eyes, then Xiao Xingyu using the power of the Eye of the Tides is also within the rules and reason. A report dismissed, the match continues. With the chief judge's decision, the members of the Shama delegation were left speechless. Kalki was not favoring me, he was upholding fairness. In the Dragon Kingdom preparation area, Murong Yangshua was stunned. When did Xingyu start integrating the Eye of the Tides into his body? How did he do it? On the last night before the match, to ensure victory in the Martial Combat Championship, I became a heavy spender. I spent a whole 10,000 points to buy a fusion crystal from the system store. With the fusion crystal, I integrated the Eye of the Tides into my body, making it a part of me. Now, it is merely nominally called the sacred artifact of the Sea Spirit Tribe, Eye of the Tides. In reality it is now my third eye. With the third eye opened, golden light leaked. Golden streams of water spun around me like gentle ribbons, dispersing the surrounding flames. I glanced back and smiled faintly. I said, with me here, there's no need to be afraid. The commentator shook his head, laughing as he remarked, who would have thought that one day a beast's sense of security would come from its beast master? This world is truly crazy, no wonder cats are now bridesmaids for mice. Seeing that I was still alive and smiling at him, the Thunder Jade Qilin was moved to tears, dragging its weak body over like a big cat seeking its master's embrace. It recalled my slender figure standing in front of it. It remembered the moment I was engulfed by flames. It recalled the heartache of fearing to lose me. Seeing my majestic form now, like a deity descending, the Thunder Jade Qilin's emotions were stirred, its tears only filled with gratitude. All things have spirits, and among them, the Qilin is the most sentient. The Thunder Jade Qilin was smart, it truly felt that this human before it not only treated it as a battle beast but also as a companion through life and death, even as family. Real men don't shed tears easily, hold them back. The Thunder Jade Qilin's rebelliousness was cured. It obediently held back its tears, but still couldn't help but whimper, its body twitching, giving it a somewhat amusing appearance. Ella's voice rang out. Xiao Xingyu, I admit, you startled me just now. If it weren't for the protection of the Eye of the Tides, you would have been melted in the sea of flames, and I would have had a death on my hands. I took a step forward, my handsome face radiating nobility, with a charming smile curving my lips. Hey Ella, you wanted to see my limits, didn't you? I can satisfy that. Ella was taken aback. He says he can satisfy her? Xiao Xingyu's words sound a bit odd, almost inappropriate. The commentator pressed his lips together, trying hard not to laugh, looking quite embarrassed. Ella activated her energy again. This time, the three-faced skysheep expelled a much larger and more intense flame breath. The combined demonic and undead flames roared like a fire dragon, attacking the Thunder Jade Qilin. This time, the Thunder Jade Qilin stepped up, standing firmly in front of me with unbreakable determination in its eyes. From this moment on, it let down all its defenses, fully opening its heart to me, even willing to sacrifice its life for me. With the demon god's eye activated, the data updated, the Thunder Jade Qilin's loyalty increased from 70 to the maximum, 100. My voice reached the Thunder Jade Qilin's ears. Listen up, this is a Beastmaster competition, the Eye of the Tides is just a supporting role. You are the star of the stage. Brole, I need you to win this match for me. The Thunder Jade Qilin trembled with power at the feeling of being needed. Boom! An explosion created a massive mushroom cloud once again. The arena turned into a sea of flames. The three-faced sky sheep, with a look of contempt, was very confident in the fire breath it had released. Zizzle tilde. Zizzle, zizzle tilde. In the depths of the flames, the sound of electricity crackling could be heard. In the next moment, the flames were dispersed by the violent thunder power and the sky turned ominously dark. On the arena, a beast bathed in lightning roared with a thunderous voice. The commentator's eyes nearly popped out. Thunder Jade Qilin has entered the complete elemental form. This is truly unbelievable. The complete elemental form is a capability unlocked only when a natural-type beast reaches the Beast King body level. At this moment, the Thunder Jade Qilin was in this form. Rather than seeing a beast covered in flowing lightning, it was more like witnessing a ball of lightning taking the shape of a Qilin. At this time, the camera focused on me. The big screen showed a scene that made the entire audience erupt in excitement. It looks like Xiao Xingyu has some dark, tattoo-like marks on him. I like a tattoo. A Qilin-shaped tattoo, a perfect blood bond. Among the mixed crowd, there were always a few industry experts with keen eyes. There are two types of blood bonds for cultivating purebred Qilin beasts. One is the ordinary blood bond. The second is the perfect blood bond. Only when the bond between the Beastmaster and the Qilin beast is at its peak, establishing a life-and-death connection, can the extremely rare perfect blood bond be forged. Trivia: the Dragon Kingdom princess, Huangyan City, has yet to form a perfect blood bond with the Ice Soul Qilin. I, without any Huangyan bloodline, have already formed a perfect blood bond with the Thunder Jade Qilin, surpassing the Dragon Kingdom princess. This defies common sense and challenges the heavens. On the big screen, information about the data is displayed. Beastmasters who form a perfect blood bond with a pure-blooded Qilin will gain the power of the Qilin tattoo. At this moment, my shirt has been burned away by the flames, leaving me shirtless. The dark Qilin tattoo winds around my left chest and extends to my six-pack abs. It looks lifelike, especially the eyes of the Qilin tattoo, which emit a thunderous cold light. The Qilin tattoo signifies the arrival of the sea god. My posture remains the same as before, but now it carries a divine beauty that overlooks all. In the audience seats, young women are swooning.
Oh my, I'm going to die. Xiao Xingyu's gaze is making me feel so good. My body is going numb.
In the martial god arena, I am the center of attention. Even though Ella's blood curse eyes had already amazed everyone, they now seem dim in comparison to me. The fully elemental Thunder Jade Qilin stands beside me like a majestic thunderstorm hill, exuding dominance and power. With the enhancement of the Qilin tattoo, blue lightning flickers in my eyes. A perfect blood bond is the strongest bond between a Beastmaster and a pureblood Qilin. The Thunder Jade Qilin becomes even more powerful, its terrifying power gradually awakening. The match continues and the audience cheers. As my opponent, Ella's fighting spirit becomes increasingly intense as she channels a large amount of spiritual power. The three-faced heavenly ram lifts its head and emits a cry like a baby's wail. It releases clusters of giant serpent-shaped black mist that swirl and roam freely above the martial god arena. The skill Necromantic Impact is one of the three-faced heavenly ram's ultimate moves after enhancement. These giant serpent-shaped black mists contain powerful necromantic energy, capable of destroying the enemy's will and soul. In the front rows of the audience, people have been affected by the necromantic impact, becoming disoriented and unfocused. Some with weaker soul power have even fallen unconscious, losing awareness. The three-faced heavenly ram shows a fierce expression and lets out a thunderous roar. All the serpent-like black mist gathers instantly and launches an assault on the Thunder Jade Qilin. Each impact creates an air blast, with the ripples of necromantic energy stirring through the atmosphere. On the big screen, a string of data information is displayed. Necromantic impact 36 times, all hits. The 36 necromantic impacts released by the three-faced heavenly ram hit the Thunder Jade Qilin without any evasion. On the arena, the black mist gradually dissipates. The Thunder Jade Qilin's form reappears in people's view. Its forehead, embedded with the algae jade, glows brightly, emitting a special power that disperses the black mist and nullifies the necromantic energy.
How is this possible?
Ella, usually a person with stable emotions, is now struggling to maintain her composure. The events unfolding before her make her question her own strength. That was 36 necromantic impacts. Most other beasts would be seriously injured or even defeated after just 3 hits, their souls weakened. Yet the Thunder Jade Qilin not only withstood all 36 impacts but remained completely unharmed. This is beyond Ella's comprehension and the audience's imagination. Zzzzz. Electric currents crackle on the Thunder Jade Qilin. Its gaze suddenly sharpens as it emits a roar as loud as a bell towards the three-faced heavenly ram. This is just an ordinary roar, like the kind one makes when angry, not even a skill. But this roar causes indelible psychological damage to the three-faced heavenly ram. The commentator raises his voice in astonishment. Did you see that? The three-faced heavenly ram's legs are trembling and it's even retreating. Ella looks shocked. She didn't issue any orders, yet the three-faced heavenly ram retreats on its own, distancing itself from the Thunder Jade Qilin, showing deep apprehension. As the crowd is puzzled, Chief Judge Karlki takes the microphone again. If I'm not mistaken, the Thunder Jade Qilin has awakened its divine might. Divine might is a term very unfamiliar to the spectators from the other 3 nations. Even most of the Dragon Kingdom locals are not familiar with it. After all, pureblood Qilin bloodlines are royal beast bloodlines in the Dragon Kingdom, only controlled by Huangyan Lan and Huangyan City, and ordinary people cannot interact with pureblood Qilin beasts. I am the only exception who operates outside the rules. Karlki, with his extensive experience, explains to the audience. When a Beastmaster forms a perfect blood bond with a pureblood Qilin, it activates a special potential within. This potential is called Divine Might. It is not a skill or a beast ability but a unique aura. Just by relying on this aura, it causes fear in the enemy, subjected to the suppression laws of their bloodlines. Moreover, Divine Might can also immunize against all mental attacks, which is why the Thunder Jade Qilin remains unharmed despite enduring 36 necromantic impacts. Karlki's explanation is thorough. The audience starts to notice some details. The Thunder Jade Qilin only glared, and the three-faced heavenly ram instinctively shrank back. Just as Chief Judge Karlki said, the Thunder Jade Qilin's aura alone makes the enemy feel fear. Divine Might is indeed a powerful name. In fact, the aura displayed by the Thunder Jade Qilin is the true Divine Might. Karlki's every word hits the mark. Under the influence of Divine Might, the three-faced heavenly ram experiences extreme fear. It doesn't even dare to look up and face the Thunder Jade Qilin, and its demonic flames have dimmed considerably. Ella struggles to remain calm, frantically channeling spiritual power, and says in a threatening tone, "I don't want to lose to this man in this match." Sensing her will, the three-faced heavenly ram endures the fear, its body stops trembling, and its eyes regain their fierce look. Ella looks up and meets my gaze. The golden-haired youth with the Qilin tattoo on his chest is a stranger to her. Xiao Xingyu, this match has dragged on for too long. I'm out of patience. Coincidentally, I'm also tired and just want to end the match quickly. In the next moment, both of them agree in unison, let's settle it with one move. With their thoughts aligned, they decide to end the match decisively rather than continue the prolonged struggle. At this stage in the match, both Ella and I are running low on spiritual power, so we lay everything on the line. The final round will determine the victor. Ella depletes all her remaining spiritual power, blood trickling from her mouth, a backlash effect of using the blood curse eyes. She says nothing. This pain is nothing compared to the trials she faced during her closed-door training. Spiritual power surged, pouring entirely into the three-faced heavenly ram. The three-faced heavenly ram raised its head, its mouth opening wide to expel a black demonic sphere. The black sphere continued to expand, gradually surpassing the size of the three-faced heavenly ram. In the Shama preparation area. This is the demon-type skill Dark Devour. The head coach, Moer, looked worried and sighed, alas, this child is truly acting impulsively. To defeat Xiao Xingyu, she's resorting to her strongest trump card. The blood curse eyes exceed their overload management, and blood oozes from her eyelids. Ella, unfazed, only has excitement in her eyes. Xiao Xingyu, I hope you won't disappoint me in this final round. Ella is using her strongest trump card, which is a mark of recognition and respect towards me. Dark Devour is currently the most powerful skill that the three-faced heavenly ram can unleash. Ella shouldn't have used Dark Devour in the martial arts competition. After all, a trump card shouldn't be exposed in such a public setting. Everything is because I forced her to this point. Ella has to admit that she was pushed to use her trump card by my strength, which has made her anxious and her desire to win even stronger. Abrole, are you ready? The Thunder Jade Qilin nods and gives me a determined look. I take a deep breath. The eye of the tide on my forehead shoots out a stream of golden water. The golden water swirls around me, forming a sharp golden trident. This is the second form of the eye of the tide, Azure Dragon Abyss, Golden Trident. I grip the trident with both hands and thrust it into the center of the arena. Skyrift Island begins to shake violently, and the dry air suddenly becomes humid. What's that sound? The sea is boiling. The vast ocean surrounding Skyrift Island senses my call and boils instantly. Every drop of water cheers, presenting a cannonade for the arrival of the sea god. Storms approach and the world changes color. Skyrift Island is surrounded by boiling seawater, with towering waves rising higher and higher. Each drop of seawater, under my guidance, generates surging battle intent. Splash tilde. Torrential rain pours like a cascading galaxy, covering everything. Countless droplets dance in the air like many strings, playing a heavenly melody. In the pitch-black clouds, lightning snakes wildly. Thunderstorms are the favorite weather for the Thunder Jade Qilin. In the thunderstorm environment, the Thunder Jade Qilin's power skyrockets, gaining a 5x critical hit bonus. Heavenly timing, thunderstorm weather. Geographical advantage, surrounding ocean. Human harmony, perfect blood bond. At this moment, I've gathered the three elements of timing, geography, and harmony, unleashing all the potential of the Thunder Jade Qilin. The martial god arena is being baptized by the storm. Brilliant flashes of lightning streak across the sky, illuminating the astonished faces in the audience. Raindrops as large as beans continually hit people's eyelids, but no one dares to close their eyes, afraid of missing the most exciting scenes. The commentator, soaked through, holds the microphone and shouts. Ladies and gentlemen, the decisive moment has arrived. This is the final round between Xiao Xingyu and Ella. Neither side has left any room for retreat, both have emptied their spiritual energy pools. Don't blink, let's enjoy the final performance of these two competitors. The vast dome above is filled with thunder and storm, intensifying the atmosphere to its peak. The Thunder Jade Qilin, following my command, leaps high into the air. Under its feet, colorful clouds form, stepping stones leading directly to the sky. The Qilin treads auspicious clouds, and thunder breaks through the heavens. The Thunder Jade Qilin disappears into the dark clouds, and people can only see the massive cloud emitting golden blue lightning. On the arena, a gigantic black sphere keeps expanding. This is the most powerful skilled Dark Devourer unleashed by the three-faced heavenly ram. The area covered by the black sphere loses all light, enveloped in darkness and mystery. My upright figure is also engulfed by the black sphere, vanishing from view. Darkness envelopes everything, not just the arena but even the audience seats are submerged in darkness. The audience sees nothing, only hearing the voices of the two contestants. Ella, Xiao Xingyu, in the end, you have lost.
Is that so?
Divine might, wrath of the ocean thunder.
With thunder, shatter the darkness.
My magnetic voice, filled with piercing power, pierces deep into the black cloud like a signal flare. In an instant, the dark cloud shatters, as if an invisible pair of hands is drawing a bow and shooting an arrow of thunder that can't be concealed. The light of the thunder dispels the gloom, illuminating the darkness and bathing Sky Rift Island in the heart of the lightning storm. Everyone in the audience looks up, witnessing a golden blue lightning pillar descending from the sky, crashing onto the chaotic arena. This thick lightning pillar spans heaven and earth, as shocking as the 9-day thunder tribulation encountered by a cultivator. The thunders roar tears through the sky, akin to the roar of a Qilin. Cracks appear on the surface of the black sphere, unable to withstand the devastating force of the thunder. The black sphere explodes, and the demonic power within dissipates with the wind. A phantom of the Thunder Jade Qilin appears on the arena. The dazzling lightning makes people dizzy, everything turning white. When the audience regains their vision, everything has changed. The torrential rain has stopped and the wind has calmed. The sea is still, and Sky Rift Island rests like a sleeping baby on the ocean. On the arena, the three-faced heavenly ram stumbles, its skull shattered, with golden blue lightning flowing through the cracks. Ella kneels on one knee, sweat from her temples dripping along her jawline. At the same time, blood flowers spill from the corner of her mouth, her long dress tattered, and her hair disheveled, presenting a scene of tragic beauty. With her spiritual energy depleted, Ella can no longer maintain the power of the blood curse eyes, and her left eye returns to clarity. She struggles to lift her head. Through her blurred vision, a tall, slender figure stands. I stand in the center of the arena, my Qilin tattoo glowing with dazzling electric light. My golden long hair flows gracefully, and the eye of the tide on my forehead glimmers with the ocean's azure. Thud! That is the sound of the three-faced heavenly ram collapsing. The commentator raises a trembling hand, gripping the microphone, with a hoarse voice. Ella's beast has fallen. Xiao Xingyu's beast. The Thunder Jade Qilin is still standing in the arena. The Thunder Jade Qilin, having returned to its true form, stands beside me. Man and beast share a smile, and the next scene is one of harmony and warmth. Clap. I raise my right hand, and the Thunder Jade Qilin lifts its foreleg, completing a crisp high five. This is an instinctive celebratory gesture between partners who have fought and won together. The referee, stunned, forgets to announce the result. No one in the audience urges them on, as everyone is immersed in the excitement of the final round, completely absorbed and unable to tear themselves away. I retrieve the golden trident from the ground. The commentator's eyes brighten, and they can't help but exclaim. The three eyes to the sky, holding a long trident. This Dragon Kingdom youth's silhouette brings to mind many thoughts. He reminds me of Yang Jian, the holy king of the Dragon Kingdom mythology. No, he is not Yang Jian, he is not anyone else, he is just Xiao Xingyu. The golden trident transforms into a stream of golden sea water, returning to the eye of the tide. I exhale a relaxed breath, and the eye of the tide on my forehead closes quietly. My golden hair fades, and I return to my original appearance, losing the noble and aloof divine beauty, replaced by the fresh and clean image of a sunny youth. I then walk directly towards Ella. Stopping in front of Ella, I see her kneeling on the ground, unable to stand due to exhaustion. From the audience's perspective, she appears as if she is bowing to her superior. "A Xiao Xingyu, I lost." Ella's voice is calm, free of complaints or bitterness, only acceptance. A naturally graceful hand extends to Ella. Ella raises her pale face to look at the handsome youth extending his hand to help her. "You are a powerful opponent." I offer a sincere assessment. Without the eye of the tide, I wouldn't dare to guarantee my chances of defeating Ella. The fact is Ella is strong, but I'm exceptional. Ella takes my hand and uses my support to stand up. The referee finally comes to his senses and immediately blows the whistle to end the match. A match over. I announce the winner, Dragon Kingdom contestant Xiao Xingyu. The audience, which had been silent for a long time, erupts into enthusiastic applause and cheers that echo across the martial god arena. The applause and flowers are a sign of respect for the Dragon Kingdom delegation. All this respect has been earned through my strength. Luo Wanqing, Xie Weian, and I, the 3 Dragon Kingdom contestants, stand on the highest podium, wearing shining gold medals around our necks. The chief judge, Karlki, approaches and hands me the championship trophy. On the awards podium, I smile brightly and hold the championship trophy high. This moment is captured forever in the camera lens. This is a precious photo, capturing the youthful appearance of a god before they became divine. In the future, a cute little girl will nestle in Murong Xinshin's arms, her baby voice asking while holding the photo. "Is this what Daddy looked like when he was young? The change is so big." After the martial arts tournament ends, the long-awaited system notification sounds. "Oh, congratulations, host. You have unlocked the Martial Arts Tournament Champion Honor Achievement. Achievement Reward, Light and Shadow Legend Crystal plus Bloodline Modification Post. Rewards have been issued, please check your inventory." I overturned a 1 vs 3 situation to win the championship and the system promptly provides rewards. With a surge of thought, I open the system inventory. 2 new items appear in the inventory. Light and Shadow Legend Crystal. After consumption by a beast, it merges Holy Light and a Shadow dual attributes and grants the ability to switch between light form and a shadow form at will. After reading the detailed description, my eyes light up with excitement. This Light and Shadow Legend Crystal is simply the perfect evolution material for the 4-winged Holy Angel. What a great find! I decide to use the Light and Shadow Legend Crystal on the 4-winged Holy Angel, Freya, to activate its dual combat forms. Bloodline Modification Post. This item, used in conjunction with the corresponding magical beast crystal, forcibly modifies the beast's bloodline limit. I take a deep breath, my eyes shining with anticipation. This thing can actually forcibly modify the beast's bloodline limit? Incredible! Typically, a beast's bloodline is innate and unchangeable. For example, the Hell Abyssal Wolf, though growing stronger under my training, is limited by its epic quality bloodline. Other beasts under my command have bloodlines of legendary quality or even mythic quality. The Hell Abyssal Wolf's bloodline, being the lowest, is somewhat awkward. Now, with a bloodline modification post in hand, if I could obtain a mythic quality magical beast crystal, using this post would elevate the Hell Abyssal Wolf's bloodline quality from epic to mythic. I recall the battle at Huangyan City. After the beast god demon beast father Uldiz died, the magical beast crystal was taken by Air Force General Lu Mingxiao. That crystal carried the SSS grade beast ability, gravity manipulation, and had a mythic quality bloodline. Oh, what a pity. If I had known, I shouldn't have given that magical beast crystal to Lu Mingxiao. The regret of not having enough materials is just like the feeling of not having enough books. I currently have no idea where to find a mythic quality magical beast crystal and can only wait for the next opportunity. In any case, I have already planned to use the bloodline modification post on the Hell Abyssal Wolf to improve its bloodline quality. This cannot be delayed. As night falls, the revelry on Sky-Cleaving Island continues. In the crowd, a young girl seems out of place. She sits in the shadows of a corner, her hair disheveled. Her left eye is covered with white gauze, revealing traces of blood. She is Ella, a contestant from the Shama delegation. If not for my presence, she would have been the brightest new star of the martial arts tournament. The taste of being second is truly unpleasant. This is what Isla is feeling right now. Throughout the entire day, she has replayed our battle countless times. Yet the result remains unchanged. She knows she is no match for me. At the martial arts tournament, you were scolded by the coach for using the blood curse eye on your own, weren't you? Isla looked up with a surprised expression. I approached and handed her a bottle of liquor. I don't drink. But try it, it's much better than the taste of raw meat. Isla took a cautious sip of tequila and felt a burning sensation in her throat. It's worse than eating raw meat, Isla said with a hint of bitterness. The two of them sat together in silence, starkly contrasting with the lively crowd around them. Thank you. Isla suddenly broke the silence. I was surprised. Thank me for what? The vomiting technique you taught me in the hotel restroom is very useful. Eating raw meat is a daily part of the life for sacrificial beastmasters. Isla is forced to eat raw meat every day, and the vomiting technique I taught her has made her dietary experience less painful. There's no need for thanks. We weren't acquainted before the fight, but now we can consider ourselves friends. Friends? Isla stared at me for a long time, puzzled by the unfamiliar term. Aren't we friends? Are we? Just take my word for it, we are. I patted Isla's shoulder casually. Isla lowered her head, feeling a surge of emotion. To think someone would voluntarily befriend me. I suddenly became serious. As a friend, I have a suggestion I hope you'll consider. Isla looked up, listening intently. Don't give up on the three-faced sky goat. My words struck Isla's heart directly. For beastmasters in the Shama Empire, beasts are merely tools, not partners. Beasts that lose in the arena are discarded. For instance, the Poison Wave Devourer, the Six-Winged Blood Centipede, and the Bloodthirsty Scorpion, all of which were defeated by my beasts, met only death as their fate. According to Shama Empire rules, the three-faced sky goat's loss to the Thunder Jade Qilin implies its inadequacy and should be eliminated. If Isla were a compliant child, she would follow Coach Mower's orders to sever the blood pact with the three-faced sky goat and abandon the beast. Once the blood pact is severed, the three-faced sky goat would become fodder for the evolution of other beasts, meeting its end. I am a Shama Beastmaster, and you should have some understanding of our country's culture through hearsay. The fate of the three-faced sky goat is not for me to decide. Isla's tone was filled with helplessness. I raised my voice. No matter what, don't give up on it. Xiao Xingyu, why are you? As long as you don't give up on it, it will give you an unexpected surprise in the near future. My demon god, I can see through the hidden bloodline of the three-eyed ram. Once the three-eyed ram awakens its hidden bloodline, it will evolve into Shub-Niggurath, the deity of fertility from the Cthulhu mythos. Xiao Xingyu, I'm a bit tired, goodbye. Isla left the crowd, her solitary figure disappearing into the darkness beyond the bonfire. At that moment, a few crows flew by. The leader of the Imperial Soul, the Raven, appeared behind me. His devilishly handsome face was filled with curiosity. Xiao Xingyu, why are you helping her and becoming friends with her? I'm taking a gamble. A gamble on what? I'm betting that Isla will be the next emperor of the Shama Empire. As long as she's my friend, then in the future, the entire Shama Empire will be friends with our Dragon Kingdom. I suddenly turned around and smiled slightly. Sir, times have changed. The world isn't about fighting and killing, but about human relationships. The Raven felt a chill run up his spine. You brat, you really are a prodigy. Breathtaking fireworks shot up into the sky, blooming above Rift Sky Island. This was the celebration after the martial arts competition, just for this night. By dawn, the delegations from various countries and the spectators would leave Rift Sky Island, boarding cruise ships or warships to return to their respective countries. By the bonfire, Murong Yangshua was dancing with Luo Wanqing. Gouch, you stepped on my foot again. Sorry Wanqing, I didn't mean to. Murong Yangshua was making every effort to touch Luo Wanqing's feet, his methods a bit unscrupulous. Xia Weian sat alone in a corner, drinking silently. No one knew what he was thinking. Everyone from the Dragon Kingdom delegation, except for Xia Weian, was beaming with joy. Xiao Xingyu, you are the most talented young person I, Guzheng, have ever seen. Keep it up, winning the martial arts competition is not your limit. In the future, you will step onto an even higher stage. Guzheng, having drunk too much, put his arm around my shoulder, praising me greatly. His kind eyes were full of satisfaction and expectations. At this moment, Ailu's voice echoed in my mind. Don't forget the main task. I stopped smiling and became serious. The martial arts competition had ended, but I still had one thing left to do, retrieve the Gvoid Wyvern heart from the depths of the island's core. Lulu, let's wait until dawn. After the party ends and everyone leaves Rift Sky Island. Once the island is deserted, we'll take action. It is known that the Void Wyvern's heart has fused with Rift Sky Island. As long as the heart is removed, the island will collapse and fall into the sea. For the sake of caution, to avoid being noticed and to prevent unnecessary casualties, I decided to act after everyone had left the island. Holding an empty wine bottle, I sat on the ground, immersed in the peaceful and joyful bonfire party. Before dawn, I planned to set aside all distractions and enjoy the night's festivities with everyone. A monster's aura? I suddenly became alert, instinctively touching my forehead. A golden light appeared on my forehead, and the tide I activated automatically. The artifact of the Sea Spirit clan possessed the power to sense the entire ocean. I released my consciousness and sensed a massive, dense aura of magical beasts emerging from the sea. These auras came from all directions, converging on Rift Sky Island. The people were still immersed in the revelry when a deafening boom nearly shattered everyone's eardrums. Oh, what's that sound? It startled me. Is the ground shaking? No, it's not just that. The entire island is shaking. It seems like something is crashing into Rift Sky Island. On the vast ocean, a mountain-sized silhouette emerged, thrusting a colossal, hard head continuously against Rift Sky Island. It was a giant sea turtle over 500 meters long with blue flames in its mouth. With each impact, the island shook violently. People on the island could not keep their footing, some stumbled and fell, others felt dizzy. Look over there, that's got tsunami. There are countless things floating on the waves, could it be? Damn, it's a water-type magical beast. Suddenly, a vast army of water-type magical beasts surrounded Rift Sky Island in a converging assault. A flash of lightning illuminated the tumultuous waves. People looked up and saw countless water-type magical beasts, toxic overlord octopuses, water-sovereign sharks, demon-handed jellyfish, lava orcas. They bared their fangs and claws, their eyes filled with an undeniable thirst for human blood. These frenzied water-type magical beasts surged forward with towering tsunamis, aiming to land on Rift Sky Island and commence a ruthless slaughter. Alarm bells rang out. Magical beasts are invading. Attention everyone, the water-type magical beast army is attacking Rift Sky Island. Please, military forces of all nations, organize the evacuation of delegations and spectators as soon as possible to minimize unnecessary casualties. This is a doomsday world where no one knows whether tomorrow or an unexpected disaster will come first. In the past 3 years, each martial arts competition had ended successfully. However, this year's competition faced a problem. On the night before everyone was to leave the island, the water-type magical beast army launched a fierce attack on the humans on Rift Sky Island. In the face of danger, Murong Yangshua shed his previous image of a young dandy. Everyone, don't panic. I am Murong Yangshua, son of Admiral Murong Jin. Please hold tight to your Dragon Kingdom ID. With your ID, you can board the Dragon Kingdom Navy's rescue ships.
Priority for the elderly, weak, ill, and pregnant. Priority for civilians and professionals. All Beast Masters, unite and protect your fellow citizens. Murong Yangshua, with clear thinking, quickly organized all Dragon Kingdom Beast Masters, working together like a steel cable, playing a role equivalent to that of the naval rescue teams while calming his compatriots. Luo Wanqing watched Murong Yangshua busily working in the storm, and felt moved. This man, when serious, seems to be quite capable. In the darkness, the cold, vast tsunami was like the hands of giants, relentlessly battering the crumbling Rift Sky Island. With each impact, countless water-type magical beasts landed. They rode the currents, opening their blood-filled mouths to randomly devour groups of lucky spectators. Every man for himself is a fitting description of the situation on Rift Sky Island. The military forces of the 4 countries dispatched rescue fleets to organize the rapid evacuation of their citizens. The tsunami grew more ferocious, and the island began to sink gradually. Blood bubbles periodically surfaced in the sea, alongside drifting bones gnawed to pieces by sharp teeth.
Port 2 of Rift Sky Island.
The sea god ship was firmly docked by the shore, like a stabilizing force. Under the escort of naval soldiers, the Dragon Kingdom delegation arrived at the port. The cigar in Murong Jin's mouth was extinguished by the heavy rain. Mr. Gu Zheng, you need to board the ship quickly. General Murong, with you here, we feel at ease. Wait, where's Xingyu? Murong Jin widened his eyes, looking around but not seeing me. Gu Zheng was taken aback. Xiao Xingyu was right behind me. Where is he? Did he go to the restroom again? Everyone from the Dragon Kingdom delegation was present except for me. Murong Yongshua ran over and reported loudly. Father, the rescue work is almost complete. All the Dragon Kingdom spectators have been arranged onto the rescue ships. By the way, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Luo Wanqing. Murong Yongshua wrapped his arm around Luo Wanqing's shoulder, grinning foolishly at Murong Jin.
Stop joking around.
I never agreed to be your girlfriend.
Luo Wanqing blushed deeply.
Out of politeness, she greeted the elder with a respectful attitude. Hello, Uncle Murong, I'm Luo Wanqing. My father.
I know.
Your father is Luo Tiannan, the director of the mining bureau. Last time we played mahjong, he lost and still owes me 2 tea eggs. Luo Wanqing was beautiful and elegant, with the demeanor of a noble lady, which made her Murong Jin's ideal daughter-in-law. But right now, the most pressing question was, where had I gone?
It was as if I had vanished into thin air. Bashar, have you seen Xingyu?
Xingyu was supposed to be with Mr. Gu Zheng and the Dragon Kingdom delegation.
Where is he?
At this moment, Ailu and I were once again deep inside the island's core. The water system monster army was attacking Rift Sky Island at night. This was undoubtedly a disaster for humans. But for me, it was a perfect opportunity to seize treasure amid the chaos. Currently, I was at the heart of the island. A light cluster emitted a faint rhythm, the heartbeat of the dragon. Ailu stood with her hands on her hips, exuding authority.
We need to move quickly.
Your sudden disappearance must have driven the Dragon Kingdom delegation crazy trying to find you.
Lulu, let's get started.
Taking the dragon's heart away wasn't something that could be accomplished with just a spatial ring. Over time, the Void Wyvern's heart had perfectly fused with the island. After separating them, the island's destruction was of no concern, but preserving the heart would be difficult. Fortunately, I had a brilliant idea and took out the best container for holding the dragon's heart. I raised my right hand, palm up. A crystal ball, engraved with dragon runes and prohibitions, appeared in my hand. This is one of the 3 great treasures of the dragon clan, the dragon's tear.
Lulu, dragon's power. Gem.
Ailu, possessing pure-blooded dragon lineage, took a deep breath and released the dragon's power. Guided by the dragon's power, the massive white light suddenly shrank and actively entered the dragon's tear. Holding the dragon's tear, I could see a small, delicate heart floating inside through the crystal shell. It was indeed the heart of the Void Wyvern.
Lulu, the heart is intact. Look, its beating is so strong.
Your idea was good. The dragon's tear is indeed the best container for holding a dragon's heart. I smiled and let out a long breath. Obtaining this heart means the martial arts tournament will end on a perfect note. With the heart of the Void Wyvern, it means I have the pure-blooded dragon's blood. Once I return to the Dragon Kingdom, I can use the Void Wyvern's blood to lure the Shadow Dragon to appear. At that time, I will create a miracle, becoming the first dragon tamer after the dragon-slaying war, reviving the once-great dragon tamer civilization.
Boom, boom, boom.
Intense vibrations came from above. Falling rocks tumbled, quicksand covered the ground, and the surrounding soil became damp, seeping with large amounts of seawater. Ailu frowned and said urgently, taking the dragon's heart means Rift Island is about to sink.
Let's withdraw.
Lulu, with so many people outside, you can't reveal your identity.
Return to my beast-taming emblem first.
The outside is full of water-type magical beasts.
Can you handle them?
I tapped my forehead with my fingertip.
Don't worry, I have the title eye.
With the Sea Spirit Clan's sacred artifact in hand, I am the god of the sea. Even if I can't withstand those ferocious high-level magical beasts, as long as I want to escape, no beast tamer can catch up with me. Ailu turned into a streak of light and returned to my beast-taming emblem. I acted quickly, first storing the dragon's tear in the spatial ring and then using the power of the tidal eye.
Boom!
A stream of water burst out of the beach, carrying a figure. I landed steadily and took a deep breath of fresh air. Damn, has Rift Island sunk to this extent already? Ailu and I had taken the dragon's heart in just a few minutes, and the efficiency was already very high. But in these few short minutes, Rift Island was sinking rapidly, looking like only the tip of the iceberg. Hotels and buildings had sunk to the seabed. Another loud noise was heard. It was the sound of the island collapsing. Powerful water-type magical beasts could trigger underwater earthquakes. The terrifying shockwaves tore Rift Island into pieces like sharp claws. I lost my footing and fell into the cold sea. Lights lit up, illuminating my location in the sea. The imposing and magnificent sea god warship raced towards me. On the deck, Murong Yangshua excitedly said, "Father, it's that location."
I saw Xingyu.
Murong Jin quickly ordered, "Dragon submersible team, listen up.
Go underwater to rescue, and make sure to bring Xiao Xingyu up."
The Dragon submersible team is a branch unit of the naval headquarters. The members of this team train deep-sea magical beasts, with diving depths even exceeding those of armed submarines. Their underwater rescue capabilities are top-notch. Suddenly, a golden radiance appeared on the surging sea.
This golden light was like a sword, splitting the ocean in two.
The gap in the middle became a safe passage. I appeared on this safe passage. I walked on the waves, running through the golden sea, getting closer and closer to the sea god warship. Murong Yangshua sighed in relief and showed a relaxed smile.
I almost forgot, this guy has the Sea Spirit Clan's sacred artifact, so he can't drown.
With the power of the tidal eye, I was favored by the sea moving effortlessly through the raging waves. The merciless tsunami storm would always actively avoid me, like a younger brother making way for his elder. On the vast sea, I ran with all my might, with less than 100 meters remaining to board the sea god warship.
Xingyu, hurry up! Boom!
Murong Yangshua's pupils contracted as a giant sea turtle suddenly emerged from the seabed. Its massive shell was like a mountain, blocking the way between me and the sea god warship. Beast Emperor-class magical beast, the Royal Serpent Turtle.
Damn it, father, Xingyu is in danger.
Murong Yangshua looked at Murong Jin. When his son-in-law was in danger, as a father-in-law, Murong Jin was naturally anxious. He activated his spiritual energy, preparing to summon his beast. "General Murong, let me handle it." 3 fiery orbs floated in midair, dispersing the darkness and lighting up the horizon. A golden 3-legged crow appeared above the sea, emitting a sharp cry that shook the souls of countless water-type magical beasts. The 3-legged golden crow, the signature beast of the Emperor's soul leader, the Raven. The 3-legged golden crow dived down, piercing through the dark clouds. Its 3 sharp claws stomped heavily on the head of the Royal Serpent Turtle. Splash tilde. The terrifying force applied to the Royal Serpent Turtle caused its mountain-like body to sink instantly to the seabed. After the storm, I reappeared in people's sight. At this moment, I lay on the back of the 3-legged golden crow, feebly waving to the people on the deck to show that I was still alive. The 3-legged golden crow slowly descended, hovering above the sea god warship. The Raven helped to weaken me and gently jumped onto the deck.
Xingyu, I'm so glad you're not dead. Otherwise, my sister would have to live as a widow.
Murong Yangshua was the first to rush over and gave me a powerful bear hug.
Yangshua, be gentle, my neck is going to snap.
The Raven looked at Murong Jin. "General Murong, Xiao Xingyu is not in life-threatening danger. He was only injured by the malevolence of the Royal Serpent Turtle and looks a bit weak. He'll recover with a few days of rest." "Thank you, Lord Raven, for your rescue, but..." Murong Jin was very curious, leaned closer to Raven's ear, and whispered, "You are the Emperor's soul leader, usually elusive, so why did you suddenly appear at Rift Island?"
Protecting Xiao Xingyu is my duty."
Protecting Xiao Xingyu?
No, what is your relationship with Xiao Xingyu?
The Raven smiled lightly. "He calls me Sir. Sir?
Could it be?"
Murong Jin hesitated, but the Raven's gaze had already provided the answer he was seeking. At this moment, as Murong Jin looked at me tightly embraced by Murong Yangshua, his heart was tumultuous. This kid, when did he get accepted by the Imperial Soul Organization? And he kept it from me? Lady Empress truly dotes on him. Murong Jin subtext, "My son-in-law is incredible." I stood on the deck of the sea god ship, glancing sideways at the warship of the Shama Empire sailing not far away. Through the dim waves, I could still see the girl standing on the deck. At this moment, Ella also noticed me. The 2 warships were sailing in opposite directions, and as they passed by each other, the 2 of us exchanged glances across the space. The sound of the waves was too loud, and combined with the roars of the water-type magical beasts, human voices would be drowned out by these sounds. So I didn't waste my breath, only giving Ella a meaningful smile. Ella's delicate body trembled, recalling the words I had said to her. We are friends now. And no matter what, don't give up on the 3-faced heaven sheep." These 2 sentences were like 2 red-hot branding irons, leaving an indelible mark on Ella's heart.
Sister Ella, we lost to Xiao Xingyu this time, I'm not convinced.
One day, I will take revenge and defeat him with my own hands. Vikram, standing beside Ella, waved his fist with only humiliation and resentment in his eyes. Ella responded to her brother, lowering her head, her state of mind having changed drastically compared to before the competition. Unknowingly dawn broke. The sea god ship left the pitch-black cursed sea and sped towards the direction of the Dragon Kingdom. In the captain's cabin, Murong Jin was studying the marine map with several subordinates. I suddenly walked in. Uncle Murong. Xingyu, you're in poor health. Didn't I tell you to rest well? Murong Jin's tone of reproach was filled with concern for his son-in-law. I'm fine now. I need to discuss something important with you. Murong Jin grinned, his rugged face showing a hint of playfulness. How important could it be? Are you going to propose formally? From Murong Jin's attitude, it was clear that he had already accepted me as his son-in-law. If I proposed, he wouldn't make things difficult, he would agree on the spot and not ask for a dowry, using the entire naval headquarters as a dowry instead. Uncle Murong, last night, the water-type magical beast legion attacked Rift Island. Did you feel anything unusual? Mentioning this, Murong Jin's expression changed subtly. If you say it's unusual, it indeed is. In previous years, the martial combat tournament rarely saw magical beast attacks on Rift Island. Moreover, last night's attack was strange, they didn't fully assault humans but rather used Rift Island as a stepping stone. I nodded. Uncle Murong, I have a theory. Xingyu, feel free to say it. I suddenly lifted my gaze, my eyes sparkling with wisdom. I suspect that this water-type magical beast legion is a planned migration. Murong Jin looked at me with a puzzled expression. A migration? What do you mean? Elaborate. I paced the captain's cabin with my hands behind my back, explaining in detail. According to radar detection data, after attacking Rift Island last night, the water-type magical beast legion moved in an orderly manner across the cursed sea, heading north at full speed. As you said, their attack on Rift Island was just incidental, they actually used it as a stepping stone. And one more thing. A golden light flashed on my forehead. It was well known that this was the power of the Sea Spirit Clan's sacred artifact, the Tidal Eye. After I fell into the sea last night, I activated the Tidal Eye. The Tidal Eye allows me to sense all life forces in the ocean. I discovered that among this large-scale water-type magical beast legion, 99% are female magical beasts, and they are all pregnant. I paused here, noticing Murong Jin's stiffened expression, indicating he had guessed something. Xingyu, you mean this water-type magical beast legion is a source of food supplies? Exactly. Murong Jin took a deep puff of his cigar, his eyes watering from the smoke. As a naval admiral, he was very familiar with water-type magical beasts. Pregnant female water-type magical beasts have extremely high nutritional value. If there was a powerful water-type magical beast on the verge of breaking through the beast god body, consuming a large number of pregnant female water-type magical beasts would provide enough nutrients to accelerate the breakthrough. Uncle Murong, I believe that the destination of this water-type magical beast legion is definitely a beast on the verge of breaking through the beast god body, and its bloodline quality is not less than mythical. Of course, this is just my speculation, without concrete evidence. Murong Jin placed his arm on my shoulder, his gaze kind and gentle. Your speculation is very reasonable and logical. A massive water-type magical beast legion migrating overnight definitely has an underlying conspiracy. If a beast god body magical beast is born from this, it would be a tremendous threat to all of humanity. Murong Jin turned and ordered, send orders to track the migration path of the water-type magical beast legion. Data analyst, General, based on the migration path of this water-type magical beast legion, their destination might be Blue Snow Lake. Murong Jin raised his eyebrows. A Blue Snow Lake? That's an inland lake on the border of the Li Kingdom, connected to the sea. I asked, Uncle Murong, if there really is a magical beast about to break through to the beast god body in Blue Snow Lake, can we go hunting? Murong Jin first shook his head then nodded. A Blue Snow Lake is the territory of the Li Kingdom. If we want to go hunting there, we need to cooperate with the Li Kingdom, initiate a joint hunting plan between the two countries, and follow the proper procedures. I eagerly asked, how long does it take to complete the procedures? Well, about a month. I thought for a moment, my eyes shifting as if calculating something. Uncle Murong, can I be included in the joint hunting plan a month from now? Murong Jin laughed. Kid, I know you just won the martial combat tournament and are a bit carried away. But your rank is still only 4 stars, in the category of low-level beastmasters. If there really is a magical beast about to break through to the beast god body in Blue Snow Lake and its bloodline quality is not less than mythical, even if you went, you'd be insufficient to make a difference. I looked at him with a plaintive expression. I didn't say I want to confront it head-on. I'll support, isn't that okay? Murong Jin was about to refuse but couldn't help but reconsider his son-in-law, thinking to himself. Xingyu has the tidal eye, which can somewhat restrain water-type magical beasts. And this kid has sharp eyes, always able to see through the enemy's weaknesses. After careful consideration, Murong Jin agreed. Alright, a month from now, in the joint hunting plan between the two countries, I'll bring you along and let you gain some experience. Thank you, Uncle Murong. To show my gratitude, I will take good care of your precious daughter and will always support her quietly behind 6 Jin. It's nice to have such filial piety, but the way you phrase it sounds a bit strange. I lowered my head with a smirk. A joint hunting plan between the two countries, hehe. The beast god body mythical bloodline magical beast core is within reach. My Hell Abyssal Wolf's bloodline should also be upgraded. My principle in dealing with matters is to never rise early without profit. Blue Snow Lake is certainly full of dangers, and my willingness to face danger head-on is not out of fearlessness but because wealth and honor are often sought through risk. Golden Sea Mansion. Living room on the first floor. On the wall, a gold medal from the Martial Combat Tournament was displayed, along with several championship photos. Xiao, eat slowly. Sis, it's so delicious, really too delicious. Seeing my brother devouring the food with gusto, Xiao Ruoxue looked at him indulgently. She picked up a napkin and wiped the oil stains from the corner of my mouth. Then she rested her elbows on the table, her palms supporting her chin, with her silver hair cascading quietly over her shoulders, her affectionate gaze fixed on my profile. Xiao, if you're still hungry, I'll go get you more dishes. That's enough. 8/10 full is good. I need to maintain my 6-pack abs. Go, maintaining 6-pack abs for XINR to see? You really forgot your sister after marrying a wife. I put down my bowl and walked around to massage Xiao Ruoxue's shoulders. Sis, don't talk like that. Even if I married 100 wives, I wouldn't forget you. Besides, I haven't even married 6 Jin yet. Xiao Ruoxue raised her hand and playfully tapped my head. You brat, still thinking of marrying 100 wives? Aren't you afraid of wearing yourself out? After dinner, it was time for the brother and sister to enjoy a tender and nostalgic moment. Xiao Ruoxue knelt on the carpet in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. I lay on my side, using Xiao Ruoxue's smooth, white thighs as a pillow. The knee pillow was a warm and romantic gesture unique to the Xiao siblings. The soft sunlight filtered through the window, draping Xiao Ruoxue in golden silk. She was using an ear scoop to clean my ears. So comfortable. So relaxing. A push harder, deeper. Xiao Ruoxue rolled her eyes dramatically. Xiao, can you keep quiet while I'm cleaning your ears? When you talk, it doesn't sound like a proper ear cleaning anymore. After enjoying Xiao Ruoxue's ear cleaning service, I sat up straight. Sis, there's something serious. I need to go on a long trip tomorrow. Xiao Ruoxue looked puzzled, her brows furrowing. Didn't Dean Su give you a 3-day leave? It would be nice if you stayed home and accompanied your sister during these 3 days. Why are you running off again? Sis, I want to be with you too. That's why I'll go and return quickly. If everything goes smoothly, I'll be back in a day at most. You fine. Go take care of your business, I won't ask more. I'll go wash some fruit for you. Xiao Ruoxue got up and walked toward the kitchen. While washing the fruit, Xiao Ruoxue was distracted. News reports say that Sky Rift Island has sunk to the bottom of the sea. From this, it seems the Void-Winged Dragon's heart from the island's core was taken. Xiao came back with a faint dragon aura. Could it be? Xiao Ruoxue squeezed the orange in her hand tightly. This kid always does dangerous things and makes people worry. The next day, I went out alone. Today, I was about to undertake something significant. With the Void-Winged Dragon's heart in hand, just a drop of its blood would likely lure the Shadow Dragon to come knocking. I made my way to the woods on the outskirts of Huangyan City. Olulu, Zasha. In the dappled shade of the trees, appeared a stunningly beautiful little fox girl and a majestic and noble Medusa queen. Let's get going. With a smile, I set off on a dragon hunting journey with 2 companions. Northern Dragon Kingdom. I walked through the thick snow shivering with the cold. Suddenly, a warm sensation enveloped me. A fire shield formed around me like a movable little house, providing warmth. This was no ordinary flame, it was a combination of fox fire and dragon flame.
Alulu, thank you. It's really great to have you around.
Ailu was right behind me. I wiped my nose and thought to myself, this is the difference between a mortal body and a Beastmaster's body. Once I advance to a 9-star Beastmaster, this gap will no longer exist. Beastmasters share their power with their beasts, which is a sign of reaching the 9-star rank. When I become a 9-star Beastmaster, I won't need dragon spirit pills or cheats. I'll be able to share power with Ailu and Medusa, possess a strong physique, be unaffected by the cold, and be impervious to water, fire, and weapons. For now, I'm only a 4-star Beastmaster, and there's still a long way to go before reaching 9 stars. Unknowingly, 3 hours had passed. Under the sunset, the snow-capped mountains looked magnificently tragic, as if telling a sorrowful story to every climber. With a thud, I sat down in the snow, panting heavily.
Alulu, I'm exhausted.
Already tired? Didn't you insist on reaching the summit? There's still 2/3 of the way left to go. Medusa smiled softly and added, Master, the closer you get to the peak, the tougher the path. I calculated it, and at your current pace, you'll reach the summit just in time to see tomorrow's sunrise.
Asasha, I'm out of strength. Could you carry me?
Sure. As Medusa's savior, she was willing to fulfill any of my requests.
If I carry you, you might be uncomfortable. Let me hold you instead.
Medusa's image was that of a cold and elegant queen, with a noble and aloof demeanor. At this moment, she displayed her powerful girlfriend skills, holding me in a princess carry and continuing to climb toward the mountaintop.
Asasha, you're so comfortable in your arms.
My head rested on Medusa's chest, like lying on a soft and plush cushion.
Ailu, seeing this, showed an expression of disdain.
A Medusa, just pamper him.
A fox, this is our master. If we don't pamper him, who will?
My relationship with these two beast women is somewhat delicate. In name, I am Ailu and Medusa's master. But due to the difference in strength, I feel more like an inexperienced child in their presence, needing their care and even their affection.
Asasha, you must be tired.
I'm tired of resting on your chest.
Put me down, let Lulu take over carrying me.
I want to rest on Lulu's chest.
A man's mouth is a deceptive thing.
After some fuss, the sun set. The night quietly fell, and under the starry sky, everything was enveloped in silence. At the mountaintop, on the cliff edge covered in ice. The boy, with a fervent smile, looked up and roared to the sky.
I've reached the top.
Ailu and Medusa stood side by side behind me, enjoying the mountaintop scenery with their master. I turned around to face the two beast women. Due to the thin air and excitement, I spoke with heavy breaths.
Lulu, Shasha, do you know why I insisted on reaching the Frost Peak?
First, the shadow dragon, by nature, prefers cold environments. Second, the Frost Peak is the only place within Dragon Kingdom that cannot be detected by satellite radar.
So this is the best place to hunt dragons.
Caution is my greatest trait. Hunting dragons is no small matter. To avoid accidents, I put in a lot of effort and carefully selected Frost Peak as the hunting location. After a moment of silence, Medusa clapped her hands and applauded, her smile carrying a hint of feigned admiration. A master is amazing, unparalleled in wisdom, to find this best dragon hunting spot.
I am in awe.
I was satisfied and smiled at Medusa before turning to Ailu. Ailu stood in place, fiddling with her hair, completely ignoring me. Lulu, do you understand now?
Understand what?
This is why I value Shasha.
Just because she flatters you?
I wouldn't do such a thing.
How dare you?
You. Medusa's voice softened, Master, don't be angry. Don't argue with the fox. I don't want to see you unhappy.
Shasha, you're so considerate.
You're more like a fox than Lulu.
No, you're like Daji. Come closer so I can admire you properly.
Ailu couldn't even be bothered to roll her eyes. Do you think I haven't seen Investiture of the Gods? Are you two never going to get serious?
If you don't stop, I'm leaving.
Lulu, I'm sorry.
I quickly backed down as the important matter took precedence. At the snowstorm-covered Frost Peak, I summoned the Tear of the Dragon. The heart of the Voidwing Dragon is contained within the Tear of the Dragon. I took a drop of blood from my heart and let it fall onto the snow. The steaming dragon blood instantly dyed a patch of snow red. Under the moonlight, it resembled an ancient magic circle. I sat down on the ground, hands in my pockets. I've done what needed to be done. Next is one word.
Await.
This waiting is the kind of waiting that means deathly patience. In theory, there is only a certain probability of drawing the shadow dragon over. I don't know exactly what that probability is, so all I can do is wait in vain.
Ashasha, how long have we been waiting?
Just 2 minutes.
Alulu, how long have we been waiting now?
2 hours. I need to pee. Soon, a scream came from behind the rocks.
Help me, it froze the moment I peed, help.
Ailu and Medusa both blushed and exchanged glances, speaking in unison.
A rock, paper, scissors.
I won, little fox, you go. Medusa raised her pink fist. Ailu, looking unwilling, put away her scissors hand and walked toward the rocks.
Alulu, you're here, that's great. Light a fire to thaw me out.
But be careful not to burn anything, this affects our happiness for the rest of our lives.
Stop talking nonsense, I know.
The night deepened. Starlight scattered like broken silver across the velvet sky, reflecting off the bright snow-capped mountains. I fell asleep resting on Ailu's shoulder, mumbling, I want to be a dragon master. Medusa released her long, massive serpentine tail to shield me from the ice storm, ensuring I slept peacefully.
Sunrise, Sunset, Sunrise, Sunset.
3 days passed. Looking at the rising sun, a hint of impatience showed in my eyes. This is the 4th day, and I haven't even seen the shadow of the dragon. Could it be that the shadow dragon has already fallen? From the smell of the shadow dragon's feces I found last time, I inferred that the shadow dragon was already on its last legs, its life nearing its end. Now, with no sign of the shadow dragon, I feared it had perished in some unknown place. Ailu's drooping fox ears suddenly perked up. A gleam of light flashed in her eyes. The aura of dragon power.
Xiao Xingyu, look over there.
I followed Ailu's direction. In the soft sunlight, golden snowflakes danced. A dragon's silhouette soared across the mountains and waters, weaving through the thick fog and drifting clouds, heading towards the frost peak.
A dragon.
I was overjoyed, and all my words turned into a single exclamation. The dragon soared out of the clouds, its body majestic like a mountain, its scales shimmering with a cold light, resembling a guardian deity from mythology reappearing on Earth. Gradually, my vision became clearer. Before me was a giant dragon glowing with purple spectral light. Its scales were between rose-purple and gray-black, a characteristic of shadow attribute beasts. Its dragon horns were oddly shaped, resembling the sharp fangs of a wild beast, and radiated a powerful shadow force. There was no doubt this was the shadow dragon I had been searching for. Whoosh! The wind howled as the giant dragon landed. Its body coiled into a ring, like a towering mountain standing beside me. My heart raced. In this era where dragons had become extinct, seeing a surviving dragon was enough to make anyone lose their composure. Medusa shook her head, unable to contain her amazement. I didn't expect that purebred dragons would still exist in this world. Ailu, who possessed dragon bones and was thus part dragon, resonated with the shadow dragon. She lifted her delicate hand and gently caressed the shadow dragon's scales. The shadow dragon, old and frail, had white whiskers and had lost most of its scales. Its body was covered in the scars of war, with layers of wounds that were as horrifying as a severe skin disease. Despite this, it did not diminish the immense aura it radiated. This aura was unique to purebred dragons, powerful enough to crush the aura of any beast type in the world. In the known human realm, only the purebred dragon's bloodline quality reaches the creation level. The creation quality bloodline is also the strongest beastmaster bloodline currently known. The shadow dragon did not resist Ailu's touch, it could sense the presence of its kin in her. Xiao Xingyu, I can be certain of one thing. From the wounds on this shadow dragon, it has survived the dragon-slaying war. Lulu, do you think there could be other surviving dragons besides the shadow dragon? Ailu shook her head, unsure and unwilling to speculate. I walked closer, only a meter away from the shadow dragon. The shadow dragon was attracted by the voidwing dragon's heart's blood. It expected to encounter kin but was surprised by the appearance of a human. At the moment it saw me, the shadow dragon was startled. Especially when it locked eyes with me, in that thunderclap-like instant, its pupils widened as if they might leap out of its eye sockets. Its breathing was rapid, its chest heaving violently. The scales on its body stood erect, emitting a deep dragon's roar that spoke of a soul-touching fear.
Alulu, what is it?
Step back a bit. It seems terrified of you, terribly so. I pondered and analyzed. If it has experienced the dragon-slaying war, then it would naturally fear humans. After all, it was humans who destroyed the dragon race. Ailu shook her head again, her tone serious. No, based on my intuition, it is not afraid of humans in general, it's afraid of you specifically. Afraid of me? Why? This is our first meeting, there's no grievance or enmity between us. Why would it be afraid of me? I was puzzled, and I hadn't even activated the demon god eye during our stare. Medusa suddenly spoke up, offering a new perspective. Master, I have a bold guess. Could it be that the shadow dragon fears the bloodline flowing within you? I was taken aback, my brow furrowing.
Xiao, what do you mean by that?
Master, I mean no offense. I just want to ask if you know who your parents are? My sister and I grew up in an orphanage. As for my parents, I fell into silence. He was a smart man, and even without Medusa spelling it out, he understood her meaning. What if my parents are related to that lost century of history, related to that dragon-slaying war? Or perhaps my parents were also dragon slayers? Thinking along these lines, the shadow dragon's fear of me began to make a bit more sense. Who exactly are my parents? This question troubled me. I had asked Xiao Ruoxue multiple times, but her answers were always the same. Either she couldn't clearly remember from her childhood, or she said that since we were old enough to remember, we had been living in the orphanage. I lowered my head, my gaze forlorn. Ailu, typically sharp-tongued but soft-hearted, saw my lonely and helpless figure and came over to hold my hand. If you want to investigate your biological parents in the future, Medusa and I will help you. Medusa nodded in agreement. Master, you saved my life. I will repay any command you give with my life.
Thank you both.
I looked again at the shadow dragon. In its aged and murky dragon eyes were stories of history and the scars of war. Especially the hint of fear deep in its eyes made me strongly feel that it was not afraid of me, but rather of the bloodline flowing within me, the bloodline granted by my biological parents. The shadow dragon's reaction deeply stirred my heart and gave me a strong desire to investigate my parents. I took a deep breath, inhaling the cold air to clear my mind. In the future, I will put investigating my parents on the agenda. Perhaps the truth is just as Xiao said, my parents are related to the dragon-slaying war. Medusa asked, Master, where do you plan to start? I furrowed my brow. I don't have a plan yet. Ailu's expression darkened, and her voice carried a tone of sternness. If we're talking about the dragon-slaying war, the person most involved in this war is that woman, right? I was stunned, and the image of the Dragon Kingdom's Empress Huangyan City flashed in my mind. Countless speculations flooded my thoughts. Does Huangyan City know my parents? If she does, what is her relationship with them? Her true form is an undocumented black dragon. Could it be that my parents? These thoughts were illogical. After all, there is very little known information, making it impossible to draw effective conclusions. The truth of history was submerged on the day the dragon-slaying war ended. Even some of the involved parties, due to their mortal limitations, couldn't see the full picture of the truth. What kind of person is Huangyan City? What is her connection to me? To unravel these mysteries, the word a dragon is the only key. Alulu, Xiao, if we are to start from Huangyan City to find information about my parents, it cannot be rushed. We must plan carefully. Moreover, if Huangyan City detects that I am investigating her in secret, given her character, she might lose all trust in me. Ailu nodded in agreement and then asked, what are your plans now? Overall, improving my strength is the way forward. I must accelerate my advancement to quickly reach a level where I can handle conflicts with Huangyan City with ease. By that time, perhaps we will uncover the full truth of the dragon-slaying war, including who my parents really are. Ailu and Medusa exchanged glances, clearly satisfied with their young master. They saw calmness, exceptional strategy, and a strong ambition in this young man. Sometimes even restraint can be a form of strength. Before I have fully developed my wings, I will not confront Huangyan City. Let's handle the urgent matter first. I pulled my thoughts back and activated the demon god's eye. I could clearly see that the dying shadow dragon had a large dragon egg in its belly. The surface of the egg was already cracked, meaning it was long overdue. The shadow dragon dared not release the egg, fearing that its nearly dying body could not protect the hatchling from the elements. After the Dragon Slayer War, it had been hiding alone, seeking survival and a suitable guardian for the hatchling. Fortunately, in its last moments, it encountered the young man destined to revive the dragon race. This was fate's arrangement. I took a step forward, approaching the shadow dragon. Driven by instinctive fear, the shadow dragon let out an angry roar, its eyes red as blood. It feared the human before it and the bloodline flowing within him. But it was too weak to fly away and could only remain coiled at the edge of the cliff, watching me with wary and pitiful eyes. Don't be afraid. I won't harm you. I extended my hand, attempting to touch the shadow dragon's scales. Roi. The shadow dragon, in a last burst of energy, exhaled a blast of searing dragon breath. The flames, infused with shadow power, immediately engulfed my small frame. When the flames subsided, I was unharmed, thanks to Ailu standing in front of me. A fool. It's afraid of you right now, and you still insist on approaching it. If it weren't for me, its dragon breath would have reduced you to ashes. I was panicking. This isn't working. The shadow dragon's life force is almost exhausted. It still has a dragon egg inside. It must lay the egg before it dies. Otherwise, it would be a waste of all our efforts. The shadow dragon was in a state of stress, and since it feared me, it would not entrust its child to me. Therefore, it would rather die with its child. Medusa, holding her delicate chin, suggested, Master, why not try the dragon's tear? A dragon's tear? I was initially surprised, then smacked my thigh, revealing joy. Of course. How did I not think of that? The dragon's tear is one of the 3 great treasures of the dragon race. Compared to the other 2 treasures, the reverse scale sword and the dragon king's beard, the dragon's tear is the mildest and can soothe the heartache of all beings. I summoned the dragon's tear once more, a brilliant crystal sphere appearing in my palm. Sensing the presence of the dragon's tear, the shadow dragon's blood-red eyes became clear again and its fear gradually dissipated. For the dragon race, the presence of the dragon's tear meant the homeland of dragons. I held the dragon's tear and walked to the shadow dragon's feet, lifting my head to meet its gaze. I am the keeper of the dragon's tear, theoretically one of the 3 great leaders of your dragon race. Regardless of your prejudice against me, I hope you can trust me once and entrust your child to me. If you refuse to trust me, your child will perish with you. Can you bear that? Under the calming influence of the dragon's tear, the shadow dragon's emotions stabilized considerably. It could understand every word I said. Roi. A low, sorrowful dragon's roar echoed through the air as the shadow dragon coiled its massive body and pressed its enormous head against its abdomen. Through the cavity, it could hear the heartbeat of the dragon egg. It was a living young dragon, a continuation of the dragon lineage. Drip.
Under the golden sunlight, a tear slipped from the corner of the shadow dragon's eye, melting the surrounding snow. At that moment, its battle-scarred body shone with a maternal glow. It was clear that the shadow dragon had been touched by my words, but it had not yet let down its last bit of instinctive defense toward this human. I knew I couldn't be forceful, I had to outweed it. I activated my space ring and extracted the dragon incubation platform. In the center of the platform lay a quiet dragon egg. This egg was a reward I had previously received from the system. Under my careful care, and with Ailu's daily use of dragon power for nourishment, the egg had been perfectly maintained. As a mother, the shadow dragon could clearly sense how happy the life within this egg was. I stepped forward, raising my hand and placing it gently on the shadow dragon's head. Trust me, I will care for your child as I would care for this egg. My eyes, filled with determination and sincerity, completely moved the shadow dragon, and it lowered its final guard. A surge of dragon power rippled across the frosted peak, altering the colors of the world, obscuring the sun and moon. The shadow dragon began to stretch out its coiled body, revealing a dragon egg beneath its smooth belly. The egg emitted a purple-black halo, with intricate curse patterns on the surface, highlighting its shadow attribute. Since the egg was well past its due date, large cracks appeared on the shell the moment it hit the ground, and the hatchling was about to break free. I took a step back, knowing I should remain silent and allow this final farewell ceremony for the dragon mother and her child. The cold sunlight illuminated the snow at the mountaintop. The shadow dragon lowered its head, which was about to lose consciousness, and gently licked the surface of the egg. Crack! The cracks on the egg multiplied until the shell completely shattered. In that instant, a dazzling purple-black light erupted. As the light faded, a dragon hatchling appeared in the snow. It was only 3 meters long and looked quite frail. Its dragon horns were still undeveloped, resembling a small snake. Externally, the only feature confirming its draconic nature was the dragon scales embedded in its skin. I activated the demon eye, and the data panel became clear.
Name, Shadow Dragon.
Level, Hatchling, Tier 1, equivalent to a fully grown beast, Tier 1. Bloodline, Pure Dragon, Creation Quality. Talent 1, Dragon Power, Bloodline Suppression, weakens the enemy's attack and defense, attacks deal double pain to the enemy. Talent 2, Shadow Power, controls the power of shadows. Attributes, Dragon, Flight, Ocean, Shadow. Loyalty, 0. Skills. Dragon Shadow Clone, creates shadow clones to attack the enemy, with a maximum of 3 clones. Shadow Mimicry, uses its shadow to mimic enemy skills, adding shadow power to the skills. Ultimate skill Shadow Death Black Dragon Wave, breathes out shadow dragon breath containing pure dragon power, causing terrifying critical damage to the enemy. Evolution Path, Hatchling, Juvenile, Adult Complete. Habits and Preferences, needs to consume a large amount of frost stones to grow, sleeps during the day, stays awake at night. Friendly reminder. If daytime battles are required, please adjust its schedule in advance. This is the data panel for the Shadow Dragon Hatchling, with its talents and potential visibly apparent.
The birth of the hatchling signifies the fading of its mother. The shadow dragon's breathing grew weaker, and it gazed at the hatchling in the snow with a tender expression. The hatchling hopped around, leaving cute little footprints in the snow. It approached its mother, lifting its small head with a hint of innocent foolishness in its clear eyes. The shadow dragon bent down and used its last ounce of strength to kiss the hatchling's forehead. Then, it flicked its tail, pushing the hatchling toward me. The shadow dragon emitted a soft whine, as if giving its final instructions to the hatchling. Understanding its mother's intent, the hatchling moved closer to me. I activated the demon eye. The data panel updated. Loyalty plus 100. The loyalty of the shadow dragon hatchling increased from 0 to 100. This was the shadow dragon's final piece of advice to its child, encouraging it to trust this human and stay close to them in the future. A cold wind blew, and the temperature at the frosted peak suddenly dropped. The sunlight gradually dimmed as the dragon's eyes slowly closed. The shadow dragon lowered its head, its final trace of life fading away. I stood in place, witnessing the fall of the great dragon. With the dragon's death, life emerged. The frosted peak, usually covered in perpetual snow and devoid of vegetation, unknowingly blossomed into a sea of vibrant flowers. The shadow dragon's bones scattered with the wind, leaving behind only a shimmering dragon soul essence. This is a characteristic of shadow dragons. After death, their bones vanish, leaving only their dragon soul behind. I activated the dragon's tear and stored the shadow dragon's dragon soul within it. The young dragon, just born and unaware of life and death, stared at the dragon's tear in my hand with a naive gaze. I raised my left hand and gently stroked the young dragon's head. I promise you, I won't use your mother's dragon soul to evolve other beasts. I will keep it safely in the dragon's tear. Whenever you miss her, I can let her accompany you. The young dragon, still naive, nodded and wagged its tail, rubbing its small face against my embrace to show affection. Its mother said it could completely trust this human, and that was the young dragon's inner monologue. I bit my finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the hatchling's forehead. Little one, are you willing to sign a blood pact with me and become my beast? The hatchling raised its head and let out a soft, squeaky roar, combining majesty with cuteness. My blood merged with the hatchling's body, creating a soul resonance between us. A blood pact mark appeared on the hatchling's forehead, and the Beastmaster's emblem on my wrist also began to warm slightly. This meant the blood pact was complete. I became the first dragon master of the post-dragon slaying era. This marks the beginning of the dragon race's revival and the dawn of a new era. A hatchling covered in dark purple and black dragon scales bounced around joyfully in the snow. Tired from playing, it curled up in my embrace, its dragon eyes half closed, its tail swaying as it showed an expression of contentment. Under my gentle touch, the hatchling fell asleep, breathing evenly. Occasionally, it made soft, baby-like sounds and even ground its teeth, likely dreaming. Oh, congratulations, Master. Congratulations, Master. You are the first dragon master since the dragon slaying war. I'm truly happy for you, Master. If I were to start a company like the Xiao Corporation, only Medusa would be suitable to head the flattery department. Ailu curled her lips and commented, "Keh, brown-noser." I feigned indignation. Lulu, how can you speak to Sasha like that? How can I rule the world with palace intrigues like this? Medusa, with misty eyes and a look of pitiful innocence, said, "Master, don't blame her. All faults are mine." Ailu rolled up her sleeves. "You green tea snake, believe it or not, I'll pinch your 7 inches. Playing and joking aside, it didn't affect the bonds and feelings among the three of us.
As I've said before, if one day I become a king, this fox and this snake will be my true wings of royalty. Night fell. The hatchling slept peacefully in my arms. The evolution path of purebred dragons is different from any other beast. Normal beast evolution path. Initial form. Mature form. Complete form. Extraordinary form. Beast king form. Beast emperor form. Beast god form. Gotslia form. Star destroyer form. Chaos form. Dragon evolution path. Hatchling form. Juvenile form. Adult form. Complete form. For comparison, a purebred dragon's hatchling form is roughly equivalent to a normal beast's complete form. A purebred dragon's juvenile form is roughly equivalent to a normal beast's beast emperor form. A purebred dragon's adult form is roughly equivalent to a normal beast's star destroyer form. A purebred dragon's complete form is roughly equivalent to a normal beast's chaos form. However, the Earth's environment greatly limits the development of purebred dragons. Most purebred dragons, while active on Earth, reach their adult form as their growth limit. For instance, the shadow dragon's mother, the shadow dragon, had its level capped at the adult form, tier 3, before death, unable to advance to the complete form. In other words, to activate the full potential of purebred dragons and evolve them to the complete form, they need to escape Earth's constraints. Currently, human civilization is not capable of surviving beyond Earth and can only struggle on this wasteland. Medusa asked curiously, Master, why did the dragon egg from the shadow dragon hatch immediately, whereas the egg you've been incubating on the dragon incubation platform has not hatched yet? I provided an explanation. As I mentioned, the dragon egg inside the shadow dragon was overdue, so it could hatch immediately upon birth. It's akin to a well-prepared foundation leading to immediate results. The egg on the dragon incubation platform is in a special situation. I believe the hatchling from this egg will likely reach the Dragon King bone level. Purebred dragon bloodlines are of creation quality and represent the pinnacle of beast bloodlines. However, within the dragon race, there is a system for differentiating talent levels. The dragon's talent is determined by the level of its dragon bones. Dragon bone levels are categorized into 5 tiers. Dragon Master Bone. Dragon Vision Bone. Dragon General Bone. Dragon Candidate Bone. Dragon King Bone. The Shadow Dragon's dragon bones were of the lowest level, Dragon Master Bone. The lower the dragon bone level, the easier it is for the dragon egg to hatch, with a shorter incubation period and fewer complications. Conversely, higher dragon bone levels mean the opposite. I activated the demon god's eye to look at the mysterious dragon egg on the dragon incubation platform. Inside the egg was a chaotic black mist, making it hard to discern what was happening. Therefore, I speculated that the dragon inside this egg might have dragon bones at the Dragon King level, representing the peak of dragon talent. This filled me with high expectations for the future of this egg. Lulu, hatching this dragon egg is a significant task with a long way to go. When you have free time, use dragon power to nurture it. With the power of the dragon incubation platform, it should be only a matter of time before the hatchling emerges. Ailu nodded and promised to carefully care for the egg as instructed. Before the egg hatches as a dragon master, I could only rely on the power of the shadow dragon hatchling in my arms. Soon, the little dragon woke up, making cooing sounds, its clear eyes full of anticipation. Medusa touched the hatchling's skinny belly.
Is this little one hungry?
It should be hungry. Its diet only consists of cold shadow stones, which aren't available for sale. Tomorrow, I'll go to the Imperial City and ask Director Luo Tiannan of the Mining Bureau. The night passed, and with the dawn, I placed the little dragon into the Beastmaster emblem and, along with the 2 beast-type beauties, set off for home. Azure Dragon Academy.
Dean's office.
Surian slammed the desk in anger, her eyes sharp.
What?
That kid Xiao Xingyu has skipped class again? Chun Chinian, my homeroom teacher, stood before Suruyan, his toes digging into the ground. Dean, please calm down. I just spoke with Xiao Xingyu. He said his great-uncle passed away, and he went to the funeral. He will be back to attend class tomorrow. Suruyan had only given me a 3-day leave. I had stayed on Frost Peak for 5 days. Today was the 6th day, and skipping class for 3 consecutive days had made Suruyan furious. A great-uncle passing away and attending the funeral? Understandable.
Wait a minute.
This kid grew up in an orphanage.
Apart from an older sister, where would he have a great uncle? Chen Qinian looked embarrassed. I forgot to turn off the gas at home. I need to go back now. Chen Qinian, as a homeroom teacher, how do you manage your students? Bring Xiao Xingyu to me. I'll deal with him according to school regulations. At this moment, I entered the Imperial City alone. This time, I had two things to accomplish in the Imperial City. First, to meet the Empress to catch up and claim the prize for winning the martial arts tournament. Second, to get some cold shadow stones from Luo Tiannan for the hatchling's food. Imperial City. I arrived at the entrance of the Night Lawn Palace and happened to run into an old acquaintance coming out. The person was none other than Xie Zhong, the first strategist of the Dragon Kingdom. We both stopped and stared at each other from a distance. Xie Zhong stood on the steps, looking down at me with undisguised resentment in his eyes. Lord Xie, what a coincidence. Congratulations, Lord Xiao. As expected, good fortune brings joy. After winning the martial arts tournament, you seem even more spirited and full of energy. The victory in the martial arts tournament isn't solely my achievement, it also includes your son Xie Weiyan's hard work. Xie Zhong's lips twitched. My words were not very damaging but extremely humiliating, and Xie Zhong had no way to refute them. Anyone who watched the tournament knew that the Dragon Kingdom delegation's victory was due to me as the primary contributor. Xie Weiyan was just a minor participant, not even deserving of credit, merely a mention of hard work. Xiao Xingyu, you're still young. You should be more respectful when speaking to your seniors. When I was fighting my way through the power struggles of Dragon Kingdom, you were still in diapers. I nodded and smiled. True, you are indeed my senior in the realm of deceit and power struggles. But as the saying goes, the Yangtze River's later waves push the earlier waves. I will make sure to push you onto the shore. I stepped up the stairs, brushing past Xie Zhong. My handsome profile was cloaked in an aura of sharpness. Xie Zhong remained where he stood. Soon, the divine voice of Shangguan Lan echoed through the hall. Bring him a seat. Thank you, Your Majesty. Click-clack, click-clack. Outside the hall. Xie Zhong clenched his fists, the knuckles making a harsh cracking sound as they turned pale. Xiao Xingyu, opposing me is like seeking your own doom. A thick layer of killing intent clouded Xie Zhong's eyes. This time, he planned to personally participate in devising a scheme to bring about my downfall, a trap specially set for me. Night Lawn Palace. Isat opposite Shongwan Lan. Accompanying the ruler is like accompanying a tiger. Playing chess with her is like riding a tiger that cannot be dismounted. Shangguan Lan insisted that I play chess with her, which tested not only my chess skills but also my emotional intelligence. White pieces were placed on the board. Shangguan Lan smiled lightly. You performed well in this martial arts tournament. Your perfect bond with the Thunder Jade Qilin was beyond my expectations. It's all thanks to your Majesty's blessings. Holding the black pieces, I placed one slowly. Is that so? Perhaps. You see, only the Beastmasters of my Shangguan clan can forge a perfect bond with pure-blooded Qilin. Xiao Xingyu, your performance makes me wonder if you might actually be my illegitimate child. The statement sounded strange. I was momentarily stunned and then forced a wry smile. Your Majesty, you jest. I, Xiao Xingyu, am just an orphan. How could I have any connection to you? The topic ended there and no further discussion was made. As the game reached its midpoint, we took a short break. During this time, Shangguan Lan instructed a maid to present me with the prize for winning the martial arts tournament. Take these. I looked at the two treasures on the tray, my eyes sparkling with excitement. On the tray lay a golden phoenix feather, shimmering with iridescent light, and the surrounding air was charged with a continuous flow of spiritual energy. This was the Phoenix God's golden feather, a precious item that could save one's life in critical moments. When a Beastmaster's beast faces a fatal blow, the Phoenix God's golden feather can substitute for the beast, blocking the fatal strike and then turning to ashes. Although the Phoenix God's golden feather was a one-time use treasure, its power was extraordinary, capable of turning dire situations into opportunities and even allowing for counterattacks against opponents. The other treasure was a delicate necklace adorned with many red gems, infused with the vast power of the stars. Eternal Necklace provides a continuous flow of starlight power to angel-type Beastmasters and can create 10 seconds of daylight in the darkness. This treasure was a thoughtful gift from Shangguan Lan, knowing that I had an angel-type Beastmaster under my command. I suppressed my excitement, took a deep breath, and said, "Your Majesty, the rewards you have given me are too precious." The Phoenix God's golden feather and the eternal necklace, one a life-saving artifact and the other an SSS-grade magical item, were unavailable on the market and belonged to Shangguan Lan's private collection. These are what you deserve. Moreover, these items are just some old wedding gifts that have gathered dust over the years. I don't need them, so it's fine to give them to you. Shangguan Lan's casual remark piqued my curiosity.
A wedding gifts?
In the eyes of the world, Shangguan Lan had no husband since her ascension to the throne, only a daughter. Little was known about her background, family, or marriage. From your expression, it seems you're interested in my marital status? No, not at all. Shangguan Lan rarely spoke of her past to outsiders, but looking at the young man before her, she suddenly felt a strong urge to confide.
Why did the wedding gifts gather dust?
Because I never married. I lowered my head, not daring to comment or ask further. That man. I hated him for my entire life. Shangguan Lan's eyes were filled with a mix of love and hatred, with buried grievances that seemed like a deep, bottomless well. I pondered, never married? She's a woman of extraordinary beauty. How could she not have married? Who was that man she mentioned? Could he have had some connection to my parents? The many unresolved mysteries gave me a headache. Shangguan Lan made her move, winning the game with white pieces. I withdrew my black pieces and smiled, "Your Majesty, I lost." Shangguan Lan waved, and a maid refilled my teacup with hot tea. Xiao Xingyu, although the Imperial Soul Organization will secretly protect you, you must remain cautious and stay on guard. After all, your performance in the martial arts tournament is a double-edged sword. While you enjoy the adoration and respect of the world, you will also become the target of many. I nodded solemnly. I understand the principle of easier to dodge a direct attack than a hidden one. That's good. Now, return to your Azure Dragon Academy and prepare for the study trip and final exams. Yes, Your Majesty. With the martial arts tournament concluded, the weight on my shoulders was significantly lighter. As the Dragon Kingdom's Spring Festival approached, only two major tasks remained in my academic life. One was the study trip. At the end of each year, the 4 major Beastmaster academies in the Dragon Kingdom organized study trips. The deans and mentors would arrange for students to travel, relax, and simultaneously contract new beasts. The other was the final exams. The difficulty of the final exams far exceeded that of the midterm exams. I only needed to complete these 2 tasks before the winter break arrived. He was eagerly anticipating the break, during which he could spend time with his sister, Xiao Ruoxue, and also go on dates with Murong Xinshin. I left the Night Lawn Palace and didn't rush to leave the Imperial City but instead went to the Mining Bureau. In the palace, only Shangguan Lan remained. A crow flew through the window and landed next to Shangguan Lan. "Raven, I have a task for you. I'll investigate Xiao Xingyu's parents. Keep searching until you find something." Imperial Soul Division. The raven, who could communicate remotely through the crow, stiffened as he read through the documents. Your Majesty, why the sudden interest in Xiao Xingyu's background again? Is that a question you should be asking? Forgive me, Your Majesty. I misspoke. Imperial City Mining Bureau. Director Luo Tianan, who had a face full of fat, personally brewed tea for me. Lord Xiao, this is my treasured Hongxi Jin Jun tea, a true delicacy. You are in for a treat. I took a seat, sipped the hot tea, and expressed my pleasure. The tea's aroma is rich, and it has a lingering sweetness. It truly is a premium tea. I believe my sister would also enjoy it. I remembered that Xiao Ruoxue liked tea, so I kept it in mind. Since your sister likes it, I'll give you the last 2 pounds of Hongxi Jin Jun tea in my stock. Luo Tianan instructed a maid to pack the 2 pounds of tea in an elegant gift box and hand it to me. Before the martial arts tournament, Luo Tianan had already decided to align with me. Now that I had triumphed and brought back the long-awaited championship cup for the Dragon Kingdom, Luo Tianan was even more convinced that his choice was correct. My future was limitless. Following me would undoubtedly be the right choice. After finishing the tea, Luo Tianan took the initiative to ask, "Lord Xiao, if you have something to say, just speak up. We are all on the same side." Director Luo, you are a smart person, so I won't beat around the bush. I recall that your mining bureau manages a mine that produces shadow stones. Luo Tianan nodded repeatedly. Indeed, we have such a mine. Do you need shadow stones? Shadow stones were currently the purest known crystals containing shadow power in the world. The baby shadow dragon I had just contracted required shadow stones for each meal to grow healthily. Therefore, I needed a large amount of shadow stones and continuous supply without interruption.
Director Luo, how many shadow stones do you have in stock? Can you give them all to me?
A stock? Lord Xiao, please wait a moment while I check. Luo Tianan made a phone call. Soon, a staff member came to report. Director Luo, the warehouse's stock of shadow stones is down to 32 pieces. I frowned upon hearing this and muttered to myself. 32 pieces? Given Schwer's appetite, 32 shadow stones might only last for 3 meals, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Using the demon god's eye, I had calculated that a baby shadow dragon needed around 10 shadow stones per meal to achieve optimal results, ensuring it was full but not overly stuffed, thus allowing perfect digestion. Just like humans, beasts required 3 meals a day. I was troubled by the fact that after a day, I still had to figure out how to solve the problem of the next meal. To be honest, 32 shadow stones are barely enough to fill the gaps. I need a large quantity of shadow stones, as many as possible, and I won't turn any away. Director Luo, could you expedite the mining process for the new batch of shadow stones? Luo Tianan showed a hesitant expression. Lord Xiao, you know me well. If you need help, I, Luo Tianan, have no reason to refuse. But the reality is that the shadow stones in the current mine are almost exhausted. Even if we continue digging, we can only find some scattered and low-quality shadow stones, which will not meet your needs. I knew Luo Tianan wouldn't deceive me, and a worried expression appeared on my face. After a moment of silence, an idea struck me. Your mining bureau has the most advanced geological detection equipment and the best technicians. Can't you find a second mine with shadow stones? Luo Tianan answered honestly, we've been working on this issue, but the progress is slow, and we haven't precisely located the second shadow stone mine yet. I understood this. After all, in the Dragon Kingdom's Beastmaster system, shadow-type beasts are relatively rare. Moreover, training shadow-type beasts is difficult and requires high awareness and skill from the Beastmaster. This has led to very little demand for shadow-type evolution materials in the market. Shadow stones, being one of those materials, mean the mining bureau doesn't invest much effort into finding them, resulting in delays and setbacks in locating a second mine. Director Luo, could I join the team working on locating the second shadow stone mine? Lord Xiao, asking me to let you join is like hitting me in the face. Since you urgently need a large quantity of shadow stones, I guarantee that in one day, just one day, I will give you an answer. The low efficiency was due to not going through the back door. By going through the back door directly, the plan to locate the second shadow stone mine became a top priority for the entire mining bureau, and efficiency skyrocketed. Under Luo Tiannan's orders, all technicians in the mining bureau worked overnight just to help me find the second shadow stone mine. Connections are also part of one's strength. Unknowingly, many influential figures who were loyal to me had gathered around, making my path to becoming smoother. In the evening, Backstreet of Azure Dragon Academy at the Xiao Xingyu Hotpot restaurant. In a private room, 2 men and 2 women were toasting in celebration. Murong Yangshua was radiant with joy. To the first toast, celebrating Xingyu and Wanqing leading the Dragon Kingdom delegation to win the martial arts tournament championship. To the second toast, celebrating my younger sister for successfully passing the 3-star assessment and becoming a 3-star Beastmaster. During the martial arts tournament, Murong Xinshin couldn't attend the event to cheer for me. However, she achieved something significant by passing the 3-star assessment and becoming a 3-star Beastmaster. It's rare for students to pass the 3-star assessment in their first semester, showing how exceptional Murong Xinshin's talent is. A6 Jean, congratulations, you did it. I raised my hand and affectionately ruffled Murong Xinshin's white hair. Xingyu, you've got chili oil on your lips. Murong Xinshin picked up a tissue and gently wiped the corners of my mouth. Luo Wanqing observed everything with a touch of astonishment. Oh wow, you two are openly showing off your affection. The hot pot hasn't even started, and I'm already full from all this dog food. Murong Xinshin looked at her with a naive expression. Senior Luo, do you like eating dog food? What brand do you usually eat? Uft. Luo Wanqing spat out a mouthful of fruit-flavored beer. Xinshin, your thought process is about the same as Xiao Xingyu's. Birds of a feather flock together. Soon, steaming hot lamb slices were served fresh from the kitchen.
As everyone ate and chatted, the atmosphere was light and joyful. Murong Yangshua served me a large portion of lamb meat, a mischievous grin in his eyes.
Xingyu, eat more lamb. It's good for you, and my sister too.
Yangshua, have some lamb kidneys.
It's good for you, and for Senior Luo too.
Luo Wanqing's face flushed red.
A tisk, men, can't you ever stop with the innuendos?
Suddenly my phone rang. I answered the call.
Oh hello, Sister Yanran.
It's been a while since I last heard from you. On the other end of the line, Qin Yanran's tone was reproachful.
Xingyu, you've been back for a week and haven't even thought to contact me?
I felt a bit embarrassed, my face turning red. There were too many women he had to meet, and he could barely keep up. Today, he had to go out with Murong Xinshin, and tomorrow, he needed to visit the imperial city to meet Princess Shangguan of the Dragon Kingdom. The phrase "a trouble with women" seemed to have been coined just for me.
If you have time, come to the Sky Horizon Guild for the pre-task briefing.
Oh, what happened?
The guild is about to undertake an S-rank mission tomorrow, and the team needs to have a beast doctor. You're the perfect choice.
All right, I'll head over there now.
I hung up the phone.
Xinshin, Yangshua, Senior Luo, you all continue eating.
I need to step out for a bit, but we'll be back soon.
Sky Horizon Guild headquarters. Outside the conference room. The elevator doors opened and I walked out. Qin Yanran darted towards me, opening her arms and pulling me into a tight hug. Although I was tall, Qin Yanran's height was also impressive. So, when I was enveloped in her embrace, my head rested perfectly against her ample chest.
Ahem, Sister Yanran, I can't breathe.
Xingyu, it's been so long.
I've missed you so much.
Qin Yanran, who adored her younger brother, hadn't seen me for at least a month. Seeing her again, she couldn't hide her joy and held me tightly. Resting against Qin Yanran, inhaling her enchanting scent, I felt relaxed, with a warm current flowing through me. No matter when, I was always a part of the Sky Horizon Guild. This place was like a second home to me. After the hug, Qin Yanran took my hand. The meeting has already started.
Let's hurry in.
We walked into the conference room. At the head of the meeting table sat a mature woman, graceful and alluring, though her icy demeanor made her seem unapproachable. This was an old acquaintance of mine, the Vice President of the Sky Horizon Guild, Lu Yu.
Hello, Vice President Lu.
Upon seeing me enter the room, Lu Yu's frosty expression softened slightly, and her gaze took on a hint of warmth and familiarity towards me.
Xingyu, you're here.
Have a seat.
In public, I called her Vice President Lu, but privately, she was addressed as a auntie when speaking with Qin Yanran. I sat down with Qin Yanran and the meeting continued. This is the pre-task briefing for the mission. Tomorrow, the Sky Horizon Guild will dispatch an elite team to undertake an S-rank mission. The detailed task information is displayed on the large screen. Task name, protect Yunshan Town. Task background, recently, a large number of ghost-type magical beasts have appeared in Yunshan Town, causing severe casualties among the townsfolk. Survivors are also suffering from mental disorders and dying from tortured souls. Task level S-rank. Task objective, hunt down the ghost-type magical beasts and restore peace to the citizens of Yunshan Town. Task reward, 130 million gold coins plus 30 boxes of high-quality beast nourishment agents. As I review the screen, Qin Yanran patiently explains beside me.
Xingyu, tasks in the guild are classified from low to high difficulty as follows: C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. When the difficulty reaches S rank, the reward generally exceeds 100 million. If no other Beastmaster guilds in the vicinity are willing to take the job, the employer will increase the stakes. This S-rank task is one of those cases. The mayor of Yunshan Town, Gu Changfeng, added an extra 30 boxes of high-quality beast nourishment agents to the 130 million gold coins reward. That's why Auntie agreed to take the task. I nod in understanding. After all, the magical beasts appearing in Yunshan Town are ghost-type beasts. The strange abilities of ghost-type beasts are the most troublesome for Beastmasters. A slight mistake could lead to nightmares, resulting in task failure and even turning oneself into a mental patient. So, in reality, this S-rank task is closer to S+ in difficulty. Qin Yanran's eyes light up and she playfully pinches my smooth, fair cheek. You haven't executed a single guild task, but your analysis is spot on. You truly are a prodigy. Lu Yu casts an appreciative glance at me. Xingyu, that's why I called you here.
The guild members are all aware of your talent.
Those ghost-type magical beasts with their bizarre abilities, no matter how deeply they hide their weaknesses, you'll be able to see through them, right? Note. Tomorrow, I can serve as both the beast doctor and a data analyst.
Excellent.
Luyu rises, slams her hand on the table, and begins assigning roles.
Ginyanran. I hear. Sheng Wenbo. I hear. Axiahe. I hear.
Oyuven Xuandu. Gia Tilde. You four, along with me, will form an elite team responsible for carrying out tomorrow's S-rank mission. The task list is finalized. 5-Star Beastmasters, Qin Yanran, Sheng Wenbo, Xiahe. 6-Star Beastmaster, Yuven Xuandu. The G3+1 team configuration is the standard for executing S-rank tasks. The G3 refers to 3 5-Star Beastmasters, while the A1 is a 6-Star Beastmaster. With this lineup, the addition of someone like me, despite being only a 4-star, can significantly enhance the team with support, high-level healing, and enemy weakness analysis, effects that can be even more beneficial than adding another 6-star Beastmaster. After the meeting, Liu stops Yuan Xuandu. He is a middle-aged man with an unremarkable appearance, a 6-star rank, good strength, but not exceptionally talented. He has been with the Sky Horizon Guild for a long time. The scar on his left eye is a testament to his significant contributions to the guild. Yuan, you'll be the team leader for tomorrow's mission. Make sure to protect Yanran and Xingyu. Don't worry, Vice President Liu. I will ensure their safety. Since Qin Yanran is the only daughter of President Qin Longwei and I am one of the Sky Horizon Guild's most valuable assets, there must be no mistakes. Lu Yu, still concerned, adds, bring a signal gun tomorrow. If there are any unexpected developments during the mission, fire a signal flare and I will send reinforcements immediately. Yuan Xuandu nods and exits the meeting room. With that, only Lu Yu, Qin Yanran, and I remain in the room. Xingyu, now that everyone's gone, don't stand on ceremony.
Alright, Auntie.
You're teachable. After some catching up, Lu Yu's gaze becomes intense. Auntie, is there something you want to discuss with me? Feel free to speak directly. We're family. Then I'll get straight to the point. Lu Yu leans closer to me. And next week, Dragon Kingdom will hold the 100 Cities Guild Tournament. Would you like to participate? The 100 Cities Guild Tournament is one of the largest tournaments in Dragon Kingdom, attracting nationwide attention from people of all ages. In 100 cities across Dragon Kingdom, 100 Beastmaster guilds will be selected to compete. Longyan City has one slot. This slot will be contested between the Hurricane Guild and the Sky Horizon Guild. After all, these two guilds are the strongest in Longyan City. A few months ago, the Hurricane Guild led the Sky Horizon Guild by a significant margin. Now, the two guilds are tied for first place in Longyan City, necessitating a selection match to determine who will advance to the 100 Cities Guild Tournament. I touch my nose and smile awkwardly. Auntie, I'm very interested in participating in such a large-scale event and contributing to the Sky Horizon Guild, but my rank is only 4 stars. Qin Yanran wraps her arm around mine, not noticing that her chest is being pressed by my elbow. Xingyu, you don't need to worry. The competition between guilds is very fair. Each guild sends one contestant of a different rank to compete. This includes 4-star, 5-star, 6-star, 7-star, and even the guild leaders match. There are 5 matches, best of 5. The first to win 3 matches is the winner. I nod with a smile. I see. If that's the case, I can participate in the matches. Yes, as a 4-star, your opponent will be a 4-star. I'm 5-star, so my opponent will be a 5-star. Different matches, different rules. This is the rule for guild duels. It involves different ranks to test the guild's depth. I've been thinking about using the Shadow Dragon's young dragon in the guild duel to make its debut. It will also officially announce to the world that Dragon Kingdom has once again produced a dragon tamer after 100 years. My phone rings. I initially thought it might be Murong Yangshua calling to hurry back to the hot pot restaurant, but to my surprise, it's Luo Tianan, the head of the mining bureau. Hello, Director Luo, has there been progress on the positioning plan for the second Frost Shadow Stone mine? Luo Tiannan's voice is urgent and full of joy. Good news. Lord Xiao, our bureau's technicians have been working overtime and have finally completed the survey. According to the data analysis, there should be rich Frost Shadow Stone resources buried underground in the eastern foothills of the Cloud Sea mountain range. I repeat softly, eastern foothills of the Cloud Sea mountain range.
Director Luo, hold on a moment.
I put down the phone.
Auntie, give me a map of the task area.
I unfold the large map and spread it out on the meeting table.
Oh, what a coincidence.
I smile with excitement, my eyes filled with fervor. The eastern foothills of the Cloud Sea mountain range are right next to Yunshan town. In other words, Yunshan town is at the foot of the Cloud Sea mountain range. The location for the S-rank mission overlaps perfectly with the location of the second Frost Shadow Stone mine. The phone rings again. Luo Tianan respectfully says, Lord Xiao, I know you need the Frost Shadow Stones urgently. I will send a reconnaissance team to the eastern foothills of the Cloud Sea mountain range tomorrow. Once we find the Frost Shadow Stone resources, we will start mining immediately. I smile calmly, but my eyes can't hide my excitement. Director Luo, there's no need to trouble yourselves. I'll be heading to the Cloud Sea mountain range tomorrow anyway. I can handle the reconnaissance myself. I'll update you with any news. At the entrance of the Sky Horizon Guild headquarters, Lu Yu and Qin Yanran stand under the dim streetlights, watching me leave on my Hellfire Phantom Wolf. Tomorrow, I'll be joining the senior members of the Sky Horizon Guild for the S-rank mission. I need to rest and recharge tonight for a good night's sleep. But before sleeping, I still need to catch up with Murong Yangshua and the others since the dinner isn't over yet. We need to keep drinking and having fun. I ride the Hellfire Phantom Wolf down the street, quickly disappearing into the distance. At that moment, a middle-aged man steps out from under a roadside tree. He wears the Sky Horizon Guild's exclusive Beastmaster robe, has an ordinary appearance and an ordinary demeanor, with nothing particularly special about him. He is Yuan Xuandu, a senior member of the Sky Horizon Guild and the strongest 6-star Beastmaster within the guild. Looking at my receding figure, Yuan Xuandu takes out an old mobile phone and dials a mysterious number. Hello, President. I speak. As you suspected, for this S-rank mission, Liu instructed me to participate in the execution. On the other end of the line, a hoarse, sinister laugh is heard. This chilling laugh does not come from the Sky Horizon Guild President Qin Longwei. After all, Qin Longwei is still out on an SSS rank mission and hasn't returned to Huangyan City for several months. The person Yuan Xuandu is speaking with is deeply hidden. The President, tomorrow at noon, I and 3 other Sky Horizon Guild members will head to Yunshan Town to carry out the mission. You've always wanted to investigate the data on the ancient plant-type Beastmaster, the Heavenly Soul Vine. This is a great opportunity. The laughter on the other end of the phone rings out again. That's right, all that's left for our plan is the illusionary god bloodline wood-type Beastmaster Crystal Core. Zero, you've done an excellent job this time. I'm truly impressed. When I achieve my grand plan, you'll be our Dark Abyss Beastmaster Guild's Grand Executor. The Dark Abyss Beastmaster Guild is the second-ranked Dark Guild in Dragon Kingdom, only behind the Rakshasa Gate. Yuan Xuandu smiles broadly, but his voice remains respectful. Thank you for the praise, President. I will definitely devote myself to you, even to my last breath. After finishing the call, Yuan Xuandu hangs up and returns to the Sky Horizon Guild headquarters. Brother Yuan, we're just missing you for the drinks. Alright, I'll pour myself 3 more glasses. Wishing Brother Yuan great success with tomorrow's S-rank mission. Thank you, everyone. The thanks are in the drinks. I'll drink up, you all enjoy yourselves. He acts like a performer on stage, mingling with the members of the Sky Horizon Guild, drinking and celebrating, hiding his treacherous heart behind a mask of camaraderie. Everything is unfolding just as Shangguan Lan predicted. My current prominence has attracted the attention of many dark forces. Especially the Dark Abyss Beastmaster Guild, which has sinister intentions toward me and even has its eyes on the illusionary god bloodline Heavenly Soul Vine. At the end of the night, countless dark currents are surging, like venomous snakes coiling around me, ready to strike at any moment. The next day, Azure Dragon Academy, Principal's office. Su Ruoyan's face is green with anger, while Chun Qinyan's face is pale. Chun Qinyan, why am I still skipping classes today? Last time it was for the funeral of my third uncle, and this time? Is it because my aunt is remarrying and hosting a wedding? Chun Qinyan wipes the cold sweat from his forehead and smiles bitterly. Principal, please calm down. This time you've misunderstood me. Chun Qinyan then hands over a letter. The letter has the Sky Horizon Guild stamp. Sky Horizon Guild? Su Ruoyan looks at him suspiciously. Yes, this is a leave request written personally by Lu Yu, the vice president of the Sky Horizon Guild. Today I'm accompanying members of the Sky Horizon Guild on an S-rank guild mission. After hearing Chen Qinyan's explanation, the anger on Su Ruoyan's face is replaced by concern. Xiao Xingyu indeed has extraordinary talent, but his rank is only 4 stars. How dare he join the Sky Horizon Guild on an S-rank mission? Isn't he afraid of the danger? Principal, are you planning? I'm worried about this kid. Su Ruoyan crosses her arms under her chin, her face grave. According to reports from several school workers, ever since Xiao Xingyu returned from the martial arts competition, some strange people have been appearing around our academy. These people's behavior is suspicious, and they cover their faces with hats and masks. I'm afraid these unusual occurrences are directed at Xiao Xingyu. Su Ruoyan makes a decision. Director Chen, you can leave now and focus on teaching the students. As for Xiao Xingyu, I'll keep an eye on him during this period. Su Ruoyan, the principal of Azure Dragon Academy, personally ensures my safety in secret. At noon, under the bright sunlight, an armed helicopter emblazoned with the Sky Horizon Guild's emblem slowly lands in the depths of the Cloud Sea Mountains. The hatch opens, and the first to disembark is the leader, Yuan Xuandu. Qin Yanran, Sheng Wenba, and Xiaohe follow closely behind. I am the last to exit the cabin, my eyes glazed and the lingering smell of alcohol from the previous night still on me. This elite team of 5 is responsible for executing this S-rank mission. As the saying goes, when 5 people team up, there must be a mentor among them. Perhaps, being the lowest ranked and least experienced member, I am that mentor. Sheng Wenba takes a deep breath, adjusting his glasses, feeling as if his lungs have become murky. This place seems a bit eerie. While the outside world is bathed in the bright sun, this mountain is shrouded in fog, dark and ominous, with visibility no more than 1 meter. Qin Yanran's Gaze ist scharf, steigen vigilant. Sheng is right. If we get more than a meter apart, it'll be hard to distinguish each other's outlines. Xiaohe, with her pink hair and holding a satellite electronic map, speaks in a soft, delicate voice. Captain, I've checked the map. If we pass through the misty forest ahead, we can quickly descend along the eastern foot of the Cloud Sea Mountains and find the northern gate entrance of Yunshan Town. Yuan Xuandu says, all right, let's get ready to move out. Qin Yanran approaches me with concern. Xingyu, this is your first time on an S-rank guild mission. Are you nervous? I shake my head. You're truly exceptional. When I went on my first S-rank mission, I was so scared my legs went weak and I had nightmares for a whole week. I activate the demon god's eye, piercing through the mist, and see a dense array of red dots on my vision. Each red dot represents a ghost-type beast. There are quite a few nightmarish beasts here, scattered through the forest, down the mountain, and in the town. I reveal a meaningful smile. Yanran, after this mission, you'll probably have nightmares for another week. Ga? Why? I don't elaborate further. We need to keep moving, so we press on into the misty forest together. In the darkness, a shadow flickers by, and a pair of crimson eyes, filled with greedy desire, locks onto my back. The mist is getting thicker. Everyone stay together, don't get separated. I can smell the beast scent. Summon your beasts and prepare for combat. In the misty forest, the elite team simultaneously activates their Beastmaster emblems, summoning their respective beasts. Beside Qin Yanran, a fox with crackling electricity appears. This is Qin Yanran's specialty beast, an extraordinary tier, 3rd rank, 3-tailed thunder fox. With just one glance, I can tell that this 3-tailed thunder fox is at the final bottleneck before promotion. It is just one opportunity away from advancing to the Beast King body, 1st rank. At the same time, I can see the hidden evolution path of the 3-tailed thunder fox. Yanran, the 3-tailed thunder fox is about to advance to Beast King body, 1st rank, isn't it? Yes, almost. Don't rush its advancement. If you trust me, I can help it forge a brand new evolution path, granting it even greater power. Qin Yanran's eyes light up with excitement, and she hugs me eagerly. Really? That's wonderful. With you as the evolution master, my 3-tailed thunder fox will surely evolve into a super divine beast. My abilities in beast evolution training are well known, and they can be described as unconventional and unique. The other members of the team also summon their beasts to prepare for battle. Sheng Wenba summons his beast, the Silver Flame Hedgehog, which is an extraordinary tier, 2nd rank, beast capable of shooting long spines covered in flames and toxins.
It excels in long-range attacks and can also roll to launch surprise attacks from close range. Xiaohi calls forth the Ice Heart Unicorn Hawk, also at the extraordinary tier, 2nd rank, which can release icy powers to inflict frostbite and slow down enemies. Within the Sky Horizon Guild, Sheng Wenba and Xiaohi make a highly synchronized duo. The combined assault of the Silver Flame Hedgehog and the Ice Heart Unicorn Hawk will deliver a devastating ice and fire dual assault to their foes. My attention is focused on the team leader for this mission, the 6-star Beastmaster Yuan. He calmly activates his Beastmaster emblem and summons the Shadow Serpent King. This beast appears to be a serpentine creature, its majestic form reminiscent of a king cobra from the primordial tropical rainforest. However, it has a pair of enormous shadow wings on its back that, when flapped, can stir up a storm of wind blades. Without needing to activate the Demon God's Eye, my extensive reading in the Azure Dragon Library allows me to discern this beast's data. Name, Shadow Serpent King. Rank, Beast King Body 2nd rank. Bloodline, Serpent King Bloodline, Epic Quality. Talent, Symbiosis with plants, can establish a life transfer link with nearby plants, rapidly restoring vitality and doubling the self-healing speed of wounds. Attributes, Shadow, Flying, Serpent King. Loyalty, 89. Skills. 1. Shadow Storm, flaps wings to release a toxic cyclone, dealing area damage and an additional knockback effect. 2. Shadow Ambush, transforms into a shadow and merges with the ground to ambush enemies from behind. 3. Ultimate skill, Serpent King Wrapping, wraps its body around the enemy and triggers a shadow explosion, dealing 3x critical damage while suffering 50% backlash damage, which can be quickly recovered through self-healing. Among the team executing this mission, Yuan Xuandu is the only 6-star Beastmaster. Naturally, other beasts pale in comparison to the Shadow Serpent King. The demonic energy is getting closer. Shadows are appearing in the mist, they must be ghost-type beasts. Prepare for battle. In the dense fog, a mass of dark shadows suddenly emerges. Qin Yanran's eyes widen as she sees a swarm of giant mosquitoes approaching, their size far exceeding that of wolves, tigers, and leopards. When these previously indistinguishable insects suddenly swell to such a size, the visual impact on humans is overwhelming. The giant mosquitoes flap their wings furiously, and their long, sharp proboscises head straight for Qin Yanran's face. Qin Yanran's face turns pale as she hurriedly channels her energy. The three-tailed thunder fox lets out a roar, its tail whipping around as it continuously releases lightning orbs. However, every time the lightning orbs destroy a giant mosquito, the mangled insect quickly regenerates and continues attacking Qin Yanran. Why is this happening? Why aren't my attacks working on these giant mosquitoes? Sheng Wenba's anxious voice comes from the side. There are no giant mosquitoes. What I see are toxic bees as large as elephants. Xiaohi, with a panicked expression, exclaims, I see nothing but snakes. Suddenly, silver fireflies spread through the forest. The scenes before Qin Yanran, Sheng Wenba, and Xiaohi start to warp and distort. In this misty forest, there are no giant mosquitoes, no giant toxic bees, and no watchful snakes. A cluster of black mist floats and swirls among the withered trees. Did my eyes just play tricks on me? What are these black mists? My voice cuts through the confusion. These black mists are the nightmare beasts, a type of ghostly beast. The special ability of nightmare beasts is to confuse human souls and create illusions. If I'm not mistaken, the giant mosquitoes, giant toxic bees, or the massive snake swarm you saw are related to childhood traumas, right? Qin Yanran notes. You're right, Starry. When I was young, I used to go with my father to catch fireflies in the woods, but I was terrified of mosquito bites. I also have a skin allergy, so when mosquitoes bit me, I had inflamed, pus-filled welts. I was so embarrassed I didn't even want to go to school for fear of being laughed at by my classmates. The giant toxic bees and snake swarms Sheng Wenba and Xiaohi saw are also linked to their childhood fears. I continue explaining. After the nightmare beasts create their confusing illusions, what you see are all illusions, not reality, so any attacks will be ineffective. My little silver can purify the nightmare beast's nightmarish power, restoring your senses to normal. And now that we can see the true form of the nightmare beasts, which are these floating clusters of black mist, we can attack them effectively. On my right wrist, a vine emitting a silvery glow is coiled. This is the ancient plant-type beast, with a phantom-quality bloodline, the Sky Soul Vine, nicknamed O Little Silver. The Sky Soul Vine is famously shy, much like my little delicate wife. When observed, it quickly retreats into my sleeve, revealing only half of its vine, trembling shyly. Sheng Wenba can't help but admire, as expected of an ancient plant-type beast. Not only can it purify toxins, but it can also cleanse the nightmare beast's nightmarish power. Xiaohi breathes a sigh of relief. It's truly fortunate to have Xiao Xingyu with us on this mission. Otherwise, we'd be stuck in this misty forest for at least an hour. Standing aside, Yuan Xuandu remains silent, his gaze never leaving the Sky Soul Vine. Meanwhile, a shadow in the dark holds a camera, zooming in and capturing details of the Sky Soul Vine from various angles. The shadow's face is openly greedy. In summary, with the Sky Soul Vine present, nightmare beasts below the complete tier cannot use their nightmarish powers to confuse the elite team. This allows the team to speed up their descent. Yuan Xuandu channels his energy. The Shadow Serpent King displays its Beast King body's dominance, flapping its wings to create 2 toxic storm vortexes. The violent serpent poison wind blades obliterate the surrounding black mists, instantly clearing away the lower-tier nightmare beasts, which disintegrate under the Beast King's attack. Yuan Xuandu calmly says, "Let's go, we continue our journey." As we proceed, I suddenly freeze. There seems to be an aura nearby. It's the aura of a Dark Beastmaster. I am highly sensitive to the aura of Dark Beastmasters. Previously, I sensed the aura of the Ghost Umbrella Lady from the Rakshasa sect. This time, I sense a similar aura, but I cannot determine if it's from the Rakshasa sect or another dark guild. My phone rings. I answered the phone. "Hello, Your Highness, I'm sorry." I immediately began with an apology since I had missed my appointment. I had promised Shangguan Qian yesterday that I would come to the Imperial City today to discuss something with her. No need to apologize, I heard you were on an S-rank mission with the Celestial Guild. I wanted to discuss this matter with you in person, but now we'll have to make do with a phone call. I listened attentively. Please go ahead, Your Highness. According to the investigation by the Empire's Soul Organization, a dark force has set its sights on you. I frowned. The information from Shangguan Qian matched the faint aura of Dark Beastmasters nearby. The phone call lasted 5 minutes. Finally, I lowered my voice with a tone of wisdom and playfulness. It looks like I, Xiao Xingyu, will have to get involved again. Don't be overconfident, be very careful. I got it, I'm aware. After hanging up, I feigned nonchalance and followed behind the elite team, though I was secretly planning something. In the misty forest, clusters of black mist were continuously being eliminated by the elite team. Sheng Wenba said, "We'll reach the eastern foothills of the Cloudsea mountain range once we cross the river ahead." Xiaohi, holding the electronic map, said, "The route down the mountain is straightforward. We should reach the northern gate of Yunshan town and meet with the town mayor, Gu Changfeng, within an hour." Oh wait, something feels off. Isn't someone missing? Where's Xiao Xingyu? In the misty forest, with visibility reduced to less than a meter due to the dense fog, I had somehow fallen behind and gotten separated from the group. Qin Yanran grew anxious and shouted, "Starry, please respond if you hear this." Yuan Xuandu remained calm and said softly, "My beast, the Shadow Serpent King, can track Xiao Xingyu's residual aura. Follow me." At this moment, I was acting on my own. I had intentionally left the team to search for the Frost Shadow Stone mines. According to Director Luo's information from yesterday's call, the second Frost Shadow Stone mine should be around here. As I walked, I muttered to myself. I was now at the eastern foothills of the Cloudsea mountain range. Activating the Demon God's Eye, I enhanced my vision and heightened my spiritual awareness. After a while I stopped. There's a strong shadow power beneath this land, perhaps. A little Silver, it's your turn to show your talent. I channeled my spiritual power and summoned the Sky Soul Vine. The Sky Soul Vine is a natural burrowing machine, like a long, endless snake, digging into the ground and going deeper. I closed my eyes and synchronized my senses with the Sky Soul Vine. Time flew by, and after 20 minutes, I suddenly opened my eyes, a brilliant light shining in my gaze. There's indeed a large amount of Frost Shadow Stone buried beneath this land. The geological complexity and depth of the mine make it difficult to extract. This task must be handled by professionals. I forced myself to calm down and immediately dialed Director Luo Tiannan's number at the Mining Treasure Bureau. "Director Luo, the site inspection is complete. I've located the Frost Shadow Stone mine at the eastern foothills of the Cloudsea mountain range. I'll upload the exact coordinates to the Mining Treasure Bureau system. Please send a professional team to start drilling and mining when you have the chance. After hanging up, I uploaded the precise location to the internal network of the Mining Treasure Bureau. I sighed with relief, feeling a weight lift from my chest. Once mining is successful, we won't have to worry about food for the Shadow Dragon hatchlings. This matter is resolved more smoothly than I expected. Now, I should go meet Sister Yenran to avoid making her worried. Just as I took a step, a sound from behind made me stiffen.
Who's there?
I turned around and saw a shadow flicker through a dark thicket. A nightmare beast? No, the aura is different. It should be the aura of a plant-type beast. Suddenly, a chill locked onto me. Whoosh! A pitch-black bullet shot through the mist, aiming for my forehead. A Dakfang. I activated the Beastmaster emblem, opening the gate of the underworld. The hellish phantom wolf leaped out, its sharp claws sweeping through the air to knock the incoming bullet aside. The bullet clattered to the ground. I looked closely. This wasn't an ordinary bullet but a seed from the Black Lotus, also known as a lotus seed. Before I could react, the sneaky shadow rushed out from the thicket, heading straight for me. Hellish roar! I channeled my spiritual energy, and the hellish phantom wolf unleashed its battle skill, shooting a black fire pillar. The shadow, unable to dodge, was hit by the hellish roar, its emaciated form flying back like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily against a rock. I approached, eyes wide with astonishment. A plant type plus beastman type? A dual mix beast, the Black Lotus sharpshooter. The beast lying on the rock had a strange form. It had a humanoid torso, including human-like facial features. Its skin was dark and rough, with a black lotus flower blooming on its head. What was most striking was that it held twin pistols, resembling revolvers. I activated the demon god's eye, and the data panel appeared before me. Name, Black Lotus Sharpshooter. Level, Complete Body Tier 3. Status, Extremely Hungry. Bloodline, Rare Bloodline. Talent, Precision Shooting, Innate Superb Marksmanship with top-notch shooting skills. Every 3 bullets fired, 1 triggers a headshot. Attributes, Plant Type plus Beastman Type, Dual Mix, Ranged Consumption. Loyalty, 0. Skills. Wandering Shot, maintains shooting accuracy while moving at high speeds. Forced Tread, when an enemy is in close proximity, it triggers a passive effect that forces the enemy to be trampled and shot underfoot. Death Backfire, when being chased by an enemy, suddenly turning around and shooting. This attack has a 100% hit rate and triggers 5x critical damage. Fatal Triple Kill, by swiftly closing in on the enemy and shooting from tricky angles, it releases 3 shots, a headshot kill, a close range kill, and a explosive kill. Gunslinger Waltz ultimate skill spins at high speed while entering the enemy ranks, wildly firing 108 bullets. Trigger condition, achieve a firing rate of 5 layers. This is the basic data for the Black Lotus Sharpshooter. I smiled wickedly and remarked, the advantages and disadvantages are so distinct. The advantages of the Black Lotus Sharpshooter are clear. It is a ranged consumption-type beast that uses superb marksmanship to engage enemies from a distance. It also has many battle skills and a high operational ceiling. However, its disadvantages are even more apparent and can nullify its advantages. Its bloodline is only of rare quality, which is a tier lower than epic quality. The low bloodline quality means that its attacks are purely physical damage, without any additional attributes or beast abilities to develop. Physical damage alone is insufficient to stand strong in this era. For example, the Black Lotus Sharpshooter was easily crushed by the hellish phantom wolf, highlighting the difference in bloodline quality and beast abilities. Even if the Black Lotus Sharpshooter's ultimate attack, with 108 Black Lotus bullets, hit the hellish phantom wolf, it would likely be unable to break the wolf's flame shield. The Black Lotus Sharpshooter, lying on the rock and gasping for breath, was filled with fear. It was in an extremely hungry state and lacked the strength to even stand.
Xingyu, we finally found you.
Qin Yanran and the others caught up. Xiaohi reminded, Xiao Xingyu, don't wander off. Do you know how worried we were? Sorry, Sister He, I just needed to urinate by a big tree and then couldn't find you guys. And never mind, we're not blaming you.
Wait, what is this thing?
Everyone's attention was drawn to the Black Lotus Sharpshooter. With a black lotus flower on its head, it's a plant-type beast? And its torso looks very human-like, a beastman type? I took the lead in explaining. This is a dual-mix beast, combining plant-type and beastman type, known as the Black Lotus Sharpshooter. Qin Yanran was curious, murmuring to herself,
Black Lotus Sharpshooter? What could have happened to a Black Lotus flower to cause such an outrageous evolutionary mutation? Yuan Xuandu ordered, Xiaohi, check the electronic map.
Okay.
I found it. There used to be a military factory in the eastern foothills of the Cloudsea mountain range. And it wasn't just any military factory, it was equipped with a biochemical weapon laboratory. After the apocalypse, the factory was abandoned and the biochemical laboratory exploded, killing all personnel. I suddenly understood. It seems that the Black Lotus flower mutated into the Black Lotus Sharpshooter due to the aftermath of the laboratory explosion. Qin Yanran carefully observed the Black Lotus Sharpshooter. From its aura, it seems the bloodline is at most of rare quality, with no cultivation value. Rare bloodline beasts might still hold some value in the remote towns of the Dragon Kingdom. In the circles I move in now, a rare bloodline is considered a fool's bloodline, despised by everyone. Xiaohi mobilized her spiritual energy, commanding the Frostheart Beast Hawk to release the Frost Arrow.
Sister Heat, don't kill it.
Why? I want to contract it. As soon as I said this, everyone stared at me in disbelief, looking at me as if I were crazy. Xingyu, are you feverish? Contracting a rare-blooded beast is a waste of your spiritual energy pool. I smiled without speaking as the demon gods I had revealed the hidden data of the Black Lotus Sharpshooter. This time I had struck gold again. Hidden Data 1. The Black Lotus Sharpshooter can harness the power of allies to charge its twin revolvers, adding different attribute effects to its bullets. Hidden Data 2. Evolution Materials, World-Destroying Bones, plus Chaos Black Lingji, can activate the hidden bloodline, World-Destroying Black Lotus, with a quality of illusionary god. These two pieces of hidden data are invisible to normal people, but under my demon god's eye they are exposed. I approached, crouched halfway, and displayed a warm smile. And now you have two choices. At first, continue wandering alone, but in your extremely hungry state, death is an inevitable outcome. A second, sign a blood contract with me and become my beast. The second choice I offered undoubtedly made the Black Lotus Sharpshooter eager. After a moment of hesitation, the Black Lotus Sharpshooter nodded at me. I bit my fingertip and squeezed out a drop of blood. The blood dripped onto the Black Lotus Sharpshooter's forehead. Soon, a blood contract mark appeared on the Black Lotus Sharpshooter's forehead, signifying that the contract was successful. I displayed a satisfied smile. From now on, you are my beast. Remember, your nickname is Black Gun. The Black Lotus Sharpshooter knelt on one knee, bowing its head in submission. Xiaohi shook her head and clicked her tongue. Xiao Xingyu, I really can't understand your thought process. The Tianhun vine you contracted is an illusionary god-quality beast, indicating that you are an experienced beastmaster. And now contracting a rare-blooded beast seems like a waste of your spiritual energy pool. My smile carried a hint of mystery. As Sister He, although Black Gun's bloodline quality is not high, it has a unique talent. At that moment, clusters of black mist surged from nearby, indicating a group of nightmares had arrived. Everyone, watch closely. I mobilized my spiritual energy, ready for the performance. A Black Gun used Darkfeng's Hellfire to charge the twin revolvers. The Black Lotus Sharpshooter obeyed the Master's command, moving to stand beside the hellish Phantom Wolf. Under everyone's watchful eyes, its two revolvers began to absorb the hellfire burning from the hellish Phantom Wolf with intense fervor. Charging successful. Bullet transformation, Infernal Flame Bullet. The demon god's eye updated the data in real time. The Black Lotus Sharpshooter's eyes gleamed with fierce light as it raised its twin guns, moving swiftly with agile steps, and released the skilled wandering shot. In the fog-shrouded depths of the forest, the Black Lotus Sharpshooter appeared like a ghost. The bullets it fired, imbued with hellfire, hit the nightmares, causing them to burst into a sea of black flames. Accompanied by the wails of the damned, more than 30 low-level nightmares turned to ash, consumed by the infernal fire. Qin Yanran was stunned. These Black Lotus Sharpshooter's bullets can carry attribute effects from allies? I nodded with a smile. The Black Lotus Sharpshooter can only release normal bullets with physical attack effects on its own. But it can absorb the beast power attributes from allies, adding new powers to its bullets. At that moment, a new wave of low-level nightmares surged from the depths of the forest, like a black tide threatening to engulf us. As Sister He, let me use your beast, the Frostheart Beast Hawk, to charge up Black Gun. Sure. Charging. Charging successful. A Bullet Transformation, Frostbeete Bullet. Bang. 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 The Black Lotus sharpshooter fired wildly, shooting out ice-blue bullets. When the bullets hit the nightmares, they instantly triggered a large area frost effect. In the depths of the forest, clusters of black mist froze in place, forming a massive ice sculpture. Crunch! The frost shattered, turning all the low-level nightmares into ice shards that quickly melted away. Xiaohi gasped in amazement. This Black Lotus sharpshooter absorbed the Frostheart Beast Hawk's ice power and transformed its bullets' attributes. Yuan Xuandu stroked his chin, analyzing carefully. The Black Lotus sharpshooter's bloodline quality isn't high, but its ability to absorb ally attributes and add different powers to its bullets is an unusual talent that indeed increases its operational limits. Then Yuan Xuandu looked at me with a different expression. Xiao Xingyu, your eyes are truly impressive, seeing further and clearer than us. Brother Yuan, you flatter me. I just stumbled upon this by accident. I gave a naive grin, always playing dumb and modest after revealing my extraordinary talents. However, the Black Lotus sharpshooter's talents didn't end there. As long as I can obtain the evolution materials, world-destroying bones, plus Chaos Black Lingji, I can activate the Black Lotus sharpshooter's hidden bloodline, world-destroying Black Lotus. That's a quality of illusionary god bloodline. But just hearing the names of these evolution materials reveals their rarity, making them extremely difficult to obtain, which requires careful planning.
Let's keep moving.
Everyone hurry up. We must reach the town and meet Mayor Gu Changfeng within half an hour. The elite team quickened their pace, slaying low-level nightmares along the way and successfully navigating through the misty forest. Half an hour later, we emerged from the mountain gate and saw a town shrouded in deathly silence. This town was Yunshan Town. At this moment, Yunshan Town was enveloped in a dark mist, exuding an aura of evil everywhere. The elite team arrived under the locust tree on the left side of the north gate and saw the entrance to an old air raid shelter. Yuan Xuandu crouched down and shouted, "Mayor Gu." From the dark air raid shelter came the sound of rustling footsteps. A man in his 50s, hunched over, crawled out of the shelter. His face was pale, his eye sockets hollow, and he looked as if he hadn't slept for 5 or 6 days. "Are you members of the Skyward Guild?" Yuan Xuandu identified himself. "I am Yuan Xuandu, the leader of this S-rank mission." "Great, I've been waiting for you." Gu Changfeng's eyes welled up with tears as he knelt before Yuan Xuandu. Gu Changfeng then recounted the entire situation. Yuan Xuandu made a decisive decision. "We'll enter the town after dark and rescue all the sleeping townspeople." I suddenly raised my gaze towards the central church building in the town. This aura is from a Beast King-level nightmare beast. It seems this mission has indeed reached S+ difficulty. At dusk, the golden sunset melted like orange liquid into the deep red sky, signaling the arrival of nightfall.
Hey everyone, get ready for the hunt.
The elite team activated their beast emblems simultaneously, summoned their beasts, and silently infiltrated the town under the cover of the night. The town was filled with ruins and debris, and the air was thick with a complex stench that made it hard for the elite team to see. On the dimly lit streets, a massive number of black mist clouds suddenly appeared, blocking the elite team's paths.
Engage!
The battle began. Everyone harnessed their spirit power and commanded their respective beasts. In the darkness, the nightmares were active and, instead of using their nightmare powers, they directly charged at the elite team with their bodies. Yuan Xuandu, a seasoned 6-star Beastmaster, displayed his formidable skills and experience. Under his control, the Shadow Serpent King spun its long body violently in the center of the street, creating a poison fog storm that reached up to 100 meters high, effortlessly killing all the nightmares. The street returned to calm. But strange sounds came from the neighboring block. All the nightmares in the town were converging on the street where we were. "The number of nightmares is overwhelming, we need to split up. Gisheng Wenba, Xiaohi, come with me to lure and contain the nightmares gathered nearby. A young master, you and Xiao Xingyu go rescue the sleeping townspeople." The plan was set and the execution began. Yuan Xuandu, Sheng Wenba, and Xiaohi led the way, drawing the massive number of nightmares away from the current street. With the danger on this street neutralized, Qin Yanran and I took the opportunity to climb through a window into an apartment. Inside the apartment, trash and maggots were everywhere, and the smell was unbearable. I opened a door to find an elderly woman lying on a bed. However, the photo on the bedside table showed a little girl about 6 years old.
Xingyu, look at her chest.
I approached the bedside and turned on my flashlight. The elderly woman was in a deep sleep. On her chest, a purple rose was blooming, emitting an eerie glow.
The purple rose had rooted itself into her flesh, making it impossible to remove. This purple rose was the nightmarish flower planted by the Nightmare Flower Demon King. The nightmarish flower causes humans to fall into a deep sleep, their souls are drained, and their vitality accelerates to nothingness. The person on the bed was a child of about 6 a week ago, but now she has become an elderly woman with severely failing organs. Qin Yanran took out the guild manual and flipped through the pages. I found it. The Nightmare Flower Demon King you mentioned is a ghost-type nightmare beast at the Beast King level. Once a human's body is infested with its nightmarish flower, their soul is drained by it. To rescue these sleeping humans, there is only one way: find the Nightmare Flower Sea where the human souls are imprisoned. If we wait until the Nightmare Flower Fairy King has fully absorbed their souls, their bodies will age and deteriorate to death. Qin Yanran and I exchanged a look, understanding each other silently. Finding the Nightmare Flower Sea and destroying the Nightmare Flower Fairy King's lair was the key to solving the problem. Half an hour later, the elite team regrouped. Yuan Xuandu asked, "Young master, how did the investigation go on your end?" Qin Yanran explained everything in the simplest terms. Good. Next, we need to find the Nightmare Flower Sea. It's the lair of the Nightmare Flower Beast and must be well hidden. Yunshan Town was neither too big nor too small. The maze-like streets and thick fog made it difficult for the elite team to move. Team leader, a large number of nightmares are appearing ahead. And they are not low-level nightmares, some have reached the transcendent body level. Once a nightmare beast advances to the transcendent body level, it gains stronger nightmare power. At that moment, everyone was confronted with realistic illusions. On my wrist, the heavenly soul vine was glowing with a silvery light. Everyone, stay alert and don't let the nightmare power control you. Just then, a nightmare beast launched a sneak attack from behind. It turned into a black mist and entered Sheng Wenba's body. Sheng Wenba let out a muffled sound, his eyes lost focus, and his facial muscles stiffened as if injected with a stiffening agent. "Old Sheng, have you gone mad?" "He's been controlled by the nightmare power." Sheng Wenba, while controlling his beast to attack his teammates, spoke incoherently. With such high-speed machinery entering the Dragon Kingdom, remember the principles I gave you when you were young." "Old Sheng, what are you babbling about?" "Huang Longjiang's faction all uses Bluetooth. Huang Longjiang, I'm telling you in the underworld, that's a pseudonym I use, my little uncle, my real uncle." Everyone was bewildered. Xiao's mouth twisted in a bitter smile. What on earth is old Sheng saying? It sounds like he's pressing his arm on the keyboard. Qin Yanran's expression was serious, his language system is disordered. I stepped forward. He's been invaded by a transcendent body-level nightmare beast. It's a bit complicated to fix, let me handle it. I approached Sheng Wenba and released the Heavenly Soul Vine. Crack, crack, crack. The Heavenly Soul Vine, like a long whip in my hand, inflicted a series of painful tortures on Sheng Wenba. After 18 lashes, a black mist was expelled from Sheng Wenba's body. Sheng Wenba regained consciousness, though his face was swollen like a pig's. What just happened?" Xiaohi couldn't help but laugh. "You were controlled by the nightmare power. I saved you and helped you regain consciousness." "Why does my face hurt?" "A cough, that's not important. It's good that you're awake." I changed the subject, keeping the credit to myself. From all directions, more nightmares surged in. This batch of nightmares was all at the transcendent body level. Yuan Xuandu said sternly, "We must split up. I will stay behind to deal with these nightmares. The rest of you, go find the Nightmare Flower Sea." Time was pressing and everyone split up again. Only by finding the Nightmare Flower Sea could we save all the sleeping townspeople's souls. Meanwhile, Qin Yanran and I ran through the dimly lit streets, looking around anxiously, afraid of missing any important clues. Sheng Wenba and Xiaohi followed closely behind, their faces already drenched in cold sweat. Wait a minute. It seems like we've circled back around. This electric pole has the mark I left half an hour ago. Have we run into a maze? Damn it. The group was like headless flies, turning in circles and ending up back at the starting point, wasting another half hour. At this rate, we won't be able to find the Nightmare Flower Sea, and Yuan will not be able to hold out against the massive Nightmare Beast army alone for much longer. So what should we do? Xingyu, do you have any ideas? Everyone's hope was pinned on me. Although I was the lowest ranked in the elite team, I was the most agile-minded and served as the strategist of the team. The closer we are to the Nightmare Flower Sea, the stronger the magnetic field of the nightmare power becomes. Our repeated encounters with this maze are evidence that we are getting closer to the Nightmare Flower Sea. Qin Yanran understood immediately. You mean, the Nightmare Flower Sea is near us, but we can't distinguish it with our eyes?
Exactly.
Our vision is affected by the magnetic field of the nightmare power. As for the solution, wisdom gleamed in my eyes. Everyone, retract your beasts into the beast emblem and give up defense.
Xiaohi was puzzled. Why? Isn't that like seeking death?
Yeah, we can only enter the Nightmare Flower Sea if we actively step into the trap.
But trust me.
Qin Yanran patted Xiaohi's shoulder reassuringly.
We should trust Xingyu.
He never fights a battle without confidence.
Sheng Wenba said nothing, but he retracted his beast, showing his trust in me through action.
As a team, unconditional trust in each other was essential to becoming a powerful unit.
Xiaohi also withdrew her spiritual power and recalled her beast into the beast emblem.
Soon, Qin Yanran and I also recalled our respective beasts. The four of us stood on the misty street, surrounded by the sounds of wailing ghosts and howling wolves. Without our beasts to protect us, we were no different from ordinary humans. In front of the beasts, we were like lambs to the slaughter.
Black mist surged toward us.
These were all transcendent body-level nightmare beasts. Our figures were instantly swallowed up by the black mist. When the mist dissipated, all four of us were on the ground, plunged into slumber. Each of us had a purple nightmare flower blooming on our chests. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself lying in a sealed space. This space was like the interior of a man-eating flower.
I summoned the Heavenly Soul Vine.
The Heavenly Soul Vine took on a hardened form, turning into a silver sword that cut through the darkness. I leaped out from the darkness and landed on the muddy ground.
Behind me was a withered man-eating flower.
I had just been imprisoned inside this man-eating flower.
I looked around, my pupils trembling. Everywhere I could see, there were purple man-eating flowers. Each man-eating flower's cavity imprisoned a shadowy figure.
Undoubtedly, this was the Nightmare Flower Sea, the lair of the Nightmare Flower Demon King.
The people imprisoned here were not physical bodies but souls.
All the souls were being devoured by the man-eating flowers, and when they were completely absorbed, the physical bodies in the real world would also decay and perish.
What an extraordinary human. Trapped in the Nightmare Flower Sea, yet able to awaken and regain consciousness with such strong soul power.
A seductive, sultry female voice echoed.
I looked up towards the end of the Nightmare Flower Sea.
A woman over 3 meters tall walked toward me with an elegant cat-like stride. Her skin was a bewitching purple, and petals fluttered around her like dancing butterflies. Most striking was the purple rose blooming on her head, its core lined with sharp teeth, resembling a vortex that could devour everything. I activated the Demon God's Eye to reveal this monster's data panel. From the data, the Nightmare Flower Demon King looked formidable. I knew clearly that if the Nightmare Flower Demon King ascended to the Beast Emperor level, our elite team would not stand a chance, and this mission would end in failure. The only way to resolve this crisis was to kill the Nightmare Flower Demon King before it could ascend. The Nightmare Flower Demon King stood 10 meters away, eyeing the handsome youth with her enchanting, seductive eyes.
Youth, you are so handsome.
Among human beastmasters, you are quite outstanding in appearance.
So, are you interested in becoming my flower slave?
I understood this term. Flower slave was equivalent to a male servant or bedmate.
Gamir Flower Demon, facing death soon, still has the mind to flirt with me?
Facing death soon?
Ha ha ha.
The Nightmare Flower Demon King laughed with a tinkling, disdainful laugh, looking down at me with contempt.
A youth, understand your situation.
Right now, you are just a soul.
Your physical body is still lying on the central street of the town.
The Nightmare Flower Demon King waved her hand, and a dreamy, illusionary mirror appeared in midair. In the mirror, I could see the real world outside the Nightmare Flower Sea. On the dark and damp street, Qin Yanran, Sheng Wenba, Xiaohi, and I lay side by side on the cold ground. Each of us had a nightmare flower blooming on our chests. Under the influence of the nightmare flower, everyone was aging rapidly, their hair turning gray, faces showing more wrinkles and dark spots.
Youth, this is your true situation.
Your physical body is continuously deteriorating in the real world.
Your soul is imprisoned in this Nightmare Flower Sea, and you can't escape. And not even your companions.
I released my spiritual sense and could sense that the souls of my teammates were also imprisoned deep within the Flower Sea. Besides my teammates, all the sleeping people in the town, over 2,000 souls, were also imprisoned.
Once these 2,000 souls were devoured by the Nightmare Flower Demon King, it would undoubtedly succeed in advancing to become the Nightmare Flower Demon Emperor. At that point, I would be powerless to save them. A youth, given this situation, why do I not see a trace of fear on your face? Do you care so little about your own life? The Nightmare Flower Demon King's confusion made me sneer. You still have the heart to sneer? Aren't you afraid of death? I'm not afraid. Why aren't you afraid of death? Not afraid is just not afraid. I lifted my gaze, with only arrogant confidence in my eyes. The Nightmare Flower Demon King shook its head. What a mad human! You demons are skilled at playing with human souls. But this time you've met your match. My soul you cannot toy with. I activated my eye power, opening the Demon God's Eye. Under the influence of the Demon God's Eye, the Heaven Soul Vine released dazzling red fireflies. The shift from silver fireflies to red fireflies indicated that the Heaven Soul Vine was enraged. Boom tilde. The Nightmare Flower Demon King covered its ears with both hands, letting out a piercing scream. It felt a massive surge of soul power that it could not endure. Above the Nightmare Flower Sea, countless soul phantoms of beasts and beastmasters appeared. These souls were fragments collected by the Heaven Soul Vine during the battle in Huangyan City, and now they were put to use again. The Nightmare Flower Demon King, the best at absorbing souls, could not possibly consume the soul power released by the Heaven Soul Vine. Defeating magic with magic, defeating soul power with soul power, that's my divine operation. With the assistance of the Demon God's Eye, the Heaven Soul Vine shed its usual timidity. It detached from my wrist and rooted deep into the Nightmare Flower Sea's ground. As the soul power surged, the earth began to tremble. A blazing red vine rose from the ground. It grew rapidly, extending countless branches. The branches were like hands supporting the entire sky. Crack! The sound of the illusion world about to shatter. The branches of the Heaven Soul Vine, constantly blooming, were like sharp soft swords piercing through the Nightmare Flower Sea's confinement. Boom! With the explosion, the illusion was utterly shattered. The central cathedral of Yunshan town began to collapse, and after the thick smoke dispersed, a giant blazing red vine stood tall, its branches densely packed, obscuring the sky and moon. This was the Heaven Soul Vine under the influence of the Demon God's Eye, exuding the aura of an ancient plant-type beastmaster. It was dazzling, looking not just like a vine, but more like a world tree ruling over a plant kingdom. In the darkness, a figure silently observed everything. The greed in his eyes was like a starving wolf, insatiable and desperate. The plant-type beastmasters with the bloodline of the illusion god, truly a great work of nature, ha ha ha. With the illusion shattered, the Nightmare Flower Sea turned to ashes. The imprisoned souls flew back to their bodies. On the ground, Qin Yanran and the others gradually woke up, their aged and exhausted bodies returning to normal. What just happened? I don't know. It felt like my head was muddled. It seemed like I had a very long dream. Xingyu, little brother. Qin Yanran turned to look, seeing me channeling my energy and commanding the Heaven Soul Vine in battle. This massive red vine, is it really the usually timid and shy Heaven Soul Vine? The grandeur of the Heaven Soul Vine, now akin to a world tree, shattered everyone's preconceived notions. In the ruins of the cathedral, the Nightmare Flower Demon King struggled to its feet, green blood dripping from its mouth, eyes filled with astonishment. The mere fully evolved, Tier 3, plant-type beastmaster could actually destroy the Nightmare Flower Sea illusion I created? How is this possible? Wait, something's not right. My soul power. The Nightmare Flower Demon King instinctively covered its face. Its skin was like old, peeling wallpaper, large areas flaking off. Its hair had turned white, wrinkles appeared, and the once tight skin had become saggy, making the demon look like a withered wildflower. It's absorbing my soul power. The Nightmare Flower Demon King showed a look of apprehension. At this moment, the Heaven Soul Vine acted like a massive soul extraction furnace, absorbing the soul power from the Nightmare Flower Demon King. This was one of the Heaven Soul Vine's innate abilities, to absorb any soul-related power and store it within itself. Since the soul power released by the Heaven Soul Vine was too much for the Nightmare Flower Demon King to consume, the Heaven Soul Vine turned the tables and began to absorb the Demon King's soul power. As the soul power was gradually drained, the Nightmare Flower Demon King's aura weakened and its body aged. What was once on the brink of advancing to the Beast Emperor Tier 1, now saw its cultivation level drop due to my actions, falling from Beast King Tier 3, to Beast King Tier 2. A trace of malice appeared in the Nightmare Flower Demon King's eyes.
Damn human, what have you done to me?
The Heaven Soul Vine, with only the strength of a fully evolved, Tier 3 Beastmaster, effectively countered the Nightmare Flower Demon King due to the suppression of its bloodline strength. The ancient plant-type Beastmaster I summoned, with its illusion god quality bloodline, had a powerful innate ability that effectively suppressed any beast adept at manipulating soul power. The existence of the Heaven Soul Vine embodied the King of Souls. All of this was observed by the shadow lurking in the darkness. The talent and power displayed by the Heaven Soul Vine thrilled the mysterious figure, making him excited and jump for joy.
Perfect, truly perfect.
The Heaven Soul Vine, worthy of its illusion god bloodline, can counter the Nightmare Flower Demon King despite the huge level difference.
Xiao Xingyu, you and your Heaven Soul Vine are indeed worthy of being the final piece in my ultimate plan.
It's your honor, ha ha ha. The sinister laughter was drowned out by the howling wind, unheard by anyone. The sneaky shadow vanished from the mist's edge unnoticed.
Yenran, now that the Nightmare Flower Demon King is restrained by Little Silver.
I understand, take advantage of its weakness and finish it off?
Qin Yenran channeled her energy, and the three-tailed Thunder Fox leaped into action, opening its mouth to bite the Nightmare Flower Demon King's arm with its sharp teeth, causing blood to spatter and electricity to surge.
Sheng Wenba and Xiaohe also joined the battle, channeling their energy. The Silverfire Hedgehog and Ice Heart-Horned Beast Eagle simultaneously unleashed their skills, giving the Nightmare Flower Demon King a taste of both ice and fire. Under the combined assault of the three Beastmasters, the Nightmare Flower Demon King was pushed back relentlessly.
Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!
The Nightmare Flower Demon King spat blood, glaring fiercely at me. If it weren't for the Heaven Soul Vine's restraining effect on it, the Nightmare Flower Demon King's strength wouldn't have been suppressed by 3 5-star Beastmasters.
This king does not kill nameless people.
You're Xiao Xingyu, right?
Go to hell.
The Nightmare Flower Demon King had one obsession, to kill me first and vent its hatred. As a Beast King tier monster, its inherent pride told it that it couldn't accept being toyed with by a 4-star Beastmaster. Humiliation and anger transformed into nightmare power. The Nightmare Flower Demon King unleashed its ultimate move, spitting out endless nightmare flowers, as if there were no end. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of nightmare flowers gathered in the sky. They formed a colorful eye emitting a chilling light. Kaleidoscope Gaze, the Nightmare Flower Demon King's most powerful skill, intended to drag me down with it. My body was frozen, unable to move. The Kaleidoscope Gaze locked onto my soul, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. This was a desperate attack of a Beast King tier monster, which I, at a 4-star level, truly could not handle. At the critical moment, Yuan Xuandu arrived, channeling his energy smoothly, and roared, "Serpent King bind!" The Shadow Serpent King had appeared behind the Nightmare Flower Demon King. Focused entirely on killing me, the Nightmare Flower Demon King neglected the danger from behind. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, and the Shadow Serpent King wrapped its long, sturdy body around the Nightmare Flower Demon King, binding it tightly. The powerful shadow energy exploded instantly, dispersing the dark clouds above, and the cool moonlight shone again on the scarred land. The Serpent King bind was the Shadow Serpent King's ultimate move. The Nightmare Flower Demon King took the full brunt of this attack, combined with the previous relentless assaults from Qin Yenran and others, and the restraining effect of the Heaven Soul Vine. At this moment, it had lost its last bit of strength, falling from the sky with vacant eyes, its pupils wide with lingering unwillingness. Unable to kill me, it could not die in peace. The Heaven Soul Vine, like a sponge that could infinitely absorb soul power, finally satisfied after draining the Nightmare Flower Demon King's soul power, reverted to its smaller snake-like form and returned to my wrist. The Nightmare Flower Demon King's corpse turned to ashes scattered by the wind. On the ground, only a coldly glowing Beast King tier ghost-type monster crystal core remained. As the mist cleared, the sleeping townspeople awoke from their nightmare. The gloom of the nightmare was swept away, and Yunshan Town regained its vibrant life. My expression was a bit odd as I silently activated the Demon God's Eye, carefully scrutinizing the so-called town mayor, Gu Changfeng. Mayor Gu, there's no need for extra thanks. But I am curious and want to ask you a question. On the map, the nearest Beastmaster Guild to Yunshan Town is the Qintian Guild. The Qintian Guild ranks 5 places higher than our Sky Vault Guild in the Dragon Kingdom's Beastmaster Guild rankings. After the incident in Yunshan Town, why as the mayor, did you not contact the Qintian Guild but chose us, the Sky Vault Guild? My question was like a sharp dagger, its cold edge piercing straight into Gu Changfeng's chest.
Oh well, that is...
Gu Changfeng was momentarily at a loss for words, his gaze shifting uneasily. Yuan Xuandu suddenly spoke up, Mayor Gu, we've completed the task. It's time to fulfill the reward. Gu Changfeng sighed in relief and quickly shifted the topic. Oh, Mr. Yuan, please wait a moment. I'll count the reward and bring it to you as soon as possible. My attention shifted from Gu Changfeng to Yuan Xuandu's retreating figure, lost in deep thought for a while. On the way back, Qin Yanran was elated. 130 million gold coins in reward, plus 30 boxes of high-quality Beastmaster nutrition liquids. This is the reward for this S-level mission. Xingyu, you made the biggest contribution and should receive the largest share of the reward.
I shook my head.
Yanran, I don't need the money or the Beastmaster nutrition liquids. If possible, could I have the Nightmare Flower Demon King's Monster Crystal Core?
Sure thing.
Qin Yanran opened her space ring and took out a Monster Crystal Core. The crystal core was as dazzling as amethyst and was the Nightmare Flower Demon King's core. This Beast King tier ghost-type monster crystal core was quite rare on the market and carried the S-level beast energy of nightmare power. I requested this crystal core not for myself but for my girlfriend. Ghost-type monster crystals are highly compatible with undead-type beastmasters. I plan to give this crystal core to Murong Xinshin. Murong Xinshin had just passed the 3-star assessment, and her Bone Wingbat Beast had also been promoted to the Disaster Bone Bloodbat Beast. With this ghost-type monster crystal core, she could reach a higher level. After leaving Yunshan Town, I called Shangguanqian. Hello, Princess. The town mayor of Yunshan Town, Gu Changfeng, might be problematic. Also, I suspect there's a traitor within the Skyward Guild. Shangguanqian's voice was cool but carried a hint of concern. Xiao Xingyu, the mastermind behind the scenes this time, is formidable. You're already involved, so be extremely careful in everything you do. I will protect myself. The Imperial Soul Organization will also protect you in the shadows. Hanging up the phone, I stood on a hillside, looking at the now bright Yunshan Town, my gaze growing sharper. The storms are coming and I'll face them all. In the following days, I returned to Azure Dragon Academy and attended classes on time. When the school bell rang, it was lunchtime. The doors of the teaching building swung open like a freshly opened sardine can, and students rushed in groups toward the cafeteria. I was planning to find Murong Xinshin, have lunch together, and give her the Nightmare Flower Demon King's Monster Crystal Core. Jin, I'm at the back gate of the campus. Ga, your class is running late again? Which tutor dares to do that? I'll complain to the dean's office. On the phone, Murong Xinshin's voice was very faint. The one running late is the dean. This class is her responsibility. Besides Murong Xinshin's voice, I could also hear Su Rian's shouting. How many times have I explained this? The weak point of the silver ring blood-scaled bear is 3 inches below the abdomen. Did any of you get it right? This is the worst batch of students I've ever taught. Murong Xinshin, who are you secretly on the phone with? Thinking of Su Rian's temper, I backed down immediately. Oh, it's the dean running late. That's fine then. Jin, I'm not in a hurry. I'll wait for you at the back gate of the campus. Hanging up, I stood under a tree at the back gate of the campus, humming a tune and amusing myself with the security guard's dog. Suddenly, a group of people approached the back gate of Azure Dragon Academy and surrounded me. An angry voice reached my ears. Xiao Xingyu, long time no see. Do you remember me? Oh, isn't this young Masterly? I looked up and saw a long-lost acquaintance. The young man with a sharp face and a haughty demeanor was Li Han, the son of Li Jianghe, the president of the Hurricane Guild. As the young master of the Hurricane Guild, Li Han usually strutted around Huangyan City with impunity, as the Hurricane Guild was the most powerful guild in the city. However, the Skyward Guild had been rising rapidly and was now on par with the Hurricane Guild as the top guilds in Huangyan City. The grudge between Li Han and me originated from an incident at the Tiangong Pavilion, known as the best treasure auction house in Huangyan City. The scene from that time was still vivid. It ended with me revealing the Imperial Soul Token. Even though Li Jianghe dotes on his only son, he wouldn't dare provoke me with the backing of the Imperial Soul. Time has passed, and now facing an old enemy, Li Han's eyes were filled with humiliation and anger. In contrast, I showed no sign of emotion. To me, Li Han wasn't a worthy opponent, just a passing clown. Li Han, hands in his pockets, approached me. Xiao Xingyu, you've been quite the sensation these past few months. Winning the martial arts competition really brings honor to Huangyan City. I maintained a scholarly smile. A young masterly, what exactly do you want? You'll be participating in the guild selection match next week, won't you? The Dragon Kingdom was about to host the 100 Cities Guild Tournament, with Huangyan City being one of the 100 cities and thus needing to secure one spot. Currently, the Hurricane Guild and the Sky Vault Guild were tied for first place in Huangyan City. Hence, the sole spot needed to be decided through a competition between the two guilds. The selection match to compete for this spot was scheduled for next Monday. I would be participating as a member of the Sky Vault Guild in the Four-Star competition. Li Han gave a sinister smirk, his face showing a bit of ferocity. Xiao Xingyu, you're 4-star, and so am I.
Let's meet on the field.
With his parting threat, Li Han turned and left, pretending to be nonchalant. I didn't pay much attention to him and muttered to myself, when 6 finishes class, should I take her for spicy hot pot or braised chicken rice? If not, then Lanzhou ramen. Li Han was nothing more than a clown in my eyes. At the back gate of Azure Dragon Academy was a street filled with food stalls. After class, Murong Xinshin joined me. We sat at an outdoor stall, enjoying affordable braised chicken rice. As 6, you've been training so hard lately that you're looking thin. Eat more meat. This is chicken breast, you should know the principle of eating where you need to supplement. Murong Xinshin lowered her head and glanced at her chest. She wasn't thin from hunger, I was exaggerating on purpose.
By the way, where's your brother?
He's attending the 4 Great Beastmaster Academies Exchange Conference these days. The 4 Great Beastmaster Academies Exchange Conference was a social event for the 4 Beastmaster Academies, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. I suddenly understood and chuckled. Seems like Yangshuo is there for senior sister Luo. Who would have thought that this once notorious playboy would become so focused on love? Murong Yangshuo's romantic history had plenty of scandals, but now he was dedicated to Luo Wanqing. I genuinely hoped they would end up together. After finishing our meal, I took Murong Xinshin's hand and led her into the small grove behind Azure Dragon Academy. Every campus has a quiet little grove, a perfect place for couples to date or even indulge in more illicit activities.
Xingyu, why did you bring me to the grove?
Murong Xinshin's innocent face, with her exquisite and flawless features enhanced by the dappled shade, looked even more beautiful. A strand of white hair stood up, swaying gently in the breeze.
Hehe, of course, it's for something mischievous. Close your eyes.
Murong Xinshin obediently closed her eyes and stood on tiptoe, thinking I was going to kiss her in this secluded setting. She was prepared for it. After a while, feeling no kiss, she opened her eyes. I extended my hand, palm open, revealing a purple beast core. This is a Beastmaster body, Ghost-type beast core, taken from the nightmarish Flower Demon King, containing S-rank beast energy nightmare power. It's highly compatible with your disaster bone blood bat. Murong Xinshin gently caressed the beast core, her eyes filled with affection. This is the reward you got from the S-rank task. You should keep it for yourself.
You are my woman, what's mine is yours.
I rarely showed such masculinity and forced the beast core into Murong Xinshin's hands. Murong Xinshin didn't resist and accepted the beast core, wrapping her arms around my waist.
Xingyu, you've won the championship at the martial arts competition and successfully completed the S-rank task for the Sky Vault Guild.
I'm so happy for you. I gently stroked Murong Xinshin's hair, sensing her emotional shifts.
On the path of growth, I've had a smooth ride.
Even though Murong Xinshin has exceptional talent and trains hard, it's difficult for her to keep up with me. The difference in our growth speeds made Murong Xinshin feel somewhat disheartened. She wanted to keep pace with me and become someone who could protect me in times of danger. But in reality, she couldn't help me when I was in danger. As 6, I understand your feelings. In the path of a Beastmaster, rushing only leads to failure. Next month is the field study trip.
During that time, I will help you grow and achieve a transformation.
I always make plans before acting. Murong Xinshin is the woman I care about, so her growth is something I take very seriously. For next month's field study trip, I plan to help Murong Xinshin contract a new beast. We embraced each other in the dimly lit grove, with no one else around. In such an intensely intimate environment, it was inevitable for us to be moved. I leaned in to kiss her. Murong Xinshin closed her eyes, her eyelashes fluttering in the sunlight, her delicate body trembling slightly, responding to my fervent kiss with clumsy but heartfelt efforts. A soft click. Acting on instinct, I unfastened a button on Murong Xinxin's chest. The sudden exposure revealed a pleasant sight. A6 Jean, I'm sorry. I think I went too far. I regained my composure. Murong Xinxin, standing on tiptoe, her voice a bit hoarse, said, if you like it, it's fine. I never think you're going too far. Her love for me was pure and simple. I was touched and pulled her gently into my embrace. A6 Jean, don't worry, in this lifetime, I will only marry you. Murong Xinxin smiled. Once her eyes were like two dry wells. My presence had filled those wells with the rippling autumn waters. A6 Jean, is Uncle Murong not at home this weekend? Father is in charge of the naval strategic exercises. Then I'll come over to your house. On Saturday you wear black stockings and on the weekend you wear white stockings. I want to see. Sure, I'll cook for you. I've learned a new dish. This weekend I spent 2 days at General Murong's residence and it was truly wonderful. With Murong Jean and Murong Yangshua both absent, I naturally became a bit unruly, taking advantage of Murong Xinxin quite a bit. I even enjoyed a foot massage from her, which eased my back muscle tension. In truth, with Murong Xinxin's pure nature, even if I made more excessive demands, like asking her to massage other parts of my body, she wouldn't refuse. The weekend passed in a flash and the dreaded Monday arrived for the students. At Azure Dragon Academy, in the principal's office, Chen Qinian handed over a leave request form. Principal, this is Xiao Xingyu's leave request, right? You already know? I'm used to it. This kid's absenteeism rate in the past month is about to break the historical record. Su Ruyan's face was filled with anger, her ample chest heaving with emotion. The leave request detailed that I would be participating in the showdown between the Skyward Guild and the Hurricane Guild as a member of the Skyward Guild. This was a great opportunity for extracurricular practice. As the principal of Azure Dragon Academy, Su Ruyan had to support me, so she picked up her pen and approved the leave request. At the Central Sports Arena in Huangyan City, the announcement echoed through the arena. This match is to select the sole representative of Huangyan City for the 100 Cities Guild League. Whoever wins this match between the Skyward Guild and the Hurricane Guild will secure the spot.
Let's see it unfold in the arena.
This is an open-air sports arena, the largest Beastmaster arena in Huangyan City. It is usually chosen as the venue for guild battles between Beastmasters. Today, the Skyward Guild and the Hurricane Guild were about to face off here, with excitement at its peak. In the spectator area, every seat was taken. An hour before the match, the area around the arena was already crowded with media reporters, causing a stampede. This guild showdown is going to be spectacular. Yes, the Hurricane Guild has ranked first in Huangyan City for several years, and now the Skyward Guild has caught up and is tied for first. These two guilds have terrifying overall strength. We're in for a visual feast today. It's just a pity that Skyward Guild's president, Qin Longwei, is away on an SSS-level mission and hasn't returned. That means we won't see a showdown between the guild leaders. What a big regret. The absence of Qin Longwei was the biggest regret for the audience. But I would be on the arena, providing the audience with a surprise that would astonish them for 1,000 years. Because I plan to summon a shadow dragon hatchling in the guild showdown, declaring my identity as a dragon tamer to the world. The dragon tamer youth emerged, with no one able to block his brilliance. Before the match began, Li Jianghe approached me. He knew I held the Emperor's soul order, so his attitude toward me was extremely humble. Priest Xiao, my unworthy son doesn't understand his place and insists on participating in the Four-Star competition. I also know that my son is certainly no match for you. I just hope you can be merciful and not go too hard on him. This was a father's pleading attitude. I had no intention of deliberately making things difficult. Presently, you're overthinking it. This match is a showdown between the Skyward Guild and the Hurricane Guild. At this moment, standing here, my identity is that of a member of the Skyward Guild and has nothing to do with the Emperor's soul. As for your son, as long as he doesn't provoke me excessively, I won't go too hard on him. In my eyes, a minor character like Li Han wasn't even worth dying at his hands. Li Jianghe said no more, slightly bowing to show his respect, then casually returned to the Hurricane Guild's preparation area. Only 5 minutes remained until the match began. Li Jianghe's lips were close to Li Han's ear, his voice low enough only the two could hear. If you trust your father, I promise you Xiao Xingyu won't live for long. At this moment, Li Jianghe's expression and demeanor changed drastically, his features taking on the look of a stiff, lifeless mask, concealing his sinister intentions.
Father, what do you mean by that?
I can't explain too much. Just trust me.
I guarantee that Xiao Xingyu won't live much longer. His death is already certain.
Li Jianghe had just been humble and flattering in front of me, calling me Priest Xiao repeatedly. Now, his ugly face showed hatred toward the Emperor's sole organization. But all these emotions were buried deep within him. In broad daylight, dark currents surged. I was already deeply entangled in the trap set by the unseen puppet master.
This was a grand game of chess.
Amidst the cheers of the audience, Li Han stepped onto the stage with a swaggering gait. His face showed arrogance, and he was highly confident in his abilities. The four-star competitor sent by the Hurricane Guild is
Li Han.
It is well known that young Master Li is the only son of the Hurricane Guild's president Li Jianghe and the heir of the Hurricane Guild. Will this young master demonstrate the talent inherited from his father and take up the banner of the Hurricane Guild in the future? As Li Han took the stage, the audience responded with boos. In Huangyan City, Li Han was a notorious figure. In the past, he had frequently abused the Hurricane Guild's background to bully and oppress others. On the stage, some rotten eggs and vegetable leaves were thrown, expressing the audience's anger toward Li Han. Li Han was indifferent, his thin lips curling into a cold smile. A bunch of trash, only daring to throw vegetable leaves from below the stage.
If you have the guts, come up here and fight me.
At this moment, a tall, handsome young man appeared on the other side of the stage. The audience erupted in thunderous cheers once again. His name echoed through the sports arena, lingering in the air. My appearance brought the atmosphere of the arena to its peak. The crowd shouting my name was so jarring to Li Han. Although Li Han lacked intelligence and sophistication, he had basic independent thinking ability.
I promise you, Xiao Xingyu won't live for long.
This was Li Jianghe's promise to Li Han before the match, echoing continuously in Li Han's mind. A father's tone was very serious. It shouldn't be false. Li Han couldn't figure out what plan Li Jianghe had, but he was willing to trust his father, as the father-son bond was stronger than water. 1 billion is no small amount. Purchasing this beast was equivalent to the Hurricane Guild taking on 7 or 8 S-rank missions without earning a single coin. Even so, Li Jianghe would not reprimand Li Han as he had only this one son. On the stage, Li Han was highly satisfied with the audience's reaction. He sneered and looked around, mocking them in a disdainful tone. You bunch of pitiful paupers, acting like you've never seen the world before. If it weren't for me, you'd never have a chance to see a Titan beast up close in your entire lives. You should thank me, say thank you to Li Xiao for broadening your horizons, ha ha ha. Li Han's arrogance was fueled by the confidence given to him by the tyrant Mad Dragon. He had been taught from a young age that money could accomplish anything. The tyrant Mad Dragon, which cost 1 billion gold coins, was his biggest trump card. Li Han looked at me and said coldly, even if you summon the Thunder Jade Qilin, it won't be a match for the tyrant Mad Dragon. After all, my beast is on the verge of ascending to the transcendent beast rank. I activated the demon god's eye to analyze the tyrant Mad Dragon's data. As Li Han said, the tyrant Mad Dragon was indeed a fully mature, Tier 3, beast, on the edge of ascending to the transcendent beast level due to the excitement of battle. I smiled, my lips curling upward.
Li Han, I should thank you.
Thank me for what?
Li Han was momentarily stunned, unable to understand what I meant. I want to thank you for providing my Snow's debut performance on the stage with a punching bag. I activated my beast emblem and channeled my spiritual energy. The roar of a dragon echoed through the heavens and the earth, and a purple-black shadow appeared beside me.
What beast is this?
I've seen hellish netherwolves and Thunder Jade Qilins, but I've never seen this one. It should be a new beast contracted by Xiao Xingyu. It doesn't look impressive. Is it a snake-type beast?
It's so small, probably just a baby snake.
The new beast I summoned became the center of attention. Everyone speculated and concluded that it was a snake-type beast. At this moment, no one realized that they were witnessing a true dragon in an era where dragons were thought to be extinct. The big screen did not display the beast's data. The commentator scratched his head, his tone filled with helplessness. Sorry, viewers, the beast Xiao Xingyu summoned is not in the beast database. The attributes of this beast cannot be displayed at the moment. Meanwhile, in the Imperial City at the Night Lawn Palace, Shangguan Lan, who was meditating with her eyes closed, suddenly opened her beautiful eyes. The presence of a dragon, towards Huangyan City.
Could it be?
In Huangyan City, the only person who could draw Shangguan Lan's attention was me. Shangguan Lan stood up and set off for Huangyan City. Outside Gusu at the Cold Mountain Temple, Yan League's leader Xiao Lian put down his teacup. The dragon clan's one of the three great treasures, the reverse scale sword, suddenly emitted a domineering dragon-like roar. The sky is about to change, the dragon master has reappeared in the world. This is all fate and destiny, so you can't escape this. On the stage, the visual contrast between the two summoned beasts was stark. The tyrant mad dragon loomed like a towering mountain, its massive feet threatening to crush the stage, its roar echoing as if it could shatter 8 city blocks. In contrast, the beast I summoned appeared to be a mundane little snake, its slender body wrapped in a purple-black shadow. At that moment, the shadow dragon Wyrm pup lay with its eyes closed, still dreaming and drooling all over the place.
Snow, wake up, stop sleeping.
I crouched down and gently poked the shadow dragon Wyrm's cheek. Snow, you're a girl, your sleeping posture is so ungraceful, and you're drooling.
Wake up, we've got a fight to win. Wake up, time to get up and eat.
At my call, the shadow dragon Wyrm stirred. As its dragon eyes opened, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The roar of the dragon filled the air, with the mighty dragon's power surging like a torrent, plunging everything into silence, and dimming the light of the sun and moon. Li Han furiously channeled his spiritual energy, the hurricane beast robe on him rustling loudly. His eyes were filled with hatred, and his mind replayed the humiliation he had suffered at the Heavenly Secrets Tower. Xiao Xingyu, the humiliation you caused me at the Heavenly Secrets Tower, I will make you repay it 100-fold today. I don't know where you got this poorly documented snake-type beast from, but I'll turn it into a puddle of flesh.
Adi.
In the next moment, the tyrant mad dragon plummeted towards the shadow dragon Wyrm pup in a headlong dive. The rough, hard dinosaur skin created scorching flames as it scraped violently against the air. To the audience, the tyrant mad dragon appeared as a burning meteor, a cataclysmic disaster. I stood in the center of the stage, facing the colossal beast falling from the sky, my handsome face showing no sign of emotion. Snow, this is your debut performance on the stage. It doesn't matter if you embarrass yourself, just don't bring shame to the purebred dragon clan. Hearing my command and teasing, the shadow dragon Wyrm wagged its tail, its dragon eyes revealing a hint of bloodthirsty ruthlessness. Boom! The tyrant mad dragon landed squarely on the head of the shadow dragon Wyrm pup. In an instant, the stage collapsed, and a deep pit with a diameter of over 20 meters appeared in the center. Ladies and gentlemen, the tyrant's overhead crush has precisely hit the snake-type beast summoned by Xiao Xingyu. This move is quite powerful, and no snake-type beast's defense can withstand all of its damage. Could it be that this champion of the martial combat tournament is going to lose this match in such a hasty manner? My performance left the crowd perplexed and even resentful.
What's going on with Xiao Xingyu?